And what I'll do now is start calling everybody. So let's get the party started, as they say. All right. Let's get this going. That ring blows up the eardrum, so I got. Hey, can you hear me?
Yes.
Excellent. Okay, we're going to start calling other people immediately. Let's see who we can bring on, and let's see if we can find Zach, because he's new, and we've got to introduce him, and we will bring on, of course, Amanda Ute in particular. Okay, and or at least try. So, I believe Isaac
Hello?
is with us. Yes, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you.
Excellent. So and you have a good voice, and that's wonderful. So are you driving right now, or did you park in a safe place?
Yeah, I just pulled over to give you my credentials, and then I'm heading home for now from work.
Understood. So what we can do is we can set up a appointment, like they schedule you for the Sunday show for a much longer period of time. At least you're with us during the opening hour, and
Sure.
it's wonderful, wonderful. So let me get my calendar out, and what I'm going to do is make certain that everybody's introduced to yourself, and do us a favor and take your time and just start talking about what you're comfortable talking about. I need to
Sure.
introduce you, of course, to my executive producer, Jameson Reese, who you already know probably quite well from
Yeah,
listening to him for
yeah.
a long
A
time.
very interesting individual.
Yes. And so,
Oh,
Jameson.
thank you. Thank you.
Okay, wonderful. And so,
Both gentlemen.
oh, bless you. Yeah, so tell us a little bit about yourself and your twin brother. And of course, that begs the question already. Everybody is curious as to what it's like to grow up like that with a twin brother. And both of you seem to get along, which is excellent. And
I'm
so please go
the
on.
best.
Yeah.
He's my best friend. I always tell people that he's the coolest person I know. He's definitely the introvert, but he's very aware. Kind of person that observes you. When we were kids, growing up, he would tell me, "Hey, you know what? Go punch that guy." I wouldn't question it because most of the time he was right. Obviously, we're twins, we're boys. Boys will be boys, troublemakers, here and there, but we would always have each other's back.
Yes.
Definitely grew up in a great support group with my family. Um, my brother and I are Mexican. My parents were Mexican. We're Mexican American.
Right.
Grew up in the Central Valley. I always say Fresno because that's the nearest quote unquote metropolis
Right.
around. But we grew up in
I
the
like the
Fresno
way he
area.
puts that in quotes, by the way. I would agree with that. It needs to be put in quotes. Go on.
It's, they have skyscrapers, so
A
quote
few,
unquote.
yes.
So that counts as a metropolis, the
It's
Central
true.
Valley.
It's true.
But
Yeah.
we grew up in. My parents were both migrant workers. They grew up. They migrated to the United States. My dad actually got over here in a work visa. He at the time, my dad was born in 1936. So
Wow.
yes, I have a huge, a big Mexican family. There's no such thing as a small Mexican family. We're all big.
Right.
Everyone that I have, 6 older sisters, and it's a big family.
When you talk about your dad being born in 1936, the first thing that comes to my mind, of course, is Zoot Suits in Los Angeles. But go on. Was he part of that?
Of course.
Was he?
Actually, yeah. Well, my dad didn't migrate to the United States until his, I say late 20s. And my mother was born 1944. So they're an older generation. So it was very interesting. Obviously, I like to say we got the best of my dad, because my dad was in his mid 50s when we were born, and so that was a blessing in disguise because having a transition from Mexico to the United States took big culture shock. Obviously, my culture, we're very hardworking people. We're all about business, for the sense, at least my parents were. And it's a very put your nose to the ground and let's get it done.
Right.
There's no such thing as, at least in my family, people that I know,
Right.
there's no excuse. This is an opportunity here. Let's do it. Let's get things done. I knew families growing up where everyone worked and they bought everything cash,
Right.
just because I guess the convenience and
Because that was the way everything worked at the time that you were growing up. By the way, you were talking about how your parents were older. They're actually quite young, comparatively speaking, to mine, which were like born more in the World War I era. So you're still a very fresh perspective. By the way, before you go on, I just wanted to introduce you to Amanda. We have the grace of her presence. So Amanda,
Hi, Amanda.
this
Yes,
is Isaac Romero. Yeah. Let's see if she can...
Hello.
Yes.
Hello, Amanda. Yes, I've been listening to you, Doug, since 2014. Actually, my twin brother introduced me to you. He was picking me up from the airport, and we're listening to Coast to Coast. Obviously, Coast to Coast is a goofy show with vampires and a bunch of great stuff. And,
yes, I'll take that the way you mean it. Yes, I understand. Yes, the way
I mean, no offense. Obviously, I'm familiar
the way they
with,
romanticize it. Go on.
of your background.
Yes.
But a lot of goofy stuff, Bigfoot, and when I mean goofy, it's just it was a lot of
it's the way they present it. Yes,
really context.
Yes,
to
it's
things
exploitation.
It's more
it's exploitation. Yes,
right. It's more like propaganda and just it might as well say scary stories.
Yeah.
Anyways, so my brother was listening to you there, and mind you, anything my brother tells me as far as content of information, I take it serious because growing up, we're twins. He's my best friend, and then he's a very someone I respect, obviously opinion wise. He started telling me we're hearing your conversation about World War II, and they always used to bring you on during anniversaries. I remember that.
Yes.
So this probably was around December, November. I can't remember right, but this is before. It was late 2014. Anyway, so we were hearing you, and mind you, we grew up. Our education, elementary school, we learned about World War II and Civil War and all that. It was very vanilla. It was very almost like a fantasy growing up. Hearing my teacher talk about, Abraham Lincoln, you name it. And it was typically World War II. It never made sense to us. That's because it was a fantasy. It just didn't make sense to us. And obviously, growing up in the Central Valley, it was predominantly Mexican, especially where we grew up. So it was. You only have a perspective of your teacher. You only know what you know. My parents worked hard. They were, they didn't care. They didn't really care about World War II or anything. They just worked hard, And
they were very much in the present moment. They were in survival mode.
Correct. And then on top of that, they're just grateful. My dad. I grew up in church. My dad was a pastor. He was a minister for a lot of years. We were Pentecostal apostolic, so we're Christian, and it was we go to church all the time. So I grew up in church, my brother and I, and we lost our father when we were 17. So that was a huge moment where we realized you kind of wake up like, wow, your paradigm has changed.
Because even the strongest among you pass. Go on.
Mm-hmm. And so that changed things, obviously. First time I got to see my sisters, mind you, they're all older than me. I saw them like cry for the first time, like for reals. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
We're sheltered, Obviously, growing up in the Central Valley, you're surrounded by orange trees. It's a great way to raise kids. Obviously, if you're looking for anything exciting to happen, you go tip cows or something. But it was definitely a big event. And then that obviously you deal with that. But going back to however first time I heard you, it was definitely something that my brother and I looked at us and it just started making sense. You started plugging away and explaining and contextualizing things. Definitely, because that's one thing Dietrich does is he's not afraid to explain things, and that's something that I very appreciate much because it gets you thinking. And sometimes you got to chew on it. I know my brother and I have discussions all the time about things that come up on the show, things you explain, and it's great. It's great interacting with one another and trying to understand. And that's one thing that you have done for us is understanding the ecosystem of life, because not everyone is Christian. Not everyone is good that's Christian, or not everyone that's Satanist not necessarily wants to do harm to you. It's just a lifestyle. Or even like Solomon Sheikh, he's Muslim, and again, it's about, to me, is understanding the human aspect of things, having empathy. I think that's what definitely what the world is missing, is that empathy and understanding. And I've learned that listening to you, and obviously I have definitely, my brother and I have learned a lot as far as understanding the world. I travel a lot for my job. I get to see certain things, and in my previous jobs, I was in public safety. I worked for Motorola Solutions. They do a lot of public safety network systems, so all the radio stuff for the police, FBI, things of that nature. So
is that what you do professionally, like radio technology?
not no more. I used to. I moved on to the same technical side, just the other side of the coin. This is more of a IT based type of deal. But it's on the same realms. Everything now is IT based, networks and all that. So, but at the time, I was working for Motorola, and I was in Las Vegas when the Super Soldier conference was going on.
Oh,
and yeah, I was there, and I was working for the sheriffs.
oh my God!
And I was sitting there at the dispatch center when that guy went crazy at the mall. Right. And obviously you hear about this stuff all the time. I was stationed in Vegas for 3 months, so I got to see everything. I'm talking about underneath the strip, there are connecting tunnels to the various casinos there, and you can literally drive trucks and
yes.
they probably transport money back and forth. It's another world. Yeah. The same thing goes for Los Angeles. In LA, there are tunnels. This is where I live in Southern California. There are tunnels underneath downtown Los Angeles. Yes. That lead everywhere, all the way up to Pasadena. Actually, the freeway, 110 freeway going out of Pasadena, trucks are prohibited to drive on because there's a tunnel that leads from Caltech all the way to Long Beach.
Right.
So having these type of jobs, the job I have, you're privy to this information because of the technical side of the public safety. You're dealing with police and radio systems. So I was there when hearing that, and then when I heard you, this is like a couple of months after it happened, and you were talking about this incident. I was like, wait a minute, it just clicked and it made sense. And
you're referencing Gerard and Mandy Miller, right?
Correct. Yes.
Yes. Go on.
So it was definitely like I'm looking at my brother. I'm like, I was there. I was hearing this. Meaning, I was there at the dispatch center, hearing the phone calls come in and the chaos. But definitely, it was definitely something that I always remember, just because I'm like, hey, I was listening to this while it was going on, and
live.
Obviously, yes, Max Spears and all that comes to mind, and the tragedy with that. But it's just again. Just a little something that I always remember, talk to my brother about, and then I know I'm all over the place. I'm just excited finally to talk to you. And
you don't know how excited all of us are. And believe me, Mandy, of course, shares your kind of experience, where there's the personal kind of experience that touches into everything that I spoke about. She'll be talking a little bit about her father soon, but I want you to finish up what you're saying, because we're going to have you back on Sunday for basically a full show, as long as you're going to be able to stay with us. And Sunday you can stay for at least a few hours, right?
Hopefully so. Yes. I'll definitely keep in contact with you and let you know.
Please. Yeah.
Yes.
But go on with everything you want to right now, and to kind of, because what I'm so excited about was, you bring back so many memories when you talk about working with Motorola and the entirely different level of mechanical technology that we had in communications back then. Honestly, people have no idea how valuable it is just to have a landline, because, honestly, the cell phones are so, they're just, you can't trust them in so many emergency situations, and the landlines were the only things a person could trust in. These kinds of mechanical means of communication are so important during emergencies, and we just don't have enough of them anymore. But go on. Yes, you're.
Oh, okay. No, just to follow up what you're saying. Yes, so the way the government works is, at least here in Southern California and actually all over the country, is they actually have a built-in network now for radio systems, especially here in Los Angeles. A lot of the police stations here have their own radio systems. And the problem was when there was a police chase, which they're here every single day, they would have to they would hand over the communications to different police stations. And what got in the way was politics. People want control of the systems and all. So they made actually integrated a new system. At the time, it's called LtCol, and it's a radio system now where the police can it's a lot easier to network. So yes, it's almost a failsafe. And also, I was in the Bay Area as well, and the Bay Area also has a huge command center where they, in case when there is a big earthquake is going to happen, it's a public safety thing. So back to what I was saying. Yes. So I was there, and it's a little reference point that I have. And also, one last thing, I had friends that were Hmong. There were a Hmong community in our small town. Oh. And you put a lot of context to their culture. Obviously, students have enclaves and different cultures, and I would always see the altars they had in their community. It was an apartment complex, and I always wondered what they were. Obviously, I'm sure it was sacred, and they had their own religious things. But I remember having a dream, and I was sleeping. I might have been 14, 13 years old, and there was a sleep paralysis.
Yes.
It would happen every now and then. I never knew what it was. I was never ever afraid of it or anything. My dad would pray with us, and he would do a prayer before we went to sleep. So it was never something I was scared of, just because.
In other words, your family handled it within their own spiritual matrix, right, within the context of that, and it worked for you because you were not steeped in a vulnerability to the attacker.
Of course, yeah.
Go on.
And then it's just something you don't understand. Well, I guess but it did feel like it was something that wasn't good, I guess, and to put it in some terms. It just felt weird, right?
Right.
And then when you talked about the Choctaw and all that, it put things in context, and it just kind of connected the dots for me. And it's to me, it's very informal, and it just puts things in context. And I like to say that we're one of your supporters. I don't think fans to me make sense, because I've never been a person, and I don't mean to sound inappropriate, but I've never gone full retard for anything as far as understanding or being a fanatic about it. It's just putting things in context.
Oh, it's an important distinction. I mean, yes, I don't like the term fan either, because it implies fanatic. It's a short term for fanatic, which implies somebody who's simply a true believer without question. What you're talking about is something that you understand what I'm saying based on experience and based on knowledge, which few other people have, based on your professional responsibilities, which led you into other parts of the world that people cannot see, such as the tunnels. And you must have suspected, as I did, that the tunnels in Las Vegas the conspirators gave Gerard and Mandy Miller access to that for them to travel so quickly from one part to the other. Thank you.
Yeah, it's you understand it's the own system of transportation, and it's what the casinos use every day to travel, and homeless end up in there sometimes, and and the homeless
are all living underground in general in Las Vegas. Yes, because the weather is just too harsh above at night, and even in the daytime it's just too hard to live above ground for the homeless. But that's another subject, but I hope we can go into that on Sunday as well. So do go on.
And definitely. And then again, there were a lot of homeless there, but I was there at nighttime. We would do surveying for radio, finding dead spots here and there, and the cops would take me around, and they would drive around and show me Las Vegas. It's definitely a different place during the nighttime and the day. Daytime is day. No one's out. It's too hot. But yes. So, and that's just pretty much what I wanted to bring to the table, and just say that I'm a supporter. I definitely learned a lot, and I appreciate someone like you, Douglas, who's definitely a beacon of light to someone that I always tell my brother and I always say that it's just something that you have to someone like yourself, you have to sit and just listen and understand that, not try to internalize this information, because sometimes I can't relate to certain things. I can't relate to different lifestyles, Jameson and all these other people that are a part of your community. But it's a way for you to understand that the world is not black and white. And growing up in the church and growing up in Christian household, not to downplay or say that it wasn't a great place to grow up, because it is. Right. But at the end of the day, we're here to help people. We're here to understand people. And just because you're a believer of Christ or someone that believes in God, it doesn't mean it's self-serving. You're a servant of people and trying to help. And sometimes it's not, preaching on the corners or telling people they're wrong. It's just have empathy and showing the love of God and letting God work through you and letting God use you in his own way. And that's what I've learned listening to your program, is that everybody in different aspects of their lives, whatever they might be, God will use you, whether you believe in it or not. He will put a message in your heart, and just by your actions, God doesn't judge us by what our sins deserve, and eventually the good fruit will show, and you'll be an impact to someone's life, wherever that may be. But definitely, obviously, someone of your character and experience definitely is valuable to anybody seeking the truth and wanting to be a better person. And obviously putting things in context, understanding, and also having knowledge of self. That's one thing I've learned about you, is you have knowledge of self. What I mean by that is you understand your burden, you understand your walk. And if someone wants to question it, well, that's because to me, they're internalizing things. No, it's understanding the person, what they're going through, and seeing what you can get out of it, and letting that marinate, let that information, cultivate in your mind, and eventually you'll understand, or at least you'll be aware of it.
Yes.
And that's, to me, the beginning of understanding.
Oh, believe me, you're so treasured. I love Sammy Romero, your brother, and I love you yourself. And what we want to hear about are two things just before you take off for tonight. First, we're going to let you know that I've cemented it into the schedule for Sunday. I've dedicated the Sunday space time to Isaac Romero. I'm going to be calling you, keep me updated, of course, but if everything goes well, I'll be calling you at 5 p.m. Pacific Daylight Time on Sunday, the 19th of this month. And if, of course, something happens where you have to come on a little later, let me know. But as far as I'm concerned, you're welcome for as long as you can stay that night. And we'll be going through many things. But the two things that, just to give people kind of a concept of what you are, and believe me, I always hate this because people are so much more than what they do. But kind of like your profession, what you're doing now is what we would like to know, just kind of some of that. And also how you met your wonderful wife and what you're willing to share, or what you feel safe sharing about her, because obviously at least you now have adult supervision, and now we got to find Sammy someone to take him in, and we'll be set, unless he's already married and I don't know about it. But
yeah so one thing Douglas needs to understand, my brother and I are very private people, and what I mean by private is, to me, social media to me is just a perception. Obviously, it's people can be whatever they want. Again, to me, I've always used social media to me as a way to communicate with my family, check up on them. Having all these sisters that I have, it's a lot of personalities, and women change throughout the years. And it's sometimes discovering your own family, your sisters as women, not just, their sisters, because obviously it gets deeper as you get older. You're introduced to their personal lives, and it's different, right? It's different. So to me, I've always used it as a tool to kind of keep a pulse on my family. But to me, I've never really taken it serious. And you can look at my Facebook. I don't think I've updated it in like years. But to me, it's all in context. To me, I'm not one of these people that is out there. It's just, to me, I feel like I'm just a normal person, quote unquote. It's just, just who I am. But yeah, well, I met my wife. We've known each other. We've been dating for 6 years. she's a professional.
Oh my God, 6 years before you made the leap, the sea of matrimony. I'm glad it didn't dry up, but that's how people are these days. Yes.
To me, like, I've always been a person that plans things, keeping things in context. You know, growing up as a man, men mature a lot older. There needs to be a maturity process. Obviously,
slower. Men mature slower. Go on.
Yeah, correct. You know, we have fun and all that. But to me, I've always been the type of person that if you can't teach me something, I can't be with you. To me, I need tools in my life. I need perspective. I need someone who can stand on their own 2 feet and have an identity. Like, I don't like, the reason I like my wife is that everything that she's success is not based because of me. It's because of her. And obviously she's into like, she's, you know, into soccer. She's a soccer trainer, and I don't care about soccer. I care less. But hey, it makes good money. All of a sudden, you know, I care about it. But again, you learn. She's
in excellent physical shape, obviously.
Yeah, she's an athlete, and you know, she's a nurse as well, and she does a lot of charity work, and you know, it's something that kind of ties things together. And I like to see those 6 years as preparing for that blessing, for that marriage.
Understood.
You need to have that. It's definitely, marriage is not a what I've learned these short 6 months is it's definitely a
lifetime commitment. Yes,
correct, and it's selfless. But it's great to do it on your terms and understand what you're doing. I think I was at that age where I understand the commitment. It makes sense, and it's not out of desperation or survival. You know, I've always been the type of person, I don't want to learn things out of survivalness. Obviously, there are some benefits to it. It keeps you, you need to do it. But some things are enjoyed a little better when you have a choice.
Absolutely.
And I'm aware that I'm one of these people that have had that choice. But obviously, there's pros and cons to that. You know, that's my.
Well, I want you to know from what I can piece together, you're very much like Mr. George Knight in England, who's involved with the communications technology and helping England move into the 5th generation. And of course, they're suffering a lot of paranoid sabotage by the conspiracy crowd who believe that they're going to get fried by 5G, and so they
the police, you know, especially LAPD, the union is so backwards. There's so much. It's just, I can't even begin to, you know, as a contractor coming in, it's a culture in itself. So being aware. Oh, I also didn't mention to you, I worked for SpaceX for 2 years, and
oh my God. They're just launching now. Go
on. And you know, watching Elon Musk, this man was. I worked for them 2013, around 2012, 2013. I worked with them, and watching Elon Musk, how obsessed he still is obsessed with Mars. It was, I didn't understand it. You know, I want to get paid. I didn't care less.
Right.
But this man would literally, if anybody screwed up, especially engineers. All these kids were out of high school. College, graduate school.
Right.
He would fire them, just walk out. Just here, you are fired. You're out. That man, to me, that man is insane. But, and what I mean by that is he's determined, like he's obsessed, and obviously his celebrity has boosted his ego and whatever. I can care less. As long as the check's cleared, I don't give a damn. But those days were long. We're talking 17-hour long days. I was a production test engineer. So we just waited for parts to be finished, and we simulated space and all that. So it was definitely a culture in itself, aerospace. A lot of Northrop Grumman, a lot of Lockheed Martin people were there, and they were just strange to me because it's a culture. All they do is drill a hole all day. And they think they're you know, God's gift to man. But
Thank you.
I always assumed that I was always an outsider. I didn't care. But they had launch parties. You had engineers doing coke in the bathroom. It was just weird.
Yeah, it's actually normal for those assholes. But
it is definitely it is. And I always thought, like, okay, I guess it is. And then I've also worked in the sports industry, doing the same communication stuff. And
you've seen all the drug abuse there. Go on.
I'm telling you right now, the Lakers, they had women lined up in the back for these poor athletes. And they're literally setting them up to fail. I live at home. Can you guys move? We got equipment over here, and these ladies are there. Mind you, I don't care. I've always keep things in context. I don't like to be a part of anything that I'm not. You know, just because it's the job. you have to be professional, and there is a time and place for everything. And understanding who you are and having knowledge of self lets you weed away all those temptations that just don't make sense. Like, what am I going to do going to after party? Well, I'm the guy that fixes. No one cares. No one cares. You're there. You're a job. Get out.
And yet everybody's life depends on you, and they have no idea how life dependent they are on your services. Yeah. That's the incredible part. Amanda's father, who she'll be talking about soon, was just like that. He had all of these skills. It's amazing. Your engineering has brought you into these environments where you get to see what no one else really sees, but they only imagine or hear about through muckraking. But when you encountered this, and also you've probably encountered the kind of just how people ignore you, and that's something that you kind of, if a sensitive person would kind of internalize that, and it could fester and they could become very resentful. So you've done an enormous amount to take that and just let it slide. You've just learned to roll with it. But I know that you've had this, because I've had this as well in security. When I've been in uniformed security in the more public contracts, the horrible thing is how people ignore you and hold you in a kind of contempt. And I'm sure that you've felt that, where you've kind of, when you've had to ask people to move, it's almost like they look at you as if you're like some kind of trained animal or something who's going around, and just kind of like there is this contempt and there's this kind of ignorance. It's and it's maddening. It can be maddening, and I'm certain that has led to some moments where it's just you know,
it is frustrating. Yeah. You know, I also understand the culture. Each place has a culture. SpaceX had a weird culture. Every place has a culture, and understanding what you bring to the table. And on the end of the day, I'm doing my job. But if things, you know, go awry, it ain't gonna be because of what I'm responsible for. And then again, understanding the lifestyle. Hollywood is a very dark place. I don't know if there's been like 3 comedians have died because of fentanyl. And they were obviously buying coke, and it was turned out to be fentanyl. And
we can have fun with that on Sunday. You can tell people how comedians are the most depressed people on earth. The comedians are the worst. These are the people who lead very dark lives. They're all just on the edge of suicide. Their need for laughter, it's very hard. It's not like being an actor, where if you're an actor in a film, you don't get to see people booing you but the comedians, it's immediate. If you either hear people laugh or you don't, and if you're not getting the laugh back, if you're not getting the feedback, that's incredibly intimidating, and it destroys you on the inside. But by the way, it's the stupid SpaceX is it's either launching right now, or it's launching any second, or it's just launched. I mean, they were doing their thing tonight with this stupid all civilian crew. But anyhow, so go on.
Yeah, it's again, that's a culture in itself. I was burnt out. Like all those times they'll say, hey, you worked 17 hours? I think you work 18. Go up there and tell the lady there and she'll fix your hours. So money was an issue, to the point where you had there's ATM there where people would withdraw money. People would put their balances on top of the ATM just to brag how much money they had. And it was the personal business out there, and it was almost a competition. It was kind of sick, to be honest with you, just because you're pretty much a slave to that company, and you get all this money, but you can't even spend time with your kids, you know? So, you know, at the time I was single, and it was great, paid off my student loans and all that, but still, it was just, it definitely a culture in itself. And, you know, I'm the type of person that I want better for myself, you know, just because, money's
there's got to be more to life than that. That's very sad. Yeah. So go on.
And again, life is our journeys, and understanding where you are and enjoying that moment. If I'm a dishwasher, I'm gonna be enjoying the perks of a dishwasher. Many people may not see it that way, but there's life has a way of giving you that peace, even in the jobs that you don't think that it is, you know. And it's one thing, having a father at a certain age, he taught me. He was very patient, very understanding that you know, the things in life you need to understand in the moment why things are happening, and there's something that God has for you that's preparing you for that. And that's one thing that, you know, I've pretty much learned and you know, carry with me. And definitely listening to your program, and I'm among other things, has given me a community to reference things off of, to understand things, because I don't have the disabilities or the need to do substances and all that. And I'm not saying I'm better or anything. It's just how I was raised, how I was in the environment I was raised. Not, and not everyone that this is Dietrich comes from those lifestyles. And that doesn't mean that I'm a better or anything. It's just how the Lord, brought me into this world. But, the Lord giving me self-awareness and understanding and the knowledge of self, it definitely is giving me perspective and it's prepared me for where I'm at today. And honestly, I was a little bit worried, because I've heard this, throughout the years, I've heard stories of people gone missing and all the crazy people who turn their back on you and backstab you. I wanted to, I'm a supporter, I'm not one of these people that, wants anything from you or
I know that because you and your twin brother, and you, to use the correct English, have been around for a long time. And honestly, the both of you, if you were someone who was malevolent and attempting to try and insert themselves in a way that was intended with malevolence, then you would have done that long time ago. So I know that that's not the case.
Well, if I can afford to go to San Francisco, I've been there a couple of times for work, and I'm telling you, I don't know how you live there. It just amazes me going there. And actually, I was up there for my honeymoon, and my wife loved it. I'm like, yeah, I want to leave now. Just because I feel the buildings are going to eat you alive, but it's a different feeling. Obviously, I went to the Presidio and looked around, and I tell my wife some of this stuff, and we go back and forth just to I can't contextualize everything like my brother. My brother's actually really good at contextualizing things just because he listens to you at work, and he has time to process things, and but I do keep my pulse on the program and when I can, and definitely if you have my support wherever I can, to my best of my abilities and context, if you need it's anything, just, and obviously, to the best of my abilities. But, I'm a supporter, and I'm very happy to finally speak to you. This is actually my first time speaking to you, and it's very pleasant, and it's great. I'm a little nervous just because, a lot of things come to mind where you want to say or ask, but in due time, in context.
We'll have you on regularly once we get you on Sunday, and then we'll have you repeatedly. By the way,
of course,
yeah, go on.
Yeah, well, of course, when I'm available and all that.
Honestly, of course,
of course.
I'd like Amanda to kind of send you off. Mandy, are you still there, honey?
I am here.
Oh, yes. I'd like you to help us say goodnight to Isaac for right now. But in the meantime, Isaac, just before you go, I know how private you are and everything, but I just can't help but ask, are you and the wife planning any children in the future?
Well, of course, yeah, man. She's a Mexican. I told her, if I hold your hand, you're pregnant. No, but we're definitely planning towards that. We're definitely planning to have children, and hopefully soon. Yeah, hopefully soon, definitely. Obviously, it's a huge life change, so we're enjoying our young marriage. And yes, definitely in due time we will.
Bless you. And that's wonderful. And certainly all my love, and share my love with your wife and your brother, Sammy. And say goodnight to Mandy, and then I'm going to have you talk about your dad for a bit. Okay. Yeah.
Sure.
You can tell us what his lifestyle reminds you about your dad, right? There are some overlaps, aren't there not?
It definitely, it most definitely did, for sure. I'm very interested to hear more. And you said he was coming back on Sunday?
Sunday, yes. And if we can have you with us to check in, that'd be wonderful. So go on, honey. Yeah. Honey, go on. Oh, please. Oh, are you with us? Did she? Oh, yes.
I'm sorry, my mic's muted. Sorry.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
So yeah, I'm very interested to hear more and kind of go over those similarities of it. Absolutely.
Okay. All right. Wonderful. And so good night for now, Isaac. We're going to talk more on Sunday. Keep me updated. I'll give you a call.
All right, God bless.
Yeah. Good night for now. Best wishes. And drive safely. Stay safe. And now we're going to bring on Mandy. And Mandy, tell us a little bit about what's going on everywhere. Catch us up to date on what's going on with you before you go into your dad. A little bit about, some people have asked, there was an individual who was kind of going, a little compulsive in the chat room the other night, but he brought you up and he says, oh, the bamboo lady. And I'm not quite sure that you're the bamboo lady anymore. Is that a thing of the past, or is that something that is just on a back burner for now?
I have it on a more of a local, small scale level at the moment, doing local sales. Not quite importing. I did just make a new little gazebo for somebody out of bamboo. So I am just not currently importing or doing any large events with it. So I'm a I don't know what you'd call a part-time bamboo lady.
That's so cute. Oh, so it's just there. It's there. So you will still call you bamboo lady then. That's fine. And do you still want to promote that? Do you want to give out any information about it? Is there any place that people can contact you about that service? Or do you even want that? It's
well, honestly, through you, if anybody hearing it, I really don't. I have not been in my Facebook for
ever.
A very long time. I don't regularly check on it. I don't know when I would be doing events again, but if anybody has questions or needs some guidance or does have a project and they're over in my side of town, they're more than welcome to ask or whatnot. So I know some people are still importing. It just depends on maybe what you want to do and if it's worth it with the climate right now, as far as being able to get things over here from Asia and Mexico and such, in India.
Okay. But definitely, it's up to you if you want to give anybody any contact ability at all. If not, don't worry about it. We know how busy you are with your children, and I've gotten the impression that this is more your life now. Is this in-home schooling that everybody's been forced into? But how is that going to change now with the COVID coming to kind of not an end, but they're forcing people back into school? Your children will be impacted by this, yes?
So my school that my kids do go to in a part-time basis, they're doing in-person school starting in 2 weeks. Right now we're just on doing Zoom calls, and I loathe the software. I hate using Zoom, but
thank you.
And it is doing short classes, so they'll be in 1 hour chunks with breaks in between. So it's just kind of touch and go. The public schools have gone full school, and it's full mask for that. And we're still going to stick to our homeschool and our small little community school, and just kind of probably do the whole next year this way. It helps limit contact with other kids as well, and just kind of keeps them trekking along on the kids that they do know and the teachers they know, and yeah, it's my son. It's kind of funny. The other day, he saw a little factoid on a YouTube thing, and it was talking about how most boys have had their first kiss by the age of 14. And he was saying, "Curse COVID! It's robbed me of my adolescence." And so,
oh my God,
he's definitely lamenting that
cute.
part of high school, young dude time.
Oh my God.
So,
oh, that's, yes. Well, I mean, but he's not even 14 years of age yet, is he?
He is. He turned 15 in May, so he had to spend. Yeah, so they've been in this school lockdown since last spring, I think. So
it feels like forever at this point.
It does. It really does.
And so in terms of, so tell us a bit about your father. And he also was kind of an engineer or a technical expert. He even developed some things. Tell us a bit about all this.
Yeah, my dad kind of did everything. He'd be one of those people where some subject would come up or somebody else would share something, and suddenly he'd just be like, oh yeah, I used to do deep sea diving, or, oh yep, I flew helicopters and small planes, and, just photography, this, that, just, he was a man of many skills and trades. I miss him dearly.
His death was mysterious, right? There was all
yeah,
kinds of things.
There's a lot of high strangeness with it. I did start to notice that his memory went downhill. He always had, not always, he had of recent time been having an issue with possibly the onset of Alzheimer's. And he wasn't that old that he should have been having the issues that he was having. But things just suddenly went very weird, very fast. And how I found out, and how he was left alone, and just, there
were questions about the property too. Was it the evil members of the family that were trying to steal that, or?
Yeah. Yep.
Yes. And
yeah. So it definitely sucks. Some people are very greedy, and you don't really know it until somebody in the family goes, and there's something to gain. I don't know. It's when people die, other people, I don't know. People are different about death, and things and items, and I know I'm not the only family member to have gone through this and have that sort of issue. The property was one of which, I and my brothers built with my dad when we were very young, but I still remember peeling logs and putting my handprints in the concrete in the foundation.
Oh my God! And is that still there within the house?
Yeah. Yep. It's still there. They added on to it. He did additions to it, and it's still a really nice, great property and log cabin and log house. Mm-hmm. And it's a spot where, I took my kids, my brothers took their kids. We, had lots of holidays and whatnot there. And it's kind of a family house, and it always has been. And so for one section of the family to claim it and take it for theirs, it's absolutely opposite of what my father would have wanted. Right. I don't care whose name it's in. I don't care who he actually gave it to, but I also know my father did want it to be open and available for the entire family, mm-hmm. all grandchildren included. Mm-hmm. So, yeah, it's nasty. It's bitter. I prefer not to think about it.
I don't blame you. I'm so sorry for bringing it up, but again, it's unavoidable.
No, it's okay. It's okay. Yeah. I just don't dwell on it, I guess I should have said.
Right, understood. Understood. And so in terms of your father's skills and ability, what was it that he did in the military, or is it we just don't know?
So I don't exactly know. I do know it had to do with engineering and electrician. I do know he was at the... I believe, is it the Red Rocks?
Might be, yeah.
Castle, where they were doing the Jupiter rockets for going into space.
I can't. Yeah, go on. He was there, right? Yeah.
Yep. He worked on the stuff, although he did not specifically work on the shuttle to the moon, but he worked in parts and pieces, and that's as much as I know. He was in Vietnam, though he did not get sent to Vietnam. He and his partner were sent to Germany to do the engineering over there and the radio. And so he and his partner were the only two out of their whole platoon, aside from a small group of 4 men, I believe, that did make it back from Vietnam from their particular group.
Right.
But that's only because he and his partner were in Germany. And I really don't know too much. He did not talk about it. He did not. Once his time was up and he was free to go, he did not re-enlist. He got out of there, and he didn't speak too much more about that.
Right, right.
He and his partner, he was an engineering friend up in Alaska, and I just remember that they would do. He was also in the military, but they had these old Tesla blueprints, and they would just remake Tesla's inventions and get them up and working and have fun with it for a month, sometimes a couple years, and replicate a machine or this or that, and then go on to the next one. And that was their fun time.
Right, right. Oh my God. And so in terms of your father, he tried to help you with so many of your computer problems. So somehow he knew a lot about computers. He must have been in on their early development.
He did know how to build computers, make computers. We always had the original computer geek stuff, the old original Atari, the Condor, I forget. I'm sorry, I forget whatever that other
The TRS 90, maybe the Trash 90 or something.
Yeah. So I remember, always hanging out with my dad and geeking out over the latest this or that, or he would build this or that, and it was very nice to have somebody with that kind of skill in the family, for sure.
Yes, but even he said that what was being done to your computers was something he couldn't figure out.
Yeah, absolutely. There was stuff when, he would just look at it and go, well, that's not supposed to be able to do that. Or I don't know why that happened, and we're going to have to just wipe your stuff or get a new unit. And he would get me a new hard drive or a new this or a new that, and he'd remake my computer.
Right.
I would send him my phones, my laptops, my memory cards, things that for some reason my files and photos would constantly be wiped or corrupted, and he was regularly trying to retrieve as much as he could for me.
What's so bizarre about this, in a positive sense, is that he could do this at all because he comes from a background where we've just made that distinction with Isaac Romero, the difference between the mechanical nature of early communications, which would have been the environment that he essentially evolved in, and the high technology kind of communications that we have today. So in other words, somehow he bridged that gap. And this was because, as we said, he was involved with the early creation of these computers in the days when, of course, the Department of Defense was financing so much of that kind of development. And this is why, of course, I think Stephen Outram hated you so much personally. It was something about your father must have been one of the early pioneers that Stephen Outram had always envied. That makes sense, does it not?
It makes absolute sense, and I never thought about that. I really didn't tie that together, but I can absolutely see that.
Yes, and and go on, please. By all means.
Oh, I'm just thinking, my goodness, that just makes so much sense. I mean, I remember as a very little kid, when you'd see interviews of Bill Gates coming on, and he's talking about the new Windows things coming on. My dad's talking about, I know that a-hole, he stole that, and he would just go off on a tyrant about he's just a greedy little thief, and forcing programmers and creators like him to not be able to control their software. And he was putting a stranglehold on patenting down patents and whatnot, and blocking people from making their own things. And besides, he stole it in the first place and tried to claim it as his own. So
yes, I've always said that you had these individuals who got the big name in computing, whether they're Steve Jobs or Bill Gates. These are not incredibly brilliant types. It's not in the old days of Tesla and Edison where you had men of genius going at each other because of their egos. Rather, these are egomaniacs who are simply very clever copyright thieves. And,
exactly, yes.
And so, honey, with that in mind, take us to the top of the hour. I'm just so honored that you were able to join us tonight. And of course, I did talk a little bit with our man, Jameson, about this. Jameson has cats. Jameson is a cat lover. My late and sainted father was a cat lover beyond all reason. They used to call him Catman in the Navy, of course, because, you know, he would take it upon himself at landfall to make certain to gather cats around him on the base, or he would make certain to maintain a cat on the ship. And ships did allow a cat oftentimes as a mascot, or a dog as well, or both. But in terms of the kind of man my father was, he always felt it like I was personally attacking him or disappointing him by having been born allergic to cats. I mean, I do cuddle them. I love them. I can't stay with them as, you know, as housemates, but in terms of yes, overexposure to them, and all kinds of things happen with my eyes where they begin to get incredibly bloodshot. But in terms of cats, the one thing when you said somebody had abandoned all those little kittens, now I'll admit, of course, I would never have had the heart to kill them with chloroform or something. My father, of course, was a victim of that when he was in the Navy on certain bases. A commanding officer would give the order that we can't have all these cats around. Somebody would be sent out to dispatch them and drown them. You know, it would just be horrific. They would have to do that, of course, when my father wasn't around, or when my father was on leave or inebriated, so that he wouldn't, of course, violently intercede. But in terms of this sort of thing, I do, like I said to Jameson, I mean, the world's not short on cats, and we do have to take note of the fact that things happen where they're killing a lot of avian life, and when it came to one very rare bird was followed all around the world, and when it finally landed in one place, like domestic house cat jumped on it and killed it. I mean, there's these sorts of things. It's like you know, honestly, it's like, you know, hopefully those cats never run into such, you know, murderous results. But just honestly, you know, what can I say? I'm ambivalent. It's just, I couldn't kill them myself, but it's one of those things where. So you took them in, and how are they doing now?
They're doing fabulous. They're playing. They're healthy. My kids are ecstatic. They just lost so many pets this year that, you know, foster raising a batch of tiny little fluffy cute kittens is definitely good right now.
Yeah.
So, and you know, I totally agree with the cats and the abandoned animals and how they do take over. It's like the snakes in Florida. People that would have them as pets and then just release them, and they're just getting to these god-awful sizes and numbers. And, you know, it's a human problem. We mess them up a lot, and there isn't a natural order to help take care of either oversaturation or, you know, another poor, you know, area that's just getting decimated. So Hawaii has those orders.
Yes.
For pets coming in, because just that, people were bringing in their whatevers, and they were killing off everything from just the local plant life and frog life up to very rare special birds and whatnot. So, you know, I don't know what we do about that, but.
Mm-hmm. And well, it's what we do is we hopefully neuter and spay, you know, the majority.
Yes, spay and neuter, and, you know, catch and release, and, you know, do what you can, and don't be a jerk, and, you know, if you take a living being in, you need to take care of it. If you don't want to, don't get one, you know?
Right.
I don't know what to say.
Now, of course, I wouldn't recommend this for people to follow this kind of behavior, but I really wasn't all that offended personally when that one veterinarian girl she was a veterinarian. She was a professional veterinarian. She lost her job because she, you know, what happens is, by the way, for people who don't understand this, if you're a veterinarian, it's a very strange position to be in, because veterinarians are, you know, they're working with animals who are sick and dying all the time. And they're also responsible for putting animals out of their misery and killing them. So, you know, a veterinarian veterinarian is not what you might think. And so this one veterinarian who'd been very calloused by her job, she was caught where she had posed very much like a hunter, where, one of the local feral cats, some big Tom or something, was in the area, and she basically, she blew it away with a crossbow, and she showed herself posing with the bolt through it, like she'd killed the lion. And so it was something I would never have held it against her, but she lost her job. Everybody condemned her as if she were a psychotic, but they've never been in the position of a veterinarian. And how would you feel about seeing something like that? When you see something like that, what's your personal response?
So with that personal case, I did follow that one, and I do agree with the outrage, because it turned out this tomcat actually was a house cat.
Oh,
he was not feral.
Holy
Where
shit.
this woman, so the thing is where this woman did it, she was not out hunting. She was not out she was in now these houses, there's a lot of land in between them. And there's, it's not like a city block to block, house to house neighborhood, but it was in a neighborhood area. And having lived in that neighborhood, everybody knew that people had cats and dogs and that they did roam around. So where she went and did this, there were also other domestic cats running around. She absolutely has a point. There are other feral cats out there. There's other ways to do it. And with kids around and in a neighborhood imposing like that, I know my kids help feed feral cats, put it and
yeah, not expect consequences, right? That's
right.
Oh my God, I had
and make a horrible mistake and kill somebody's pet, like, duh.
Oh my God, I mean, I had no idea. I mean, that's incredible. It's like, you're right. That was a lot of lack of thought. That was. I wonder if she was high.
She wasn't out hunting, and she saw and knew and blah, blah, blah. And even then, like, hunting and killing is supposed to be for, food. I don't agree with trophy hunting, anything.
Okay.
Killing is killing. And if it's needless and if it's for enjoyment, that's a problem.
I hear what you're saying. At the same time, we do have to credit hunters with the preservation of a lot of game preserves. So there is.
That's if there is a reason, if there needless killing because look what I can blow away.
Oh, that of course that's psychotic. Yes,
it's psychotic.
Yeah. And by that, just so people understand what I mean, it's one of the signs of psychosis is people who are cruel to animals as they grow up. So that's one of the signs of psychosis. The lack of empathy that people have for animals is a certain sign that they're not going to have any empathy for humans either. So the point is well taken. And by the way, so Mandy, I want you to stay with us and keep checking in. And if you're at all available when Peter's done, then by all means, because you're on the California time zone with me, you're up as long as I am usually. I know that much. If you're able to come back on later tonight, please do so, okay? All right.
Oh, absolutely.
And for right now, if you'll be gracious enough to sage your way over to Peter Moon, introduce him. I know you know more than enough about him, but you can introduce him as the co-author of our book and tell people what you know about that, if you know anything at all about the book or what little you know of it.
The last time we spoke about it, you guys had just released it, I believe. It was available is on Amazon. Yes. I might be incorrect about that.
Oh, no, not at all. Oh. And do you remember the title?
I don't, darling, because I think that was still something the last I heard was being spoken about. I apologize. I should know this.
Oh, no. You're very busy. It's the Roswell deception and the demystification of World War II. The full title is very important. Otherwise, people will come across this chicken shit little work of fiction that has nothing to do with us. And so just make certain to also look up by Douglas Dietrich and Peter Moon. And it's available on Amazon. And make certain to put your 5-star review. And as well, of course, we have it available directly through Peter Moon at skybooks.usa.com. You and I will talk more about that soon, but in the meantime, keep checking in with us throughout the night, okay, honey?
Fabulous. Sounds good. Have a great night.
Love you. And love you dearly. Share that with your children. With that, we bring on Peter Moon. So Peter Moon, this is, of course, a very ambivalent night. It's a very ambiguous night. It's the birthday eve day of the late Michael Aquino. And so I thought...
It's October. He's not September.
It's October. Oh, shit. How did I get confused again? You're right. It is October. That's right. And for some reason, September was important to him. And it was almost as important as his birthday. And for some reason, I believe it was his occult birthday, he always celebrated on September. He celebrated pretty much on this night tonight. So the date is how would I say it? It was something that between he and I, this was what was expressed as what he called his true birthday. It might have been because he was born a dead child and he felt that this was like the day he should have been born. But there was something to do with the occult ritual and the presentation. He felt that he had gestated or had been gated into the womb at around this time. And it was, this is something that I've encountered before with myself, and I brought this up in the past. So when it came to this, and I spoke to Mandy Ute about it, we just talked about her father. Her father's birthday is on the same day as Michael Aquino's. The date would be the date of the Nuremberg hangings. But as you can see, she came on tonight and talked about it as if it were tonight. And, we both fell into that, how would I say it, that rut. So anyway, regardless, my having fallen into that rut that Aquino put me into with the kind of way he celebrated ahead of time for his own occult reasons, we'll roll with it. And with that...
excuse me, I have a very good
please.
Entry point, because although I did not finish the entirety of it, I did listen to your arc of narrative when you were going into the heart, the Japanese
kokoro. Yes.
Art of the heart.
Yes.
And also the stuff about heart math and coherency. Yes. And I think when you're talking about Michael Aquino, here you have a inversion of the heart.
Yes.
And you have an inversion with the whole birth process. He's born dead.
Yes.
For lack of a better word.
Yes. No, he truly was born dead. He was a blue baby, and born. Now, a blue baby doesn't necessarily mean that the baby's born dead, but it usually means it's as good as it's born without the heartbeat or the circulation. So that's why it's blue. Of course, sometimes babies can be born blue and they're breathing and they simply don't have enough oxygenation in the blood. But in his case, as Jameson Rees points out, he was reanimated, which was a point he was quite proud of. So in terms of the conceit, the conceit was that whoever was supposed to be delivered was not delivered, and that Michael Aquino, as a summoned entity, summoned by the ritual of the hangings at Nuremberg, took its place, the place of the soul that should have been in there. But it's since the plans for the hangings began around this night on September 16th, it's this night that Aquino feels that himself as an entity was summoned. And that was just to clarify that for people. So this date was far more important to him than his actual birthday. One of the other things to point out is, of course, his mother was very much on the art scene, and she was, of course, someone who was often served as a naked model for artists in her day, but she was also affiliated with the creation of the arts, and was rather famous in the bohemian culture of Berlin at the higher levels of society, not the kind of starving artists like you'd find in Prague, but actually like the art establishment you would find in the studios.
Germanic?
Yes, yes. His mother was somewhat Germanic. See, this is the point. Her husband, the father, was Italian, and he was the money man. He was the guy who was dealing with real estate, and he was the guy who actually was half Filipino, which of course was like the dark secret, which, I would always deny per Aquino's order. It wasn't a request, it was an order that I would deny his Filipino heritage to everyone and anyone who asked, because everybody would ask. And it was obvious that Aquino was not fully white. To most people, they would look at him and say, the name, everything else about him, they'd say he's Filipino, right? Or has some Filipino blood, which of course in the military was nothing unexpected, because of the colonization of the Philippines was such a overwhelmingly militarily dominated enterprise that, all kinds of people in the military had that. Just like there were enough blue-coated rapists in the frontier army to provide all Americans with a little Native American blood, But in the case of Michael Aquino, I got so reflexively used to denying it that for years, even when I was interviewed on radio, I would often say, when people asked about it, I'd say, "Oh no, he's not Filipino." And it took me so long to overcome that. But in terms of his mother, it's the reason why his middle name was Angelo. His actual full name is MICHÆL-ANGELO. It's Michelangelo Aquino, which most people don't know, but he severed it into a hyphen so that it would be his middle name, Michelangelo Aquino. He actually was not born with a middle name. So it became Michael A. Aquino on the forms, but he was actually born Michelangelo Aquino. That his mother named him after the artist, and it was just what she hoped he would become. And he had enough skill. His cursive writing was certainly Islamic in the nature of its cursiveness. He took his initials, which he personally wrote into his most valued books. You could see that his initials on those books would be like, had time invested into them. So it would come out looking like Islamic cursive scripts. And for those of you who are culturally unfamiliar, because Islam, in its more reactionary practice, outlaws the portrayal of human beings, which is idolatry, then they instead compensate for it with incredibly cursive writing, a form of calligraphy. And that's what I'm referencing when I talk about Aquino's own writing being at that level. And of course, it was the lost art of cursive writing that he preserved. I could relate to him in preserving that lost aspect of humanity. So please take over from there. And if you've heard enough about what I was saying about the heart, mind, and the fact that the kokoro, the Japanese and the Chinese word being shin, which you yourself alluded to, you brought that up yourself, is why I went.
Well, there's a discipline called Xinyi, yes, in martial arts, Xinyi.
Yeah. And so take it from there, honestly.
Well, I talk, I'm not particularly well versed in Xinyi, but it was brought to my attention. One of my fellow students was reading a book on it. It's the heart and the mind. It's Xinyi is heart and mind, and putting your heart in the mind. And I think on the subject of martial arts, and I've watched, I see a lot of demonstrations of martial arts on YouTube. There's an abundance of them, and it's what I find. I don't know. You could call it disturbing. I could call it
that's a good word for it. Yeah.
More distracting than disturbing. There is all of this wham, bam, 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 bam. Like, look at how tough I am. Look at how good I am. Look at how accomplished I am. Indeed, these people, can break boards. They can do stuff. But there's also fake ones. Daniel Aural has been great to point these out from time to time.
Yes.
But in the end, your biggest enemy in life is not the people who watch YouTube videos or that want to outdo you or who make YouTube videos.
It's yourself.
These formidable martial artists, the greatest enemy you will have in your life is yourself.
Yes.
And when you're talking about the heart math and the coherency, now it's good to be able to defend yourself. That some people teach self-defense for women, and this is all well and fine. But I don't see these people, even when they talk about health, they're not teaching you anything about health, except for the fact that moving around is better than not moving around. Many of the practices I see or the instructions are damaging to the physical body, and in the same respect, damaging to the soul. Not all of them. And some of the Tai Chi movements, people are attracted to the beauty of the movement of Tai Chi. These people are better off studying ballet, save for the fact that ballet can ruin your toes.
Yes.
It can just destroy your toes. Ballet, one of my favorite football players, John Stallworth, who was the heart and soul of the famous Pittsburgh Steelers teams of the 1970s, he didn't get the credit. He was a tough guy and a great receiver. He would practice ballet to balance himself. Nobody would believe that because he didn't look like somebody. He wasn't a ballerino, you know. And but he studied ballet to balance himself. But yes, people are attracted to the aesthetics of Tai Chi movements, and they're all well and fine, but the essence is in the breath and the breathing. But in any case, you're big, whatever you're doing, and the heart math is beautiful. The heart, everything you're saying about the heart is beautiful because this builds coherency, and you want coherency in life. You want coherency with your family. You want coherency with your colleagues at work, with your neighbors. The more coherency you have, the more you inherit. And when I'm talking about inherit, I'm not talking about money. I'm talking about inheriting the wealth of life experience and the joy of life. And this is something that people need to cultivate. You can even cultivate joy in spite of the division we have in our world right now between, you know, vax and anti-vax, Republican and Democrat. Seems to go along those lines. And this, you know, people, you can build coherency across the line because you don't have to get into arguments with people about their stance on vax. Sometimes you can't go past a certain point with them. One of my friends has a girlfriend who's completely threatened by his worldview because he doesn't believe in the standard story of 9/11 or the standard story of Anthony Fauci or any number of standard stories. And she finds this very threatening to her own worldview, which is on, you know, on popsicle sticks, because she has existentially explored them to the point where his worldview is threatening, even to the point where he doesn't have to push it on her. She'll bring it up. He doesn't want to talk about it. She'll bring it up. And it's, you know, you have here is she can't coherently relate to him. And there's a refusal to coherently relate to him because there's a refusal to inspect this information. Now, you don't have, you know, I mean, people can only go a certain point in studying 9/11 or any number of misadventures perpetrated on us by the government. I just saw a bit of news today on CNN.
Yes.
There were 5 gymnasts who were testifying before Congress because they were part of the U.S. Olympic team, the top women's gymnasts, and they had been molested by the Olympic doctor. I mean, to the point where he was crawling on them and, crawling on them and doing more. But he's already in jail because he's got numerous accounts of molesting women.
Right.
And I don't understand. Look at these women gymnasts must be superb athletes. They could have kicked this guy's ass. He looked like a small little Middle Eastern guy. Mm-hmm. He was not an impressive character in terms of his size or musculature. I'm surprised they didn't, kick the hell out of him. However, what they were complaining about was the FBI's malfeasance, because this had all been reported to the FBI. Congress was investigating the FBI. They had the head of the FBI saying, well, I'm the FBI guy saying I'm just as dismayed as you are, because he wasn't on the watch then.
Right.
And it's like the FBI is so dismissive. You told your stories about the FBI.
Yes.
And it shows that this is a completely untrustworthy organization. Of course, it has a long history of being that. What is more dismaying is not the FBI's malfeasance or ill behavior. What is more dismaying to me is people's acceptance of the FBI as anything remotely good, decent, credible, or working for the interests of the people of the United States.
At all, yeah.
I mean, it's like, why do people, and it's like the FBI, the good name of the FBI, what is this? It's like, they are, it's outrageous and egregious, and so what? It's like, this is old. They are there to bully, obfuscate, and it's not that they can't come to the rescue in certain instances. They're capable of that. But
only if politically motivated. Yes, they are a political police force, and that's the aspect that people just don't tend to understand. What people need to understand is what people already assume about every other nation on Earth. When people hear about the KGB, when people hear about the Gestapo, when people hear about any other nation's secret police, the first thing they assume is that it's a political police force, and that these people are not going to respond unless there's a political agenda involved. And yet somehow, when it comes to the United States, then Americans are in denial. So this is basically a world out of context. People have, basically, they have no concept that the United States is a normal nation. This is the concept of the United States or America as the exceptional nation, when in reality, it's the model for corruption. So go on.
Well, yes, and it reminds me of, I think, Radu Cinema wrote to me in the early days of the release of his first book, and he said his publisher was curious as to why there hadn't been more sales of the book. Now the book did, it was okay. It was a healthy book, but I explained to him, I said, do you think I'm getting, patted on the back by major media or any media? No. He understood when I told him. But, yeah, it's like one has to understand the nature of the business one is involved in dealing with this stuff, and it's not like he's going to be welcomed.
Yeah, it's simply something that in Eastern Europe, of course, they have their own, shall we say, misconceptions. Basically, I'll say they're precious delusions about America, where everyone believes the streets are paved with gold here, essentially. And many people in Eastern Europe think that, the Americans have got it great, and that when they do a business deal with America, somehow that's going to bring them directly into connection with Hollywood, and that, America is the land where movies are made, and therefore, automatically there's going to be a movie contract out of this. It's people have no concept of what it's like. This is why Salman Sheikh, who is going to England, and everybody he's sent me some voicemail today. I haven't had a chance to review it yet, but I will. But he's a wonderful individual. He's all prepping for his trip to England and spending time there. May even be en route as I speak. But he always tells everyone, don't come to America, because they have no idea what they're getting into. He is able to adapt simply because he's been here long enough, but he was through the ringer himself, and it's something that he was here young enough where, well, he could roll with it, but most people could not, and they just find themselves living exactly a worse life than they had they stayed home, a worse life they would have led had they stayed home. So understand, America is one of the worst places you can go to, and people just don't get it.
I would say and this is regards to the Indian caste system you're talking about.
Yes. Yeah.
My wife has an Indian friend, mm-hmm. and she really helped him out during hard times. He was brilliant. He was genius on many levels, mm-hmm. but he was being used and abused by the company he worked for, right. because he didn't have I think he had a student visa, and he was, working for this company, and it really wasn't maybe 100% kosher. Mm-hmm. But they took advantage of him in the extreme, and he was keeping the company together in a lot of respects. And
isn't that always the case? It's kind of like Paula herself, right? Go on.
That was a different company, different situation, and so anyway, she even loaned him the money to get his green card, mm-hmm. because his wife wouldn't do it. His wife comes from a rich family. She wouldn't give him hardly anything.
And what was that about?
It's weird. It's a whole weird dynamic. I won't go into it, but and then he stopped communicating with her, and she wrote him off. Right. She was pissed, and they finally reconciled. He did pay her back, even after he paid her back. He did pay her back a long time ago. Right. And he realized, what a wonderful person she was to do this. Yeah. And he felt very bad about it. But he's happening. He's happening on many levels, mm-hmm. because he's going to get his green card, mm-hmm. his real green card. And I'm very happy for him. Mm-hmm. But I realized, and he's just one example, I'm saying many Indians are, and he comes from a very messed up situation. I think a Christian family in India. It's really weird. But really nice guy. Mm-hmm. But the thing is, these Indians, there's so many of them that are so sharp and so shrewd, and they're dealing with big money, and there's lots of opportunities for them in their own world. Like, they're coming in here. You're not going to see, I don't see my daughter's generation being involved in that sort of stuff. Mm-hmm. They're moving and shaking stuff. And then, of course, if you know more Indians, you're in that world. It's not even about being prejudiced of not getting in that world. They're in their own world because they know each other. Mm-hmm. And they are reviving certain aspects of commerce on Long Island. They're about big business. They're pushing up the real estate market in their own right. So, in other words, it's a happening culture economically. I can't, and you know what? And they're often, not always, much more understanding to talk to about alternative medicine.
Mm-hmm. Well, that makes sense. Yes. Oh.
Sometimes they can be pretty robotic, but by and large, it's a more intelligent culture in many respects. Mm-hmm. In many respects, and I can I can relate to them better than I could people who've, grown up and got a standard American education and, believe in Barack Obama, Donald Trump, or whoever. So there's
in terms of go on.
Go ahead.
Oh no. You're doing well.
Well, but back we were talking about coherency and the heart.
Yes.
And this is the whole key thing. It's about communicating. This is a big subject, and it's very good.
Well, you noticed it took me hours. It took me the rest of the remainder of the transmission to really even go through the basics of it.
What's more important than what you offered to people, and I don't mean to minimize the importance of that, is your own traversing through that territory for yourself so as to integrate it into what you're offering the world as a writer. And because what is of course, the Roswell deception just shows you how heartless the world was.
Yes.
That, the icons of the world, from FDR to Harry Truman, to all of the above, to the America, the Air Force, completely heartless. And Emperor Hirohito, who was certainly acting with effectiveness rather than with heart, was protecting the heart of his own empire.
Yes.
Like treating these people like they were cockroaches, but even giving them, the cockroaches, more respect than they deserved. So that is he had a much bigger. He was operating with coherency.
Thank you.
With coherency for his empire and for humanity as well, because he wasn't looking to destroy human beings for the sake of destroying human beings. It was done out of necessity of the situation, at least from his perspective.
Thank you.
And he succeeded. He is probably the most successful politician and warrior in modern history.
Thank you. Yes, very much so. And whether or not the Japanese people realize it, if you asked the average Japanese person today anything about Emperor Hirohito, they would have almost nothing to say. They would have almost nothing that they know of consequence or of substance. But yet he is the only emperor of 3,000 years of history that has a holiday. Not even the first emperor, Jimmu Tenno, the legendary first emperor of Japan, has a holiday. So it's only Emperor Hirohito who has this holiday in Japan. And so that should tell everybody there was a general understanding that he did more for them than any other human being in history to have earned that. But nobody in Japan would be able to articulate why in any of the general public. And very few people, even in the higher ranks of, you'd have to be dealing with people within the imperial court itself that would be able to explain it. And of course, they wouldn't talk because of the nature, the almost Gothic nature of that kind of environment.
Well, this brings up a very interesting parallel in the world of sports. And this has to do with Jackie Robinson, the first recognized black player in Major League Baseball. It must have been the 1980s, there was outrage amongst baseball traditionalists within the game itself that most of these young black players didn't even know who Jackie Robinson was. They had no recognition. They didn't even know who he was. And they didn't care. And so but he had paved the way for black people in American baseball. So there was this big PR campaign to make him, they were considered outrageous that he was so forgotten and therefore abused by history, or at least this is within baseball. And so now they have his number retired in every major league baseball stadium, whether, and everyone, and also nobody can wear that number anymore. His number was 42. He can't wear number 42.
Wow.
Now, what is interesting about this, so therefore you have a monument, I say this metaphorically because it's a number 42 in each stadium, that is a testament to the fact that Major League Baseball was a completely racist organization.
Yes.
Yeah, that's funny. You think about, oh yeah, this is great. Jackie Robinson's great, and he was. But it's really, look what they're saying. Jackie Robinson's greatness is minimal compared to the outrageous racism that was extant prior to his entrance into the game in 1947. Same year as Roswell. Came in with Roswell. Yeah, I mean, what outrageous, egregious racism. It's and they don't realize it. It's in their own stadiums.
Yes.
And
thank you.
I think most baseball fans, are, and maybe Latino. A lot of baseball's big in the Latino world.
Yes.
It's not popular as much with the black community, or at least there's not as many players because they say at inner city they like basketball. They don't have the fields to play with or whatever. I don't know the truth of all that.
I think it's just because there's that legacy of the Negro League kind, whereas basketball, it was more organic, and more people were playing basketball just kind of like, in other words, it was one of those things where the black community kind of looks at it as a thing of the past, where the older generation was participating in that to break in, and but they more enjoy the basketball as opposed to the baseball. For one thing, I would just imagine baseball's
still involved in basketball. A lot more gymnastic skill in basketball than there is in baseball.
Well, I was about to say baseball strikes me as too sedate for a lot of black people because they're very much into action and participation, direct participation. Anyhow, Jameson says volleyball is better than both, but I'm sure all he's thinking about is watching the tits bounce up and down with the girl teams. But that being said, we can. He's welcome to correct me on that if he wishes, but I think he's just there to watch him spike. All right. Going back to where we were with either sports or the situation with the shall we say, when I had also brought up the other episode, obviously the latest transmission where I went into heart mind was, and I'll have to cover some of that again tonight, believe it or not. For people who think this is outrageous, there's still so much more to talk about. One thing being that I opened up with the threads through the heart, and how these threads intertwine people in fate. This is the Japanese belief system, and so I think that
you talked about the beginning of that, and
yes.
That was fascinating.
Thank you.
But I don't know if you went back to it because I didn't finish the last hour.
Oh, so I didn't get the chance. So I'll go into that a bit tonight, but go on, with whatever.
Well, you were talking about how the energy would emanate out of the pinky.
Yes.
And this is, of course, I was being taught this by my friend Rudy Curry when we were going out to Montauk a couple months ago. It was the energy comes out of the pinky and it swirls back into your thumb. It's a spiraling
yes.
of energy. That's a different perspective, but nevertheless, it was interesting how it's just a viewpoint of fate. It was very fascinating talking about the strings of fate and where it brings you. And
I feel that's happened to us in our own way, not any romantic.
Oh, totally. I was thinking of you totally in that regards.
Thank you.
And it's a joyous fate because it's like, where else could I go and talk about things that I can learn from? I could maybe have some interesting conversations with the people from Department Zero, but it would all be, what it all comes down to in the end about talking with them would be about either me doing, increasing the publication of their books, but what will be more interesting to me would be accessing their technology, so as to jumpstart my own consciousness. Not that I feel particularly in need of that, not negating it either, but I'm saying it's like, it's always great to jumpstart your consciousness. I don't feel desperate to do it.
Right.
It's something I've worked on my whole life. But then again, I don't see them addressing these topics that you're addressing.
Right. And I appreciate
they could, and maybe they will, but to what end? It's like it doesn't even seem that it would be necessarily productive for them to do that.
Right.
It might be, I don't know.
Right. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to ask Jameson to come on for a few minutes. He might be chewing at the moment because he is eating and listening, but I just want him to describe to you what I feel is the episode you haven't had a chance to review yet. I provided a link for it in your message box. It would be the last link that was provided by myself. But when you get a chance, do that. And fortunately...
I thought you provided me with the link of the
heart. Yeah, which is fine. I'm so glad you listened to that, and I hope you finished that. And we'll talk.
I don't think there's anything I haven't heard.
Oh, okay.
Other than that, I don't think.
Jameson, let's see how Peter Moon, if this strikes any memories with him. Jameson, could you describe, to the best of your ability, some of the visions that I was exposed to when I ran diagnostics on the Vox ARCA? And by the way, I appreciate people in the chat room who have been reading the summary that I placed in the YouTube video. I do want people to understand that it's very difficult. When I enter summaries like that, YouTube does not accept them. And the only way I can enter them at all is to basically do them piecemeal. In other words, I have to do it one paragraph at a time. Or if I enter all of the text you see at once, that you see in that summary under tonight's video, and it's very important that people understand the link is there to Wikipedia, where Wikipedia conspires to, literally, the term they use is to salt, means to scrub Michael Aquino completely from Wikipedia by his own request, because effectively he runs Wikipedia. This is exactly what you get when you read that link. So make certain you access that link and understand that Wikipedia was Michael Aquino's personal kingdom. And this was how he forged your unreality, was through Wikipedia. If you're a person who relies on Wikipedia, you're a person who's an Aquino acolyte. You're a cultist of the kingdom of Edom. And there's no ifs, ands, or buts, and there's no excuses. You cannot be redeemed until you stop using it. That's just, they're entirely beneath and beyond any concept you have of evil or the satanic. These people are Edomite. And that takes them to a whole new level beyond your understanding of what malevolence is. It's antithetical to all life itself. And so the man who established it was Michael Aquino, and he demanded that he be salted therefrom, scrubbed therefrom, to protect himself and all of his activities. And therefore they did that. And this is because anyone can go into Wikipedia. It is the bathroom wall of information intercourse, and write whatever they want. And this is why you see the contents of Wikipedia change in a heartbeat. Somebody will write something, it'll all be erased, somebody else will write something else. Of course, if there's enough of a controversy, then the authorities of the cultic elders will step in and basically erase the page entirely. Just say this person cannot have a page. And they've done that with myself. They've done that with Peter Moon to an extent. Both of us are mentioned in passing in certain articles, but no links will take you anywhere to us. So there you have that. And this shows, of course, that we're in the light, that we are out of the sewer of wiki shit. And so with that being said, do review that and do review what I say. It will give everyone some aspect of what the Vox ARCA is about. And this is the night that Aquino's own egregore, his own demon, his spirit, if you will, it basically drew me into acknowledging what he felt was the day of his true birth, and in which he lingered and lurked. And the way he put it was that he killed the child that was in his mother's womb. And as for those of you who want more about his mother, we'll go into that on his actual birthday. And I'll see what I can dredge up from my notes. But in terms of what that brought up with the Vox ARCA, it is important that everyone understand that this is why I'm not taken out per se in many ways, or was certainly left alone for many for many a period. There have still been attacks, of course, etc. But do understand that one of the reasons that I did publish the pictures was our man Peter Moon said we might as well put some photographs of the Vox ARCA itself up. Now understand what you see is basically a facial cover, and the facial cover for the Vox ARCA has an eye patch. If anyone, and I always encourage people to please take a moment to establish a false Facebook timeline if you don't want them selling your information. I had an experience just last night where everybody was so generous, and I want to credit two people in particular tonight: Louis Rogers in Australia and the Psionic League, which I know nothing about, but we'll try to find out something about. Wonderful people, even if it's just one person using that name. They both sent $100 each. All of this will help immensely with this month, and of course next month is my birthday month, and Peter Moon and I will hold a fund drive again in October, and that will be so that I could have some discretionary income of my own on my birthday. Obviously my son will be celebrating with me my birthday, and my son will take me to the estate even this month, because we have the Chinese Moon Festival begins on the 21st of September. So we'll have that, and people will see me all dragged out for that. I might even go back to the black hair for a little bit in terms of hair dye, so that I'll look properly Asian or properly Oriental. But it coincides with the Eve Day of the first day of autumn, which will be September 22nd. And all of this is what we're in for. But of course, I need a little spending money of my own. Now, people did provide enough where I had enough largesse this month where I did treat myself, and I said I'll buy this historical chart that I've been looking out to purchase for some time. Took a classical chart by Mr. Sparks, and he's the Britisher who I introduced to Peter Moon and Jameson and all our audience a while back vicariously, and this individual produced a very seminal infographic. We would call it an infographic in today's terms. And he has, of course, since been lambasted as a racist and a scientific huckster. It's just all of this is the profound ignorance. It reflects the profound ignorance of today's information consumer. The reality is he was well ahead of his time and a pioneer and a brilliant individual. But when I was trying to pursue this revision of his chart, I was trying to purchase it off the internet, and I couldn't for the life of me figure out how to do that. The place I was trying to purchase it from wanted me to open an account, and the other option was to do it through Facebook. And so I had to get Selena Khan to guide me, and God bless her. Without her, I never would have been even able to purchase it. It just, they've rendered it almost impossible simply to do something so simple as to shop online. Obviously, this is the first time I've ever done that. So people know how far behind the times I am. I'm just now entering the 21st century as a consumer. So I purchased something online for the first time, effectively, in my life yesterday. And one of the things that brings up, and it's important to bring this up, is that, here I am in this position where, I'm being introduced into this kind of, shall I say, choice where when you get on Facebook or you make a purchase, all of these companies now, and this is insane to me, they're going through a middleman. And why would anyone want to go through a middleman like Facebook for you to make your sales? But of course, you know why. It's because Facebook sells information. And therefore, when companies sell through Facebook, then Facebook offers to give them all the information about you when you open an account. So what we did was we avoided that, and Selena Khan taught me to enter as a guest. And we signed in as a guest, and then I was able to make the purchase without doing any of that, which was impossible for me because here's what happened, believe it or not. Laura Lee Solomon had established an Amazon account for myself where she was buying all kinds of shit for herself under my name. And so I already had an account that was fucking me up on the records. So every time I tried to go in to start an account, basically they counted me as a criminal who was breaking into Douglas Dietrich's account, which is what Laura Lee Solomon was using. This is not to paint Laura Lee Solomon as a thief. I mean, she did so much for me. I don't hold that against her. But beyond that, Selena Khan identified that there were several Douglas Dietrich accounts opened up by Lori and Ann Fenton in disambiguation from Laura Lee Solomon. And Lori and Ann Fenton is someone who I don't want operating on my name, purchasing things on Amazon or anywhere else. So as Peter Moon warned me a long time ago, I have to track that down and report it or have something done about it. So Selena's been following up on that, and everybody wish her luck in pursuing that. But it goes to show you what Lori and Ann Fenton is all about. I mean, it's truly a criminal in every way imaginable. And honestly, I can say that without any fear of being sued for defamation of character, because it's like stating a fact. If a female is offering herself in terms of professional services sexually, and you bring that up, it's not slander or defamation of character if she's advertising escort services. It's the same with Lori and Ann Fenton. She's a fucking criminal. It's not defamation of character. It's just a fact. So that having been said, my point being that when it comes to people not wanting to go on Facebook, I understand. Open up a false account, and then you can take a look at our promotional banners. And the reason it's so important for tonight is that if you can compare the promotional banner tonight and the images I put up concerning the Vox ARCA to what we're putting up as the photograph in thumbnail of our live stream, you'll notice that the eye patch is on a different eye. So the reason that that's so important is because the face covers for the Vox ARCA are to an extent disposable. They have to be, because they get so damaged by the act of running the diagnostic itself. In the interim, they take a lot of damage that your eyes would otherwise take in particular. And you have to switch the eye patch every time you run a diagnostic, which you are never to do often. Because if you were to do that using the same eye, your same eye would go blind with the second run. It would not recover. Mine barely recovers. And that's only because of my genetic. I have two factors, the nanoplasma and my vampyroid genetics inherited from my latent sainted mother. Any regular human being would probably be blinded in that eye for life. The hollow orb of the eye, all optical orbs are hollow. It fills with blood to the point where you're crying tears of blood, quite literally. We do have photographs my son took where you can see the steam. Your blood also begins to boil. I'm not kidding you. And we have photographs where the steam is running right off of my face when I'm running the diagnostic. There's nothing innocuous about this. So understand this is something I do very rarely. And yet something that I'm obligated, it has to be done. And when it is done, it is something that, to describe this to people, say for instance, people who are just, for lack of a better word, I'm going to use the word stupid. If somebody asks a stupid question, and there are stupid questions, okay, oh, so this is a face cover and that's what's covering the Vox ARCA. What does the Vox ARCA really look like? Try and get this through your head. The Vox ARCA, as I describe in the descriptive underneath tonight's episode, you can just read the description there. Most of what you see is actually rammed down my throat. When the Vox ARCA goes into operation, the Vox ARCA extends. What looks like those gas mask handles on the side, which would normally be the filters for a gas mask, that's what extends into the mouth by piercing through your cheeks. It's like a piercing. Say, for instance, I got an ear pierced. It goes through the hollow of your cheeks into your mouth. Those tendrils extend in there. The piece in the front extends down your throat.
You're talking about the piece in the front of the teeth?
Yes.
What look like teeth?
Yes. That goes down into the throat. What's behind it, the mechanism behind it, actually extends down into your throat with an umbilical extension. The gas mask filter pieces, as they would be interpreted by the normal observer, are actually mechanisms that are extending a piercing through your cheeks, the hollow of your cheeks.
This explains why it costs so much damn money to invent this thing, because it's so biologically efficient, for lack of a better word.
Thank you. It is efficient and doesn't really show as boxy or, shall we say, clunky, because most of it is inside my mouth and down my throat. All of the working mechanisms.
It's almost like turning you into C-3PO, but not really.
Thank you.
It's more shape-shifting into I don't know if they had any shapeshifters in Star Wars, but it's a step away. It's in between C-3PO and shapeshifting.
It's bioorganic technology that is mechanical but meant to work with someone's biological organs. So understand that this is basically like a medical mechanism. And
yes, let me just stop you, because this is very interesting what you're going here. This would interest the hell out of Crystal River if she was listening. She's very interested in this topic. But so you said there's a face. It's like almost like a face mask. These things are disposable. Where do you get?
Shit. God. Oh my God.
The Vox ARCA, you completely undermined.
But by the way,
and you never even knew that you did it.
Yeah, that's true.
I don't even know if you suspected
it. That's true. Not too much later. By the way, I got knocked off the moment. Yeah. The moment that you brought up. I'm sorry. The moment that you got intensively into it, I got knocked off the call. Oh my fucking God.
Yeah, we went dead.
Oh shit.
As mute for some reason. I don't know if it has to do with the connection or something.
Oh, okay.
The topic I just brought up is pretty.
Yes. Okay.
Pretty charged.
So let's take a look.
Yeah. So, that goes without saying.
Go silent.
Yeah. So
That's
let's
enough to make everything go silent.
Yeah.
And you hit a specific charge sensitive topic, because he kicked the shit out of Aquino.
Yes.
Yeah.
The fact that anybody could do that, I don't know if he can ever get credit for it. He deserves credit for it, but it's like, wow. Aquino was this completely dominating character who's dominating the National Security Agency, the Presidio, and Douglas is upending him.
Yes. And
this is better than a martial arts movie.
Right.
Where Bruce Lee beats Chuck Norris.
Yes. And
by orders of magnitude. I mean, without a doubt. I'm going to see if I could contact him and see what's going on.
Contact who?
Let me see if I can.
Can you contact him and simultaneously do what he asked, which was to brief me on the topic of what he talked. I did not hear him talk about the Vox ARCA recently.
Okay. There we are. Okay, I'm back. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Oh, thank God. You have no idea. It was the moment, what happened was our man Peter Moon, the moment he asked about, so if the face covers are essentially disposable, where on earth do you get the replacements? The moment he asked that, I got knocked off. I mean, like, I totally blanked.
It's not a coincidence.
Holy shit. I lost everything. Okay, so this does need to be gone into. Understand this. This is something that I do have to tell people. There are going to be some things that I'll have to talk about with Peter Moon privately, and we will have to discuss whether or not we can even publish such things. The reality is...
Let me say one thing before you say this further. This is a very interesting topic. And as I said, if you didn't hear me, Crystal River would be eating this up.
You know what? I was able to hear you after a few minutes. What happened was everything went totally blank and I was knocked off. Everything shut down. All my screens shut down.
Well, that doesn't surprise me. But what I was going to say is, this is a very good way to end the book, the Presidio book, where you're turning Michael Aquino, giving him this wrestling move where you turn him upside down and, turn him upside down. The pile driver, they call it. They turn the guy upside down and pound his head into the...
Oh, the German suplex.
Yes.
Okay. But in other words, you just, you kicked the hell out of him. I mean, esoterically, and he never recovered. He never recovered from, he continued to be the ass that he was.
Good way to put it. Yes. By the way,
he lost his stride. He was like, the great baseball player Bobby Bonds getting defamed for steroids, yes. Or Andrew Cuomo going down for his improprieties.
Yes. Yeah, it was it was that, and it was that more so than the children. By the way, Maria Gia, I hope you look at your private messages. I did send you, her birthday's coming up, so she'll be getting her e-card at the least. And Sarah Thomas, God bless her, she informs us what happened was, as soon as I got knocked off, the audio was really messed up, and she couldn't hear Peter and JMO barely when they were talking. And Miguel Mejia said, or Miguel Mejia, he said, lost you, Peter Moon. So to some people, both of you were lost completely. As soon as I was able to get back on, then everything came back on.
I'm seeing things jumping around the room. Interesting. Some spiritual activity has picked up.
I believe you. And
very, very interesting.
Yes. and so what both Jameson Reese and Peter Moon were saying was that this was very similar to a martial arts film where Bruce Lee had defeated Chuck Norris. I was able to hear that while I was...
It was much better. It's much more, like I said, by orders of magnitude.
Thank you. Yes. And by the way, our man Isaac Romero was on earlier tonight in the opening hour talking about how he used to work with SpaceX for a while, and they're offering replays of the SpaceX mission. Its Inspiration 4 launch was a success. Just reporting incoming news, and now that we got that out of the way, our man.
Okay, so Musk has to see his penis go up into space over and over again.
He's got to watch it in replay. That it's like somebody replaying the money shot over and over again, the cum shot in a porno flick. He can't believe
he can't get it up anymore, so that's how he gets it up.
yeah, there you go. Aliens, if the aliens were real, they would not be impressed. But we can cover that later. But Peter, it was just the moment that Peter brought up that topic, which of course is a sensitive one. Do understand this, when it comes to the cover for the Vox ARCA, which you have to have a cover, and it has to have several elements to it, or it's not going to work, because this is Artilica. This is not conventional technology. So people just don't fucking get it. Ideally, of course, the original covers, and of course these get messed up with all your bleeding. They become extremely unhygienic. The problem is disposal, because you're essentially disposing of something the way that the way a mortuary or the way a medical hospital would dispose of tissue. In other words, when you're dealing with hospitals, aborted babies, for instance, when I first was working several horrible odd jobs when I was a young man and started in the workforce, doing anything I could to help my family earn money. The highest paying dirty contract job I could get was what the San Francisco garbage workers themselves refused to do, which was to actually enter the landfill to analyze what kind of garbage was coming out of San Francisco so they could establish proper recycling centers. And
where is the dump in San Francisco?
the landfill in San Francisco is way out, of course, out of the city itself into South San Francisco. So I would take a bus early in the morning into South San Francisco, and there was the Recology Golden Gate. Well, they're now Recology Golden Gate. Back then they were called Sunset Scavengers. And they have this enormous landfill there. And when I entered that landfill over a period of maybe about a month on a daily basis, workday basis, entering the landfill itself to analyze garbage, it was with a team of other losers like myself who were at the bottom of the social rung. And
why were you analyzing garbage?
What was that?
Why were you analyzing garbage?
Because the garbage workers themselves refused to enter the landfill. It was so they said, well,
why you? But why you?
Because I was part of what was called a manpower, Volt. It was the name of the company, Volt. It was a manpower where they just sent people to do things nobody else wanted to do, and that was the highest pay I could get at the time, which was doing something risky and something dangerous.
It was a temporary job.
Yeah,
okay.
It was a temporary job. Yeah, but it brought in, as much money as could be brought in at that time for a short period of time, an intensive period of time. But it was heavy work. You'd go in there for the 8 hours during that day. But the garbage, we had a team, and they were assigned different elements, toxic. And I remember when I was bringing this up in an environmental course that I was auditing at Sonoma State University, and people just didn't fucking get it. They would just laugh it off and didn't believe me. And this was when they were talking about recycling and other elements that were obviously having to do with the environment. So this is another area where I encountered people are just insane. They have no concept of being able to even understand the reality. They don't want to understand it. You've got people who are quote unquote environmentalists. This was at Sonoma State University, and they're teachers who are environmentalists. They're teaching all about recycling. They're teaching so when I told them what I did, nobody believed that it happened. What can you say to that? There's nothing you can say to that anymore. It's just, in other words, these people who want to go out and save the world are unable to deal with the reality that they're even going to contend with, so there is no hope. I mean, it's over. Society as we know it will collapse. It will collapse because even the people who want to do something are completely mentally incapable. They're mentally incompetent. So what I told them that they didn't believe, and just so everybody understands this, because my gang brother Beaver was contracted by myself to help me out with the care provision for my parents, he, of course, would get incredibly frustrated. So he would make these jokes that Laura Lee Solomon would find just completely inexcusable, irredeemable. She hated Beaver, but she didn't understand the kind of relationship Beaver and I had, like brothers who hate each other. And but Beaver made the joke. Gives you some idea about garbage in San Francisco. But of course, my mother was catastrophically brain injured. My father, of course, had gotten over alcoholism, but Beaver had known him back when he was a alcoholic. And of course, my sister was what she was, very toxically involved in her repudiation of everything she was, and becoming a Jehovah's Witness long time ago. She was just what she was at that point was just a bizarre Jehovah's Witness who was always proselytizing because that's what they do. That's all they do. And then there was myself. And so Beaver was making the joke that, so people understand it, in San Francisco at least, there are 4 separate garbage cans that you're required to put out on refuse collection day. There's black, green, blue, and gray. And the black is pure garbage. The blue is for recycling. The green is for composting, all your organics. And the gray is for toxic. That means car batteries and shit, stuff that is bleach, chemicals that you can't pour down the sewer, or it's illegal to pour it down the sewer, things like paint thinner and the like. So these are toxic. If nobody understands that, that's beyond me. But in terms of that, Beaver was always making the joke that someday I'm going to kill you and your family. And I'm gonna stuff your mom in the compost toter because she's a vegetable. Gonna stuff your dad in the recycling toter because he's all, preserved by years of alcohol. Stuff your sister in the gray toter because she's toxic. I'm gonna shove you in the black toter because you're pure garbage. And so he would make these jokes like that. And so when we were assigned in the landfill, everybody had something that they were assigned to look for in the landfill. And so certain people were assigned to gather all toxic, which would mean like bleach bottles, bottles of turpentine, paint thinner, all this kind of shit. Others were assigned, you'd look for wood. Others were assigned, you'd look for metal. I got organic, which is everything from
Vox
food.
Vox ARCA covers.
Yeah, there we are. Everything from food to shit. So, by the way, just so people understand, the largest producer of garbage in the world is the medical industry. The medical industrial complex disposes everything. Everything is disposed as soon as you use it. So it pours out just profuse amounts of garbage, more than any other industry on earth, more than anyone else on earth. So it's not surprising we had a huge amount of medical waste, but we weren't supposed to be getting that. The medical waste is supposed to be going into very specific landfills because it's crawling with disease. But all we got was enormous dump loads of medical needles, medical scalpels, and of course, dead fetuses, dead babies. I went through half a dozen dead babies. This is something we weren't supposed to be getting because abortion is completely legal. Why were we getting fetuses? Why were we getting dead babies? None of that was recorded by the company. They just were not putting that on the record. And so they would put that into an incinerator. So this is when I was relating this. What got less belief than what I've just related was when I mentioned toxic. I says, oh yeah, and there was the guy who was assigned to toxic, which was to pick up toxic chemicals that were dangerous, and they said, oh, we don't believe you. This is when the people at Sonoma State in my class on environmental science said, oh, that's just unbelievable. Stop lying. You're crazy.
Much of your life is unbelievable. And, L. Ron Hubbard said that in more candid moments. He felt that his life was unbelievable. People wouldn't believe it. And that might have inclined him to say anything he felt like, because they're not going to believe him anyway.
Yeah. And thank you. And that's essentially what we're dealing with. By the way, Jameson, you're more than willing, if you're more than welcome to take care of Jack Skellington. This is someone individual who, by the way, speaking about
oh, he's back.
Yes.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah. I'm not surprised.
It's like we get rid of this dude every time, and he just like remakes it, and
his presence is welcome in this sense. You can get rid of him now, but his presence is welcome.
Well, Douglas, I want to say something. Yeah. We're only at 19 positive and 11, and I think I know why.
Yeah.
It's because I'm not, quote unquote, leading the coherent conversation. And there's certain people that would like to hear me talk.
Yeah.
However, what you're saying now is far more important. You're getting into the money, on the money.
Thank you.
You're getting into the red zone in football where they're about to score a touchdown. And people are not in a position where they can appreciate it or receive it. I can understand that it can be intimidating or non-registering, but this is really important stuff. It's like we're uncovering a new layer of the onion, and it's very important.
Thank you.
What is being yet people would rather hear a coherency diatribe, and this will be more coherently diatribe, but this is breaking. This is groundbreaking stuff. So anyway, carry on. It's fascinating.
Thank you. And this is important to it. So just a brief tangent here. And in the sense that this Jack Skellington character, and his name is taken thanks to Sarah Thomas. She brought this up to us. Jack Skellington was the name of the character in The Nightmare Before Christmas, the Tim Burton film, who was this, a skeleton character, kind of jack-o'-lantern. And this individual took his name, and he was coming in just with the latest transmission, where, of course, I'm smiling and celebrating with my son on the beach because of the generous donations from many people who carried me through this month. And as our man Jameson Reese can attest, what happened was this individual came in there and said, "Oh, that's not Douglas Dietrich, this is anime." And Sarah Thomas was humoring the madman and just saying, well, it's his art, it's a terror. But understand, everyone, that these are photographs. This is not anime. And for the individual to say, oh, I've seen Douglas Dietrich in a documentary and he doesn't look like that. Understand, I've explained before that in the past, when I had to be on antidepressants because I had to go through an entire couple of years of antidepressants where my psychiatrist could prove that I was responding to them so poorly that they were life-threatening, that was where she got the full permission to try something that was radical and experimental, which, of course, to her was the heart of her profession, which was hypnotic regression and hypnotic therapy. So my psychiatrist worked with me through hypnosis, and ultimately this is the basis of why I see her and counselors, etc., as opposed to a biochemical regimen where I'm being treated with something like antidepressants, which bizarrely worked well for both my parents. Both my parents responded very positively to antidepressants. I, however, did not, and the effect they had on me was monstrous. I swelled up like a balloon. I retained water like a woman having her period. To the point where I could feel how puffy I was. And that's what you see if you ever see that documentary where I'm being interviewed by the BBC. And that's, and it doesn't even look like me. I look like Mao Zedong. And so people understand this. You can tell that's me in the last photograph from the last episode just by looking at the tooth. There's no anime or illustrator who's going to draw a cartoon where the guy has an impacted number 16 upper left molar. You can see the discoloration of my upper left molar with the new implant that has been placed over it. That is not the temporary, that's the permanent crown, but it's not the same color as the rest of my teeth. You can see that in the photograph. So you know it's me because that's the tooth I've been bitching about. It's quite photographically visible. So for Jack Skellington to come in and say it's not me and it's a cartoon and it's anime and I'm sick of this anime shit, okay, that's the kind of shit I'm tired of. It's like, understand this much, people. These are photographs. They're not illustrated. There are times when I engage in what's called photopentimento, which means you touch up or paint over a photograph. I haven't taken that liberty with a majority of photographs. People can usually tell when I do that because it becomes quite stylized. Now, what I was saying about the disposable covers for the Vox ARCA, yes, if you want it to work at its full level where it's actually working, aside from merely running a diagnostic, then you have to have a facial cover that's made of human skin, and it has to have human teeth. So rather than doing that, you can work with a representation. And we've worked with representations based on animal skin, and we use horse's teeth when we're using the teeth organically that are affixed to it, so we can run a higher level of diagnostic. It will work with that to a limited extent. In other words, it will take that. But beyond that, it's not going to work. So in terms of what we work with leatherers and we work with people who are veterinarians. And that was one of the reasons why I was involved with a woman, dear lady, whose name I honestly don't remember. And I honestly don't remember, actually, to tell you the truth, the name of her son. But whenever you looked up the old conferences, like not Conspiracy Con, but the old UFO cons in San Francisco, the producer was this woman who used to be a madam in San Francisco's bordello. She was that old. I mean, she was almost so old She went back to the days of the Barbary Coast Gold Rush and the 49ers. She was after that, of course. She was like the generation after. But she ran a bordello. She was the madam thereof that had been established at that time. And when that had to finally close down, then she got into these UFO conferences. And so that woman was the woman who taught Brian William Hall, who copyrighted his name, everything he knew, so that he started Conspiracy Con, which was an outgrowth of the old UFO cons, which George Norrie used to always visit. Now, her son was a veterinarian dentist, so he worked with pulling teeth out of horses and replacing them with false teeth for cosmetics so that they could parade with a full smile. And believe it or not, there's people who do this. And so from him, I would get horses' teeth to apply to the leathered, tanned skin we would get from the leatherers. And believe it or not, there are some Chinese people that I was dealing with in San Francisco for years who were cobblers, and they worked privately. And to tell you the truth, working with any of these jobs, most of these people are stark raving mad through poison, toxins. And that's because if you ever look into the old tales, which are quite historical, such as, Alice in Wonderland, forget all of the story of Alice in Wonderland itself, forget the story of the author who's extremely controversial and has their own criminality. But within Alice in Wonderland, there is the Mad Hatter. That very term, mad as a hatter, comes from the fact that the hatters, which would work with the needling of hats, would often work with mercury dye for the lacery of the hats, and this is why they would go mad with mercury poisoning, hence the term mad as a hatter. Working with cobbling did that to most cobblers. And there were several cobblers that I was working with in San Francisco that were, it was just awful. They were very degenerate in their conditions, not in terms of morally, just mentally. They were gone. And this is working with all the leather tanning of the various hides. But all of them had one thing in common. Prior to the regulatory laws, understandably and quite rightly outlawing the use of rhino or various other big game hides from Africa, elephant skin, rhino, they all had a back collection of rhinoceros skin, elephant skin, various other kinds of skins from the larger mammals that big game hunters would kill on safari. They could no longer legally use them in shoes or to make rhinoceros skin shoes or elephant skin shoes. They would have to use them to make boots illegally for pimps who were the super pimps that were able to afford such, and they would have boots made of such hide. But they had enough of a backlog where they would make the replacement skins for the Vox ARCA. And it would really work with the elephant hide or the rhinoceros hide. So this is the kind of very polished kind of replacement skins. And I had more than enough of them made. I don't intend to do that many diagnostics anymore in my life. Though I'll have to, at some point in the future, every number of years, it has to be done, or the Vox ARCA dies. The point is that in order to keep it alive and just run a diagnostic that takes it thus far and no farther, then you use these kinds of replacement hides with the horse's teeth. And when it comes to, if I ever really want to make it work, then I use the human hide with the human teeth that MICHÆL-ANGELO had.
Aquino himself.
Yeah. That Aquino himself had crafted.
So you must have learned how to operate it from what he shared with you.
I learned it because he was such a braggart, and he had me do so much for him in terms of being his quote-unquote nigger, as he called it, a gopher. He would say that affectionately. That was his idea of affection. And because I had to coordinate between he and the Masters Voice program, as it was called, then, of course, I grew very intimately familiar with the operation of the mechanism, because he himself reveled in having power and devaluing other people by devolving. That means delegating authority, then of necessity, someone had to do the scut work for him. Someone had to bring him the Vox ARCA for his diagnostics. Someone had to coordinate between bringing certain parts, such as the body parts that were taken out of UCSF, over to the military mortuary. In the Presidio military base, and anybody who really worked there can tell you this, they had a building that literally the sign read, I'm not shitting you, Food and Mortuary Services. That was what the building sign said. It was there in the Presidio for years, generations. Food and Mortuary Services. Because in the same place they processed the food, they would process bodies. And it made sense because it was the same kind of technology.
Hey, Douglas, the numbers are going up and the dislikes are going down once I explain to them that they should appreciate this.
Thank you. I appreciate that. This is why Peter Moon is so priceless and so invaluable. We couldn't communicate anything I have to say without Peter Moon, because he serves as the man who can bridge the communications gap. That's what renders Peter Moon's service. There's no price for it. And in terms of the Food and Mortuary Services Department in the Presidio and the entire situation with what our man, Michael Aquino, had to work with, he also had Letterman Army Medical Center. And then when later on he just needed new bodies, then he would get them through UCSF, which operated for the coroner because the coroner's office in San Francisco eventually had to be shut down. It was so scandalized by so many accidents. I mean, there was the comical to the level where the coroner's office in San Francisco was called in to pick up bodies for the forensics specialists to, dissect, basically. They call it...
Dr. Frankenstein stuff. It's totally right out of Dr. Frankenstein, except it makes the Frankenstein story seem naive and lame.
Thank you. Yes. And so what we had was a industrial level input of bodies, and with that there was more than enough to make multiple masks for the Vox ARCA that were of human skin and human teeth. And so in terms of that, it was one shot and you're done with Michael Aquino's diagnostic runs. With someone like myself, it's much more complicated, and some things are left on the side and they're left for use in an emergency. The other way we would work with them was through my own connections to get the kind of mammalian hide and teeth that would put together a functional mask to run a diagnostic to a certain level. And sometimes it will work when you're running an extremely low-level diagnostic and you're just seeing that it's still functioning and able to extend itself, its tendrils, into your cheeks through the piercing and into the throat. Then you can use a kind of symbolic tooth representation on the mask.
And I want to make a statement and also ask the question and make but first preface it with a snide comment that perhaps somebody will suggest you should use the hide from one of the aliens at Roswell to get real impact. But I will remind the audience that the real essence of the Vox ARCA was to be able to vocalize grimoire or spells that could not be uttered with the human voice. The human voice is not capable of uttering. So it would then enable that to take place. Now, when you're using all of these animal or whatnot skins, I would only imagine these are sympathetic references to the genetic tapestry of the grid. Yes. But why? I mean, there's a lot of esoteric magic that's going into this stuff. It's beyond even any ordinary magical text.
Yes. Thank
you. Magical text can be classified as ordinary.
Yes. Thank you. And it's very important to understand that what the U.S. government did, and this was prior to Michael Aquino, was they took science, or rather magic, and rendered it a super science. And so you hear the term supernatural, meaning something beyond that which is natural, something unnatural to the degree that it's supernatural. That's where the term super scientific makes sense in that parallel. This is super scientific. It is beyond the science. It is metaphysical. It is literally metaphysical, just as the nuclear bomb was a physics bomb. The Vox ARCA represents the trigger of a metaphysics bomb. So understand that the metaphysics bomb obviously operates different from a physics bomb. It's not a piece of ordnance. It is something that is bound. It is bound until released. So it is the key to the mechanism which binds the entities which were summoned into this realm in World War II. So understand this was at the time of General Leslie Groves. This was at the time of that mad colonel who was the father of the gay lover of H.P. Lovecraft. These were the original arcanists who entered into the realm of what was beneath and beyond satanic, the literally anti-godly, that which is outside of the cosmos of good and evil, and is purely toxic to our ecology of that which is godly and satanic, or godly and infernal, that which is divine and the shadow thereof. They're both opposite ends of the same coin. In terms of this is truly alien. This is extra to our dimension. This is extra dimensional. And so with that kind of technology, your average engineer could look at this, take it apart, dismantle it, and they will see nothing that works. They'll understand, oh, this telescopes. They'll see, well, this is kind of like a stomach pump. They'll see this is kind of like a voice box that they apply to people who have suffered the kinds of cancer that results in their voice box being removed and it's replaced with an artificial mechanism. They'll see certain similarities, but they will not understand, well, how does it work when put together? What is its intent? It doesn't seem to have a sensible intent. And that's because its intent is beyond the sensibilities, or beyond that which is sensible.
Well, with regard to World War II and binding the entities that were basically creating the chaos of World War II, correct? Binding the entities.
Yes.
It wasn't Aquino binding the Axis entities. It's you using the Vox ARCA to bind the entities that Aquino wanted to release. Am I correct?
Well, it's like this. When it came to summoning as a super science, this is where we get into something that requires some explaining. It requires the understanding that when it came to the era of World War II, the time period, the equations that were gifted to us by Albert Einstein, these equations were automatically seen. E equals mc squared was automatically seen by any physicist in any nation as enabling people to release vast amounts of energy if the equation was put to use in a practical sense. So when it came to the metaphysics of what Einstein was talking about, Einstein's entire E equals mc squared is sourced from the Kabbalah. So when Einstein was sourcing from the Kabbalah, it was taken that the Kabbalah could produce a release of energy in the medical physical sense as opposed to the physics sense. And with that, of course, the science was followed to see what could be summoned in our universe that would eventually be released as a metaphysics bomb, an entropic bomb. And of course, this required invocation. And you have examples throughout history like the voodoo bokor, ridden by the divine horseman, the shaman possessed by terrible spirits, the pagan priestess channeling the ancient gods into their bodies, and even the little vomiting girl hurling obscenities and possessed by demons. These are all examples of invocation. And, well, as are the Magikian talking through the ball of black crystal, and even the lone schizophrenic receiving orders from voices no one else can hear. All these invocations are the art of talking to the gods and of letting the gods enter into oneself. It's about changing the mortal form with the energy and information of the gods. But in order to get to the point where you can invoke, well, you need something to evoke. So, well, before you get to the point where you can invoke, you have to evoke, is what I mean to say more clearly. This is what brings us to evocation as a super science, because evocation is simply the completion of an equation, the closing of a circuit. Two nodes are created. These are still points in space-time, creating a world line that the entity can use to navigate to enter our dimension. So topological symbols, such as the famous elder sign, will be superimposed on one of those nodes, which creates an instant area of hostility for the entity to be summoned and yet simultaneously imprisoned. So understand that the elder sign was exactly as described by H.P. Lovecraft in the only novella to ever be published before he died, which was The Shadow over Innsmouth. He describes that as the swastika, the Hakenkreuz, the hooked cross. This is why it was maintained by the National Socialistisch, the Nazis, as a ward. It is a shield against the anti-gods that the Americans, or at least the American elite, came to worship. So this shield is imposed on one of those nodes, the sign of the swastika, and that's what entraps the entity once it's summoned. Now understand, nobody wants to be summoned. This is something that most people don't understand, that of all of the entities in the universe, you as a human being are the luckiest entity in the world, because you can never be summoned other than in a legal sense into a court. But you can never be summoned magically. Only other entities, supernatural entities in particular, can be summoned. And it's not like it's done where they will it. It is something where somebody wills them to come into our world. But as a human being, you'll never suffer the horror of a supernatural summoning. And it requires the name, the magical name of the entity being summoned. It's a complex idea, especially in context of the kings of Edom. So when you think of something as so utterly indefinable as Azathoth, that it could actually be named Azathoth, well, bear in mind the nethermost infinite God of the universe, after all, is beyond the meager machineries of the human brain to understand, and so that's without taking into account basic phenomena such as semantic drifts. So the names of gods and monsters, they change as cultures collide and words are borrowed and shared. Yet in the human magic systems, the true name of the creature being bought into our domain so often plays the most important part of the summoning rite. And one answer to the question of how to use these cognomen is that of the barbarous names. The evocation requires more than simply mumbling in Latin and commanding the devil to arise. Emotions and stretches of faith and belief must be undertaken. Calling up Shaftiel, the hellish angel of shadow, is a rather different experience than summoning Bill. So terrifying names are part of the evocation. However, this creates a genuine problem when, the Magikian is met with the sprawling melange of non-linguistics. That is the cultic mythos of the kings of Edom. The Arabic word gul has devolved into the English word ghoul, but has the term Ubo Sathla, a being named hundreds of millions of years agone by a race without a mouth, let alone a tongue or foreign accent to confuse the issue, been the subject of any semantic drift? Well, thankfully, evocation is a little more subtle than that. The name of the creature isn't as important as the emotions and empathic connections built up between evoker and evoked. Surely, the star spawn of Cthulhu do not come at the call of that name, but rather to the deep, self-willed sensations of dark, undersea prisons, of the endless oceans of space. The barbarous names of Edom serve to dislodge the primitive language centers of the primate brain, allowing deep focus to be made on the summoned entity. A name is important, but not the true name, as this is an entirely anthropic concept. The true name, therefore, is anything but a true name. Rather, it is an ideal, a notion for the subjective human mind to hang on an objective being. The name becomes a very sharp point of the Gnostic state, a place of absolute concentration. If the rite is being performed with others, then it works as a unifying syllable the entire group can focus on. Magic requires the icy clarity of gnosis, the state of knowing, not of pistis or of faith. You can't simply believe, you have to know. While, yes, a gate can be flung open to invite any entity into the world, this is extraordinarily dangerous. A barbarous name focuses the rite and avoids any problems. It is, of course, possible to view all that I've said as completely wrong if one keeps in mind that magic is a kind of supra-science. Then perhaps the name of the Edomite entity, chanted or sung or otherwise vocalized, may create some kind of vibration in space-time that causes local conditions and processes to be more hospitable to foreign entities. Foreign in the truly extra-cosmic sense. Or the barbarous names of the entities may be somehow immune to the faulty apparatus that is human speech and never change, recognizable to all human cultures in all times. But what Aquino came to find with his entire department researching all of these kinds of metaphysical phenomenon to weaponize the forces of entropy that could destroy the creation of God himself was that it was unlikely that the Edomite entities have individual names as we know them. There's, of course, what they have is unpronounceable. Chupacabra might not even have an individual name if they are part of a hive mind, or perhaps it's only correctly rendered as a wave of bioluminescent particles in insect body language. It may be that to correctly pronounce the name of such an entity, the summoner must go to great lengths, as was the case before the Americans developed the technology. This is where technology came in. In terms of evocation itself, evocation is both a calling and a summoning. Only greater and lesser servitors respond to summoning for a simple reason. There is no way for a human being, or even many other races actually, now that I reflect upon it, to command an outer god. Outer gods and great old ones can be evoked, but they do not respond to binding. Although there are ways to, momentarily, keep oneself safe from the weak gods, no arcanist in the history of our species can order the mighty ones. And certainly, terrestrial spirits and local gods are prey to this power. But evoking the Edomite anti-gods, the Cthulhuids, is almost suicidal. If an evocation succeeds, the god is momentarily loose in our reality and unbound. Now, some gods may respond to a call spell, which acts as an invocation, an entirely different process of magic that I was speaking to when I was speaking of the shamaness and the possessed little girl projectile vomiting blood. But when it comes to these kinds of entities, that's where we had to turn towards science. So when you are talking about the imprisoning, the binding, and summoning simultaneously, what you're doing is you have that topological symbol of repulsion, the Hakenkreuz, and that is at one end of the node. The other end of the charge is where the entity enters involuntarily, and that's when the charge is created. But whereas once before it was necessary to enter gnosis and complete the circuit between those two nodes vis-a-vis yourself as the connector, thus charging them, and thereby disintegrating yourself into gibbering madness and ultimately the melting of the flesh as if you were in an acid bath. In this day and age, alternate power sources are used. And most often in the 20th century, this was electricity. But by the time of the late 20th century, the Department of Defense had gone nuclear. Geothermic. Any other kind of power can be used to charge spells. And instead of the use of magic points, the amount of energy used will influence how effective the evocation is. And the use of power and the solution of an equation attracts entities. Specific entities react to specific equations, much like the use of a true name. And thus, when the anti-gods were summoned without that human circuit so frail, so immediately disintegrating, they were able to bind them and use the nuclear and geothermic and various other energy sources to maintain that binding, and therefore the Vox ARCA, which can call them, and the technology was used to do so, now serves as the trigger mechanism to release them. That was why the Vox ARCA itself, the ultimate key to unleashing them all simultaneously, all you needed was one to act to release them all, even though all of them were entrapped with separate operations individually. This is why one trigger can destroy the universe as we know it. It doesn't even matter if you, the average listener, believes this. All that's important is that the Department of Defense inner circle believes this. And they've spent untold billions and billions of United States dollars to act upon their beliefs. Of course, they consider it gnosis, or the knowing thereof. And that's what hopefully answers provides some context, answers some questions for you.
But it's like the historical reference, it's very important here, is this is a procedure that began back in the time of Leslie Groves.
Yes.
But Aquino comes to the point where he's doing the refinements of it. So you have him coming in on the Nuremberg hangings, and it's like he's in concert with a whole team of buddies, for lack of a better word,
Yes.
That are, playing off of this atomic madness.
Yes. Thank you.
And but it would be, I don't know if you can supply historical reference and name the buddies and how it all kind of comes down the pike. That would be very, I guess what you would say, good copy.
I think that we can start by finding out the full name of the father of our man, H.P. Lovecraft's gay lover, that colonel. We'll also find out those that were closely affiliated with Leslie Groves. I can also give you the name that very definitely was brought up by MICHÆL-ANGELO as his direct predecessor, was the man who commanded the Strategic Air Command, who was responsible for what was called the Bomber Mafia in World War II. Oh my God, what was his name? I'm sorry? Curtis LeMay. Thank you. I couldn't have gotten that out without you.
Curtis LeMay is famous for Barry Goldwater was asking him about UFOs, and he knew Curtis LeMay.
Yes.
And Curtis LeMay just went stone cold, threatening on him.
Yes.
Don't you ever ask me about that again. And I think it had something to do more than just Roswell.
Oh, it had to do with all of this, everything that I'm talking about now. And so those are three names that right there would be the foundations of everything that MICHÆL-ANGELO inherited. Even he would say that. When you go back to John Dee, who once said, "As I told you long ago, do not call up that which you cannot put down." Once the name is spoken, the act of evocation, well, actually evoking begins. And this may require a formal prayer or command, or simply the saying out loud of the name of the being. It may come at the moment of sacrifice, or imprecation, or as Aquino called it more correctly, imprecation. But the time will come when the magician has to actually call up the beast. This is where all the preparation, all the gnosis, all the will of the arcanist is put to the test. Whether the entity materializes out of the air, rips its way out of the ground, steps out of a dark thicket, or emerges through shining gates, here is the moment of truth. Any arcanist must be firm, must be strong, and must stand fast at this moment. Most Edomite entities do not want to be summoned, will chafe under the constraints of magic, will seek to escape the spell used. This necessitates the use of binding. If the god or creature is willing to communicate with the supplicant, even so they will chafe at the rite, if for no other reason than to gauge the strength of the summoner. Deals are not cut, and favors are not granted to the weak. This is where, of all the people I've ever encountered, MICHÆL-ANGELO's name will forever shine through history. He never backed down or melted in front of any such entity summoned, even as men around him sank to their knees and vomited and cried aloud. In terms of binding, to bind the entity for greater than moments of service, that's where the arcanist requires more or less a team, expending all of the energy that I discussed, which, by the age of atomic and geothermal power, is almost limitless. Some beings, bound for a certain period of time, will die if not appropriately cared for. Otherwise, entities must be tied to a physical location that it cannot wander from. It must obey any order from the arcanist who conjured it, or those whom he designates as his puppets, through whatever means they choose. The creature must be aware of who has permission to rule it. Greater gods and great old ones cannot be bound, ever, by humans. No arcanist can ever wield this kind of power. But with the anti-gods, it's a compromise. As I said, it's similar to a very large man bound by a thumb cuff to a buffet table. He's going to remain there so long as he's fed. And the Americans have kept their entities well fed on the blood of human sacrifice since World War II, because the war has never stopped. Some entities can be bound and questioned over a long period of time. Now, while invocations are a far more successful technique for gaining information out of magical entities, sometimes this might not be practical. And if such a case occurs, the creature must only answer truthfully once, a fact an arcanist may or may not even know. And that's what would normally bring us to the right of banishing. Once the working is complete, if there have been no problems, the arcanist should be able to dismiss the entity without problems. This simply requires the expenditure of magical energy, which could source from a single human, conceivably. If there's no magical energy expended, the creature stays inside its warding until either the arcanist frees it, or another occultist who knows this kind of dismissal ritual, the dismissal of the evocation releases the entity, or something renders its binding ineffective. Now, those who come across monstrosities bound to ancient tombs or houses are often dealing with creatures who have never been properly banished. Well, the Americans who bound the entities with which we're contending with the results of climate change with right now, they not only have never bothered to banish them, they don't know how. This is something like being stuck with nuclear waste that will ultimately destroy the container. This is why the Americans don't care about the future. Most of those in charge have concluded that there is none. What they've summoned will destroy us all. But with the Vox Arcana, I believe I can dispel them. I'm not in a position where I would want to do that right now because they serve as my insurance. That renders me perhaps as evil and as malevolent and as selfish and as cynical as the men that I'm in mortal combat with. But because I'm locked in mortal struggle with them, from my perspective, it simply renders myself practical. As Peter Moon will describe about Emperor Hirohito in his war against the Allies. And with that, of course...
Actually, I mean, there's different ways to look at this. One could look at it as a conventional psychologist, not as your psychiatrist would. She probably understands it's too damn real.
Yes.
It even reaches a little bit beyond her. But when I step back and look at this from just a bigger picture without even putting the prejudice of psychology, Scientology, or any other modality, it's like Aquino is more, this is a case of where the master becomes the servant. In his case, he was the master. You were serving him. In the end, he was serving you.
Yes.
And he was subservient without even realizing it. And aside from that, it's a great, aside from the truth of it, it's a great story. It's a great, unfortunately, it makes me think that when people read this, they'll, instead of, aspiring to be Ninja Turtles, they'll have their little Vox Arcas,
Oh God, wouldn't that be a nightmare? Oh God.
Well, that could be real Vox Arcas, but they'll be
understood
imitations that look like those little black fans.
Oh, I understand exactly what you mean, and this was a nightmare of mine.
We have that problem already.
Yeah, yes.
What did Jameson say?
He said we have that problem already, and what Jameson understands is, see, this is one reason why I would be reluctant to show the Vox Arca outside of its covers, even though the overwhelming majority of people couldn't make anything of it. People would emulate it in shape.
It's good enough in its cover. It's good enough in its cover.
Thank you. Yeah.
It's scary enough. It's the whole concept. It makes a lot of the other stuff that I was thinking of writing about, your stuff, it makes it pale almost.
It does. And what I do feel is that, and Jameson, you can elucidate on this for both of us. You can
What I'm
elucidate.
going to qualify on this is that, there are a lot of people out there in the magic community who don't really want to look at like older grimoires and really go really deep into the history of these things. And so there's a generation of people who just want the power. They want to jump on, whatever entities they can to have them do this and that. And, like their order, like, oh, look, I have a spirit slave. You can.
They're like, hey, Jameson, they're like people who watch Netflix.
Yeah. But the problem is, while they're doing all the stuff, there's a large, within the left-hand path community, which is probably at this point larger than the right-hand path community, most people don't banish. So there are little cracks all over the place.
In reality already.
Where incursions can come. And, just watching some of these videos, like on that channel that you reminded me to subscribe of, Slapped Ham, there's some legit footage of like invisible entities manhandling people and tossing them around like rag dolls. So, this is the kind of stuff that happens. Because
if these people did banishing, it's kind of like going to an NBA basketball game and getting rid of the basketball players. They're not going to want to be there. So it's like they're going to banish themselves. If they start banishing, they don't want to banish.
Yes, in the old days, it would be considered, remember, at a time, say for instance, in Japan, where I explained at length about the entire department, the Ministry of Magic. At that time, there was more of a professional atmosphere to this kind of work, where banishing would be considered as normal as clearing off your work table when you're done. You wouldn't leave all of your own tools or implements or elements, if they were chemical, on a work table, because other people could steal them or cause a terrible accident with the chemicals or injure themselves with the implements. So you would just put everything away. This kind of professionalism is lacking because no one has a Ministry of Magic anymore. The last people to have so were the British Empire and the Thousand-Year Reich. The Japanese, of course, maintain one off the books, black behind what's called the kurumaku, the black curtain, as opposed to America's black budget. And it brings us back to the subject itself. For all of those little wannabe arcanists out there who want to emulate and bring about their own anti-godly apocalypse, understand that operating at the level that you do without a multi-billion-dollar budget to create something like the Vox ARCA basically understands this much, that when you're basically conducting these invocations, which is what the small arcanists would be left with. Invocations is the art of talking to the gods and of letting the gods enter into oneself. It is about charging the mortal form with the energy and information of the gods. When Gleki spears with his spines, when the king in yellow, Hastir, takes a host, and more, this is invocations. The gods will speak, accept invitations, but their ideas of discussions are not ours. If one wished to contact Epona, the goddess of horses, it would be completely appropriate, actually requisite, to appropriate, you would basically race, wear a bridle, then dance as a herd, if you were working with a team. If one needed to speak with the morbid god of death and war, the Morrigan, in Celtic terms, crow feathers, funeral dirges, shrieking and scourging are the best forms of supplication. While the great old ones and their masters are beyond being compelled by the likes of humanity, there are certain desires and amusements they make with us. Most famous is the invocations described by Howard Phillips Lovecraft via the Mad Whately that allowed the birth of the son of Yog-Sothoth. The darkening of the shining trapezohedron is another invocation, albeit accidental. Anytime we ask the Edomite mythos to come into our world, anytime we approach them with humility and no intent to command, we invoke. And that's what brings us to the subject itself. Those wishing to invoke a power must first understand that entity, while its goals can never truly be understood or served fully. An invoker will need to understand what they are asking into the world. Firstly, invocations does not attempt to command entities. It desires to communicate with them. Therefore, it is the only way to approach the outer gods, magically speaking. Human spirits, earthly ghosts, certain kinds of monsters, all are able to be invoked. Creatures without a particularly solid body, such as the great race, the polyps, and the loigar, are particularly easy to invoke. As always, context is the key to invocations. Deep ones are going to be poor subjects to interrogate on cities and deserts. Mordigian would be offended by asking advice on how to raise the dead. And in terms of preparations, because invocations is how humans communicate with gods, great care needs be taken to make an area comfortable and fitting for the god. Sacrifices may be prepared, and what the god will require is brought to hand. Often the physical area must represent what the subject is used to. Flammavampire, a fire vampire, basically an Afreet, as we see so much of here in burning California. The ones at the center of the flaminados, the flaming tornadoes. Those vortical creatures of the vortex, of fire itself, the element of fire. They will be put at ease where many braziers burn. A Carcosan human, or even Hastur, the king in yellow itself, might be pleased by elaborate and formal rituals of welcoming, such as a tea ceremony. An insect from Shagai will be pleased by total darkness and a psychic environment of torture and degradation. Similarly, human ghosts might be pleased to be invoked in areas they lived in or greeted with artifacts of their lives. That, of course, would bring us to the name. Finding and using the name of an entity works exactly as it does in evocation. But finding the name follows, well, exactly the same kind of protocols. If the host plans to channel, say, Cthulhu itself, they will indulge in a period of wild hedonism before the rite, as I personally saw MICHÆL-ANGELO do with many a younger child in the tunnels beneath Presidio. If they want to channel the consciousness of an old snake person from the truly distant past, they might indulge in dry, logical, arrogant emotions so as to ease the invoked into themselves. Gnosis, the state of knowing, is prepared slowly and surely, and then the binding. Unlike evocation, gods can be bound in invocations. This does not represent the control humans have over the Great One. Simply it implies that magic makes everyone, for a little while, play by the rules. When invoked, rarely do gods and old ones appear directly. Calling upon the dreamer in Rillier, Cthulhu himself, does not mean that the arcanist and the god share a kind of psychic tea and biscuits. Rather, the arcanist taps into the enormous surreal mind of the god and may spy out what wisdom they need. Binding does not represent a control in this case. Rather, it is a protection. It represents the capacity of the arcanist to use their art in a commanding manner. For creatures below the exalted rank of the Great Old One, binding may be interpreted as a command. However, it is rarely used so gauchely. Invocation is a discussion, and binding is used only as a way to keep the guest under control. The formless spawn may share their master's passion of manners, but they will still chafe under having their rest disturbed, and binding magic keeps everyone polite. Kind of like everyone in Costa Rica having the legal right to bear a concealed firearm, eliminating the need for Costa Rica to maintain a standing army. If the invocations take the form of possession, binding takes on a new importance. If the arcanist binds a creature into another living host, that being cannot move from out of the warding space. Depending on the spell, the host may be able to move about freely, but the possessing entity cannot, or perhaps neither can. If the arcanists themselves are possessed, the binding tends to keep them in one place until the spell ends. So, when we speak of this entire invocation process, anytime a human is directly in mental or spiritual contact with a Edomite entity, or indeed any entity, under ritual conditions, this is an invocation. This kind of magic takes many forms. Most invocations are they're basically a kind of contact. Think of your series of encounters that they used to classify the notional alien encounters into. Invocations may take the forms of dreams, strange voices buzzing and clicking from dark corners of rooms, direct telepathy, or simply conversations. Invoked entities are often extremely well informed concerning their areas of interest. MICHÆL are surgeons and explorers. The formless spawn know well the deep and dark areas of the world. A nature spirit may have much to teach on the history of a wild place. The gods and great ones are of an order of magnitude beyond human understanding, and likewise is their conversation. Within their spheres, a human asking Yog Sothoth for information about M-space or mathematics may receive their knowledge, but never come to comprehend it. Potentially any information required by the arcanist can be unearthed by these means. Ancient sorcerers often permanently bound demons and sylphs to have their knowledge to hand for effectively eternity. Arcanists raid and plunder the secrets of the universe in this way. Some consider it the ultimate communion with the god, a holy act of unity with a foul godhead, or a way to worship directly. But that's what brings us back to banishing, or what should always do so if there were a professional control of magic, which is what the world truly needs. Banishing can be tricky during invocations. The old tricks are often at use. The possessing entity may pretend to have withdrawn from a conversation, still lurking in the base of the brain of the subject. The dreamer may think they have woken and so terminate the spell prematurely, only to realize they are forever trapped in the mind of God. It's a common claim from intelligent spirits that they could be far more effective if the barriers between the arcanist and themselves were removed. I want to turn towards Peter Moon here because he can tell us about the channeling and what he saw and how the channeling came to possess the channeler. In a case he knows personally. More than one. I think we dealt with one recently, I'm not going to name him, that tried to possess Peter Moon's own Facebook timeline as a platform.
Well, let me say, and unfortunately, I'm going to have to sign off pretty soon because I'm fading.
Oh, I'm sorry.
But well, I want to listen. I mean, it's just, this is fascinating. The popularity has increased.
Yes. Thank you.
This is far out stuff. It's great. Now, a couple things occurred to me. One is this conversation where you're going deeper into the Vox ARCA than you've ever gone before is directly following on the heels of you talking about the heart.
Yes. And
it's making it all more coherent. And we thank you for this. I thank you for it. And all of this stuff, which is really great, because it also brings Jameson to the forefront, because this is all right in his wheelhouse, which is, it brings up, it accesses and enhances his own IQ on these matters. So that's great. But it occurred to me when you're talking about putting energy into a evocation, it's one of the most powerful, if you were to look at all the panorama of science and energy release without prejudice, the most, as far as I know, the most powerful energy release is from a time reactor, vis-a-vis David Anderson.
Yes.
A tremendous amount of release of power. And what is the coincidence of that with magical evocation? This has to be taken a step further in terms of consideration, if not investigation.
It would take David Lewis Anderson's technology in combination with the Vox ARCA to ultimately cleanse the world of the anti-gods.
Well, that's very interesting. And that's something we can talk more about privately because of some stuff that's come up. That's very interesting. Very interesting. So, that occurred to me. But entity, it's also interesting the way the paradigms you present, both with the Heart Project, with binding, how it parallels so much of Scientology or L. Ron Hubbard's worldview of spirits being implanted with electronics. It's a different avenue, it's a different route, but it's they're very complementary of each other. So with regards to, in there, one is struggling with entities. People are struggling with entities. They're struggling with the unused parts of their brain. And if they're not directing themselves fully consciously, the ultimate full consciousness would be the same as the Christ consciousness.
Yes.
But you're dealing with these 72 Goetia pathways of the brain that are unknown to most people. So it's just like a bunch of unused space, and those unused spaces, don't think they're not accounted for. They are accounted for. It's just that you're not using them. You're not in charge. So if you're not in charge, somebody is influencing them. And this is how TV distracts and puts you, because if you start to go into these areas that are being used, the competition begins to not like you. Mm-hmm. You start to take back some parts of your mind or brain until you get maybe a little bit better at it, and they know to receive. They don't bother you anymore. They know that your neighborhood that you police your neighborhood, and they're not going to be safe there. So,
by the way, I want you to know this. I'm going to send something to you here and in your private message box, and I'm speaking to both Mr. Moon and our friend Jameson simultaneously. This has been sent to us by Maria Gregorich. I want to thank her profoundly, and I think this has to do with the fact that the Aquino cult knew that I would do something this day, and they've done something to revise their site. So she has brought this up. She's taken a screenshot. I'm going to open this now and enter it first here into the chat box. See if you can open that. And this is the new image of MICHÆL-ANGELO. This has been sent to us again by Maria Grigorich, who did a computer search on him. And this is now how they are presenting him. Gentlemen, I would like you both to respond to this.
I'm looking at it and I'm saying I can't believe he ever.
Who the hell is that?
It's a Photoshop.
Yeah, that's not MICHÆL-ANGELO.
And as Maria Grigorich said, they're obviously attempting to rehabilitate his image completely and represent him, not represent him, but represent him, misrepresent him as a completely different individual. And so, again, I'm going to send both this into the private chat box of both of these gentlemen. And I will also send what Maria provided, which is a close-up of the photo itself. And this is profoundly disturbing, and it's disturbing for any number of reasons, but I'd like both of you to, of course, provide your own feedback on this as to what might be motivating them other than what Maria concluded. Just on the face of it, of course, it looks like, well, they're rehabilitating him, softening his image, making him look more human.
Well, the thing is, if you look in the Google images, you'll still see him as he is, as he was, as I remember him.
Right.
And as most people who were, had an interest in the occult remember him.
That's the second photo, by the way. I've just provided the second close-up photo, and you can see the full absurdity of it. So go on.
Jeez.
They will never erase his image of the horned brow.
Maybe that's someone else. That does not look like MICHÆL-ANGELO.
Well, it's got his birthday.
Yeah, but that could be someone else who might have the same name, born on the same day. I mean, that happens.
Yeah.
It can, but honestly, this is obviously something that I think is part of a campaign. There's intent behind this, and malevolent intent, and it's actually rather laughable. I'd say it's more than anything.
Very laughable, and it's not going to work.
Yeah, and thank you. It will not work, and that's what brings us back to what our man Peter Moon was talking about. Before Peter leaves us tonight, could you do me a favor, Jameson, and tell him some of the visions I saw when I was running diagnostics on the Vox ARCA. I would like to see if that triggers any of Mr. Moon's memories, and then he and I can speak about that the next time he's on with us on Sunday a little bit to those visions. If he hasn't heard them yet, then he'll know I provided him the link to which episode to listen to, and I'll happily provide him that link again with the timestamp. But perhaps you can relate to him some of what I saw.
What he saw was the emergence, the bifurcation. Well, I wouldn't say bifurcation. I would say it's split into four. It's like a different, a sort of, what would we call it? A lesser incursion by the.
In other words, what would happen if there were in parallel a limited nuclear exchange during a conflict between empires might result in a different kind of fallout than an all-out thermonuclear exchange where everyone was releasing everything they had. So that's the kind of Armageddon or apocalypse that everyone dwells on in terms of a terminal scenario. But because most nuclear wars would be limited exchanges, then the damage done would be enough to be horrific in and of itself. This is what I saw as I ran diagnostics on the Vox Arcana, is that at any time I'm running a diagnostic, the potential is there where, if I will it, I could trigger a limited incursion, meaning that there would be a limited incursion by the anti-gods, not necessarily to the extent of the destruction of the fabric of time and space within our regional universe, but rather enough to change the world as we know it completely. So if you would take it from there, James.
Well, go ahead.
Yeah.
All right. What he saw was there would be a group of beings. Everyone will respond to the call in different ways. There are a group called the Raveners who would just pretty much be hyper violent and run in packs and just like, I guess, tear people up. There's the group that the ghoul would take as their cattle.
Passive people. You know, we don't need to go into the details tonight, but we can go into that Sunday when Peter's back with us. But I'm wondering if any of this rings any bells with you, Peter, or stirs any memories. If not, I'll just give you the link again with the timestamp on it, so you could review some of these visions before Sunday, hopefully, if you find.
Well, I do remember you talking about visions a long time ago with on the Vox ARCA. But with regard to, but basically what you're alluding to is almost like a mini nuke.
A dirty bomb, like, a
magical operation charged by even a mini nuke is so much more powerful than a magical operation that is not charged.
Yes.
And I would also like to allude to L. Ron Hubbard, where he's talking about who was struggling with the atomic bomb.
Yes.
It's like his master implant had atomic bombs being used. In other words, your implants were charged with atomic power. Yeah. This is how come people are so overwhelmed. It was all about overwhelming them with the energy or force of nuclear power. So if you were going to abreact into your own mind of being forced to behave with the impact of nuclear power, and you begin to dissipate that force of nuclear power, it then, you don't have these force fields in your mind. You're alleviating yourself of the force fields. Unfortunately, Scientology has been taken over by its own egregore.
Yes.
And it just becomes more of the same. But that's an idea that he was pursuing in order to erase or escape this force that's been forcibly injected upon people, invoked on people, on people.
Thank you.
So yeah, this is something that makes a lot of sense. And then again, with the whole allusion to David Anderson, which we'll talk about more.
Yes, I think that has the potential to literally save the world. Peter and I will speak of that privately, and we'll share with the public what we feel we're comfortable with in terms of our encounter with what Michael Aquino is doing now.
This image might be a different Michael Aquino. This is what I'm led to believe. They've essentially scrubbed. They're not.
Interesting. Did you send this image? Will you send that screenshot to Peter, please?
Yes. Now?
Yes. Thank you.
This is another one?
Yes, this is another one. And
there's several Michael Aquinos. I mean, there's at least 9 Jameson Allen Reeses.
But no, this is coordinated. Come on, Jameson. You know better than that. Send that screenshot.
Yes,
yes, this is the same one that's on your It doesn't even look like.
No, but I mean, Jameson is sending you another one where there's a man in military uniform that's highly idealized and is obviously not the Michael Aquino we know, but they're putting this on an obituary. Jameson will be sending it to you in your private message box. Have you done that yet, Jameson?
Yes.
Okay,
yes.
Good. And this is all part of a campaign to confuse people. And the idea that Michael Aquino had was that in a world where the Vox ARCA might be triggered even to a limited level, the equivalent of a limited thermonuclear exchange. Just remember one of the quotes that was a very real quote that H.P. Lovecraft simply reiterated was the ancient...
Douglas, I clicked the image and it goes to a link called MHM, Michael Aquino shareholder. Michael is based in our Philadelphia, PA office. So this is a different Michael Aquino.
understood.
Yeah, the one you sent me is definitely a different Michael Aquino, but it's not that odd of a name.
Yeah, it's not that odd of a name, but it's odd enough. The fact that people are getting that on searches instead of,
well, the fact that they're getting
Michael
his
Aquino.
face on the Temple of Set.
Yes.
If you because Maria specifically typed Michael Aquino Temple of Set.
Thank you.
This guy shouldn't be popping up.
Thank you.
It should be our horned brow nemesis.
Yes.
Michael Aquino.
There we are. And so, as I was saying, the logic that Michael Aquino had was based as one factor to express this to the general public so that they grasp where Michael Aquino was coming from. That inexplicable couplet that was reiterated by Howard Phillips Lovecraft was originally iterated in its Arabic by the Mad Arab, which is almost a title for Abdul al-Hazrad, who said, "That which is not dead, which may eternal lie, but with the strange aeons, even death may die." In other words, he felt that with a limited trigger of the Vox Arca, then he may yet again walk this earth, because the laws would no longer apply in terms of time and space as we know them. This is why he had such an animosity towards David Lewis Anderson, who also had more power than he did in terms of time, and why even Al Bielek told Peter Moon that the dynasty of the Alexander, they were the dynasty that controlled time.
Not Alexander, the Andersons.
The Andersons, thank you. And I always call him Alexander. There's a reason for that. I'll give people that reason later. At any rate, I've done it before, but I'll go through it again. And Our Lady Maria Gregorich says that she's emphasizing that she feels that
I'm glad she found that. What I think they're trying to do is they're trying to kind of completely headfuck people.
Yes.
And I also think there's a secondary desire to try to bring him back into this world by doing this.
Yes. This is what Maria is saying.
It's indirectly trying to sort of bring him into this world, into that person as a host.
Yes, by normalizing him, then they can bring him into the world again. This was part of his strategy that he did elucidate. And
they probably want to use that shareholder as a host for his consciousness.
As well as that idealized military man as a kind of visualization for people to focus on him and welcome him, because that's a much more welcoming image. So this is all very occult. Maria Gregorich said they don't get it. It's what they want to portray, meaning that this is what the Sethian cult and the Edomites want to portray concerning Michael Aquino are these visages as opposed to his genuine image, which at this point people have a repulsion for and therefore a ward. In other words, the popular image is such that they ward him away by his very looks. He looks evil in the popular sense, and therefore is warded by the popular reaction. They're trying to change that, and then the guard is further lowered down. And that's invocation as a super science. You see, human psychology is a murky area, and there are problems in using the human brain to study the human brain. Theories are thrown up concerning our gray meats annually. Modular mind, meme machines, pattern recognition devices, bicameral consciousness, and more beside. For a certain kind of student of the brain, invocation is a clear example of creating a dialogue with subpersonalities that exist within the mind. After all, the R complex represents parts of ourselves that have not significantly changed since we swam in warm and primordial seas. Schizophrenics and MPD subjects have displayed shocking physical changes in response to changing personality types. That's what they're doing here at the conceptual level. To some, magic represents a kind of highly culturally specific mental conditioning that, in certain circumstances, makes bypass of the conscious mind possible. Some therapists, still involved in the hazy and mystical world of Jungian psychology, believe that there are archetypes far more involved and dangerous than Shadow and Manticore. The Cthulhu archetype sees humans interfacing with a terrible kind of infantile personality complex that lives for pleasure and destruction as does a child. The Nyarlathotep archetype represents a far darker and saturnine version of the trickster personality. There are many others, like the sexually voracious Nigoroth archetype, and some that have so far defied rational explanation. Often, these psychologists have other names for the archetypes, such as dragon or worm. And Maria is pointing out that they're doing this on YouTube as well. That is why I'm contextualizing this. So
Holy shit.
Yes. The kinds of techniques used to put patients in these states that I've been describing is highly unorthodox and controversial, as the kind that my own psychiatrist was doing with myself. Patients wanting to contact the fierce, patriarchal Dagon archetype may have their faces immersed in water. Those wanting to contact the Ithaqua personality might be fed fresh meat or made extremely cold, or both. Needless to say, ethics committees are interested in those who experiment freely with such ideas. This is what brings us to what the lady is giving us now. She says the image that appears on the first few videos, well, she's given me a screenshot that I will download and share now with Peter before he goes to bed. And so please bear with me. And I'll list this in my Temple of Set file as Fauxino. I call this Fauxino, F-A-U-X, Kino.
No, when I did a search for him in YouTube, I still got the regular Michael Aquino pictures that we all know and loathe.
Well, our lady's up there in Canada, so Maria Grigorich is apparently getting something on the Canadian tube. This is what she's getting, and she took a screenshot thereof. Bear with me while I dig back into my files to retrieve it. Give me a second to reach my Temple of Set file. And here we are. You don't even want to imagine what other kinds of images are in here that idiot would basically groove off of. She says you have to scroll down about a dozen videos to see the real one where she's at. So this is where she's at right now. This is what she's getting. It's in the text box of the Skype call. And I will send it to the personal message boxes of both of these gentlemen now. And
well, I did see that video.
Well, there you have it. And if that's the first thing that you see, then that's
but that's not the first thing I see. The first thing I see is the first one I'm getting is the one that has the channel of Michael Aquino with him in in his uniform, and he looks all like dignified, like, hey, I'm Michael Aquino.
Authoritarian. He's an authority. He projects himself as the authority. That's the irony of someone who seeks total chaos. Is
the second video? Yeah, the second video is something on Panayam K, Lieutenant Colonel Michael Aquino, spokesperson, Presidential Security Group. This is with GMA News. I don't know what the hell that's about. The third one is Satanic Ritual Abuse, Michael Aquino Exposed. That's from 1 year ago, from Becky K in Australia.
Yeah, he did a lot of damage in Australia, and that's for certain.
Oh yeah.
So
I have no denial about that. There's some dude in Texas named Michael Aquino who's standing up here with his guitar.
Well, all of this is mass psychological invocation. To perform psychological invocations, the arcanist must have a psychology or psychoanalysis skill of at least, I would say, a postgraduate level. And then they must have specifically trained in areas of personality construction and using elaborate hypnosis techniques and a knowledge of the mythos of the kings of Edom. The psychologist can create a kind of demi-invocation. And for each madness that their patient suffers, it would be a bit more difficult, but unknowingly, the psychologist would have to be expending energy. This is the expenditure of social energy in a social engineering campaign. And the patient on an individual level in a case of psychological invocation, and this is simply the exercise of that invocation en masse, well, the patient takes on some personality traits of the god invoked, and only a very faint amount of their knowledge. Often patients will freely express new personality traits, taking cues from the god or monster archetype they are expressing. Hastur, for example, may affect...
I'm afraid I'm going to have to sign off. I'm fading too much.
Yes, well, I love you dearly.
It's been very interesting, and I can't wait to listen to the rest of it in the morning.
Thank you. And, you know, our
Have a
love
good night,
to
Peter.
your wife as well.
You did very well, and
You did well for us. We owe you. Thank you so
well,
much.
we're a team. So great. Thank you, and good night to all.
Good night. And with that, of course, I will be turning towards talking a bit about the red thread of Kokoro again in Arc of Narrative. We're going to try and finish the subject a little bit, or do what justice we can to it. In the interim, I want to thank everyone who's so supportive of us. And Brian Avran mentioned myself in his comments here. And he has been adding some commentary to the 9/11 thread. He's been kind enough to share my interview with Penny Bradley. Penny Bradley has been kind enough, of course, in her messages to myself, and I'll keep them private for the time being. Some of them I'll read aloud if I feel that she would tolerate that. But in the meantime, I'm very glad to see some people back in the chat room, including, hopefully he's still here, hugs to Shane Bridges. I did subscribe to his channel in apology for, of course, everything that I said the last transmission preceding tonight's, in which I mistook the photograph, a genuine photograph of his face, which looks fine, for a troll's caricature. The kind that trolls keep sending George Knight and myself. We can go into that another time. But anyhow, in terms of what we were speaking of when it comes to psychological invocation and what this is in terms of a mass invocation, when it comes to these individual cases, as I said, patients begin to freely express new personality traits, taking cues from the god or monster archetype they be expressing. And as what I've seen in the case of the King in Yellow, Hastur, as an example of this, they may affect disdain for the common workaday world and take on an archly superior personality. The patient may show extremely heightened creative skills, although work that comes from such states will be disturbing in the extreme. Iglonak archetypus will become crude, lecherous, and extremely sexually hostile. To end the Fugé state the patient is in, the psychologist must again expend magical energy and hopefully succeed with their psychological experience. If they do not, the dismissal fails. The subject may then fake a return to normalcy, or perhaps stay as the new personality type in perpetuity. Only years of intensive therapy can bring back their old self, if you could even recognize it. Those so possessed may go on to be holy saints of their God. That is called enchantment, but that would be another subject. So with that, what we can turn to is some of what we were speaking about yesterday, and then I'll try and bring us back down to earth with a little bit of analysis about the recent recall election and the fact that we succeeded in retaining our legally elected governor by a landslide, I am happy to report. And I will put the context behind that and behind his white supremacist black challenger. Yes, you heard me right. The man running against him is a black white supremacist who advocates the reinstitutionalization of slavery on a universal scale where it's no longer racially based, but simply all those beneath the moneyed class will work for no wages whatsoever. That's literally been his stance. 0.00 is what he declares is the ideal minimum wage. That's Larry Elder. He said that on record. And of course, it goes without saying, the black Larry Elder had a white wife-to-be. Who turned against him? Thank the gods of my ancestors. Just as this recall election came to its height and exposed that he would load guns and point them to her head during their discussions. That is one of the things that brought him low. Honestly, it's not enough for some of these black guys to just marry a white woman to show they made it. They've got to dehumanize her, humiliate her, and turn her into an animal. I'm sorry, I need to rehydrate myself. While I'm refreshing myself, Jameson, could you take the stage? Perhaps keep it for about 10 to 15 minutes for us?
Yes.
Bless you, my son. Thank you. I'll be back. Now, do you need me to stay around for a few minutes before?
Oh no.
Okay, I'll leave it to you. I'll be back.
There's a lot of things going on, folks. One of the things that has caught my eye was what has been going on with the this whole gymnast thing. This is really pretty disgusting, and this is why I feel that when we have people in the position of like the head of the FBI or the head of intelligence agencies and whatnot, I believe we should have women in charge for this reason. Now, this is according to the AP. Biles, FBI turned blind eye to reports of gymnast abuse. Olympic gold medalist Simone Biles told Congress in a forceful testimony Wednesday that federal law enforcement and gymnastics officials turned a blind eye to USA gymnast team doctor Larry Nassar's sexual abuse of her and hundreds of other women. Now, let's just call it what it is: rape. Biles told the Senate Judiciary Committee that enough is enough. As she and three other gymnasts spoke in stark emotional terms about the long-lasting toll Nassar's crime has taken on their lives. In response, FBI Director Christopher Wray said he was deeply and profoundly sorry, another cookie-cutter bullshit statement, for delays in Nassar's prosecution and the pain it caused. The four-time Olympic gold medalist and five-time world champion, widely considered to be the greatest gymnast of all time, said she can imagine no place that I would be less comfortable right now than sitting here in front of you, which is in front of a bunch of white dudes. She declared herself a survivor of sexual abuse. I blame Larry Nassar, and I blame an entire system that enabled and perpetuated his abuse. Yes, and sadly, I think what's the most sickening thing about the story is that the asshole only gets 60 years. Granted, he's old; he'll probably die before then, but he should have consecutive life sentences. You know, this shows how little they value women in our society, and this is something that I find disgusting. All right. She says that they knew I was abused by their official team doctor long before I was made aware of their knowledge. Biles said a message needs to be sent. If you allow a predator to harm children, the consequences will be swift and severe. Enough is enough. That should be the case, and sadly, it wasn't the case in the case of these women. The hearing is part of a congressional effort to hold the FBI accountable after multiple missteps in investigating the case, including the delays that allowed the now imprisoned Nassar to abuse other young gymnasts. All four witnesses said they knew girls or women who were molested by Nassar after the FBI had been made aware of allegations against him in 2015. An internal investigation by the Justice Department, released in July, said the FBI made fundamental errors in the probe and did not treat the case with utmost seriousness. After USA Gymnastics first reported the allegations to FBI's field office in Indianapolis in 2015, the FBI has acknowledged its own conduct was inexcusable. But the problem is, what if any accountability is going to be faced for those individual agents who just blew it off? Nothing. And this is the fucking problem with the system. No one is held accountable. Yet the very people who are telling everyone, you're accountable for your own problems, are the people who aren't being held accountable for shit. And of course, you know, this is the problem with American society as a whole. I'm not even going to speak on other countries. Ray blasted his own agents who failed to appropriately respond to the complaints and made a promise to the victims that he was committed to make damn sure everybody at the FBI remembers what happened here and that it never happens again. A supervisory FBI agent who failed to properly investigate the Nazir case and later lied about it has been fired by the agency, Ray said. Well, that's a good start, but it's not enough. Michaela Maroney, a member of the gold medal winning U.S. Olympic gymnastics team in 2012, recounted to Senator a night when she, at age 15, found the doctor on top of her while she was naked, one of many times when she was raped. She said she thought she was going to die that evening, but said that when she recalled those memories in a call with the FBI agents crying, there was dead silence. Rooney said the FBI minimized and disregarded her and other gymnasts as they delayed the probe. I think for so long, all of us questioned just because someone else wasn't fully validating us that we doubted what happened to us, Maroney said. And I think that makes the healing process take longer. That is extremely psychologically damaging. I cannot possibly imagine what that would be like, and I hope no one should ever have to imagine what that feels like, except for the fucking male assholes who do that shit. Yeah, I mean, I think we should just, I think people who are rapists should just have like a freaking hot iron shoved up their asses so they could feel the pain of the victims. I think Biles and Maroney were joined by Ali Reisman, who won gold medals alongside them on the 2012 and 2016 Olympic teams, and gymnast Maggie Nichols. Reisman told the senators that it disgusted her that they are still looking for answers 6 years after the original allegations against Nazar was reported. Reisman noted the traumatic effect the abuse has had on all of them. Being here today is taking everything I have, she said. My main concern is I hope I have the energy just to walk out of here. I don't think people realize how much it affects us. Speaking alongside senators after the hearing, Reisman called for more investigations of USA Gymnastics, Olympics officials, and the FBI. You know, it's really strange. I've always questioned when I was younger, why the hell are these girls so young? Why don't they have grown women doing this stuff? It never made sense to me. But yeah, the whole thing, I mean, the whole fucking thing, there's probably a lot more depth here that we're not even getting. This is probably just the surface. The probe should be independent and go back decades, she said, because there still might be people in positions of power who should be held accountable. Biles acknowledged in January 2018 that she was among hundreds of athletes who were abused by Nazar. She is only one of the witnesses who competed in the 2020 Tokyo Olympics held this year after a one-year delay due to the coronavirus pandemic. She removed herself from the team finals to focus on her mental health. She returned to earn a bronze medal on beam, but told the committee the lingering trauma from her abuse at the hands of Nassar played a factor in her decision to opt out of several competitions. At a hearing, she said she wanted her presence in Tokyo to help maintain a connection between the failures of officials at the Olympic competition, but that has proven to be an exceptionally difficult burden for me to carry. Democratic and Republican senators expressed disgust over the case and said they would continue to investigate. Of course, because they're senators, I think they don't give a fuck, and that they're probably the type of people who are doing the same shit Nassar does. So, I mean, honestly, it's sadly, I hate to lapse into this sort of cynicism, but that's the level of faith I have for people in governance. Senate Judiciary Committee Chairman Richard Durbin of Illinois said it was among the most compelling and heartbreaking testimonies he had ever heard. We have a job to do, and we know it. Senator Jerry Moran from Kansas called Nassar a monster and wondered how many of the abusers have escaped justice, considering that even world-class athletes were ignored in this case. The internal probe by the Justice Department Inspector General Michael Horowitz, who testified alongside Ray, was spurred by allegations that the FBI failed to promptly address complaints made in 2015 against Nassar. USA Gymnastics had conducted its own internal investigation, and the organization's then president, Stephen Penny, reported the allegations to the FBI's field office in Indianapolis. But it was months before the Bureau opened a formal investigation. The watchdog investigation found that when the FBI's Indianapolis field office's handling of the matter came under scrutiny, officials there didn't take any responsibility for the missteps and gave incomplete and inaccurate information to internal FBI inquiries to make it look like they had been diligent in their investigation. As expected, the report also detailed while the FBI was investigating the Nassar allegations, the head of the FBI's field office in Indianapolis, W.J. Abbott, was talking to Penny about getting a job with the Olympic Committee. He applied for the job and didn't get it and retired from the FBI, the report said. Well, there you go. He wanted to be just like Nassar, who he was investigating. How fucking disgusting. Yeah, and you wonder why I'm a misandrist, or why I just have a tendency to hate human males. Nassar pleaded guilty in 2017 to federal child pornography offenses and sexual abuse charges in Michigan. He's now serving decades in prison after hundreds of girls and women he sexually abused under the guise of medical treatment when he worked for Michigan State and Indiana-based USA Gymnastics, which trains the Olympians. Litigation over the abuse may soon be coming to an end after the USA Gymnastics and hundreds of Nassar's victims filed a joint $425 million settlement proposal in U.S. bankruptcy court in Indianapolis last month. Now, the disgusting thing about this is I did some more searching on that matter and found that, this asshole has thousands of dollars in his prison account, but he has only been making minimum payments to his victims. How the fuck does he have? He has more than. Apparently, he has. $2,041.57 in his account, according to the motion. It's unclear where the additional money, more than $10,000, went. He probably meant to pay off someone for a lighter sentence. I mean, shit. Despite having money in his account, he only paid $300 toward the more than $62,000 he was ordered to pay, according to the motion. He was ordered to pay $57,488.52 in restitution to the 5 victims in the child pornography case, along with an extra $5,000 in special assessment fee pursuant to Justice Victims Trafficking Act in 2015. Holy shit. And this guy looks he looks like he doesn't give a shit when they show his picture in the courtroom. He just doesn't give a shit. This is very disgusting.
By the way, I'll be back in a few minutes. Still, I'm going to fix myself a sandwich, a little one, of course, a light one. Some roast beef and horseradish and mustard. I'm going to turn us back to our man while I give myself enough calories to make it through the rest of the night. Thank you. Thank you so much, Jameson. Love you.
Ladies, if any guy ever tries to do something to you, poke his eyes out and crush his fucking balls. That's it. Crush his nuts. Just crush them. Just make it so that he can never do anything ever again. That will more than, if you have the capacity to do such, well, I say, this is why I think every girl should be born with a gun. Because men are just savages. And it's unfortunate that in today's culture, you can actually see people walking around with t-shirts that say savage on it. Now, why is being savage seen as a good thing in today's culture? And that being worn by a male is even more, suspicious. It's like, what the fuck? I can understand your hate for males, but I think you're over blaming here. Dude. Okay. I'm just reading the chat, and
yeah.
okay. So this guy said, yeah.
Mm-hmm. What's going on?
All right. So this is Miguel Angel saying, I can understand your hate for males, but I think you're over blaming here. The Olympics is 18 and older. This happened when they were 18. Dude, when women get raped outside in the real world, it's not on them.
Thank you.
The person who rapes them has to be arrested, and that person has to be put behind bars.
Yeah.
How is that an overreaction?
Yes, there we are. Thank you. And so
yeah, as Shane Bridges says, what about blaming the person doing it? That's the whole point,
Thank you. I deeply appreciate it. I was wondering what was going on because I heard you go silent. I'll go back to preparing my sandwich.
Saying something doesn't make sense here, but self-male hate isn't the answer. I don't hate myself for being a male. I just hate other males who are not me.
I like that. Yeah, I like that. Yes, I'm going to be back in the kitchen. I'll be back soon enough. Thank you.
I mean, why would a male love another male anyway? I mean, what is another guy going to do for you? Love is made for women. These people are using incubus and succubus spirits and freeze rape techniques. Most of the people who are out there in the occult using incubi and succubi, they are probably at best working with egregores or all kinds of astral nasties that are doing more damage to them than they realize. Because they cannot see their own astral bodies, they have no idea how much energy they're losing as a result of working with incubi and succubi. Something is wrong with the story. Well, yeah, something is wrong with the story. I agree with you, Miguel, but I think what's wrong with the story is the fact that there are probably...
by the way, before I go hit the tray and do some lines of coke, I just want our man Jameson here. Don't pay attention to Miguel. Go back to narrative, because what happens is you get these unsustainable silences, and the key thing
okay, I see.
the key thing in burning bandwidth is we can't have a moment of silence, and there's just too many moments of silence. Well, this individual is basically like a leech. He's just sapping you. Okay.
All right. Well, I might as well just kick him out the chat.
You have my permission to do that. Yeah, you may as well do that, and then go on to maintaining our arc of narrative. Don't let anyone hijack you. He's hijacking the narrative. Is what he's doing.
There we go. He's gone.
Yes.
He's not going to be a problem again. There was something I wanted to bring to your attention, which I found pretty funny, where they were talking about the Nazi bell and the fact that America getting the Nazi bell was a myth, and I agree that was a myth. That is indeed a myth. But they were saying that the Nazi bell doesn't do what people think it did. It didn't do anything. And this was popular mechanics. And so that's the reason why I posted that image in your Facebook message.
Oh no, I understood it. I understood completely where you were coming from. I didn't know exactly what they were saying, but it sounds like exactly what I would expect them to say. What I would just ask casually is, what did they think it was built for? Like, if it did nothing, why was it constructed? It's such a stupid thing to say. It's kind of like saying that something exists but it has no function. Then the question would be, why was it built? It's purpose built, obviously. So
that's more or less why I conclude that popular mechanics is more or less a sort of military industrial complex venue anyway.
Well, it always was, but in all fairness, they've never really presented themselves as otherwise. They've always, popular mechanics was always a showpiece for like concept weapons. It's basically, they would say, oh, look, here's a concept for a weapon. And it would be like releasing concept car designs so that they could get a public response. And it was a way to interact with the taxpayer, so that the tax-paying electorate, which would be like, a lot of young males, it would basically be, remember that traditionally women did not work, not in anywhere near the demographics or statistics that men did, not in the sense that they were employed with gainful wages. They worked like slaves, but they were housewives and raising the kids and school teaching and shit like that. And so the way they would try and get young kids interested in engineering, so they could have people who could contribute to the America's endless war efforts of expansion and imperialism, was to show them concept weapon ideas. And so they would float these through places like popular mechanics and popular science. I mean, that's hence the name. And so it was just a DOD, in the old days, Department of War, kind of recruiting piece for what the British would call the white-haired boys, or the boys in the lab boys, as opposed to the boys necessarily in the field. And so what I'll do now is I'll retreat into, but what they're doing here at this point in history, of course, they're not on that wavelength anymore. Now, at this point in history, they're more like a skeptics magazine. So they're there to try and quote.
They've. I mean, I only followed them because I was interested in more like the advanced weapons that were, because I'm sort of like a military tech geek.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's what everybody looks at. I look at them for that. I look at them for that. But at the same time, what they're going to do. Yeah, and what they're going to do is, as a kind of skeptics forum when it comes to trying to, quote unquote, just continue maintaining the prefabricated reality that they've been delivering, or that the government's been delivering for so long. They have to take a stance on certain things, and the fact that they're driven to the point where they have to run a denial campaign about thy gloka, or the bell. So what did they say it was built for? Did they say it was built at all? Are they denying it was built? Or
they say it was they say it was built, but they said it was some kind of prototype weapon, and then they allude to some kind of UFO sighting, where someone sighted something that looked like the Nazi bell.
But the Americans did it. The Americans so this is what they're working off of. Is what happened was one of the Bell engines basically fell in the United States. It was Kecksburg. And so the Kecksburg bell, as it came to be known, that is a Nazi bell. The Americans did indeed have it, and they have tried to reverse engineer it. This is why you had men like Bob Lazar or Richard Allen Miller, Dr. Richard Allen Miller, the guy who became the consultant for the X-Files. This is why these guys had the frontal cortex, their microwave lobotomies performed on them on a daily basis, was because they were working trying to reverse engineer this technology. And what they had programmed into them by the powers that be was they kept being told, well, this is alien, this is alien. In other words, they weren't even told about the 1,000-year war against the Third Reich. They're just told this is aliens, these are aliens, which they may as well be. And okay, so let's see. Penny says she can be on for about 40 minutes, then take a quick break to eat and be back. Does that mean she can be on right now? Let me try.
All right. I'm gonna try to call her.
Okay, the 40 minutes will let you eat. Yeah. So call her. I'll bring her on, and the both of you hold the conversation. I can do my eating. The sandwich will be made, but I'll do some lines of coke to reinvigorate myself. And
you have to do drugs to do this show?
I just do drugs, period, but it does help. So thank you, honey. I love you. I'm gonna be back soon. It'll be well before 40 minutes, and then you can go eat, but I'll be back soon. Okay, honey? So thank you.
Okay.
I love you. Okay, I'm gonna go mute. This is Penny Bradley, and tell everybody what happened with your Aunt Dee. Did you escape with your life?
Oh, my.
Yeah, the doctor, the spine, the neck.
I saw my regular doctor today, and she has informed me that she will be palming me off onto someone else.
Oh, God. Sorry.
And she said she read the MRI and that she didn't think I needed surgery, but she's not the surgeon who's looking at it.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know how you can have a concussion headache and the epidurals no longer work and be told that, well, you just don't need surgery.
Yeah, that's...
I'm sitting here going, if something isn't done soon, I'm going to be in a wheelchair all the time.
It's I can see her caution, because of course spinal surgery is nothing to take lightly, and if something happens, it's irreversible. It's obviously something to be considered seriously before it's done. But I think you've kind of come to the point where you're ready. At least psychologically, you're ready for it. Yeah. I'm
psychologically ready. I am so done with feeling like this.
I get it. Yeah, I hear
but you. I see the surgeon in October, and in the meantime, the good news is my A1C was the lowest it has ever been. So it's almost down to non-diabetic levels.
Mm-hmm.
So, yay!
Yeah, congratulations! Yes, I'm excited.
Congrats.
Yeah.
I have too many things to keep track of at once. So, having one thing turn out good was like, okay, this we can live with.
Yes. Yes. Oh, on that note, I'll go do my coke. I'll be back.
Have fun, Douglas. Hello, Jameson. I was listening to your discussion about the gymnasts, and when I was a young girl and healthy and in high school, my sister Gwen and I were both considered talented at gymnastics, and the standard policy then was that they wanted you to be almost prepubescent because your body will change and make it more difficult to get those graceful moves. And they most definitely did not want, oh God, this is going to be crude. They did not want boobs and big butts because they felt that detracted from the grace. And so they have been using children basically from age 11 to age 16. This entire time. Now, I'm in my 60s, and that was 50 years ago I was told this. And this has been the ongoing policy, the same as they do with ballerinas. If they develop a chest and ass, they find themselves no longer in the starring roles and eventually not even on stage as well. And God help you if you ever have a baby.
That is so crazy.
When you are dealing with gymnastics and ballet, you are dealing with, this is an image being presented. It is an art form that is as much about them being an idealized form of human. I mean, some of the ballerinas, all they eat is a single tub of yogurt all day. We're talking about people who are starving themselves to stay competitive at that level.
That's literally, if we're talking about people as young as you mentioned, that's child abuse.
Exactly. From my point of view as an adult, looking back on how my sister and I were treated, I ended up anorexic. And my sister ended up telling them to go screw themselves. But you're still talking about children in the age that raping them is pedophilia. We're not talking about young women here. We're talking about little girls.
Yeah, and the amount of damage is even worse.
Exactly, because they're in their formative years, and this is the view they're going to have of men as predatory rapists who cannot ever be trusted. And they're going to have that view for the rest of their lives. And God help the nice guy that shows up and wants to become their husband or partner, because he's never going to get a chance. And he's going to wonder what the hell's wrong with him. And the truth of the matter is nothing. It's what happened to her in the past. And there are so many of these predators out there. And they say things like, well, she's already been raped once, so it's just another slice off the cake. They seriously say shit like that. I've had shit told to me about that. And after I was divorced from my first husband and I had 3 small boys to take care of, I had men tell me, well, I don't care whether you want it or not. You're not a virgin anymore. It don't matter. But it does. It does. It's a violation of your personal self at a level that you lose your sense of safety in your own skin. And most of them, I hope, really don't understand that. I hope they're just being selfish jerks. But there are a few out there who do understand that's what they're doing to us, and they're getting off on that. And so this is a very serious thing, and I'm glad you brought it up. I appreciate that there are men out there who are seeing that this is a problem.
It's a very big problem. I could not see raising a daughter in a world like this. This is just absurd.
Well, when you start looking into percentages of the population, there are an incredible number of men who feel that way and who teach their sons to be that way. And the women of the world are sitting there looking at them with our jaws dropped open. How can you be that cruel, inhumane? You know, and then we look at what they do to each other, you know. So, anyway, rant over. I was meaning to thank you. I wasn't meaning to jump all over you.
Well, no, actually, this is something that needs to be brought up, and this is why I think that, you know, the fact that investigations into these things are brushed aside is even more troubling, because that suggests that the people brushing it aside have that same mentality as a person as a perpetrator.
Well, I can't think of her name, but there was a woman who was assigned to deal with military rapes amongst, you know, because we have women in the military, a lot of them were being raped on duty, basically, or at least on their base. They were being raped by other military personnel. And there was a woman who was assigned to this. They thought that the women would be more likely to talk to her. Well, she came forward with a report, and it was immediately brushed aside, and she was put on suspension because she told the truth, and the top brass didn't want to hear it. And so from my perspective, this is a pervasive cultural problem. And it's actually worse in some other countries where women are considered property instead of people.
Yes, that is true. But but the thing is, as bad as it is, I know it's worse in India. That goes without saying. But what I will say is that
it's so bad in some countries that the women will not report it because the word of a man counts twice theirs. So if they accuse, it's no longer one-on-one. It's two votes against their one saying they're a liar. And because they can't physically prove that person did it, they end up executed.
Yeah, that's sick.
Exactly. And that's how women are looking at this, is no matter what we do, we're fucked.
There's only one solution, and that's to get rid of...
be armed at all times, and at all times to have access to that weapon.
Yes. And that's why I think that, you know, well, I think that girls should be born with a gun. They should have a gun assigned to them when they're born, and a box of bullets. Well, I mean, maybe they shouldn't go to school and shoot. Well, you get what I'm... Well, honestly,
I get exactly what you're saying. And how many men...
Girls, they should probably learn how to shoot when they're young, yeah.
Yeah, my dad taught me to shoot when I was 6.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I had already learned in the Black Ops. He was shocked when I sat there and took apart his 30-06 and cleaned it and put it back together without him teaching me how.
Yeah, I mean, I mean...
Yeah, there's a lot of weirdness in my life, but, you know, a girl should be taught to defend her honor.
Yes.
And a boy should be taught to honor her. And
yes.
those women who are predatory should have to face the same consequences as the men who are predatory.
Oddly enough, it seems like women face worse consequences when they're predatory than men, because
yeah,
and that's the problem. It's like, what? Why are we saying to guys that this is okay, and you know, women, we're the only people we're saying this isn't okay to is women. You know,
that's because they want to be able to do it to us and us not fight back.
It's disgusting. I mean, the entire system is literally disintegrating. It's it reminds me of something Douglas always used to say. Every day that you wake up and you look out the window and you don't see people killing each other and raping and pillaging in the streets is a good day.
Pretty much. If you can look outside and it's calm and peaceful, it's a good day.
And in some neighborhoods, if you look outside, you probably, in America, you probably will see people raping and killing each other and pillaging each other, especially in...
There are those places, yes.
Yeah, and they're quite common.
I used to live in one in Fresno. For those who know the community, I lived 2 blocks south of the fairgrounds. During the time frame that it became Little Laos, where it was a mixed race neighborhood and everybody was poor, and it was the borderline between the Bloods and the Crips, and the local police department abandoned it completely.
Oh, shit.
And after 2 years of that, a mafia capo moved in across the street from me, and he had the place cleaned up in 6 months. And I mean cleaned up. You could walk the streets with your babies and not have any issues at all. So I have this problem that in my subconscious, the mafia are the good guys.
Well, they're a more ordered evil, but it depends on what side of the fence you're on.
They are no more evil than any other government.
Yeah, but they're no more evil than any other gang, like the Bloods or Crips. Well, because all in all, they do the same thing.
Well, the Bloods and Crips were involving children as young as 2nd grade in street riots, and the mafia were not.
That's a fair point, but all the same, what they do overall is the same thing. It's just a different level of organization. Mafia is a little more organized.
Organized, and they're classier about it. They're actually more like a government. If they have control of the territory, it's run like a government. It's not run like a gang.
Yes, but it is run like a gang because you still do have extortion. You still do have to do favors. You still do. It's the same shit. It's honestly,
it's the same as government because isn't overly taxation extortion? Aren't all the inspections extortions? Aren't all the new regulations, aren't they extortion?
A governance is needed. I'm sorry, but
that was exactly my point.
A pitch for anarchy isn't going to fly.
That was exactly my point, was once the Fresno government abandoned my neighborhood, we were in anarchy, and the mafia came in and they cleaned it up.
Yes, that's one instance, though. That does not mean, one instance doesn't mean that the mafia are your friends. That's all I'm saying.
I don't think the government is my friend. So, I'm equating them to one another.
I don't see the similarity. Our government is too dysfunctional. It's our government is less functional than a mafia.
Lou says you have a point. The mafia is actually more efficient at it than our federal government is.
Yeah. I mean, the federal government, they don't do shit. They siphon money, and no one knows where it's going. No one sees where it's going.
But
and
the thing of it is that I agree with what Douglas said earlier, that they are behaving like they don't see a way out of the current downswing. they have created a mess, and they don't know how to create anything positive out of it. So they're just raping and pillaging till the end.
Well, it's because they know that if the only thing they know is that we have to do infinite wars, because if we don't, once we stop shedding blood on a large scale, the harp array is not going to bind those anti-gods for long, and we're going to have that limited incursion that Douglas spoke of on the last broadcast.
Mm-hmm.
And I should hope that I'm one of the people who are more of a savant as far as once the calls start to echo and reverberate the human collective unconscious, rather than the people who become ravagers, or the people who become food for the ghoul, or or the dreamers who wind up being exploited by everyone but just completely stuck. That just sounds horrible.
There's going to be a lot of victimology through this, yes.
But the good thing is that we have a heads up, and with a heads up, one has the capacity to prepare. I don't know if prepare is a very good word, because how the fuck do you prepare for something like that? How does that work?
I was trained in the Black Ops. I was an adept at Schwarze Sonne Gesellschaft, which, by the way, is not the same thing as Order of the Black Sun as everyone else knows it. It does not involve sacrifices nor deities, but it does involve interdimensional beings. We don't worship them, though. We learn to interact with them without being enslaved by them. And it involved psychic abilities that most people would consider on a par with magic, but there was a scientific basis for them, and they were based on genetic abilities. And so all of these were, I was taught how to use them in a military setting. What I've had trouble with is having these abilities and sitting here in civilian life and trying to stay normal enough that I don't scare the neighbors.
I think these days a good lot of people need some scaring.
My neighbors are mostly 100 to 120 IQ. They go to work, they come home, they turn on the TV for background noise. They start drinking beer or smoking pot from the time they hit the door until they pass out in front of the TV at night. This is their daily grind, and it's more alcohol and or drugs on their weekend. So these are people that don't read. They don't do YouTube. They don't worry. They might do Facebook or Twitter, but not both. And they don't interact with anybody that makes them think.
That's sad.
And I come outside, and they all go into their apartments and shut the door. I'm serious.
I wish
I weren't, but I'm serious.
Honestly, I wish I had what you had, because for some reason, no matter how angry I am, people just flock to me like flies.
They used to do that with me.
It drives me nuts.
They used to do that with me whenever that I was still working and before my memories were activated. But once I knew what I was.
Being tall, white, and blonde helped a lot with that. Being female, of course, a tall, white, blonde female is someone that people gather to naturally anyway. But once your memories were activated, that made it a little difficult to handle. Oh my God.
They've always thought I was weird. And some of them have been honest about telling me so.
Yeah. But by the way, keep going. You're both doing wonderful. I'm going to eat this sandwich. I'm already, inhaling it. So just keep going. Thank you.
I think it's the pheromones. Honestly, I think people are just drawn to the pheromones. So I'm thinking about getting one of those. You know those suits like like Homer Simpson had. The nuclear suits. I figure
because he worked at a nuclear power plant.
Yeah, I figure if I have one of those that has like a portable fan in it, in the back, maybe people won't flock to me so much. It's worth a try.
It's people are what they are when they are aware enough to notice a light. Whether it's a white light or a black light, either one, they will be drawn to that light. And yes, I have seen the black light, and yes, it is more beautiful than any white light I have ever seen. So yes, those of you who know will know which side of the spectrum I actually fall on. So,
but the white light is death. So
I do actually work at middle pillar because I don't want to be in a position of slavery to either side. Because I see the orderliness of service to others as slavery. I see the total service to self also as slavery. The only real freedom is in the middle where you get to choose.
That makes a lot of sense.
So, hey, I've studied this shit, trying to figure out what the hell was it they taught me in the Black Ops. You go along, because all of my vocabulary is in German, it's not in English. I have no idea who else is teaching the same stuff because, I was told this and this, and it's like, okay, how do I look that up? Well, what comes through Google Translate is not the same as the jargon used in the magic community. And I'm like, okay, who is this? I did look up Black Order of the Black Sun, and that's not it. So,
interesting. So what is your experience with the Order of the Black Sun?
Okay. My experience in the Black Ops with Schwarze Sonne was, it started off with, we drank a liter of black goo. That cut us off from our emotions other than anger. But it tripled our IQ overnight. It strengthened our bodies, and it basically enhanced any psychic abilities that we had. Overnight, you were suddenly Superman. And
I gotta get me some of that.
It does it at the expense of your humanity, though. You lose your empathy. You lose the ability to love. You lose the ability to care about anything. You will follow orders because they're the logical thing to do. It never once occurs to you that you're actually hurting people. So I have a lot to live with from that time, because my natural self, I probably care too much. So a lot of the stuff that we did use sex magic. We did use a lot of the stuff like you would see in Eyes Wide Shut. But we were not worshiping a deity. We were interacting with interdimensionals who would enable our magic through the use of that ritual.
That makes sense.
So, I do not believe I'm possessed by anything. I've been through enough exorcisms that if anything had been in there, it would be gone now. When I was Episcopalian, they put me through an exorcism every Saturday for 2 years. So at the end of that time, I still had altars, but I'm going to say any entities that had been there before were gone. So then when I was excommunicated for still having altars and for moving in with Lou, I checked out New Age, and they wanted me to go through exorcism because I had altars, and there were a few neo-Gnostics that were running around, and they put me through their version of get rid of the archons. And I'm like, okay. And then somebody else, it was, we have to remove your implants. And okay, I felt clean afterwards, but I was still me. And I was still doing all the stuff they said was demon possessed. And I'm like, I think you guys are wrong.
Maybe you never had an entity. Maybe you never had some kind of extra dimensional entity in you. I think a lot of times people have this sort of people have sort of created this new mythology these days, and they've sort of taken what was, I would say it's like a cross between a brainchild of Anton Szandor LaVey and brainchild of MICHÆL-ANGELO. With like the fusion of the New Age and the sort of alien entities and the Archon and all that, and then there's the Zachariah Sitchin cult and the Eric von Daniken cult.
There's all kinds of bullshit out there. And the truth of the matter is that altars are scars from childhood trauma, period. They are portions of my own mind that have been portioned off where they don't share memory because they were formed to contain a memory that was so bizarre that at the time I could not keep it and survive. So they are a survival mechanism. And for people to keep telling me they mean I'm possessed, I think they're insane. So anyway, what I have done here on Earth with my abilities, one of the times I was shot, it was through a device that had been hooked into my fuse box behind me, and it was aimed at my back while I sit at the computer. And my ability, I was able to track the energy beam that was shooting me back to the weapon, back through the fuse box, back through the smart meter, back through the power line, back to where it started. And because this is one of the things they trained me to do, I blew up the cave at Dulce Base where the entities were housing themselves. And there were remote viewers who checked it afterwards and reported that I actually did what I said I did. And there was a tremor about 100 miles north recorded at the same time. So instead of it picking up as being in Dulce, it picked it up as being in southern Colorado. So there was physical proof that I actually did something.
Wow.
And yeah.
So I just want to say that Maria Grigorich is saying good night. I want to say good night. We love you,
good night,
honey.
Maria.
And let her know, of course, everybody, that she has a birthday coming up which I believe is Thursday. So everybody get ready for that. And I need to find out Penny Bradley's birthday because that's going to be important in the future too. So in terms of our Lady Maria, her birthday is Friday the 17th. So it'll be before our next transmission. So I wanted to get that out there now. How about yourself, darling? When's your birthday, Penny?
My birthday is October 1st.
Oh, you're kidding me. Holy shit. By the time the book...
I'm a Libra, and I was born on a full moon.
Oh my God. So by the time the book reaches you, hopefully it will be by your birthday. You're in California. So prayerfully, I'm going to try and mail it out this Friday or this weekend. So along with several other people's. So go on with what you were talking about and blowing bases up or the like.
Yeah, I blew up Dulcie. What else did I do?
I wanted to ask you about these zaps. What do the zaps feel like?
It feels like being hit with a log, except it's electrical instead of physical. It burns. It hurts. It doesn't leave a visible mark, so you can't go into the doctor. And it hurts for a good 6 weeks before it stops.
Does it cause you like spasm when you feel it?
Yes.
Interesting.
It's literally like you're being set on fire. And the first time I was hit with one, it also hit Lou.
I felt something like that, but I never knew what the hell it was.
It's not fun, is it?
No, it hurts.
You never forget it.
It's like having hellfire beneath your skin.
Yeah, and deeper. The longer it goes, the deeper it goes. And there's no visible marks. So if you go to the doctor, they'll just laugh at you.
Trying to sleep becomes impossible because I keep getting jolted out of sleep whenever that happens.
Yeah, it's not fun. It's really a pain in the ass. But yeah, what else have I done? I got angry about what was going on at Bohemian Grove, and I am chipped into the orbiting weapons platform, aka Reagan's Star Wars, and I pulled a menu that I could see and chose a weapon, and I hit Bohemian Grove with that. I was aiming for the owl.
Cool.
I've done that more than once. I fried all the computers at Langley several times simply because they were where mine fractured me. And
I know you don't want to kill civilians, but if you could take care of that SpaceX launch next time when Musk is on it.
Yes. And get Bezos boys too,
You know, when I do these things to places that are manned, I actually put things through the computer saying, evacuate now, this is not a drill. And I usually give them 15-20 minutes to get out of the building. Because I really don't want to kill people. I have so much blood on my hands from the Black Ops that I really don't want to kill people here. The Black Ops, I had no choice because those were alters and they were mind controlled and it was strictly under orders.
Yes.
I have a choice in this body. And I'm not going to kill people if I can help it. Mm-hmm. I mean, accidents happen. There might be somebody that ignores the warning and stays at their desk, But I'm doing my best to make sure there are no innocents that are killed.
Good. That's commendable. Please continue.
What else did I do? There was an underground base that was close to the Potomac River, and I broke through the wall and let the river flood it out. It's still not in use. I took out the internet relay in Finland that was allowing the NSA access to the Russian internet, because
actually, maybe the NSA should have access to the Russian internet, because the
I
Russians
don't think they should have access to anybody's internet.
because honestly, the Russians have access to our internet, and they've done so much damage.
If you take
They've
out
done
the
so
relay,
much damage.
if you take out the relay, it goes both ways. It's not a one-way connection.
I see. So that's the only reason why the Russians are able to get in here in the first place.
It's because the NSA wants to get them. So
Wow.
if you take out the relay, it stops everybody.
Because the problem is they've been getting us by how do we say it? They've been getting us by disinfo. They've been getting us by their agents here in the United States.
Well, yeah.
So
The world got a whole lot smaller in the 1990s, and you've got people all over everywhere from everywhere. And you have no idea who is or is not an agent, because they may not actually be a citizen of that country. You have no clue, because the world got smaller in the 90s.
what I'm getting at is that we are long overdue to kick some Chinese and Russian ass, because those assholes have it coming.
But we certainly are, we certainly are entering that phase where that's hostilities are.
What I'm saying is we don't have a
choice. At it as the United States have been imperialistic assholes for over 100 years. Since Teddy Roosevelt, we have been telling the rest of the world what to do and where to get off. And maybe some of this is our just desserts.
No, I understand what you're saying, honey, but the problem is we can't sit back and just tolerate it while we get wiped. While we get wiped out.
Yeah, we're talking about survival here, and if a lot of people don't die as a result of the Americans, guess whose anti-gods wake up and clusterfuck the entire world?
Yes, it's what we need to reach is a new geostrategic balance completely, and more than likely that's going to require quite a bit of sundering of the world order as it stands today, which is crumbling. And so definitely, Penny, believe me, I appreciate what you're saying, and I have always talked about the American empire as a unipolar power being quite transitional, and but at the same time, Russia and China, as under the communists, are certainly not in any moral position to replace it.
I don't think that anybody's in a moral position to run the world. When I was a child, the very fact that you had an ambition to run the world meant you were dangerously insane.
So all of that has changed.
That's something that I still have in the back of my head. Is anybody who wants to rule the world has problems.
At the same time, somebody has to. So definitely our world needs to be run, and there's nobody who knows how to do it right now, that's for certain. So we definitely need to.
The timer just went off on my
Understood,
dinner,
and thank you so much. You have no idea how grateful I am. God bless you.
I may be back after eating if you still want me to.
Oh, I appreciate that. I appreciate that profoundly. Bless you. I should be on a roll by then. I should be getting into the space, so to speak, the headspace of the monologue. But definitely, if I need you, which I certainly did for the time that you spent with us, I'll call you again, and I thank you for that. Just let us know when you're done eating, and we'll see where I'm at. And
I'll just For the time being, then I'll just turn off the mic.
Sounds good. Sounds good. Love you dearly. Mwah. And say hello to Lou. Yes. And with that, of course, I'm going to ask James and Reese to take over the stage for a little bit. I'm just going to be right here, but I've got to get my head together still, shake a little bit of the rush that comes out of my head from the Coke. And while I'm shaking that out, our man, Mr. James and Reese, will now be able to maintain a little bit of a track for about 10 minutes or so. And I'm sure you can do that. And now that you've gotten it, shall we say, you've had some experience now with a leech who has hijacked the show. Just know not to do that. That's one of those things. It's your show when you're on, and don't let somebody else hijack it by doing what that guy did, which is just asking stupid questions, grabbing your attention. And the worst thing that he accomplishes is that he gets you to go silent while reading his shit. And that's like, it's very alarming. It's very alarming to me.
Sorry about that. Yeah. Nick, I was just, I figured it would be cool to do like a chat feedback thing, but I'm not at the point.
You'll get to that level.
I'm not at that level yet.
Yeah.
So.
I mean, that's more than good God. Look at Derek Talley, the way he was. He couldn't even handle that. He was. I mean, the worst part would be his reading stories. That would be the way he would read them would be just awful. It would be just awful. One of those things where
he would have like a flat monotone. He'd be like,
"Oh, it's just awful."
And a red train and over the purple track.
Oh, it's just awful. It was just awful. I couldn't, that guy, he claimed he had a show all his own in the past. I can't even imagine what that was like, or what that would have been like listening to it. And for someone who claimed to be essentially kind of a preacher, so he never did refer to the Bible or scripture very often. And there was that one time, again, just everything he did was offensive. The one time that he sat there and said, Jesus Christ is my Lord and Savior. And he blurted that out all of a sudden. Like, was that programming, or was that what the fuck was that?
I think it was programming. I mean,
it was just basically to make us all look like devils and shit. Everybody around him, like he was surrounded by devils, which of course would beg the question of what the fuck he was doing here. But that was the whole thing. You knew that he didn't want to be here any more than Pavel Edward. The thing about both of them was that they were always bored as fucking hell. And
they sure sounded it. They sure sounded it. They didn't sound like they really wanted to be here. They sounded like, okay, I got something else going on, so all right, now I'm going to do something else.
Yes. Oh my God. All right. All right, let me take the earbuds off. I'll leave the stage to you for a little bit. You can go back to male hating, as that idiot was saying. Miguel saying, "Yeah, you're hating yourself."
Oh my God.
Yeah, tell him, that's why I beat myself while I'm watching porn. I hate myself so much. Yes.
What's insane is that was his response when I'm bringing up the topic of rape. So what the fuck is in that dude's past?
Well, that triggered him, of course. It's like you were exposing some aspect of his personality he didn't want seen or something. So there we are with that. And so back to you. I'll be mute and off stage for a few minutes.
Okay, so I'm getting this from the U.S. Customs and Border Protection Agency, which I signed up for their newsletter, and ever since I tried to put it in spam, I couldn't. So I decided, okay, why not run over some of these tidbits and see if I could get any newsworthy stories. So Philadelphia CBP officers seize nearly, you can tell the pills are kicking in, right? $100K in counterfeit currency from Russia destined for Illinois. U.S. Customs and Border Protection officers seized nearly $100,000 in counterfeit euros and dollars on September 7th that shipped in international air cargo from Russia and was destined to an address near Chicago. The shipment initially arrived August 19th, and CBP officers placed a hold on the parcel, which was manifested as play money for monopoly. When the officers examined the parcel, they discovered 77,300 euros in $100 bills and $6,515 in $5 US dollar bills. The 77,300 euros converts to 91,361 US dollars. Holy shit, their euros are worth more than our US dollars. Well, there you go. We've sunk into a whole new low. God damn. For a combined equivalency of $97,876. The currency appears to be lesser quality reproductions of legal notes. CBP contacted the U.S. Secret Service, who confirmed that the currency was counterfeit. CBP officers turned the currency over to the Secret Service agents on Thursday. The United States places legal restrictions on the reproduction of banknote images, and those who attempt to pass these fictitious notes off as legal tender face severe consequences under U.S. law. So who the hell gets busted when it comes from Russia? They'd have to go all the way to Russia to bust them. Good luck on that. And now, here's China. Pittsburgh CBC Customs and Border Protection officers seize counterfeit COVID-19 vaccination cards from China, because we're getting hit on two fronts, folks. United States Customs and Border Protection officers seized the second of two shipments of counterfeit COVID-19 vaccination cards in Pittsburgh on September 7th. So the fucking assholes on the far right who want to, not get vaccinated but pass themselves off as vaccinated and infect all of you who are probably vaccinated or who might not be infected and might not be vaccinated. Basically, they are collaborating with the Chinese so that they can do that and pull that off. So that's good to know. The two international mail parcels contained a combined 70 fake COVID vaccination cards. CBP officers seized the first parcel of 20 cards on August 24th after they determined that the cards presented a low-quality appearance, that they were being imported by a consignee who is not, I don't know how to say that word, who is not from the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention or a certified medical entity. CBP officers placed a hold on the second shipment destined to the same Beaver County, Pennsylvania consignee. The parcel of 50 fake COVID cards arrived on Tuesday. Both parcels were shipped from China. The FBI has warned the public that buying, selling, or using counterfeit COVID-19 vaccination cards endangered and places others at risk and breaks our nation's laws. So are they arresting people for this shit or not? I mean, honestly, CBP officers in Chicago, Memphis, and Anchorage, Alaska have seized more than 6,000 counterfeit COVID-19 vaccination cards. Now, if you notice, I'm having a problem with my S's. That means that the triple C's are hitting, and I'm starting to peak. It's like all of a sudden this like cold air from the fan is starting to feel like sort of like fractal flakes from the fourth dimension or some shit. It's just really groovy. Oh gosh, I just said groovy. Yeah, I'm tripping balls. Coronavirus and its variants continue to pose a serious health risk to health and safety threat to American citizens, and so do unscrupulous vendors who peddle counterfeit COVID vaccination cards, said William Fitting, CBP's port director in Pittsburgh. Now, what this also should do is be a red light, is give you guys a warning that, in states like New York, they're saying that, you can only get into places, you can only get into certain venues if you have a vaccination card. Well, guess what? Them saying that does not make me feel safe, because knowing that there are counterfeit COVID vaccination cards out there, and that, maybe some dumb fuck at the door checking these things might not be able to tell the difference, means that someone can go in there, who had COVID or who is in the middle of COVID and just wants to fuck everyone else up, who might not have COVID, but might have been vaccinated. And guess what? Being vaccinated doesn't mean that you're not going to get COVID. It just means that you won't get hit as hard if you do get it. So that needs to be put out there. The illusion of safety is not necessarily the presence of safety, and we'll leave it at that. And here's an interesting one going on in Texas. Laredo Sector Border Patrol agents rescue nearly 50 individuals locked inside a trailer. Laredo Sector Border Patrol agents assigned to the Freer Station rescued almost 50 people who were found during an alleged human smuggling attempt locked inside a trailer near Freer, Texas. The incident occurred shortly after midnight on September 15th when a tractor trailer approached the checkpoint on a U.S. Highway 59. During primary inspection, a service canine alerted to the conveyance, and agents referred it to secondary further inspection. Oh my God, I almost said infection. During the inspection, agents discovered almost 50 individuals locked inside the trailer, and the interior temperature was over 90 degrees Fahrenheit. Holy fucking shit. That's horrible. All individuals were in the U.S. illegally and were from countries of Mexico, Guatemala, and El Salvador. South America is freaking... America has just fucked South America up at this point. America and Russia have just decimated it. Human smugglers continue to have no regard for safety and health of the people they exploit, as they are treated like a commodity for profit. Laredo sector agents focus on the agency's enduring mission priorities of countering terrorism, combating transnational crime, securing the border, facilitating lawful trade, protecting revenue, and facilitating lawful travel when they're not actually smuggling and taking in people themselves, which I'll assume does happen from time to time, because, you know, nobody's perfectly clean and incorruptible. I mean, that's part of being human. We're all corruptible. I mean, maybe some people are less corruptible than others, but in the right circumstances, you could corrupt just about anyone. You just have to know their triggers, and you have to know their weak points to exploit, which is one of the perks of going into and working with one's shadow aspects of oneself, is that you start to realize you're not the saint that you thought you were. And now let's see what else we can find. It turns out that tardigrades that are known as water bears, you know, the creatures that are known to be able to withstand extreme conditions such as high heat, extreme cold, high pressure, and even the vacuum of space, are not exactly indestructible. At extreme levels of heat, they can possibly die. So that's an interesting thing I picked up. And I'm just dropping like tidbits here. I could go on about how my day went, but for most of my day, I was not mentally present enough to be able to, what shall I say? I walk around in a trance. I like to be in a trance state because a trance state feels good. Being in a regular state of consciousness that is baseline ordinary, that's not somewhat altered to some degree, is distressing, if not downright traumatizing to me for some reason. I don't know how to explain that. It's just once you get used to being in an altered state of consciousness, one doesn't want to quite leave that behind.
There you go. It's, are you?
I mean, I'm sure you could relate to that, right?
Yeah. You're not running out of steam, are you? You doing okay?
Yeah.
Okay, good.
Now here's a very sad story about how Louis Armstrong and the CIA, how Louis Armstrong was used as a Trojan horse in the Congo. And it's really sad. Basically,
Louis Armstrong, the black guy, the boxer.
Yeah, no. He's the guy who was the guy who played music, the trumpeter.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Forgive me. There's so many names. So what year was this? What year are we talking about?
This was around the Cold War.
Okay.
Era.
Okay.
Basically, he was whining and dining in Africa, in the Congo and whatnot, and he had no idea that there were people in the State Department who were around as spies who were holding operations and utilizing his presence there for their convenience. He was basically a Trojan horse for the CIA. It's genuinely heartbreaking. He was brought in to serve an interest that was completely contrary to his own sense of what was right and wrong. And he probably would have been horrified, according to Susan Williams, a research fellow at London's University School of Advanced Study and the author of White Malice, a new book which exposes the astonishing extent of the CIA's activities across Central and West Africa in the 1950s and early 60s.
It's a good title for it, White Malice. Go on. Yes.
Yeah, documents found by Williams in the archives of the UN during the 5 years of research strongly suggest that it is Armstrong's host, CIA Station Chief Larry Devlin, and other U.S. intelligence officers posted in Congo used the cover of the musician's visit to get access to the strategically important and very wealthy province of Katanga, which had recently succeeded. The U.S., though sympathetic to the agenda of the province's leader, had not officially recognized the self-declared government there. There was much of interest to the CIA in Katanga, ranging from senior officials with whom could not otherwise meet to crucial mining infrastructure with 1,500 tons of uranium and vast potential to procure more. There you have it.
This is the same Congo the Belgians had plundered for so long, right?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Try and put that into contextual history. Whenever you're reading a story, take it upon yourself to add what you know. That gives it far more interest than reading it. Make sense? Get what I'm saying?
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
Thank you.
I mean, it's basically Africa has been just raided and raped of its resources by whites for, oh gosh,
for too long.
I would say centuries by now.
Well, it certainly feels that way. I mean, we'd have to say centuries by now. Yes. As a matter of fact, if Our Lady Penny comes back on with us later, I'll show her what I would have showed you. But there were some things I could show you both on screen share that this brings to mind. But by all means, continue with what you're saying, and whatever else comes to mind. And feel free to rant. It might actually just be much more engaging right now for people to listen to you rant than to listen to you read a story.
If I rant, I'm going to be ranting about how I'm tripping balls right now, man.
Oh, well, that doesn't. It's not bad.
It's not bad. I mean, what I can say is, I've literally was in the middle of writing a spell, but now I'm just like.
Well, like Peter Moon said, what we were speaking about earlier, kind of like really catered to your. How did he put it? He said this raises your IQ. He said when we were talking about all the occult subjects. Yeah,
indeed.
Yeah.
I think a lot of what people think. I think a lot of what people are working with are mostly egregores. The problem is,
you said that Scientology was taken over by its own egregore. So go on, yeah, please. Just
the problem is, people don't take into account just how powerful egregores can get. I mean, they could get to God level. I'm guessing.
If enough people participate, that's the whole point of changing Aquino's looks, for instance. It was what I said coherent about psychological invocation en masse, using the changing of looks and the opening of vulnerable points.
Yeah. It basically seems like by doing this, people are going to start to unconsciously associate Aquino with this business-looking fella, and they're going to basically that's going to open up a ritual and a gateway to bring Michael Aquino's influence into this guy's world, and he's going to become more like Michael Aquino. And I wanted to
possession. Go on.
I wanted to say, I wonder how many people Michael Aquino had as sleepers for himself before he died, or if he definitely had to have spent time establishing people who would be sleepers for him, people who would be people who he would possess. And continue his work when he died, because there's no shortage of madness that has his fingerprint on it.
Mm-hmm. That's right. I mean, so you already know the score. You can take it from there. You can basically say how. Let me let you handle this. I'll leave the stage.
I mean,
you take it away.
I mean, it's sort of like. It's kind of strange, because I have no doubt that there are some people who are born with certain affinities to certain entities for whatever reason, and if someone has a high enough affinity for a certain entity, that person's going to gravitate towards that entity unconsciously, and they're just going to, I guess if that person's a sleeper for that entity, you'll be able to wake up. That person would probably most likely be able to strongly invoke that entity more than any other entity. I have no doubt that before he died, he must have, through the fractured psyches of the people he abused and people who were groomed for that very purpose, I mean, I wouldn't put it past. Oh my gosh, what's that woman's name again? Oh, geez, the woman who took care of him when he had cancer.
Oh, you're talking about that young lady. Oh my God, Heather Holman. Heather Holman.
It wouldn't surprise me if her son wouldn't be used as a sleeper for him.
That might be, or Christine Joanna Hart with her son.
Yeah. I mean Christine Joanna Hart. Yes.
That's who you were thinking of.
That would make a lot of sense, because, in all honesty, anyone who was traumatized by him would have that potential. They have that break in their psyche. They have that psyche. They have that scar, that sort of lapse, which could be exploited. Because trauma is more or less a lapse in consciousness where you're not processing what's going on due to whatever horrific event it is. It doesn't mean it. I mean, anything can traumatize someone. It's like literally, it's almost like something being such a shock that you blank out, and whatever wasn't processed, that creates an opening, holes in the psyche. Heaven knows, I've probably got like 1 billion of those.
In a sense, we all do. Many of us are traumatized just by being in this world of brutalization of such a heartless culture and anti-culture. While you're handling that, I will take a short look in the. Oh, go on. And Penny Bradley writes, "Honey, I'm home." That's so cute. Penny, jump back on the call, honey. If you can come back on, by all means do so. Or that's
Hello.
Yes, there we are. So, honey, do me a favor. I'm gonna go mute again. I'm gonna let yourself. I hope you dined well. That you enjoyed your repast.
Yes.
Oh, wonderful. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to grab a couple of painkillers now. And while I'm grabbing the painkillers to
You're mixing painkillers with cocaine.
Honey, it's me. I do this all the time. I'm not like other people. It's not like...
He's the only one who
I
can
will
do it.
accept you are not like other people. Just register my concern for your health.
Oh, no, it's appreciated. Honey, I take it as a positive, and believe me, I always appreciate it when people care. But just to get you a little more familiar with my situation, Jameson will explain it. I'm going to go mute.
You're gonna dump that on Jameson.
He can handle it. He can handle it.
I see how you are. It's okay.
I'm just curious I'm just curious what the pain medicine is. Is it codeine?
Oh, it's funny that you said that. I couldn't believe my doctor actually acquiesced. Yeah, he prescribed my codeine, so I got some of the codeine.
Nice.
Yeah, so I'm gonna pop. Yeah, so I'm gonna pop some of the codeine and Tylenol along with the muscle relaxant. Yeah, and
codeine. All right, here's where I'm excited. Codeine's not that far removed from DXM.
Well, there you go. I mean,
nice, man.
That's a trashier side of my indulgence. All right, this is true street level recreational narcotics at this point. Yeah, I'm going a bit JMO. I'm going a bit down.
I have managed to not be street level drugs.
Mm-hmm. And that's good. I mean, honestly, I never expected otherwise with yourself, honey. I mean, you're too high class for that. So what I'm going to do is, this shouldn't take long. Basically, what I'm going to do is just get my head together. Like I told James and Reese, I'm just shaking out, the cocaine dust from my head. And while I'm shaking my head, I don't want people to go down to the gutter with that and think about the head that's behind the zipper, mind you, when I say that. But the head that's between my shoulders, while I'm shaking that out and taking some painkillers, and
it's always important to make sure the public knows which head you're talking about.
Well, it's me, honey. They have every right to think about the one between my legs because that's the one I normally think with. They all know that. And so, having assured the public that I'm not relieving myself in that fashion in the few minutes that I'm away, it's not like I go silent and then cruise for the porn while everybody's talking and then come back. I mean, that would just be gauche. So what I'm doing is strictly legit recreational narcotic and painkiller indulgence. I mean, a form of abuse that everyone's familiar with. And all we're missing is the alcohol, but I won't indulge in that until after transmission. So what I'm going to do is go mute, and these two lovely people will hold the stage for a few more minutes. When I come back, it's just going to be me until the end of the show. But until I come back, these two people are wonderful, and they do it so well. And our lady Penny Bradley can go back to talking about different facilities that she's blown. And our man Jameson can answer his questions.
That's all right. I covered the territory.
Yeah, you did pretty well. Oh my God.
I'm wondering.
I covered the territory, and for those in this audience who are my followers, if you go back through all of my videos, you will find all of those and more described.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. cool. And
I don't want to steal Douglas's fan group.
Oh, that's not how it works. Don't worry about it. I mean, we all share with each other.
It's fine with me.
Yeah. And
that is why we have each other on each other's shows.
Right. And but I am curious, and you can talk about this. I can listen to the recording later. I am curious about when all of those rumors. Of course, I've worked with this before and told people what I know about it. But I was just wondering if you had any dimension to add concerning, the breakout of the quote unquote aliens at Dulce base. That's totally different from what you're talking about with entities at Dulce, right? Just to disambiguate.
The creatures that I saw at the Dulce base are what is colloquially called big-nosed greys. I do not know where they came from, but I know they require certain biochemicals for their survival because for some reason they don't make them themselves. So they get them from animals or sometimes from humans. This is one of the most disgusting, god-awful groups that I have ever interacted with in any of the memories that I have.
Right.
They literally sit in vats of animal products like it's a hot tub, and they don't rinse off when they come out, and they stink to high heaven. If they were actually demonic, I would not be shocked.
Right.
That's the level they're at. I do believe they're in physical bodies, but I have no idea where they came from.
Okay. What I'm led to think is that these might be like what Douglas was talking about when he talked about those races that were being created by the nuclear.
Thank you. That's exactly what it is. We're talking about the same thing. So we are talking about the exact same thing.
Yeah. Because I see those things periodically. Actually, I've seen those things periodically on some of the videos on the what do you call it, slapped ham, like. Right. And the thing is that they would be really fast and they're really fleeting and they're just like.
Yes. So just to explain to Penny. By the way, Penny, I got your email, so thank you for that. I'll see what I can do with that as to whether, I can't do anything because I'm not worth a shit when it comes to technology. I'll see whether I can get an adult to help me, download that so we can upload that on my channel, which is my 9/11 interview with Penny Bradley. And she was kind enough to use my graphic. And so that is an illustration.
Oh, your graphic was beautiful.
Oh, God bless you.
How could I not use it?
Oh, thank you, honey. Thank you so much. So just so people understand, that is a illustration. That is art, okay? As opposed to photographs.
It was art.
Thank you. As opposed to photographs, which for some reason, and it's not just people, I don't blame the machines because a lot of times, have you ever had that phenomena happen when you're on your Facebook timeline and it's not loading right? And so you don't see the pictures, and instead you'll see like the empty square where a photograph is or something, and you'll see a little summary of it, like the AI or the aggregator says that this photograph might be a photograph of a human figure or something like that. Those little summaries. Do you ever see that, Penny?
It's where the AI is guessing what it is.
Yes. And in my photographs, it'll often say, this is an anime, anime of person or something like that. And that is always profoundly bizarre to me because many of my photographs are interpreted as anime by that. Okay, but that I can understand. That's not a human being. But then I get all these people who mistake my photographs for anime, and that is bizarre to me. I
think it's because they have some kind of cultural bias where they just automatically equate someone Asian with anime.
It must be. I'd like to think that, but but I don't like to think that. I mean, that's disgusting. But you know what I'm saying? Maybe it's something like that, as opposed to that.
I think it's ignorance rather than than bias.
Well, in other words, you see that their eyes are optically unable to interpret it. That's what I'm saying. Is it that bad? Because that's pretty disconcerting. If they're unable to.
No, it's not. Because it doesn't. Because it's obvious that they're photographs when I see them.
Thank you. Thank you. So if they're saying what they're saying, but they speak of it like they're adamant. Like, anyhow, that being said, I don't want to over dwell on that, but it gives you an example of part of the problem. Here's another part of the problem.
I don't post personal photos very often, and when I do, it's the same collection that I used to have on the profile that Facebook deleted. So it's not new information over there.
Understood, honey. Anyhow, so Peter Moon, oh gosh, yeah, let me give you an example of this. Here I might as well share a screen. So let me turn on a screen share if you're in front of your computer just for a few minutes, and we may go back to screen share. Right now you can see this, yes? The cursor moving around the little symbol here. Just give me a confirmation of that.
Ah, there you are.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, okay. Yeah, well, that's AE for Amanda Yu. And so basically, look at Skybooks. This is Peter sent this to me. Peter says, this was sent to me after last night. I have not listened yet. This was 6 days ago, you can see. And this is somebody wrote him named, who the hell was this? All the best, Peter, from fellow San Fernandoer, meaning he's some Californian from that city, San Fernando. And for all you people out there who are not Californian. And Peter, of course, was born in California. Hi, Peter. Heard your interview today with Douglas. It was good. 2 thoughts came to mind. First, and then he gives this stupid link. Don't know if you or Douglas know this fellow. He did a show, YouTube, with a fellow who wrote a book and did a whole thing on the Son of Sam and the Yonkers. Very interested in the connections of how things are woven underneath, but he is an academic. He does reading of books he thinks are important on his channel and writes himself. And, drum roll please, he's Japanese. Oh, that's the seller, right?
What the hell is the point of bringing that up?
Because everybody thinks I'm some kind of Japanophile, because anyhow, not sure how much he can acclimate on this topic, or how brave he is, though.
I get similar things all the time.
Where people tell you the person's German, right, or something.
There are a massive number of people out there who are both not smart and want attention.
Right. Well, this person's just trying to be helpful, but they're naive. And
they're trying to be helpful, and they really don't understand what you're talking about. They think anybody else. I get things in German. I get things in Russian because I have a following in the former Soviet Union, and I get things.
Well, here's the punchline. Here's the punchline,
in Spanish, and
it's my gosh, that asshole again.
Yeah, it's anyhow. Yeah, here's the punchline.
Exactly. It's to the point of I see their name and I don't want to open it.
Right. Well, this idiot is Daryl Hamamoto, who's just a Jap trash piece of shit who was trying to ambush me on my own program. And of course, I made him look like the idiot he is, but he was awarded for attempting to ambush me with his first series of appearances on Alex Jones.
I love how he uses a plagiarized image from Magic the Gathering. Nice.
There we are.
Engineering of California and the world. He stole that from Magic the Gathering.
Yes.
That's a copyright freaking image.
Yes.
You should report that.
Thank you. And anyhow, he shows himself with this is a stripper who I know was hired by him. And she said he stinks and he can't get it up. And so he's with a professional lady and trying to make himself look slick and shit. Like he's still got it going. What a fucking loser. But this is what this Jap trash piece of shit reminds me of, and this will bring us back to Jameson Reese hating on men again. And I want you to join him in this, Penny, because there was a loser who was leeching the show because of what Jameson was saying. This is what Jameson was talking about. Just as Daryl Hamamoto, look at this guy, Earl Yamamoto. He's the second sheriff in San Diego, California, convicted on 16 child rape charges. 16 child rape charges, sex crimes against minors. So both of you should be able to hit this link in the text box here in Skype call. I'll let you two handle that. That'll be a good starting point for getting you back in a conversation group.
I'm trying to report this dude. Okay, because I'm totally gonna report him for that.
Cool.
That shit is all right. Let me see.
Cool.
Report user. Okay, he has copyrighted shit. Oh, come on, hate speech. None of these are my issues. Harassment, privacy, impersonation, child endangerment.
Fuck, he's impersonating a human being. Child endangerment. Yeah, he endangers children's impression of what Asian people are. He makes them all think that we're a bunch of queer-ass perverts. At any rate, so, honey, I'll let you... yeah, are you able to access that link, darling?
We're trying.
Okay.
There, it finally came up.
Okay, and look at this guy, Earl Yamamoto. I mean, these guys grew up in America. These guys are not Japanese. They're American acculturated, and they're what we call bananas. You know, they're yellow on the outside.
Vista.
Yeah. What's that, honey?
He's in Vista.
There we are, Vista, California. Tell people about...
I went to San Diego State, so I do kind of half-ass know the area.
There we are. There we are. So I'll leave you two. I'm going to go mute, and I'll be back in a matter of minutes. And when I come back, I'll ease back in.
I'm going to see if I can find this guy's picture, Earl Yamamoto.
Yeah, and that ought to be interesting. I'm sure he looks just like what he is, a piece of shit. And again,
well, anybody that's convicted of sex crimes against children is a piece of shit.
Thank you. But we call these guys bananas.
You say he's 27, but I just see these old dudes.
Interesting. So they're hiding the guy's image. Then they're protecting.
This one says he's 41 and previously lived in Chula Vista.
Interesting. Chula Vista, California. Penny and I know where that is. All right, gonna go mute.
Chula Vista was a lower income area of San Diego County, and it was more inland.
Yeah, and you know who else was from San Diego? Peter Moon. So, by the way, I'm just letting people know that because it's a big city, and obviously a naval port.
It used to be a huge city.
Yes, it's true. It used to be the primary naval port for a long while. After the San Francisco Greater Bay Area and Oakland kind of shut down, it was kind of taking their place. But all of these places have died in terms of their shipping. Not at all what they used to be. It's very bizarre. All right, I'll leave you both for a matter of minutes. I'll be back soon enough and then ease my way back in. Gonna go mute. Thank you both. Both of you can take it from here and use this as the conversational starting point. And, some leech was trying to hijack the show, basically calling Jameson Reese a self-loathing male. The both of you can now put that in context with this guy as an example of what we're hating on. Okay, thank you. And yes, by the way, drum roll, please. He's Japanese. Yeah, like, like, what the fuck does that mean? When a guy says that
means his ancestors came from Japan, and that's all it means.
Thank you. Well, in the cases of Daryl Hamamoto and this Earl Hamamoto and Yamamoto, the names rhyme for a reason. They're like all we're missing is the third monkey. So all we need is some other, worthless.
Damn it. I can't report this piece of shit. Well, I'm just going to thumb down his video and just poo-poo it. Just poop on it.
Have fun with that. Damn.
Okay, I'll leave you both too.
How many of these guys are there?
Too many. Oh, Jesus, too many. I'm sure they're brothers. They're probably brothers who just changed their names so they could tell each other apart.
They come out of like a fucking factory somewhere.
Yes, they cloned them. Okay, I'll leave you both. I'll be back.
I'm looking for a picture of him and can't find one.
Yeah.
They've
they're
apparently
protecting him.
They have apparently decided to not show his photograph. Anyway, this was as of 2 days ago. Former San Diego Sheriff's deputy is awaiting sentencing on rape, molestation, and other charges related to years of sexual assaults committed against at least 2 minors, according to court records.
Yeah. Oh, by the way, before I go, Jameson, if you could handle the idiot in the chat room who's asking people to go to the webcams.com for hot girls and boys.
Got him.
All right, I'll leave you to handle that.
You do attract the same level of folks in chat that I do.
Not only did I remove him, I reported him.
Good. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Good man. Good man. Okay. Yes. And by the way, we're not attracting these people, Penny. They're assigned to us. Okay. Get it right.
That makes sense.
Thank you. Okay, I'll be back.
That particular perspective had slipped my mind. Yes, they are assigned to us to try to make us sound insane.
Yeah,
Okay.
they're literally trying to like just disrupt because
Continuing the article, now in sheriff's custody at the Vista Detention Facility, he was convicted of 16 criminal counts by a San Diego Superior Court jury last month. He could face decades in prison when he is sentenced on October 6th. The criminal counts include forcible rape, forcible oral copulation, lewd acts upon a child, sodomy by use of force, and other violations. The charges involved at least 2 girls, and the crimes were committed between 2012 and 2019, records show. His lawyer refused request to comment. Yamamoto, who is 41 and previously lived in Chula Vista, was hired by the Sheriff's Department in March 2016 and ended his employment on September 19th, 2019. He's the second deputy in the last 4 months to be convicted of sex crimes against children. Lieutenant Amber Baggs, a spokeswoman for Sheriff Bill Gore, said the department has no tolerance for sexual misconduct or other offenses committed by its workforce. Quote, "We do not tolerate criminal, immoral, or unethical behavior by any of our employees, and when it is discovered, we act decisively to investigate it and or cooperate with outside investigators," end quote. She said in an email, quote, "Sheriff's employees are not above the law," end quote. That's about damn time somebody felt that way.
How many years are they going to give him?
We won't know until October 6th. That's when he gets sentenced.
He's accusing more than 15 women. Holy shit.
He was out there using his badge as a way to.
But here's what they're saying. They're saying he is incarcerated at Wasco State Prison and will be eligible for parole in 2027. Why the hell is he going to get parole after rape? What the fuck? That's 6 years.
Most rape.
That's bullshit.
Most rapists don't get more than 2 years. That's one of the problems we have. They get longer for murder than they do for rape, but not by a whole lot. The average man will serve 5 years for a murder charge, where the average woman serves 3 times that. And that's regardless of your gender. I mean, your race. Regardless.
Not really, because black guys, you murder someone, you're in jail for life.
Okay, I wasn't aware they were all in for life, but yeah, I knew that usually, at least with white men, they're in for 5 years, unless it's something that really makes the papers and scares people.
Well, like that's the thing. White men, yeah, they like slap them on the wrist.
Like Patterson, who murdered his pregnant wife, that scared a lot of people, so he was in for a long time.
Still not life. He should have been in there for life.
He should have been. Actually, some of these, they should have gotten the death penalty. California still has it, technically. But the way that they apply it is just so ridiculous. It's unreal.
It's the fucking judges. The judges are just like, they sympathize with who they want to sympathize with, and whoever they don't want to sympathize with, they just completely crush them. We do not have an unbiased legal system, and
oh, that's definite.
I mean,
that's absolutely definite that there is no justice in our justice system. It is based on your class, your color, your gender. There are people who have been accused of murder after murder after murder after murder, and they've never been successfully even investigated. And yet there are people who you just whiff a crime and they're in prison for the rest of their lives.
Yeah, it's horrendous. There are women who have been locked up for life for killing someone who had sexually enslaved them and raped them, whereas whereas there are guys who
they'll never get parole because they're not repentant.
Why the fuck should they be repentant? I mean, just to add insult to injury, it's bad enough the person's raped. Now they have to repent because.
The problem is the parole boards are men who are doing that same thing to their wife, and they think in terms of, if you were my wife, you would kill me. And that's why that woman never gets out. And that's a really big issue, and people need to think about it.
Yeah, people do need to think about it. The problem is, there's way too many problems. What I'm saying.
Yeah, there are way too many problems, and the Justice Department is generally making them worse.
There's part of me that honestly, when I think about the idea of the incursion of the anti-gods, there's part of me that thinks that would be justice for a completely derelict system, but I know that's not the right outcome. But on the same token, it's like something that drastic would have to happen, because at least that would just clusterfuck an already destroyed. It would just dismantle a system that's failed us.
There's a lot of stuff that needs to be stopped dead in its tracks. I'm not sure that bringing in the elder gods is a good idea, because their idea of justice is not the same as ours.
Well, I don't think they have any idea of justice. I don't think they care about justice. That's not a concept that comes to their mind.
Some of them do, but their idea of justice is as it relates to them, not as it relates to us.
Oh yeah, we're just a colony of ants that they could just step on at their leisure.
I've been talking to people, and they seem to think we're more than what we are. And I'm telling them, what would you do if you owned a tract of land in a jungle, and your monkeys started building houses and farming, and decided that you were God because you owned the property? What would you do? Because in this story, we are the monkeys that started building houses and farming. And that usually makes people step out of their religious mindset long enough to think about what they're talking about. Because I will describe something that to me is a perfectly 3D, earth-based, real thing, just as real as the computer I'm sitting in front of, and they'll slap me with religious stories.
Honestly, I'd let the monkeys do whatever the hell they want and just say, I don't give a fuck.
Yeah, well, maybe put a fence up to keep them in.
No. Honestly, there'd be a curiosity to see just how far they go and see how far they advance, because it would just be entertainment at that point.
Well, that's what I'm seeing as the so-called God figures are keeping an eye on the monkeys in the yard, because we're entertainment. And that's one of the best ways to look at us. And, the slave labor was after we got more advanced enough we could be useful. But that's basically what we started off was, we were the monkeys in the jungle in their yard. And
I don't think we ever slaved for any gods. I don't think we ever.
That's all Zachariah Sitchin shit.
Yeah. I mean, what I think
I
is
don't know.
that
I see a lot of really ancient. I see a lot of really ancient digs in different places all over the world, and I'm not sure we humans were responsible for that shit.
I think we were.
At least in the sense that the labor was human.
That was what I was meaning.
I understand. So in that case, so I'll put it this way. So I'll put it this way, honey. Basically, what we're taking a stand against is the problem that people have is they just have no concept of any shades of gray. The world is black and white to them, and Zachariah Sitchin's crime was that he exploited this, and he exploited it to have his cult, which has spread along with the cult of the kings of Edom, the Herodian insurgency of the cult of alien gods, that many people are accepting and believing that humanity was created as a slave species, and that as a slave species we were genetically bred by these aliens to serve them, whereas in the reality there were pockets of human speciation that were enslaved by relic populations, what we in the government at the level of security clearance that Aquino was at, and various other people who worked at that level of a knowledge of reality. We call them relic populations, the populations that are left from the previous species that had evolved before man, from the archaic species of dinosaurs, etc. And so these would be what would be interpreted by humans today as serpent people and the like. So at times like that... people. I'm sorry, honey.
There was an interview with a reptilian that called herself Lacerta. Mm-hmm. And the description she gave of her kind matches the reptilian statuettes from the Ubaid culture.
Okay.
So, yes, they've been here for a long time.
Yeah, and much longer than humanity. So many species, indeed. Yeah, many species achieved a form of sentience long before humanity. So you had primitive proto-humans that were enslaved by such species, but that doesn't mean all primitive proto-humans were. You had humans that were...
If you look at the first part of the book of Genesis, on which most Abrahamic faiths are based, it says that we were created to serve God. And if you look at the actual Hebrew, it says that we were created to serve the Elohim, which is a plural. You do know that what you're writing is coming up on the screen, right?
Yeah, that I'm writing is something that I have to pretty much use to reflect upon. So this is what I am trying to get my thoughts together right now. And yeah, go on.
Okay,
yeah.
So
and
I haven't had the experience of interacting with Aquino.
Mm-hmm.
I have had the experience of interacting with more than one person who worked with Aquino.
Uh-huh.
And a lot of the stuff that I know, I'm translating from German in my head.
Mm-hmm.
So I had a different information source.
Okay.
So
And
I'm not,
so
I'm not saying
you're
you're
operating.
full of shit. I'm not saying you're right. I'm not saying you're wrong.
Oh
I'm
no,
just
no,
sharing
I
what
understand
I know.
that. And so in terms of all of this, understand that when it comes to these ancient species, pockets of humanity have been enslaved in the past, but the idea of saying all of humanity was enslaved is as ridiculous as saying all of humanity is enslaved right now, unless you're speaking metaphorically. That we're enslaved to certain paradigms or the like. So when it comes to the situation that we're in now and what we've had experienced in the past, the important thing to know is that pockets of humanity are just that, pockets of humanity. And it has nothing to do with all of humanity suffering that fate. And the problem is a generalization derived from that doesn't help it doesn't help anyone. And it's really counterproductive. So yeah, I know that you are more sophisticated than that yourself, and understand what I'm talking about. You get what I'm
Yeah,
saying, yes?
I get what you're saying, and I keep losing track of audience only sees black and white.
Yeah, well then there's why would you want anything to do with them? In other
I
words,
get really
I just
frustrated
insult them
with,
constantly myself. Uh,
yeah, I get really frustrated with this whole everything has to be black or white, and you either are or you aren't, when the truth is there is an entire realm of not only gray but color in between, and people are just flat refusing to get out of their box and see it.
mhm. Okay. And so there we have that. And with that, let's take a look into the chat room. And let me see if, now that you're here, if I should share the screen again. And I'm trying to remember what else it was that I want to share with you. Let me take a look around at some of the things that came to mind. We had, of course, in the chat room, some people like Shane Bridges was kind enough to come back, and he was saying thank you, Mary, good night, to Mary Grigorich when she left earlier. And Jameson Reese was saying have a happy birthday. And if we scroll up further above, he did get rid of that MICHÆL-ANGELO Mejia character. And then Moed Mechanics was the saying maybe Wikipedia must be read as Wikipedophilia. That's funny. I mean, in its own way.
That is funny.
Yeah, because we were talking about Aquino operating so much of that. And you were in the chat room quite a bit tonight, honey. And so...
Yeah, I was. I was just hanging out like one of the kids.
Right. And that's wonderful. God, it's amazing how much this Miguel was dominating the chat room. William Krajewski says, got a crappy video of the launch. It looked like a comet with spirals. And he's talking about the SpaceX launch. And did you have anything to say about that, darling?
The SpaceX launch?
Yeah, like,
I didn't pay attention to it. The last ones I paid attention to were several years back whenever he was testing the EM drive, and it produced the teardrop field, and inside it the spiral that is a portal.
Uh-huh.
So that was one of the drives that we used in the ships that I served on. The Germans, it translates into copper microwave engine. That's what they called it. So it's back again to the words I have in my head are in German. I have to figure out what the English translation is.
Okay.
So, yeah, that was our main drive, and that field that it uses is when you open that portal, if you're in an atmosphere and you don't have a protective shield or field around it, you end up sucking the planet's atmosphere out through that portal. So that field is a very important thing to have. And when I first saw it, I just immediately blurted out, that's a copper microwave engine. And Lou says, so what are they calling it here? And I had to do my research. It's the EM drive.
Okay. Thank you. I appreciate that. But their EM is not for electromagnetic, or is it? Is that what they mean?
I don't know. I haven't found actual schematics. I've only found the pop sci version.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
And they made fun of it like there's no way that can work. But yeah, it does.
Okay.
And that's why copper prices on Earth have skyrocketed over the last 40 years, is because they're building the EM drive.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
I've noticed that copper has gone up in the market. Gold and other precious metals has gone down. I ordinarily wouldn't know that, but in the place that I go to for my mental health, they play like the market, because I guess some guys like to look at where their money's going, because that's pretty much all white guys talk about
while they're receiving therapy.
Yeah. Go
That
figure.
doesn't okay. I mean, I believe you. It just doesn't sound like that's very therapeutic.
It's not therapeutic to me. I don't know why they play it. I don't care what they play. I'd rather look at that than look at the fucking History Channel's ancient alien bullshit that they used to
thank you.
play.
No, I appreciate that. Yeah,
or Dr. Phil's big old ugly potato head.
yes. Oh, that son of a bitch. Oh God. Well, they couldn't show.
I don't even watch TV.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they couldn't show him because he's conducting quote unquote therapy, right? So to have a therapist being on the air while they're conducting therapy,
he's not even a therapist. He's fake.
God knows what he is. I mean, he's
an entertainer.
Yeah, I mean, I think he's supposed to have a degree. I think he's supposed to be.
He does have a psychology degree,
mm-hmm.
But once you're in front of a camera, psychology goes out the window, as we learned with Jordan Peterson.
Yeah.
Another piece of shit who has had a psychology degree, and, well, he's just, who knows where the hell he is. Who cares?
The whole thing is very, how would I say it? When it comes to someone like Dr. Phil, I honestly thought he was okay until it was Lena Shea exposed to me that he was ripping up some poor lady who was trying to take care of her children, and just made her look like an idiot, and made her look abusive in front of the audience, and it was just a form of exploitation. He exploited her and abused her. And
that's what he does.
Those shows are all exploitative.
Yeah.
They may pay the people to be on the show, so the people are willing to put up with it, but it's all exploitation. It's let the audience laugh at your misery.
Mm-hmm. And
mm-hmm. in my personal opinion, anybody that's a guest on one of those shows has absolutely no self-worth, no self-respect at all.
Some of them might be strapped for cash and just like, fuck it.
Yeah,
I gotta get money somehow.
I understand some of them are in the position of they have to have some money from somewhere. But the one, I stayed at a cousin's house in 2016 for about 6 weeks while my car was broke down.
Mm-hmm.
And she had cable, and the stuff that she watched, it was just like, oh my God. I was sitting there reading books because I didn't want to watch it. I'm a reader anyway, so,
So that worked out.
She was occasionally offended that I didn't want to watch her TV with her.
Okay. No. People do want a shared experience. So when somebody's not sharing that experience with them, that can be frustrating. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to basically say hello to all these wonderful people in the chat room. Let me put a show on MOA Mechanics.
I
Yeah.
think I'm going to go because
Before you go, Marky
my
Milk says,
Tylenol has worn off.
understood. Your painkiller's wearing off while mine is kicking in.
Yes.
But there's
Yes.
several things that I need to bring to your attention from the chat room. So Marky Milk says, awesome job per usual. And Moed Mechanics says, I have my way with words. He also says the Siberian installation is definitely not built by normal humans. I have no idea what he's referring to, but I presume you do.
There's an installation in Siberia that has 3 holes in the ground that seem to be part of an installation to stop asteroids hitting the planet. Mm-hmm. And they are all radioactive, and the folks from the West who have investigated them all died from radiation sickness after being there.
Okay. So, I mean,
it could be the result of Russia's nuclear test. I mean, that's
yeah,
these are much older and half buried, and they look like a bowl, and they're filled with water, and nothing grows around them.
Right.
Yeah, that's what happens when you do underground nuclear tests.
Right. Well, what I can
Precisely
what I can say
did.
is that in terms of what the Russians themselves insist is that they will often point towards the sky and say these are alien kinds of phenomena or intervention or relics. The reality is many of them are produced here on Earth or by those relic populations at a time when they were spacefaring within our local solar system. So very important to emphasize that. Moed Mechanics also says one is on Chinese territory. All of this sort of thing is like, we can go into this at some point in the future, but much of this, the biggest problem is misdirection. People are simply misdirected as to where to look. And the last place you want to look is where all these people are telling you to look, which is the sky, which is a simple answer that is just meaningless and it has no real applicability. There are all of these drives that Penny is referring to, just as there are technologies to kind of warp or rend the fabric of the space-time continuum that kind of results in a kind of time travel. When it comes to Peter Moon and Penny Bradley, they're working with the information that they're getting. In terms of myself, I had a more, shall we say, strategic perspective on this in that I saw it in context. So since I saw it in context, the context it's just different from what many people are looking at. And certainly I do my best to validate.
I was the
Oh, I get what you're saying, Penny. I mean,
I was the pilot that used.
I understand. I know that your memories are real in the sense that, they're real memories. I'm just, my perspective.
They're real memories, and some of the technology has been coming forward, at least in patents. Yeah. And when I see the SpaceX launches, I see some of the technology that I have used in the past. And to me, that's verification of what I remember. Now, I do understand that my memory has limits because of the classification level I was at.
Right.
So I'm not,
by the way,
yelling and screaming, and I've done a remarkably decent job of leaving my stuff out of your show.
Oh, no, you've done fine. And so in terms of Chris Collins, he says, Penny's mention of spirals brought a question to mind. Douglas, what is your perspective on the Norway spiral phenomenon from 2009? I cannot consciously recall you speaking on the subject. Well, I did bring up the fact that for the longest period of time, basically Scandinavia was the hotspot for quote-unquote UFO sightings. And this was, of course, because of the Thousand-Year Reich in Exile and its traversal of the Scandinavian regions as basically the Nordic front in that ongoing Cold War. But all of the Scandinavian nations had essentially declared a kind of neutrality, and they were trying to avoid being sucked into the vacuum of either the NATO, the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, or the Warsaw Pact Nations. And so as a result, they were much more of an open space for the Third Reich to traverse through. And that was essentially where,
Third Reich had annexed at least Norway and Finland.
Yeah, you're talking about during the war on the surface world. Yes.
During World War II, they had annexed them. So in their minds, that's home. Whether the citizens of those countries agree or not.
And this is, of course, why many people escaped through Sweden. Sweden was certainly where Heinrich Himmler and the others escaped through many of these Nordic areas. And this is why Europeans would tend to see Nordics, tall, blonde Nordic Aryans, as opposed to Americans who see grays. And it's as for the specifics of the Norway spiral, it's just part of that entire phenomenon in that context. And it's just someone happened to get that on film, as opposed to many other sightings that no one got on film. That's all. It's really just to be seen in that context. And if you have something else to offer in that direction, Penny, then feel free to offer it and understand, just so we can.
There was a whole realm of investigation into space portals, and the spiral shape of it is consistent with the portal that comes up with the EM drive.
Right. Okay.
So, if you're going to look in a direction that would make sense to be included.
Thank you. And so aside from that, the only difference we may have is that I tend to view your memories as cascade memories. In other words, that you were sat down in a technological device similar to what Peter Moon has referred to, or many people he's been working with refer to as the Montauk chair, and something like that, where many memories were cascaded into you that are not false memories, but rather the memories of prisoners of war who were captured from the 1,000-year Reich in exile. And therefore, when these were cascaded into yourself as a kind of biological...
Why would they do that?
There are multiple reasons for that. For one thing, believe it or not, it's actually a lot more effective than trying to translate such memories into some kind of digital record where they can be maintained within a computer system. I mean, it just doesn't work like that. It really works a lot better just to put it into a human recipient. And the benefit to them is that the human recipient, the victim, is simply deemed insane by the rest of the general public. And then but nevertheless, the person oftentimes feels compelled to share their memories, and so the memories are real, but remember, this is how I handle you, based on my experience. That doesn't mean that I'm right, but
I don't think you are, because
I understand that, and I'm not expecting you to think I am.
The file was uploaded to the CIA archive, and the data entry clerk that did it has come forward, and she said that my file came from the OSS after the OSS was supposedly disbanded, but really just went dark.
No, I get it. No, haven't I verified the overwhelming amount of what you said? I have.
Yeah,
yes?
I've thought so. The overwhelming amount of what we talk about overlaps to an incredible degree.
Yes.
And it's like,
it's very hard for many people to handle.
Why can't you take that extra step and say, maybe I actually did experience it?
Well, I've certainly gone, based on my own experience, to verify the fact that you were abducted as a child. And so the fact that you were abducted as a child tends to, in my world, put that into my understanding of the cascaded memories, right? It's just the way I see it.
That's exactly the same approach that my distant cousin Shane Bales took dealing with me, and he used that to discredit me, and so it was.
But that's because the person has an agenda
it.
that's hostile. They have a hostile agenda, and that's not my intent. It's not my intent. But say, for instance, how do you feel about? I mean, before I let you go tonight, how do you feel about someone like Al Bielek? When Al Bielek, everything that Al Bielek said about what happened on the USS Eldridge. By the way, Jameson is back with us, so thanks you, Jameson, for letting us know that. But everything that Al Bielek said about being on the USS Eldridge is what I know to be true. After all, my father was there, not on the ship, thank God, but on the shore at the time that they were doing what they were doing. What is where Al Bielek then becomes hard for his listeners to take is when he says, and then after it all, they basically turned me into a baby again and delivered me through my mother's womb, and that becomes that's a lot of energy and work and investment.
Yeah, that's it's like he goes through a story,
and then he's programmed to discredit himself. That's what it is with his case. In his case,
and not only does he go through the story that makes sense, but then he goes through the time travel story that doesn't make sense, and then his means of being brought back makes no sense at all.
Thank you. And so what that does is it discredits a very real experience, and he's essentially programmed to do that, to sabotage himself. And so that is...
And yet he was still in charge of the second phase of the Montauk experience, where he admits to kidnapping boys and sexually torturing them to enhance their psionic abilities so that they can do what he wants them to in the chair.
Right. Yeah, so was that, you mean like he was taking advantage? Was he saying that he was taking advantage of these boys?
Yes. That was their procedure, was to keep these boys in electrified cages, give them random electrical shocks, and just before he would put them in the chair, he would ass rape them. This was the standard policy.
Right. No. I'm not arguing with that. I've seen Aquino do things that are hard to describe. And the problem is when you relate these things, everyone condemns the person relating them. And they just don't.
The problem was Al Bielek admitted to this on video.
And so when, so he's basically,
so
in a
my
sense,
community, where a significant number of us have gone through that, either with his group or the group before. The group before was girls too. His group was just boys.
Yeah.
So if you have been through that and you have been victimized by that and you hear him say, well, this is what we did, you automatically hate the man and don't want to hear you don't want to even hear his name.
Oh, it's just awful. I don't know if you know what Peter Moon told me about that. By the way, before I let you go, I'll tell you a little bit about what Peter Moon said, and just take a look at this. Let me share this screen again. So that Jameson Reese says his claim was that we just say it out loud, Jameson, now that you're back and we're in kind of a conversation mode. You can just say it, whatever he was saying.
Oh, yeah. I watched one of his lectures. I guess the claim was that through the rape,
they're transferring information through the rape.
Basically when they were ass raping the boys, they were like, this has to do with transferring information to like, and you know.
Penny, is this what Al Bielek was saying?
Yeah, he was. It was a 2-hour interview where this was in the middle of it. He was claiming all kinds of stuff, and then there was another video where.
By the way, when he said this, I'm curious. What was his affect? What was his affect when he was saying this? Did he seem like he was that he had enjoyed this or that he was proud of this?
Blank. He was blank.
He was just blank.
He was just absolutely blank, almost like he was robotically describing something that he personally, he was dissociated.
Okay. By the way, I want both of you to see this because I would be unable to describe this, so it helps that you're both here. When I every time that I produce, I have to go in and I have to edit the different show that comes up and put in a different title, and I have to put in a different, basically a different summary. So when it came to tonight's program, I was telling people about how I almost couldn't get this to take. I mean, this is a lot of information. And as anybody who's familiar with producing YouTube, they know that YouTube only accepts 5,000 characters. Yeah. And because YouTube does only 5,000 characters, I obviously have to be very precise about what I enter. So I entered MICHÆL-ANGELO's bio and, of course, the link to show that he pretty much owned Wikipedia, pretty much created it. And so anybody who hits that link, you'll get the evidence for that, where they're covering up all of his slime trail. And, of course, I was writing about the Vox Arcana. And when it came to doing this, I had to just enter one paragraph at a time to get this to stay. Otherwise, it would not accept it. It would just reject it. And I've worked with this before, so this is how I got to know how to do this. What's interesting is, get this shit, when I try to edit it, now you've done this before, Penny, right? Where you've edited it, and when you edit it, you know, all this stuff comes up where you can kind of retype it, or you've done this, right? Have you ever done this?
Yeah, I've done this.
Okay. Now, when I edit
I have a
both of them can see this now. See, when I edit it, now, this is interesting. This is like you go to a doctor and you try to show the doctor the symptoms and they don't show up. The symptoms all disappear when the doctor's there. Now that you're both looking at this, you can actually see what I'm talking about. This was not showing up earlier, and I could not, in other words, it was like, it wouldn't take. It was like somehow it had taken in the baseline, but I couldn't edit it once it was edited, either in the baseline or in
it's showing up now?
It's showing up now, yeah, whereas before it wouldn't show up. And so, oh God, that, I hate that! But you get what I was saying. And I need you, while you're with us, Penny, to clarify what you meant, because one of the things that I was pointing out was we were talking about project Dominī Appellationem, the Masters call, the Prógroamme, and I was talking about basically all of these people who were contracted with the Department of Defense, and you were pointing out something about when I was saying that man's inherent subservience was what they were assuming, and you were pointing out something that I said that you found out by personal experience was not the case, or something like that. Do you remember what you were talking about? And
no, I don't.
Oh, okay. I'll show that to you with the screen.
My pain pill has completely worn off.
Oh, okay.
So I'm in migraine.
Oh, I'm sorry. And
Good night, Penny.
yes, so good night, Penny, and we'll see if this saves. I can't believe it, the changes saved, so that actually worked. And so are you leaving now, Penny?
I would like to, yes.
Okay. Well, before you go,
have a good evening.
Yes, honey. Oh, just before you go, I should be able to show you this. Let's take a look. All right, when it comes to what you entered here, let's see now, Penny Bradley. This might ring some bells with you. Let me take a look at. Oh yeah, and I was going to seek your advice on this Frank Dietz guy who wanted to friend me or something, as to whether you might think that would be constructive or not. But there's no point asking you when you're in migraine. But let's take a look at just a little lower down here. I think you said it here. Here we are, honey. So when you said
I was quoting you.
Yeah, you were quoting me, and then you said, I can't post anything without it being drowned in religious bullshit, so I'm certain it is atrophied. I would really like it to be so. So there we are, the atrophied that people basically these traits of our species being possessed of these inborn traits which force us to serve the fellow angelic, that these traits had atrophied. So what you're saying is basically these people are still bought into this, is what you're saying, right? I think.
Yeah, they are still completely bought into their religious delusion and the slavery mindset that goes with it. They will continue to follow who they follow religiously. And it doesn't matter what I post, whether it's on YouTube, Twitter, or Facebook. It is almost immediately slimed with religion. And they tell me, oh, it's not religion, I'm being spiritual.
Right. Oh, that's awful. So honey,
and
yeah.
it's frustrating because I'm talking about what to me are completely 3D physical events, and I get constantly slimed that it's religious. And I'm to the point of I really just want them to shut the fuck up.
Yeah. I understand.
I don't want to hear New Age. I don't want to hear Christianity. I don't want to hear followers of Osho. Yeah, I can't even think of his name. Osho. I don't want to hear followers of any of the gurus that are out there now. I don't want to listen to somebody tell me, oh, if you raise your vibration, your headache will go away. It's like, what the
Osho?
fuck?
Let me look that up. Osho, isn't that a title? Osho's that's
his name,
right?
Him. Yeah, that's his picture
Bhagwan.
there.
Bhagwan Ragish.
Yeah, he's dead.
Yeah.
He's the fucker's dead.
Yeah, well, there are still people who follow him, and there are other people who, anytime you get, he had some eminently quotable statements, and most of the ones that I use are actually true. But every time I post one of his little wisdom words, somebody will remind me that the man was a rapist.
Oh yeah, I did that. So.
You're not the only one who does that. Okay, it's like I cannot post a fucking thing without somebody getting upset about it.
You see Donald Sutherland here? That's who Osho looks like. He looks like Donald Sutherland. That's
what the man looks like. And he was a tantric guru. And I do not buy into his religion, but he had some statements that were reasonable and well written.
Well, even a stock clock can be right 2 times a day.
He has a video out there that is.
What you mean to say is there's a video out there of him. He's dead now, so he doesn't have a video out there.
Okay, there's a video out of him. And all the ways to use the word fuck.
That's funny.
And it is the funniest thing I have ever heard.
Yeah, well, he had his charm, and of course, I could go to town on this guy, and one of these days when you're feeling better, I'll go into the story about how I was a bodyguard to one of his cultists, because of course, as you know, people like this, they have rich cultists, they have poor cultists, and I was a bodyguard to one of his rich cultists, and so I know quite a bit about.
You got to see all of him.
Not really, but I mean, I got to know quite a bit about the organization, and I knew a bit more about it from the Department of Defense records. I mean, this guy was active, while I was with the Department of Defense, and this guy did enormous damage.
My attitude is that anybody that gets to that level of success has at some point compromised themselves.
Well, yeah, It's
I'm not saying follow Osho. I'm saying
you were just saying you liked some of what he had to say. I get it, honey. Don't worry about that.
Once in a while, he said something that was funny or reasonable, and if I say it myself, I get arguing the last thing I posted on my wall that was really me talking, I had almost 300 comments, and 2/3 of them were religion based.
I hear you. I hear you. Honestly, that can get tiring. Later on, when you're feeling better, we'll talk again about albeolic, because I think this is an important point, and it's pivotal to what you and I are discussing. So, and you get it completely about albeolic, so you know where I'm coming from. It's like, so obviously you're not like albeolic, but you get my point. It serves as a rough parallel to a degree, and honestly, I seek your wisdom, I seek your advice. I mean, like I said, for instance, there's this guy. Frank Dietz sent me a friend request, and I look at the guys like.
I recognize the name, but I can't think of anything about him.
Well, basically, he's like, this is what alarms me. Okay, I go to these guys and their timeline. The first thing I see is this stuff, is basically, I want to know who killed Epstein to protect the Clintons. I want to know about the child traffickers and the pedos in big government. I want to see sleazy politicians, I mean, basically, okay, so it's another guy who's trying to kill all the child molesters. And, at first, maybe people think...
Yeah, he doesn't care that the earth's going to burn in a few years and we'll all be dead.
Thank you.
And oh my God.
And then he's got elder. He's got elder for governor.
Okay, there you go.
Yeah,
he's for enslaving everybody, and okay.
And then Trump.
Yeah.
Well, you can see for yourself.
Reject them.
You've seen for yourself what his wall is like.
Yeah, but what I meant to say was, seeking your wisdom here. Should I accept his friend request? Normally, I would never give it this much thought, but this serves as a lesson for all of us, because we'll see what happens. Should I accept his friend request to potentially educate this person? No, right? I mean, there's no hope.
No, it won't do any good at all.
Thank you.
All it will do is frustrate you.
Yes, that's right. Well, I would never talk to this person.
Thing.
Yeah.
Do not dress a pig in silks. They will simply shred it and be pissed at you for doing it.
Yes, you got it right. Thank you. So
now,
I'll just leave them be.
On my wall, I have people who are business contacts that I do or do not necessarily agree with what they stand for, but I have a radio show on a conservative network, so...
Yes, you do. I mean, and of course you live in red California territory. So I'll address a little bit of that later tonight when I get into some of the California bit. But honey, it was a blessing to have you with us. I love you dearly. And understand this, I'm on your side. You do believe that, right? You know that. I mean,
most of the time I know you're on my side. Once in a while you make me wonder.
Oh, honey. Well, give me an example, so at least I know. When would something like that be?
No, it's all right. I've got a headache. I don't even think about it.
Right.
So I'm
Blessed be thy slumber.
going to head to bed now.
Sweet be thy dreams, and share our love with that large lawn ornament, the one who looks like the garden gnome, from the airlines commercials. Oh, the guy named Lou. That's it. Yes, share our love with him.
Oh.
Yes, and that's a serial killer film I haven't seen yet. We've seen the killer leprechauns, we've seen the killer gingerbread man. Lou can do the killer lawn ornament, the garden gnome that comes alive.
He did save my life.
He did. I know, but that was just to set up the rest of us.
Okay.
All right.
Good night.
Good night, honey.
Good night, Jameson. Good night. Good night, Douglas.
Yes.
Have a good evening.
Yes, you as well. I love you. Okay. Good night. And take care. So that was Penny Bradley. She's left the stage. And so Jameson and I will take it from here. I should be able to now. I've gotten my thoughts fairly in order. I should be able to take it from here, but I want Jameson, of course, to stay with us till the end of the show. And
I will. I have plenty of caffeine. Okay. More than I should have.
Right. By the way, this is something, you remember those charts I was showing you on history? And one of the issues that obviously Mr. Sparks and his brilliance could use some improvement or at least some updating. And so I've been looking at different timelines. This is an example of something that I was looking at in terms of by the way, this was created by Mormons. This was originally created by Mormons, and so unfortunately, they are also young Earth theologians. So they believe that the Earth started around 4004 BC. And I don't believe all Mormons are like this, but the Mormons who created this chronology are. But what I like is the pattern starts in a clock-like pattern so that they show the flood at about 2
Yes,
p.m.
I like that.
Yeah, and then it goes around to our present time. Now, in terms of their idea of Asia, they put China and Japan on the inside track, which is rather complimentary, and at the same time it's insulting because they just are concentrating less on their history. So there's less to write about China and Japan. Then, of course, they put basically Europe and Africa would be more the center, and Europe and Africa, none of it is Black Africa. It's all just Egypt, and Black Africa, it's like it doesn't exist. If you're able to enlarge it to the point where you can, read what they're saying. But when it comes to, say, for instance, America, they put that on the outside track, and this is their way of writing much more about America. And because they're Mormons, they do concentrate very heavily on Native Americans. Now, that is only to be commended, and this is why I've always been partial to Mormons, is because they believe that Christ came to America, and therefore they will put much more about Native America than you will find on other historical timelines, for instance. So that's to be commended. What is ironic is when we get to the end point of where they ended the timeline, the last thing on the timeline effectively is Donald Trump is elected 45th president of the United States. And in a way, this is fitting because he truly is an extinction level event. This was an extinction level event. We're on the precipice of civil war. We're on the precipice of this vulnerability in a time of global warming because of this individual being hacked into power by the Russians.
I do have to say that I did try to put my 2 cents in and a spell to try to see if I can influence Gavin Newsom's win. And I received considerable blowback from it, but it was worth doing all the same anyway.
Well, I think you succeeded because obviously Gavin Newsom won by a historical landslide. So we're very fortunate in that regard. And that's so. Thank you. I think that's important. By the way, on the timeline, you can see here slavery in America. And while I have you on screen share, I may as well show you that. So because these timelines have a problem with the, how would I say it, the fact that they don't say anything about Africa, then, of course, what I had to find were timelines that might actually do so. So when I go to my drafts and I look up my histo map, and I think, wrong timeline here. I've got several places where I've, I guess that is the right one. So go to drafts, go to histo maps. There we are. Look that up, and there we are. In terms of the histo maps, there we are. Order new histo maps. There we are. That will bring me to where I was. So I took advantage of the people being so kind as to send me enough money recently where I did order a few historical time charts. And this is something I wouldn't have been able to do without the help from everybody helping me pay the rent and meet up with several other responsibilities. Now, they make certain you can't really access these, but these are AfriChart products, and they actually had world history from an African perspective. And so that would be the world history. And then they have one for America that's from that same kind of perspective. So if some combination of that can be integrated into the chart, I might have to get rid of some ideological baggage, but other than that, that helps. And of course, these charts alone are not enough. You need actually the ability to put it in context. So aside from the chart itself, the other chart being the chart on America, and the chart on America, of course, is centered on what's basically that Olmec face. Anybody who's ever taken a look at the Olmec face, it looks quite Black African. That's in the center of their own historical chart when it comes to Africans in the Americas. And that's understandable, but this is American history from an African perspective. The actual history, however, that was, let's see if I actually did get the last copy, because they were claiming that this was the last copy on Amazon. And that was how, of course, I was able to identify that it was Laura Lee Solomon who had set up an Amazon account in my name, because I couldn't order it myself. Let's see now. It says, oh, only 2 left in stock. So there we are. So when I purchased it, it said only 1 left in stock. But it says African Time. This would be the companion volume, not intended as such, but would serve as such, in which you would actually get a African perspective on history. Revised and rewritten to establish a general foundational chronology of African history from the earliest organizing of the universe we live in to 896 AD, 1896. Now, that's an interesting date. I would assume that would be because probably around 1896 was when probably slavery was finally declared illegal, generally in Western civilization at that point.
Yeah, but I think, wasn't that also when Leopold was like chopping people to fucking ribbons?
Excellent point. Thank you. Very astute. So they're saying it begins with 7601 African KMT calendar, which KMT I would presume would be Kemet, as in Blackland. Kemet with no vowels. It would be all consonants, very similar to the Hebrew language, has all consonants, no vowels. You fill in the vowels yourself. So it'd be Kemet, I believe, is Blackland. So 7,601 years ago would be the African calendar beginning in Kemet. And so there we have that. And then they would talk about ancient African Kemet to the destruction of African civilization via the Holocaust of African enslavement. And then the African diaspora struggles became such in the United States. Of course, when I picked this up, this was, you can see the price. I mean, this is just, it's... How is it that they expect blacks to learn their own history when they're charging prices like this? This is
that's precisely the point.
There we are. I mean, this is like
precisely the point.
Thank you.
You know that's why they make them so expensive.
Thank you.
So that the only people who know black history are people who aren't black.
Thank you.
And in this way, black people can never get anywhere because we don't know our own damn history.
Thank you. And when I basically ordered, they got 36 ratings here, and it comes up to 5-star, which is probably, this is probably all the staffers involved in the project. in terms of when I ordered these charts, I was order number 31, meaning I'm the 31st person to have ordered the AFRI chart products. So this gives people an idea of, when I'm ordering this kind of information, this is information that nobody else is ordering because they can't afford it. And it's the largesse of my listeners that allowed me to educate myself further in these areas. And of course, I still have to be aware of political baggage. And so there we have that. And this will give our man Jameson an idea of some of the sources that I'm using. Of course, I'll share what I can with him, but this is one of those things where if he wants to look for this stuff himself, he can do so. But yeah, Jameson, you've ordered occult knowledge yourself. You can tell people how expensive it is, like when you were ordering the voodoo, quantum voodoo, and the like. Tell people about how knowledge that
was like 200 and some odd dollars.
Oh my God! I mean, it's incredible. I mean, but that at least renders it inaccessible to your average idiot. Your average person.
And not only that, it's well worth it because it goes into the in-depth, systems. Well, they're not. It's better than a voodoo spell book. And by the way, I do have a voodoo spell book. Of course, because
that just makes sense. Yeah.
I mean, I gotta have spellbooks of everything just to have them. I don't even need to read half of them, because I don't usually compose spells the way that they compose spells, but it's just to have it.
Right. And so in terms of that book and other occult books, Jameson Rees was one of the first people who understood what I was talking about when I was talking about the Order of the Golden Dawn book written by Israel Regardie, and how that was hundreds of dollars.
Yes. That thing was huge.
Yes.
That is a tome in the
true sense of the term. Yeah.
Sense of the term, yes.
Yeah, you can kill somebody with that book by dropping it on their head. You don't need to cast a fucking spell.
I don't think very many people out there who are, on TikTok, well, maybe some people on TikTok, but not all. But I don't think very many people out there who are writing books and saying, if you pay me $500, I can make you a sex god. I don't think many of them have spent the decades to get through a book like that. You would literally take you 10 years to get halfway through the book. I mean, Jesus freaking Christ. So, I mean, yeah, I'm fairly certain that there's a reason why a lot of the guys who are like talking on those subjects, like on the Golden Dawn and whatnot, they're all old guys.
Yeah,
really old guys.
Yeah, because by the time they finish those books, they've taken about half 100 years out of their life. It's an important point, and so I definitely think that understand this to most people. Whatever you're finding for free, understand it's got to be shit. The majority of the time, when you're looking on the internet and you're just trolling through the sewer of shit. Obviously, you're going to find gold and gems amidst all that when you hit the right place. You found it while you're here. And it's just one of these reasons why spread the word. I mean, all we can do is spread the word. Our man, Peter Moon, of course, does his best to help. I think it's absolutely...
There is something I have been looking for, but I've been unable to find the precise version I'm looking for.
What's that?
It's one of the Miscellaneo de Salaman, except this one, instead of having the 72 Goetic demons, it has the 72 Ifrit. Okay. Now, the only person I know of who wrote anything about that was a guy named S. Ben Kayin.
Okay.
But the thing is, I want the original so I can see what the original, I want to know where he got that.
Okay. I have every confidence.
I want to see the original.
I have every confidence you will find what you seek. When a teacher is needed, one will appear, but you do know my reticence about helping you with this. And you know that. And,
well, the thing is, I have the names. So, I mean, to some degree, that in and of itself is good enough.
It's certainly the starting point. Yeah.
It's a good starting point. And, in the absence of, I have my reasons for not wanting to use the sigils that he has in his books, based on something that was told to me by someone who's a far better practitioner than I am. So for that reason, I've had a good degree of success and trying to channel my own sigils, but I just I need to see the original manuscript in Arabic, whatever it was. I just.
But what? Now I get what you're saying, because just seeing it can have a tremendous. It can enlighten you to a great degree just seeing it. There's no arguing with that. But by the way, Arabic is a tiny script. And most people, honestly, I think it's funny they use the term the mad Arab. Honestly, I think anybody reading Arabic would have a tendency to go mad just trying to read it, because you're almost going blind. Arabic it's just so tiny, and it's so, the scrawl, when you've seen it written just in large volume after volume of Arabic, it takes a lot of concentration to read that.
I don't even know how to read Arabic. It's just I want to know if Because based on what he wrote, he had gotten that from Spain, somewhere in Spain.
Of course, yeah,
So
that was because of the Moors ruling Spain for centuries.
What I'm looking for is something in Spain, and I've been trying to see if I could find that manuscript online.
You're on your way. You'll get there.
You can find a lot of old manuscripts online from private collectors, and they'll show you like you'll be able to browse through each page.
Right.
Granted, and of course, you know, you might find some that are translated that you could also browse through for free. But the thing is, I'm more interested in the antique one.
I get it. I hear where you're coming from. I get it. No worries. You don't need to say any further. We might talk about this privately at some time, but you understand. I'm not going to help you directly. You'll probably get some help indirectly.
Yes.
But
it's just one of those things where, you know, even if I don't necessarily need to, you know, I don't want to be in possession of it, but to be able to see it on my computer screen would be like, hey, 100%, you know?
No, I hear you. By the way, Chris Collins says, just curious, I concur with your geopolitical assessment, and what he was talking about was the spiral thing that I was talking about with Penny. Now, it's, you know, Penny gets upset because she doesn't like it that I say that her memories are from prisoners of war from the 1,000-year rank in exile, and that they've been cascaded into her because that's simply far more practical than trying to digitize them and put them in a machine. It's just the biological, shall we say, storage unit is far more organic and far more efficient. You just take memories from one person and you download them into someone else. And when she says, why would they do that? Well, the reasons are obvious from what I just said.
And what's interesting is that's precisely what Al Bielek is talking about. What they were doing when they were using anal sex on those on the boys of Jonestown.
Right. And
he said they were doing it because they were passing information on between each other from entities and whatnot.
And so, like she said, she felt she hates him automatically when he says that because she herself relates to the people who have been victimized. There's a reason for that, right? You see what I'm saying? You get it, right?
Yes, exactly. And so it parallels her experience. But the thing is, you know, it takes a level of dissociation to be able to step outside of oneself and literally look at the information from an objective standpoint. I mean, even with those holes in Siberia, you know, I'm not looking at it from the context that people are saying that this information is coming from. These are bases. No, I'm looking at it from a historical standpoint, from a historical lens. I know that the Russians did nuclear tests. I know the Russians and Americans were probably both.
Hell yeah, but I'll easily go for looking at some shit and saying, hell, that's beyond what the Russians can do, and I'll say, yeah, it's relic population shit. I say this is stuff done by the Silurians back in the Devonian age, or you get what I'm saying, right? Yeah, I'll say that, but it's not aliens, all right?
If what you're describing is radioactive hole, the most pragmatic.
The most immediate, the most immediately practical,
the most pragmatic thing I could jump to without any extra information, having not seen the thing myself.
It's just a bunch of Russian,
Is that they were doing something that was similar to what the Americans were doing, trying to create
underground nuclear testing to create subterranean contained environments. Thank you.
Yeah, and they probably did the same thing as far as, you know, creating all kinds of strange creatures that came out. Because there are some very interesting footage of things that seem to come out of Russia from time to time as well.
Yeah. Oh yeah, no doubt. And so they're just stupid as the Americans. They're just as mad, just as hubristic. And so when it comes to, you know, that idiot that you blocked, that Miguel guy, you know, what really stood out about him in terms of negative was he was writing, show us the Vox ARCA. I don't know if you saw him write that down.
I was getting pissed. I was like, dude, it's in the freaking image. He's wearing it.
Yeah, well, not only you, but other men like Shane Bridges said that. Look at the picture. We're saying that. But, you know, he didn't mean that. he was working upon what I had said was this, of course, is simply the protective cover, and that the item itself. But you heard what Peter said. Peter said, "Don't ever need to show us the item. The cover is enough." And you heard Peter say that. But this guy, no, he wanted to see the item. That alone is the red flag. When somebody's demanding to see that, it's not only presumptuous and offensive in the sense that they take it upon themselves to make such a demand, but even if he's saying it in the most polite fashion, it's simply the insanity of the request reveals the person asking the query. The person positing the query is exposing themselves as the evil, malevolently intended asset that they are by saying what they're saying.
Because they're amused by it.
It's not even amused. The curiosity, the amusement, it could be any number of things. It's the sheer insanity of the request. It is why. What would be your reason? What would be their reason? There can't be any reason that's good. There's no reason that's constructive in their asking that question. It's like it's like this. It's like, oh, we've confiscated all kinds of child porn from this individual's closet, and then somebody says, "Show it to us." It's on that level. Okay, why would you need to see it? What would be your intent? There is no positive answer to that. The only answer would be they want to get off on it, right? If you're not using it as evidence, if you're not using it, the only answer would be for your gratification, that you would want to see the child porn.
I mean, if someone says something like they have something like that, I'd be like, I don't want nothing to do with that. Like, I don't want to see that shit.
Right. But for him to say, I want to see it, shows the kind of individual he is, which is not good. By the way, Clarice Claudin, who I'm going to take her at face value and assume she's female. Okay, could be a male, but anyhow, what they said was, these people are using incubus and succubus spirits and freeze rape techniques. Now, that's interesting. Because, not to come down on this individual at all. I'm not coming down on them. But that's interesting because that's almost pornographic. That's the kind of shit you see in like porno films where they can freeze ladies and they, and then you're fucking them without their moving, kind of like they're frozen in place. I mean, that's like, they've got entire porno videos that's like a genre. So what she, if it indeed is she is saying, is that she at least believes that is possible, that people can do that. Now, that's frightening and that's disconcerting because maybe she feels that's happened to her. And I'm not going to deny that. I mean, obviously there's people that things happen to. And, we were just talking about Penny. And obviously, this is what I feel happened to Penny. Was not necessarily that, but seems to be leaning more and more towards that, because it's look at what she expressed, the hatred towards Al Bielek, right? Al Bielek earned her hatred because he's up there saying, yeah, and then we're raping the kids, and he's not emphatic the way I'm expressing it, because of course he's robotically detached, like Jameson was saying, but basically the guy's saying, yeah, we're raping the kids to transfer information, and Penny's reaction to that is visceral. It's visceral. It's like,
but the thing is when I heard he never said he was doing it.
Okay, interesting.
Yeah,
you heard Penny though. Penny, the way she described it was that he said he was.
I listened to all the things he had because I went on his website because he said that he was somehow connected to Aleister Crowley, and I was like, okay, this is interesting.
Did he really?
Yeah.
And what do you think was his motivation with that? That is so out in left field. The more I'm hearing about this guy, the more weirder he's getting. I had no idea about any of this. And I never knew any of that about Al Bielek.
Right. Al Bielek supposedly said that he had oh my gosh, he said he had come back as the son of Crowley or some shit.
Holy shit. I mean, this guy's getting weirder the more I learn about him.
Or that he was some illegitimate son of Crowley.
I mean, he's dead now, of course, but I mean, this is, God, that gets weirder and weirder. Who is this Ryuji Patofi? What the fuck was he saying? I'm sure you were right to delete him. What was his trip? Just curious.
Okay, he was like, "Hey, YouTubers, I heard Douglas Dietrich something sired some kid with some person named such and such," and I'm like, "Okay."
What? Maybe I should find out that maybe I'm a father again. You know, I know I've sired a lot of kids I don't know about. Maybe the guy would have left me down. You know,
You said a Christian truther, really graceful. What the hell is? That's not even a name.
Don't remember her consciously. She could have changed her name. Maybe she adopted her name after she joined a Christian cult to I guess forget about Douglas Dietrich, right? That was her rebound.
I just took one look at the name and something felt off.
Well, the name is off. Ryuji Pitofi. Okay, that's not a real name. Okay, it's like a Japanese, like what Pitofi is like.
Japanese? What, Russian?
Pitofi. I have no idea what Pitofi is. What the fuck? Let's look that up and see if there's any ethnicity that has a name like it. When you don't know about these names, sometimes you look them up and you see what. Here's it. We got some weird Pitofi radio. Pitofi. Oh shit. So this is what comes up.
Hungarian.
So you looked it up. Yes. See, I was just about to do the screen share. This is what comes up. So here's what I get. So it's some kind of, so the guy is like Japanese, Hungarian, whatever. It's like a Serbian. No, really? Slovak? What the fuck? It's like Pitofi, Sandor Pitofi, Hungarian. Yeah, so it's a Hungarian.
Yeah, Hungarian poet and revolutionary.
Yeah.
So you have a Japanese first name and a Hungarian last name. That makes sense.
Yeah, there you go. It's just more weirdness, and obviously probably a troll, and so it sounds like
certainly a troll. It sounds like the more Russian side of the cults of the kings of Edom.
Yeah, thank you. The Alexander Dugin side. And
the Duginites.
The Duginites, yes, thank you. And that's the part that our man Salman Sheikh was talking about the most, and those are the ones that were attacking a lot of his friends and associates. Well, I'm happy to report we've got we've maintained numbers, and so that's pretty impressive. And so I love you dearly, Jameson, like a son. Going to try and take over from here, get into the space. And but stay with me. If I need you, by all means, stand by. And I thought it was Peter Moon talking about, hey, you got your numbers back up, Douglas. I thought that was precious. I thought that was cute. That's cute. That's so cute.
He redeems himself.
Yes, that's adorable. So aside from that, he is a wonderful person. He does help, and he brings his listeners, and they're all great. And he had this dude who was like trying to take over his timeline and using his timeline as a platform for his own shit. And I guess I can say the guy's name. Dennis Marshall was the guy's name, and he's alcoholic, and it's just sad. And so Peter had to block him finally. But this was like somebody Peter knew apparently throughout his life. And he finally had to block him because the guy was just getting out of hand, and just would get drunk and then go on Peter's timeline and use that as a platform to just spew his stuff. And so
okay, that explains a lot.
Oh yeah, what, have you run across something that reminds you of, or something, or that brings to mind? Or
no, just that the name sounds familiar. Wasn't Dennis Marshall the one who introduced us to Derek Talley?
Might have been. Derek was claiming that he had a fellow truck driver. I thought the guy's name was Vince or something. The funny thing was the guy had one of those Facebook icons where it was like a picture of him in front of a truck. And so this was strategically engineered so you couldn't make the guy out. In other words, like you see those pictures of Richard K. Cole Jr. when it's not his stupid, Marine Corps pre-graduation boot camp shit. It was always something distant, like a little man in the distance, so you couldn't make it out. That way, it's not him at all. That's how this guy was. This Vince guy, I think the guy's name was Vince or something like that. But the dude was like, he looked white. You know, from what you could see of the guy, he looked white, but Derek said, oh, he's really black. He just looks white. And, you know, it was obviously Derek Talley's handler, and Derek was he's so brainwashed that obviously it was just a white guy saying, I'm really black. You know, and Derek was like, yeah, all right.
Derek, well, based on what Derek told you, he can't even see. So
thank you. You. By the way, thank you. That's true.
He can't even see.
For those of you who don't know, Derek Talley's eyesight was failing, and he claimed he memorized the eye charts because he couldn't see them. To me, I'm like thinking, this is almost like the person is intending to generate a holocaustic accident at some point, since he's driving hazardous materials. And you have to have a level of security clearance for that as a truck driver, a kind of security clearance with the Department of Transportation, etc. You know, this is like a national security position to a degree. And for the fucker to be faking his eye test, I mean, this is like a breach of national security. It's certainly a dereliction of duty. And he certainly should not have been driving just for the sake of humanitarian.
I'm thinking like this. How many other guys out there who are driving these big ass trucks are like him?
Yeah, and
the work, fuck out of me.
Yeah, and just the amount of work it would take to fake to memorize an eye chart. Why not you just get glasses? What the fuck? It is like, this is what didn't make any sense. Why
he doesn't even look like he could? He doesn't even look like he could remember what day it is.
Thank you.
How is he going to remember eye chart?
Thank you. I can't remember an eye chart. I mean, I certainly wouldn't be up to that challenge. I'd have to work at it. And again, why not just get there was so much about him that didn't make any fucking sense. You know, it's almost like he might be lying about everything. Yeah, for all we know, it's just none of what he said makes sense when you actually consider it. So
yeah, he might live next door to Richard K. Cole in New York.
Yeah.
Upstate.
Honestly, he was just him in blackface, really. I mean, honestly, it's just, I'm being facetious, but honestly, if anybody saw his fucking pictures, you know, same blank-eyed stare that all those fuckers have. And I explained the similarity of their backgrounds. So they were in the same, let's put it this way, they were products of the same program. And this is one thing that... Our Lady Penny is, I think she just has cascaded memories, and that's hard for her to take. But think about what's the option? The option to that is what she says, that somehow she pretty much says what Albelic said, that she was like transported back to being a child after they used her. And it's like, okay, that everybody.
But you see, the thing about trauma is that, I can, you
can understand why someone would, yeah.
I could recall the event that traumatized me.
Yeah.
But I can't recall what I felt immediately after.
Yeah.
So the blank comes after the traumatic experience.
Right.
So anyone could insert anything in there. So, okay, I saw that boy get hit by a car. I don't remember what the walk home was after that. I just remember telling my sister, okay, we got to go. You don't want to look over there. And then the next thing I know, I don't remember after that.
Right. And,
but then again, there's holes all in my memory throughout childhood. Mm-hmm. And my childhood was full of a lot of conflicting traumas. So there you have it. Mm-hmm. Right. You fill in the blanks. Or someone else will.
Yeah, it's true. Thank you. By the way, with Moed Mechanics, he's in the Netherlands, and so he says, I'm sorry. He says, there's 6 holes with ancient machinery for planetary protection against asteroids. Source Soviet UFO dossier by a Russian female test pilot who went missing later. Then he says, 1 hole is on Chinese territory, 5 on Russian, and it still works. Okay, I mean, come on. I'm not coming down on this guy, but come on, Penny was saying the same thing. It's like, how do we know it's working? Come on.
Okay. What I find suspect right now if we do some critical thinking,
Mhm.
China and Russia have a sort of camaraderie going on where they just want to shit on the United States.
Right.
So isn't it very convenient that the ones who are defending us from asteroids happen to be the Chinese and the Russians?
And by the way, how do we know that it works? Come on, Penny was saying that we pretty much what Moed Mechanics is saying that it works. Or so. How do we know that? It's like, well, we haven't been hit yet. I mean, okay, what kind of logic is that? Come on.
Okay. Well, then again, here's the other question. Okay, if supposedly everyone who has tried to go into the holes.
Mm-hmm.
Because the holes are radioactive, right? So no one can go into them without dying. So how the fuck do they know what's in the holes to begin with?
Yeah, I know. There's just all kinds of... oh, come on. It's just awful. I mean, obviously there's radioactive holes. Okay, I'll buy that. It's just the idea that within there is working machinery that's somehow protecting us from the asteroids and all the rest of that. I mean, maybe I don't have enough of the background story.
There's radioactive holes in the Congo. They're called mines.
Yes, thank you. You got them in Nevada. Yeah, you got radioactive holes in Nevada where the United States was doing underground nuclear testing. I mean, yeah, come on. We can do this all day. It's just what it is. And yes, what our man Jameson said.
You see, this is one of the reasons why, this is what drew me first to Michael Aquino and then to you. Because when I was listening to Michael Aquino talk, he was deconstructing things that just didn't make any common sense and questions that all these people on the alt-right all the people in the alternative media were spewing. And I'm like, how the fuck does that make sense? And it's like, okay, he deconstructs some things, but he lies in between it. And then he's like, I never knew Douglas Dietrich. And then everyone else who supports him is attacking Douglas Dietrich. So I'm like, well, wait a minute. I remember hearing Douglas Dietrich on Art Bell. Maybe I should listen to this guy again and see what the hell this guy's about.
Well, you're living proof that these guys, Michael Aquino and his cronies, that they totally, not only did they fail, they accomplished the opposite of their intent.
What's even more interesting was that Michael Aquino was literally shitting on the very alien hypothesis shit that, he's secretly controlling, because he's saying there's nothing but junk in space.
It's funny that you say that, because if you look, have you ever looked at the shit that he was writing on the Above Top Secret website? Did you ever see that shit? If you look up his old shit, you should be able to find it. If you look up Michael Aquino on Above Top Secret, they had him as essentially like what would you call it? A permaguest, like a permaguest columnist. And so they just gave him free reign. And while he was on there, he was promoting himself and his co-religionist, Paul Vallely, I believe it was, or Vallely was the guy who co-wrote Mind War with him, right? Pretty sure it was. And
yes.
Yeah, so he was talking about him and Vallely being space agents, basically. I mean, which it's just this laughable title, but literally this is basically what he said, was that he and Vallely were space agents. And he was saying the opposite. At that time, he was promoting the whole alien agenda shit, saying, all the security compartmentalization is locked up tighter than a crab's ass. That was his word, tighter than a crab's ass. And he's using this and saying how, basically he's insinuating there's a lot more than you know about out there, kids, and shit. And so he was promoting that shit then. He comes back later, and I believe everything Jameson is saying, I believe that when Jameson says he came on later and was saying, oh, all this is crap, there's nothing out there but junk, that he later on took that. It sounds so typical. It's like, basically, he's an agent of confusion. I mean, this is a guy who can't stop doing what he's doing. He just does it at this point without thought. It's just, he can't stop lying and confusing people. And when, like a true demon, which is where he learned from, there's always truth mixed in with the lies mixed in with the truth. So after a while, it gets all garbled, and in the end, people just go insane trying to follow the convoluted spiral. I mean, there's a spiral for you. And so he is what he is. He couldn't stop being what he was being. He's still trying to break through from the other side, and he's obviously successful to a degree. And it's like Soren. Soren is disembodied, but as soon as somebody picks up the ring, they fall under his sway. So
honestly, I think he broke through January 6th.
Okay. Yeah.
And the reason why I say that is because I keep remembering that dream where he showed where I was underneath somewhere in Washington, D.C. And, I'm thinking about that grid that I saw when I was looking at the Washington layout grid. And, I've created all these, digital images with that, to use them for my personal use, whatever. But, I can't help but think that might have been one of the sort of, if there might be deeper relevance to that.
Okay. Well, I appreciate you bringing that up. I'm not going to address that, but we're going.
I'm not saying I did anything now.
Yeah.
I
no,
don't
understood.
think anyone,
Understood. Yeah.
Yeah. What I'm saying is, I'm wondering if he wasn't saying, hey, look at what I'm gonna do. Because he has that kind of way about
I
him.
believe that Michael
Can't
Aquino
help
has been speaking to you for quite some time. That before you knew of me, Michael Aquino was monitoring you because he had how would I say, he was locking on to people with talent, and people with occult talent like yourself would naturally stand out to him. You'd radiate like a beacon in the night just by your activities. Do you get what I'm saying? So
yes.
So he latched onto you even before you knew of me, paying attention to you. He didn't necessarily lavish any attention on you in the sense of trying to draw you into his network because he's too racist for that. Someone like Derek Talley is different because Derek Talley is just a total fool, right? I mean, so they were just Derek Talley's like, to them that's like Derek Talley's like the little black boy they used to have dance around with the bug eyes, tap dancing. He's like the guy tap dancing on the table and going Messa, and and then all the white guys are going, oh, that's what Derek Talley was to them. People think we're cruel. You have no idea with the shit that fucker put us through. And what that fucker, put me through, that whole thing, like, again, I can't overemphasize this because I don't know if anybody will ever get it. It's like, if you were diagnosed with cancer, the first thing you'd know is what kind of cancer. So then the first thing you'd tell people, if you're a normal, sane human being, is, oh God, the doctor said I have testicular cancer. And your concern would be, oh, I don't want to lose one of my balls like that Jeff Young motherfucker. I remember when Jeff Young said, yeah, then I had the cancer, and then, then the doctor helped me and I lost my balls. And when I was telling Laura Lee Solomon about Jeff Young from that heavy metal band losing one of his testicles, she was saying, yeah, it shows. Yeah, you could tell by the way he behaves. He sounds and behaves like half a man, And anyhow, so, somebody like Derek Talley, if he had lung cancer, whatever, the first thing you'd say is, doctor says I've got this kind of cancer. Get what I'm saying? I mean, that's what a normal person would say. Nobody would say what he did, which he just, I have cancer. 3 words. Like, expecting, the reason that's so offensive is the person who says that automatically wants your pity, automatically wants all the sympathy. He wants you to throw down everything and, reward him. He wants you to reward him for something he never even had to work for. It's
like an accomplishment.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
It's an accomplishment because cancer would reject him.
Yeah,
cancer looks at him and says, "Oh hell no, I don't want that body."
Thank you. It's like what you said about that idiot, that poison dwarf. John. What was his name again? Jesus, I can't. West. Yeah, West. Was his first name John? Fuck, I've done so.
David West.
David West. Thank you. I couldn't. God. See, I bleached these guys out of my mind. I got an eye wanker. I've got to take care of it. This is the distichiasis. You know, the curse of that is you get pretty long
All right.
eyelashes,
Well,
and then you.
I've got some really interesting things to report to the
Okay,
listeners.
you handle that. I'll be back. I'll let you know when I'm back. Thank you.
Okay, folks. So here's the thing. I do not know if I have COVID or not now. All I know is that I've been masking up like crazy, and I've been taking every protective measure. But for some reason, my body feels ice cold, and I'm fairly certain that this room has to be like 80 degrees or warmer right now. So something is wrong. Something's really off. In fact, I can't even guess what it is. I've just like been binging vitamin C and other stuff just to, make sure I'm not sick. Unless I'm possessed by something, which I don't think that's the case. I'm fairly certain. But yeah, this just feels really weird. Folks, whatever you do, don't do what I do. It's a really, really bad idea to deal with the triple C's. You never know what can come of that. Oh man, I didn't think I would take the night to make a kind of anti don't do what I do thing. But let's move on to something interesting though. Okay, humans could develop a sixth sense, scientists say. All right, right off the bat, this never mind. I'm not even going to entertain this. This is popular mechanics. When they're saying the word could, guess what that is? That's speculation. Could imply speculation. So let's see what we've got on the AP, Associated Press. Let's see, we've got friction among Taliban pragmatists, hardline. Why are we following the fucking Taliban? I mean, at this point, they're gonna fuck up the country. We already know shit's gonna hit the fan. The good news, of course, we have is that Gavin Newsome, in California, SpaceX launches 4 amateurs on private Earth circling trip. Who fucking cares? Why is that even in the news? It's like at this point, it seems like the world is so bored, or the world is just so oh, here's a good one. Southwest China earthquake collapses homes, kills at least 3. As of 13 minutes ago. Wow. An earthquake destroyed houses, killed at least 3 people, and injured dozens Thursday in southwest China's Sichuan province. Rescue work was underway following the magnitude 6.0 earthquake. Wow, I feel like I am mentally slowing down. Wow, okay, yeah, folks, this is drugs. Holy shit. That was a bad idea. I mean, I had way too much caffeine on top of this. Oh, man. Rescue workers were going door to door in heavy rain searching for people in damaged homes in Fuji Town to move them to temporary shelters, Xinhua said. Workers distributed mooncakes, a traditional treat for the next week's Mid-Autumn Festival, and other food at one shelter. Liu Jianrong, a Fuji resident, told Xinhua that she felt a mild tremor around 4 a.m. and ran out barefoot in her nightgown when her tremors became intense. Some bricks fell off the wall, and I didn't dare go in again, the agency quoted her as saying. More than 3,200 people have been moved to 79 shelters, CCTV said. Western China is regularly hit by earthquakes. A magnitude 7.9 quake in May 2008 left nearly 90,000 people dead in Sichuan, many of them in collapsed schools and other poorly constructed buildings. God damn. Well, I guess when you have that much of a population, like tens or hundreds of thousands of people dying is like nothing.
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, that was yeah. I heard that comment a lot from. I remember when I was working in Acorn security projects with fellow mercenary contractors, and the headline came up about several thousand people dying in India during some earthquake. And I remember this Caribbean black guy who was working that contract with the team with the shift, and he said they won't even feel it. I remember he said that. It was like, when you have very large populations, obviously it's, there's a truth to that. Obviously this has got to be a human tragedy for people who lose people, but it's.
I mean, and we could also look at like countries like India, which has like 1 billion people in there, if not more. Where death is just like commonplace everywhere.
It is. It's one of those things that's oh well. I mean, it's amazing to me that people even survive in places like that with the COVID, especially with the crowding, with the poverty, and by the way, this has nothing to do with any racism. It's any Indian will tell you this. I remember when Peter Moon was bringing up the Indians, he didn't, how would I say it, qualify it. And that's something I wish Westerners would get into a habit of saying, because obviously there's confusion. When people say the term Indian, people can mistake that for Native American. So you do want to say Asian Indian. And but India is Asian India. It's filthy. The Asian Indians will tell you this, and this is because they're completely dependent on the classless, the Dalits, the classless people, to clean up the garbage, and they have no motivation to do so. So no one's really collecting the garbage in India. It's just awful. Yeah, and it just piles up, and it's and there's areas where, but by the way, in San Francisco, we had that, just as an example of this before I go into the zone. In San Francisco, there were, for the longest times in the BART station, and I pointed this out back when I was starting on Revolution Radio, back in the early days, and I kept talking about the collapse of Western civilization, the collapse of civilization, period. Worldwide, because of the economic collapse and how all this was going to come about. One of the things I was pointing out was just how far beyond what people thought it was, just how far over the edge we are. I was pointing out the fact that all of the homeless in San Francisco, they have places where they take a shit, and one of them was underneath the empty escalators in the BART stations in San Francisco. And so people who were taking the escalators, and by the way, I had a woman who worked in the architectural industry. Audrey von Giesmoss. I had her as a guest a few times on my radio in the old days. And she was quite right about the collapse of the Twin Towers in terms of it being controlled demolitions. And of course, I'm a controlled demolitions man myself. You didn't need any exotic technology to take down the Twin Towers.
It makes the most sense because looking at it, it's like one floor collapses beneath the other. And at some point, once you have enough floors collapsing, the rest of it's just going to go. You wouldn't even need to put like demolitions in all the floors.
Thank you. Definitely.
Because the weight will bring the rest of it down.
No, it's true. That's controlled demolition. So anyhow, this Audrey von Giesmoss, at the same time, due to that experience working in an architect's office, she wasn't an architect, mind you, but she worked in an architect's office and was at a level of education in architecture that would be at the level of maybe a baccalaureate. She wasn't stupid. She knew what she was talking about. She'd seen architects at work, and she knew about the subculture, and I could go on about that for some time. Just one of the things to point out was the fact that, when she was working with architects, the big thing with the white boys who were graduating to become architects at the time, she was involved with architecture as an older woman, because she was older than me. She pointed out that most of them were followers of Ayn Rand, who wrote the book The Fountainhead about an architect. And in the book, The Fountainhead, she glorifies rape. Ayn Rand, by the way, is female, but she was just this horrible Russian Jewess who wanted to create a godless capitalism to counter godless communism. So her idea was to create a godless capitalist ideology, hence Ayn Randism. And her Randist ideology is what Satanism was based off of. And Magus Anton Szandor LaVey based his Satanism off of Ayn Rand as his primary foundational philosophy. He said this is pure Satanism, and he just added ritual. So he took her ideology but added magical ritual to it, and presto pasta, you got satanic economics, Satanomics. And this is what he said would work. Greed is good, all that shit. And so in the book, The Fountainhead, a architect earns the love of a woman by raping her. And so this is Ayn Rand, this horrible Russian Jewess saying, men, impress your woman, rape them.
Well, it's because she could never get laid. No guy wanted to sleep with her, so she had to so the only way she could think of it was by fantasizing herself getting raped.
Thank you. And so, this girl, this lady, Audrey von Giesmoss, who had her faults, believe me, she knew all this. At the same time, she was out of it in other ways. Oh my God, she was the only person I ever let in here who was not invited in my home. Because she was on crutches and she walked all the way up Russian Hill to get here, and I could not turn her away, so I brought her into my home. This is just after my parents had both died. It was so invasive. But anyhow, so she was on my show a few times, and obviously we were talking about the 9/11 bit, and aside from that, what was my point about bringing her up? But the Ayn Rand thing is its own point. The architect thing is its own point. But
I think it was the demolition.
It might have been. At any rate, we can go back to it later. I'm certain there was some point I'll remember. In terms of the Ayn Randian philosophy, if you ever want to see the kind of Ayn Randian utopia, that was what BioShock was based on. BioShock was based on Ayn Rand's The Fountainhead. If you've played the game, have you ever played BioShock? It's a video game.
Nope.
Okay, so just so everybody knows, there's a video game called BioShock. By the way, I don't recommend it to people. If you don't believe me, check it out yourself. BioShock it's an underwater setting with an underwater skyline that's very Art Deco, very beautiful Art Deco, dated period piece, underwater skyline. All of it underwater. Instead of waiting for the oceans to rise and submerge the cities, they built a city underwater to preempt the ocean. And in the game BioShock, these big lumbering units in these kind of deep sea diving bell suits, hard suits. They call them hard suits. They're meant for real deep sea divers where the pressures are enormous, and so the suit is literally like a shell, and it's around the person like a carapace, and they can only operate with those claw hands. Anybody who's seen that, these are the units that are accompanying these young girls, and they protect the young girls in BioShock. And the whole point of the BioShock game is your objective is to kill all these young girls that are protected by these big bio units. That's the objective of the game, is you kill all these young girls. And that's how you win the game.
What the are you serious?
I'm serious. Anybody who doesn't believe me, look it up yourself.
Oh my God, that's horrible.
It's all based on Ayn Randian ideology. It's on Ayn Randist ideology. It's how many young girls can you kill to overcome your humanity, and that's how you win the game. So that's
okay. Well, this explains why there's so many shootings happening in the United States where girls are getting shot.
Thank you.
Fucking
Thank you. Yeah, you can look up BioShock Infinite. Is the they made several expansions to the franchise. So and this has been around forever. Yeah.
So it's very popular.
Oh yeah, yeah. I'm surprised you didn't hear of it. Yeah, it's like.
I mean, I've seen the game, but I've never played it, and so I don't know what the storyline is. I've just seen that you seem to control this thing in a giant old school like wetsuit, and
right.
there's some
the
girl behind
shell suits that I'm talking about. And so in terms of the setting, it's supposed to be where the leader who created the setting of that utopia, that Ayn Randist utopia, and this makes perfect sense, is he managed to inject everyone with a vaccine where they were genetically, it was impossible for them to kill him because he injected like the father gene. So they all identified him as father, so he could never be assassinated. So they all had the father block. Like whenever anyone would try to overthrow him or assassinate him, the father block would come on. They were genetically, oh, I can't kill him. He's my daddy. So this is how he prevented himself from being assassinated. So that's one of the themes in the game. But that's like what they would call fluff or background, lore. That's lore to the game. But the game itself is you go around killing all these young girls. It's incredible that these things get out there and they get on the market and they get popularized. How have we gotten to the point where this is possible? And I hate saying that because I hate sounding like one of those idiots who say, "Oh, the video games, the source of evil and shit." I mean, it's a cheap shot. Most of the time, it's a cheap shot. This is one of those cases where, okay, how did this get out on the market? It is a legitimate question. So I'm sure Jameson's going to do his research. He can tell us more about it when he finds out more. What I'm going to do now at this point, I'm going to try and enter the zone now, catch up a little bit on. By the way, Real Tech Geek has joined in. He says, BioShock is so much fun. Did you play the third game? He said, to clarify, I played the third one, The City in the Sky, Columbia. That's completely different. Okay, so tell us, Real Tech Geek, how was it different? How is it different? So you're not killing young girls this time? What is it? Oh my God. It'd be interesting to see how he responds to that. By the way, you're still here, right, Chips?
Yeah.
We lost him. He's playing BioShock. We lost Chips.
No. Well, more like Magic the Gathering.
Okay, that's it.
There we are.
Well, wasn't somebody shitting on you about that the other night, saying it's your fault for playing this? What was that? What was that about?
Yeah. I kicked them because I was just really angry. Yeah. I didn't want to hear it.
Yeah. What was he saying? He was just
saying it's your fault for losing. Well, it's your fault for playing Magic the Gathering that you're unhappy. And I'm like,
he's right.
Well, not quite. I mean, because when I win, it does feel really good.
Okay, there we go.
I'm not gonna lie.
Yes. Well, there you go. That's why we play the games, right? You win, you lose. But I want to hear from Real Tech Geek. Okay, how is BioShock different with the third game? And tell us. Tell me if I'm wrong about the first and second games. I'm open to people trying to present a different perspective on this, but I know I'm right. So, it says the original creators are working on another game. Okay, come on. That doesn't give us info.
Okay, why don't they make a game where you play as a little girl and you're killing all the men?
Yeah, there we are. How about that?
That would make a hell of a lot more sense. I'm tired. I mean, come on. Don't we have enough guys with guns running around with pot bellies and they just shoot everything? And I'm tired of playing guys with guns.
Thank you. Anyhow, he says it's about a multi-universe. Okay, well, that's cute. It's like, are you playing coy, Real Tech Geek? It's like, by the way, I'm not angry with him. Don't take anything out on it. But it's almost like he's playing coy. It's like, so it's almost an attempt to annoy, though he's not doing that. He's not a troll. But I mean, it's almost like that. The original creators are working on another game. It's about a multi-universe. I mean, you know, this doesn't really answer the question. And the reality is BioShock 1 and 2, you're talking about you're going around and the objective is you're killing as many little girls as possible. Okay, this is just wrong. Right? There's no way to put that in a positive light. But this is the kind of you know, this is why I have the Vox ARCA and it's not with anyone else. Right? Because the other guys are out playing BioShock, you know, and they're just not fit to even drive a car. All right.
Well, those poor dopes would actually try to use it.
Yeah.
They'd be like, "Oh, that's so cool, Ladder Gods! I'll be stuck in oblivion forever. That's so fucking cool." Yeah. It's like, dude, that's your idea of cool? What about just getting laid like every other guy?
Thank you. Well, the problem is every other guy's not getting laid either. The majority of guys out there are incels. The majority at this point.
Okay.
Yeah, it's just.
It feels good to know I'm not alone.
Oh God, yeah, but at least
actually, I'm kidding. I'm a vol cell. I'm not an incel.
Well, kind of.
Honest. Well,
yeah, you are really. Actually, now come to think of it, I mean, you could get laid easily if you just stopped.
Yeah,
thinking.
I had women all over me the other day. I couldn't figure out. I couldn't say something. I was like, say something. What do I say? What do I say? And so, you know, it's like the fucking shit in my head never stops. So it's like, okay. So I'm just like, I don't get laid because I don't have to put up with the problem of the challenge of having to try.
Right. And so this is something that this is a point for me to start getting into the zone. I'll get into it now with Jameson's help. Basically, he's helping me get into the zone because I need to give him some of that father talk here. Understand this. Sometimes mindlessness is better than mindfulness. And in some situations, just don't pay so much attention. You've heard this, what I was talking about with the heart mind, about being in the present moment, about why horse riding is so important, because the horse is always in the present moment. And if you're not there with the horse, you can pay for it with your life or throughout the rest of your life, like Christopher Reeve did when he was thrown by the horse and he spent the rest of his life paralyzed. So when you have this mindfulness mantra, the mantra of mindfulness meditation has always been be present. And that's when it's essentially, how would I say this? It's understood in its opposite sense. That's when it's the supposed key to self-awareness and acceptance. And in one type of mindfulness exercise, the goal is to perform routine activities with a heightened sense of attention. And what people will tell you at that point, the gurus, they'll be saying, try to take the time to experience your environment with all of your senses, the touch, the sound, the sight, the smell, and taste. And they would tell you, like, eat a favorite food and take the time to smell, taste, truly enjoy it. Well, obviously, mindfulness has psychological benefits. And it was only earlier this year when there was this synthesis of randomized controlled trials that revealed that mindfulness-based interventions had at least small to moderate benefits for a number of health outcomes, including stress, anxiety, depression. But that said, the effects of mindfulness were smaller and less consistent when compared with those of other therapies. And some effects appeared to fade months after the intervention. So taken together, the results suggest that mindfulness-based interventions may be better than nothing for some outcomes, but that more research is needed to compare mindfulness with other therapies. And one thing that the mindfulness-based interventions that they had in common is that they all attempted to cultivate focus on the present moment via that sensorial overload, that those multiple sessions of meditation practice concentrating on that multiplicity of all your senses. So, although mindfulness has its merits, the psychological research has also revealed that in some circumstances, like Jameson's when he's in the company of girls, it's important to be mindless. That is, as we develop skill in complex tasks, we can perform them with increasing facility until attention seems to be unnecessary. So everyday examples to kind of get Jameson used to this would range from riding a bike to chopping cucumbers to brushing your teeth. That's automatic, right? Automaticity.
No, unfortunately, it's not for me. Everything has been mindful. I've been on my default is everything is paid attention to from the very beginning. I've never not been in a state of mindfulness in my life. That's the problem. That's why I take drugs.
Mm-hmm. Well, psychologists call the opposite place, the opposite space, automaticity. So get into the state of automaticity. It's a mental process that can be executed without paying attention to what you're doing. And so these processes, they run off without conscious awareness, a chain reaction of mental events. We don't perform all tasks automatically, but many can be performed that way once they're well practiced. And of course, to be clear, paying attention is important when learning a new skill. In certain life experiences, we've all found that measures of cognitive ability that tap the capacity to focus attention, well, say for instance, like somebody learning to play a piano, a novice pianist learning to play Happy Birthday to you, you're going to have to pay attention, but you're going to have to learn to treat the company of girls as something that is like breathing, something that is automatic, something that is a natural part of your environment. So this kind of experience that I've always had, it's shown me that paying too much attention to what you're doing can have damaging effects, particularly when you perform well-practiced skills. In fact, that's one reason why some experts appear to choke under pressure when they think too much about the mechanics of the task at hand. Somebody like an expert golfer who suddenly has a panic attack at the 18th hole. So just remember, that's what sex is too. You're trying to get those balls into those little holes, right? You just don't think about it. And when you get to that 18th hole, you want it to be thoughtless. The cognitive scientist, Sian Biolog, a lady and her colleagues, they had skilled golfers attempt to sink putts under different experimental conditions. And in one scenario, the golfers were simply instructed to pay attention to the swing of their club and say, "Stop," when they finished their swing. But on another condition, they were instructed to listen for a target sound while ignoring other noises and say the word "tone" when they heard that target sound. And counterintuitively, the skilled golfers performed substantially worse when they focused on their swing than when they paid attention to irrelevant sounds. So the effect of paying attention to their swing was so damaging that the golfers actually did better when they were warming up before the experiment began. So this is what you're doing. You're like the golfer who's thinking about the swing, just swing. And, you'll get there. And, more recently, the psychologist Yannick Balk and his colleagues, they had golfers try different interventions designed to mitigate the effects of performance pressure. The researchers induced performance pressure by videotaping the participants, telling them that their score sheets would be posted publicly at the clubhouse, and incentivizing strong performance with coupons to the golf shop. And without any intervention, the golfers all performed significantly worse under pressure. And yet the participants, who were encouraged to think about something else, specifically a song they knew by heart, improved when the stakes were high. So of course, it's worth cautioning that these results should be replicated in larger samples and across different contexts, but honestly, the point is made. The important message from this research is that focusing too carefully on the execution of well-practiced motor sequences causes mistakes. And of course, we should not resign ourselves to going through life on autopilot, missing opportunities to make deeper connections with ourselves, one another, and our environment. But there's situations where we should let automaticity take over. So the next time you're riding a bike, don't overthink it. And that's the way it should be with sex. Okay? Am I getting through?
Well, yeah. I guess that's why sex was always fraught with frustration and anxiety when I've had it, and why it was never reached a climax, because
Well, a lot of guys think about what can go wrong, and they think, oh God, what if I can't reach climax? What if I go soft? What if is this what was going on, or just something like that?
There are other things like, oh my God.
I think you're just thinking too much. You're just thinking too fucking much. That's just...
Yeah, and then I had to try to fantasize about something so that I didn't like lose. So it's like having sex while trying to think about having sex while having sex, and then it's just like it's just so complicated.
Well,
it's like, how the hell do people enjoy
bad
this shit?
In and of itself. You want the sex to last. You want it to last as long as possible.
It lasted. I mean, but I mean, it lasted to the point where I was exhausted. But I mean, still, it's just like,
Well, I get what you're saying, and of course, while it's lasting, your mind starts to wander, and this is like then your mind.
It's like my mind is. No, it's not. It's not that it's wandering. It's that it becomes a mental act.
Right.
It's a mental act for me. It's
there
not a
we
physical
are.
act.
There we are. You want it to be like surfing. You can't think while you're surfing. You got to ride the wave. You can't think while you're surfing, or you're going to die.
I mean, it's like people say sex is a physical act for men, but for me, it's like a mental act.
Yeah, it's a mental act for all men. All men are on a head trip. I mean, this is the problem, right? I mean, men are on a head trip. So everybody get off the head trip and stop tripping. That will improve your life beyond description. And that will bring me back into the heart-mind subject. I mean, it's a good start. And obviously, by the way, the Real Tech Geek. So let's see what he's saying. And we've been joined by some other wonderful people. Princess Star Fox. Pixie Princess Star Fox says, love you, DDD, with these pink sparkling hearts. I love you too, honey. Hey. And so then the Real Tech Geek, he's been taken over with SB. And he says, you're tasked with saving a young girl. And the story is told as an opposite. The character you're playing as happens to be named Comstock. And so there you go. So now you're finally saving a young girl. So this was like something new to them. I mean, they couldn't start off with that. And then SB says, could games like BioShock be a more socially acceptable, healthy outlet for energy that's driven mankind for thousands of years? After all, it's only within the last 100 years that it's not okay to hit women. Now, I know SB is female because, I've got to be right on this. All my instinct tells me SB is a female because she's got a cat as her icon. Yeah, there's some guys who do that, but I get the feeling that SB's female. And she's saying, after all, it's only within the last 100 years that it's not okay to hit women. You may think that based on laws. What you're really saying is it's only maybe in the last 100 years we've put laws on the books. But honestly, I think it's always been wrong in terms of any social matrix, from the tribal levels of primitive man up to now. It's been wrong to be abusive to females. It should be intuitive. It should be obvious. This is the vessel that carries future generations. To abuse that vessel is it's an insult to nature itself. It's one of those things that, believe me, I know that this is one of those things where I've been an illustrator of pornography, and I've dealt with illustrating abusive pornography. I've always tried my best to present it from the perspective of the victim, but at the same time, it's one of those things where we can't rationalize or make excuses for these people. We can't say, oh, look, it's just the times we're living in have changed. No, these people who are abusive towards females the way they are, to this destructive level, it's just wrong. As for the games, we could argue what we said about the Japanese, that they have very violent anime and cinema, and yet Japan is one of the least violent nations on earth, and this is because they understand the difference between the outlet of fantasy and reality. But in much of the West, and particularly America, it's just the opposite. It's monkey see, monkey do. When they see somebody hurting somebody, they wanna be the man who hurts other people. When they're killing people as part of a fantasy, they want to ultimately enact that fantasy out in reality. It's different here. It's something that you can't treat them with the level of social maturity that the Asian people have. They just don't have that social matrix in which to deal with fantasy on a healthy level. So then the Real Tech Geek talks about this character in the game. Elizabeth can travel to other universes. The dick has her killing other versions of Comstock. You're basically fighting the whole city. It has Christian vibes, especially when you fly to the city in a pod. I don't remember fighting children in BioShock Infinite at all, though it's been a very long time. Another thing that can panic athletes is camera shutters when a photo is taken. As for example, during the game of golf, the photographer can only take the photo after the ball is hit. He says, it's never okay to hit women. I grew up being abused. We must have respect for each other. Thank you. And then Ragnar Lodbrok says, heart, mind, soul, like Kokoro. There's a Greek word, metanoia, which I believe also means heart and mind together in harmony. Harmony, Greek goddess. And the word homonia, or homonoia, like-minded. That's transliteration of homonoia. So thank you, Ragnar Lodbrok, very astute. And yes, the Real Tech Geek is been taking my side on this, and I think we lost James into his Magic the Gathering. He's got
the thing is, I don't know if maybe I'm just like stoned to the point of toxicity, or if I have COVID, man. I think I'm dying.
You are right. I mean, I'll ask that now because it's hard to tell sometimes whether you're being humorous.
No. I'm not kidding. All right, let me look.
Do you need to lie down?
It's just like it's 82 degrees outside right now, right?
Okay.
But for some reason inside it feels like
cold?
It's 50 degrees, and I don't have the fan on.
Okay.
I don't have the fan on. Now, usually with this level of pills, I should be burning up.
Okay.
But I am not. I'm cold.
But
then again,
look,
it could also be a ritual that I did.
Understood.
So,
yeah, I mean, there's different things that could be. Do you, if you feel like you need to lie down, go ahead. I'll take over.
But that's the thing. I don't feel like lying down. I don't want to lie down. It's like that's the thing. This doesn't make any sense, man.
Well, you've been in that space quite a few times, and you've always survived. I have every confidence you'll likely survive tonight, but don't take it lightly. If you're feeling okay, like you don't, I mean, to the point at least where you don't feel like you need to lie down, just hang with us. I'll take over, and I should be able to handle it from here. If I do need your help, I'll check in with you. but definitely I need to live up to my responsibility and start talking. One of the things that I'll do is I'll start with the solicitation. Should have gotten that out of the way earlier, so let me do that. Get solicitation out, and then I'll start going more into the zone. We kind of edged into it with talking about the need to stop thinking when we're trying to enjoy life, and so I need to stop thinking and get into the groove, the zone, and that starts with a living up to my responsibilities to my sponsor. Peter Moon sent me a bunch of books that didn't arrive today either, so far as I know. There's something very strange going on with the books he sent. He said he checked out with the tracking number and they were sitting at the post office. You know what? Why don't you hold the stage for just a minute here while I go check out the door and see if anybody left any books outside the door, which I don't believe has happened. So let me just check that. I doubt that's happened. Just let people know how, how you're feeling right now. I'll be back in a minute.
Yeah,
okay.
yeah.
All right. Yeah. And so
the more I think about it,
just a second while I do this. And,
I think
Jameson will start talking. Thank you.
it might actually be this artifact that I'm working on, which I don't know if I should give the context to it now, but it's sort of like a contract with an entity that I'm already very close with. It entails a sort of creation, a sort of merging of an aspect with it to create something completely new or to recreate myself. And now that I'm looking at this piece of art that I did, which is, because for me, I don't see a reason why one should separate art from magic. The two are one and the same. And whatever it is, it's very powerful because it's really just making me feel really cold. And if I cover it up, I don't feel as cold. Wow. It's very strange. Okay, well, that goes to show me that apparently I'm connecting with something. Now this is a very I have a very interesting article here. White House offers Nicki Minaj call to answer vaccine cues. Supposedly, this is how fucking stupid people in the black community can be.
Okay.
Nicki Minaj tweeted.
Yeah, what was it she tweeted about the vaccines? Right? Tell us about this. What was?
All right. Basically, she said something where what the fuck are they saying here? Am I too high to even read this?
Hey, it's Nicki Minaj. Whatever she says, it's not going to be easy to decipher.
All right. The White House said that they offered. The White House offered Wednesday to connect Nicki Minaj with one of the Biden administration's doctors to address her questions about the COVID-19 vaccine after the Trinidadian-born rapper's erroneous tweet alleging the vaccine causes impotence went viral.
So she said, I'm sorry, how did they refer to her after she said that the vaccines cause impotence?
They were trying to refer her to a specialist because she says, okay, so now black folks are now. Well, listen, if you're black and you're stupid enough to listen to Nicki Minaj, maybe you should be dead. I'm just saying. If you're not black and you're stupid enough to listen to Nicki Minaj, you should probably be dead as well.
Well, at least as a source of, shall we say, medical advice, she's not exactly the source I would turn to. That is...
No, but the problem is people of influence like that are usually stupid.
Yes.
And usually when stupid people of influence say things, they can influence other people who look up to people with influence before listening to people who aren't stupid.
Yes, thank you. It's very frustrating. And it's not just frustrating at this point. it's like celebrities should be honestly held responsible. And if she was going up there and spreading the rumor that these vaccines cause sterility, that's just awful. I think that's something that she should pay a price for. She should be fined. And that's first off, it's difficult enough to deal with the situation that we have right now, with all of the Russian inspired imbeciles trying to say things about the virus and the vaccines, without her making it more difficult. And by the way, that's, I'll get to the California election and what that had to do with it too. So, but before I get to the California election, I'll get the solicitation out of the way and then talk a little bit about the kokoro, like I had Sprackathon before. And in the meantime, Peter Moon said the tracking number of the books where they went to the post office and they're just sitting there. They should have arrived today. This is very strange. But again, I'm a targeted individual. So what he's sending me is not arriving. He'll have to follow up on it. But this is very frustrating. And altogether.
Is it possible you can have him send it to the confidants you were going to send them to?
Then I couldn't autograph them. Then I couldn't autograph them. Crystal River wanted an autographed copy of the book, and Peter sent her one autographed by him, which was not really what she had in mind. But that was so cute. That's precious.
I can't wait to hear her reaction on that.
Yeah. But I need to send her one that she asked for autographed by myself. She sent me a copy of The Little Prince in French, knowing how much that book means to me and how that, reminds me so much of my late and sainted mother. Let me try and look up our man. There we are, John Henry McMills Warrington. So he said something about updated adds to my here we are. So he had some strange things going on. Vero Reno Barrera said, I'm sorry, I completely forgot. Okay, no worries. And she's this wonderful lady, and provided her an illustration of herself with one of her babies, dogs. She loves dogs. And all right, so let's get into solicitation. I mean, everybody knows this is the worst part of the night for me, is solicitation. It's like pulling teeth. And Nicki Minaj, she's like, I hate to see her go into some stupid direction like that. It's kind of like, who was it that the guy who played the stupid blue genie, the black guy who played the stupid blue genie in that film, the Disney film or something? Was it Shaq? Shaq, come on, you remember that? How could you forget?
Shaq is fucking retarded.
Yeah, he almost went flat Earth. You might remember.
But then again, he made fun of some guy who had a rare genetic illness. Who was another black guy who's another person of color. So I mean, he's a piece of shit.
Oh God, he's a child. He's just a
and he has a white wife. So I mean, what do you expect?
Yeah, he's an overgrown child. And what was it that someone said in the chat room earlier?
And as for Minaj, like if you looked at pictures of her before she got the plastic surgery done, she was gorgeous. And what she looks like now, I don't know what the fuck she looks like now. She looks like shit now.
She actually was, it must have been maybe about 10 years ago. She had the plastic surgery done maybe over a decade ago. And when I don't find her repulsive. Her features are exaggerated. But she could be mistaken. I honestly mistook her when I first saw her. I thought she was a male transgender. I thought she was a transgendered male. That's what I thought
because that's how over the top she looks. Right. When you look at old photos of her, like from when she was from before she got all this shit done, she looked like an actual woman.
Right. I hear you. I mean, I don't mind the way she looks.
When I'm looking at her old photos, and she looked, she was gorgeous.
I hear you.
But I'm looking at her now with like she looks like a trans
Yeah,
She really
when I first
does.
saw her, I thought she was a transgendered male, and I'm not trying to be, facetious or sarcastic. Let me grab another bottle of water, and then I'll read the solicitation. I just want to make sure I've got enough water around me to last in case our man Jameson decides he has to drop out, which he seems like he's holding himself well enough. As for dying, I don't think so. Sometimes we feel that way. Believe me, I wonder that sometimes myself. Derek Talley said that the time when he first started saying he was on dialysis. Of course, at that point, I swear to God, I'll be honest. The only thing I could think of was, it can't be soon enough when he wrote me in the stupid messenger box, I'm dying. At that point, I was like, good, die quietly. Why couldn't this happen a long time ago? Shit. After all his bullshit. All right, let me grab some further bottles of water. I'll be right back. And yes, I'll, if I had more time tonight, I certainly deprived myself of that. I'd talk a little bit about these booster shots and these vaccines. But right now, Jameson will hold the stage again for another few moments while I reach out here and grab something.
Yeah, she was much more attractive in her 20s because she didn't have all that work done. But, like, with all that work done, like, everything just started to look, I don't know, artificial. Yeah, that's what it is. It's like that's another thing that throws me off. Like a lot of times women in the black community, they have these fake ass eyelashes that are like super long attached, and it doesn't look beautiful. It doesn't look attractive. It looks clownish. It looks like a mockery of, someone's ideal. It looks like a mockery of a cartoon or something.
Are we talking about Nicki still? The Minaj or what?
No, I'm just talking about like this trend, because I kind of digress into the trend of, you ever see people with those clip-on eyelashes that look like just completely, I don't know, they look like they look like a cartoon caricature, with the way they make like the eyelashes super long.
I have to admit I'm pretty decadent. I do enjoy a lot of these extremes, but I don't like the extreme butt implants, and they obviously are killing a lot of people because a lot of people are getting them from, charlatans and frauds, and that takes balls to be somebody who's like performing illegal butt implants and just filling people with concrete powder and asbestos and shit like these people have been doing. It's just like
they fill them with like vegetable oil. They fill them with like these freaking toxic chemicals from like that are used for like cars and shit.
Oh, just awful. And you just what kind of person has the how could you do that without your stomach churning? I mean, it's just
well, I mean, honestly speaking, if some poor sucker said, I'll pay you $5,000 if you inject this oil in my ass, I say, okay.
Oh God, that's awful. I know what you mean though. There is a Darwinian there's a Darwinian selection. Yeah.
I mean, and there's something. All right. Now I don't mean to sound dark, but there is something genuinely amusing about watching stupid people hurt themselves.
You see that on Jackass. I have to admit, yes, you see Jackass. You see these idiots do stupid things.
No, I'm not even talking about Jackass. I'm talking about sometimes like there'll be okay, like I was watching this video on like terrible videos where this dude's like dancing in the street, and then he dances and he dances right in front of an oncoming truck, and he just gets crushed under the truck. Of course, the guy died. Guy.
I take it this wasn't on YouTube, right? Was this on YouTube? No, right? This
was horrible videos.
Okay.
Because,
is that how do you find that though? Where you just look up horrible videos on the net and you can find it?
Yeah. horriblevideos.com, man. They're fucking all kinds of companies. And I was watching videos on iBletch of like people jumping out of windows, and I'm like, the dude's jumping out of a window like he thinks it's a game, and then he just goes plop. And what's always funny, okay, this is what gets me, is when the bodies hit the ground, it's like, it almost seems like for some reason they just like flop, they flip, and then they wind up like moving inches, like feet away from where they fell.
Right, that's what they do. Yeah, because it
probably has to do with the body's water composition and the way that it's like when you throw like a water balloon on the ground and it bounces out before it pops.
Yeah, right.
But I always there's something mesmerizing about it and horrifying at the same time.
No, I get it. I get what you're saying. I mean, it's you would be amazed at I mean, don't do this to yourselves, people. I mean, this brings us into another whole different topic. When I worked in private security and some of the things we were called for, and I've talked about this in the past, or when I was caring for my parents and we were in the emergency room every day, one of my parents would be in the emergency room, and you're exposed to everything because they only have the curtains between you and the other people being brought in, which is things like people shoving various things up their ass. In the early days of Revolution Radio, I was telling people about this, that people, it being San Francisco and a large gay community, you'd be astonished at the need that so many people had within that subculture for anal stimulation, for prostate stimulation anally, and so they were shoving in just everything you can imagine up their ass, and of course this would result in certain levels of injury. But it's amazing what people do to themselves. The one time in security, I still have the photos because they're just otherwise unbelievable. Where somebody actually had an exploding cigar in their mouth and left it in there because they thought it would be funny. It just blew their face. But by the way, when somebody has an explosive cigar, you know it because of the weight. You know that this is not a normal stogie or cheroot. It's so the weight of something that explosive, the person's conscious of it, but these people think it's going to be a funny result where their face is just going to be black like in the cartoons, and it's not like that. You don't understand these. You have no idea how many people stick explosives in their mouth. And this is like, it's just unbelievable. It's unbelievable what people do. And it's, they think this is going to be funny and that it's going to be like the cartoons and that this is, it's astonishing to me.
Yeah, they wind up with their faces being shredded as if they had tried to kill themselves with a shotgun or something.
Oh, it's awful. Yeah, it's indescribable. But people are incredibly, they have no idea about violence. I don't know where this comes from. It's people were never like this in the past because there was a much more close relation to violence, and people would kill their own food, live slaughter their own food, etc. When that became industrialized and people became further and further divorced from violence as an everyday occurrence or violence as a part of life, like slaughtering your own animals, then they seem to not have the understanding at how dangerous what they're doing is. And the end result is people blowing themselves away by accident, all the time, or doing things like sticking the equivalent of a dynamite stick in your mouth, and it's this is and I'm very empathetic because I've suffered injuries. I've been through violence like you would not believe, and I can't believe I'm still alive. But beyond that, I can't believe that I am still not looking like some of these people. But when I had to answer in terms of security response to this individual who had an explosive cigar in his mouth, and it was like heavy duty explosive was in this cigar, and it just blew his face up to the point where his nose was off, his teeth were scattered like a savage necklace, his lower jaw and upper part of his jaw were severed from each other. And this person had been thrown back onto the ground by the violence of the explosion with his ears bleeding. He died very quickly, with his eyes wide open in shock. And I know what he felt. There was the incredible feeling of his ears ringing as he died. When his ears were bleeding, his eardrums had burst. So there had to be just this incredible. I've experienced this with the ears because of different injuries that I've suffered to my ears. There had to be that feeling of an incredible tsunami of loud noise that did not stop for him, as his eardrums had been ruptured and began to bleed. His eyes were open in shock because, of course, of the indescribable pain he must have been suffering. But it looked like he was still conscious by the time he was laid out on the morgue table. And I took one shot of him on the ground, and I had one shot of him on the morgue table. So I had to, because of the nature of what had happened, pretty much escort the body all the way to the morgue. So it was this, just these people seem to have no idea of what they're doing. And
well, I think that there's also something that separates someone who's experienced a primal level of trauma from people who haven't, because once you've experienced some form of traumatic violence, you have a respect for it. You all of a sudden you see people do things, and you'd be like, no, I'm not doing it. It will be like an instinct that kicks in,
Mm-hmm.
And I think it's if I can take anything positive from whatever traumatic experiences I had in my life, I would say I would take that.
Thank you. Yeah.
Is that there's a respect for how fragile this body is, and there's a respect for how fast violence happens.
Yeah, and how it can change everything. There is oh God. So there you have that, and and of course, who knows? It may be just a lot of violent things happen to colored people that we just don't hear about because they're colored and because they're in ghettos. I mean, obviously, there's a lot of that. But I think most of the time, from what we do hear about what happens in them, it's usually people caught in crossfire. It's usually people who are suffering intended violence. Somebody stabs them who intends to stab them, or they're caught in crossfire. But with white people, it's these stupid accidents. And so this is exemplary of white privilege. Really, it is.
Well, this is what I tell my father all the time when he's watching World's Dumbest. I'm like, white people have to exist in this world because they have to show other races what not to do.
Yeah, I mean, you do notice, that these are overwhelmingly white people, and this is not some kind of racism. This is not some kind of racism. These are overwhelmingly white people that are doing these incredibly stupid things.
It's a factual observation, and if you go to iBlack on Reddit, you'll see like some people who just want to have themselves pasted on these, because they show all kind of gory shit, and you'll see people who are so desperate for attention that they'll do things like cut off their own toenails and cut their tongues in half and shit, and be like, this is what I did, and these are all white people, and they're like so desperate for attention that it's cool to be bloody and break. It's like, what?
Oh my God.
And I'm looking at this stuff and I'm like, what the fuck is wrong with these people?
Yeah, no, that's just awful. I mean, that's so sad. It is so sad. And these people, obviously, they need it. That's obviously a cry for help. I mean, oh my God.
It is. It is. I mean, because they're going to wind up escalating what they do for attention to the point where they wind up in one of those videos dead.
Yeah. I mean, that's going to happen. So I am honestly, it's just Okay, dropping that, I'm going to do the solicitation and get into the zone. I want to thank Jameson for sharing that. And
Oh crap! And while we're on, and I'm watching and I'm looking at this YouTube video where they're showing a guy who had his lower jaw blasted out from like a working accident.
oh God, well, thank you. Well, anyhow, what was I going to say? Of course, a lot of people are responding in the chat room. WTF, Mr. What the Fuck says, good afternoon, Douglas and all. Much love and appreciation for another transmission. Californication! So he's saying that as a joke, of course, so thank you, sir. Now bring me back to what I was going to say about California eventually. No doubt about it, we'll make it 12 hours tonight because I give myself far too little time to address so many things I'd like to address. But when it comes to where we're at, let's go with the solicitation first. So one among the creepiest true crime tours in America is the Tucson Murders True Crime Tours. The Tucson Murders True Crime Tours provide a historic crime investigation into forgotten lost crimes in Tucson, Arizona. These small private tours are hosted by the Mr. Ben Baron Astenius, a true crime researcher and enthusiast who will personally take us to real historic crime locations related to these crimes in Tucson. Relive these events and hear the untold stories behind the stories. The Baron Ben specializes in the seemingly ever-developing case of the late serial rape killer Charles Howard Smitty Schmid Jr., alias the Pied Piper of Tucson, an aftermath tour. See theunfinishedman.com for excerpts from his yet-to-be-published book of that very title, The Unfinished Man, and review some of his scenes from his cinematic documentaries currently in production at theunfinishedman.com. But other cases, such as the strange case of Morris Brady, the Dr. George Marvin Tejardine case, and the Red Rapist, are also within his repertoire, as in fact are all the crimes that shocked the Southwest throughout the 1960s, the very decade I myself entered this vale of tears. These devastating crimes stained a city so deeply they may never be removed. For tour information, contact the TucsonMurders.com. Tucson is spelled Tucson, Tucson. Put the word "the" in front of it, the TucsonMurders.com, or telephone the Baron Ben himself privately to personally guide your tour at 1-520-4/323-3406. That's 1520-323-3406. And of course, once again, I want to give credit this episode to Louis Rogers in Australia for 100 United States dollars in contribution, and to the Psionic League for 100 United States dollars in contribution. I'm going to just check to see if I can find the Psionic League and see if they left a message. I know that Louis Rogers generally does not. And here we are. When I type in that, okay, it comes up with the You've Got Money. And let's see if Psionic League said anything. There's no message from them. But they are located in Connecticut, and I won't give any more of their address than that. And of course, when it comes to the wonderful Louis Rogers, there was notification of payment received from them, and they are, of course, as I've said, in New South Wales, Australia. So I'm going to check to see if there were any other incoming contributions from these wonderful people, because it's amazing what escapes me. I get involved in quite a bit. I'm not paying attention to everything like I should. Let's see if I can get into my account here after the amount of spending that I did the other day. As I said, taking advantage of this windfall from many wonderful people to purchase a few items that I had been wanting to get for a long time. In terms of these wonderful people, Psionic League and Louis Rogers were the latest, and I pretty much covered everybody before then. One of them, of course, was Penny's Creative Solutions, which is our dear friend. I'm so tempted to call her Penny Dreadful, Penny Bradley. And so aside from all of that, let's move into subject matter for tonight. Let's cover a few of those subjects that I brought up earlier when I was talking about that red string of fate, that very beautiful Japanese paradigm that Mr. Peter Moon agrees. This is how he and I have established our fate together in this non-romantic but very important sense. And it is something that, well, since time immemorial, humans have wondered about the meaning of life itself. And in all corners of the world, the search for the ultimate answer has given rise to a variety of philosophical teachings and enchanting legends. And in terms of the Tale of the Red Strings, hailing from Japan, this paradigmatic legend, it explains life mysteries in a way that is both believable and incredibly romantic. If fate really exists, let's all hope that it works in exactly the way that the Japanese understand it. So when I told people the last time to try and imagine your body as transparent and all of those arteries like in the old plastic models that we used to have of the invisible man or the invisible woman, all of that, of course, leads you to the ability to see the veins and the ones that run from your heart through to your pinky. That is from where the red string emerges that ties your heart to other people's hearts as they intertwine. And that is, of course, when I talk about the invisible man or the invisible woman, think about the very term ninja, as I've said, means invisible person. But another way to read the very term ninja would be to think about the characters in kanji, nin and ya, that they would be also read as a person of endurance, or endure person, as in E-N-D-U-R-E, endure person, one who endures. And so in the idiomatic Japanese sense of the Nihongo, the Japanese language, this would provide us the world's only explanation on, well, bear in mind what I've said before about the Japanese language deriving its ideogrammatic, quote-unquote, alphabet, its set of iconographic pictogrammatic characters, the pictograms that comprise the symbols that read the Chinese or Japanese language. The Japanese language takes all of its classical ideogrammatic symbology, its alphabet, from the Chinese. And the term alphabet doesn't apply, but you get my point. And so the correct Chinese translation for the Japanese word ninja, when read in that sense, is what gives us the concept of a person of endurance. And as I said, in the idiomatic Japanese sense, since at least the 16th century, it's always been read, the two characters that comprise ninja. It's been that of a person who has extraordinary martial skills deployable for extraordinary combat or reconnaissance missions, the fighting spy. And in modern military lingo, that Japanese sense would be personnel for the recon assault missions that have all those acronyms: HEBC, LCD, SUDP, LIH, or FFO. You know, these are all small unit, deep penetration, low intensity, high impact, false flag operation, high enemy body count, low collateral damage, all the stuff they make movies about. So, the correct Chinese translation of the term ninja, or the Chinese way they would write it out in the Mandarin Chinese dialect, the national language of Putonghua, it would be Dun Shu Jia. And so the transliterations therefrom would be, well, they would vary. Cantonese, of course, would, well, if you look through the different types of, shall we say, computer translations, that if you threw these characters into like a Google Translate or a Bing Translate, well, it's all going to come out as alphabet soup. It's just not going to be something that would necessarily translate well or coherently. But if you have to go by Cantonese, which is, of course, more of a gutter language, I say that as a Chinese bigot who has that northern Chinese opprobrium towards the southern Chinese, like my gang brother Beaver is, Hong Kongers. The freeform respelling of the Mandarin Chinese language word for a ninja person, Dun Shu Jian, would come out basically as Dun Sur Hop. It comes pretty close to the actual Cantonese pronunciation. And of course, you'd be using British English letter sounds because, well, Hong Kong was a British crown colony. And so they would transliterate through the British Wade-Giles system as basically something like Dern Sir Herp. But stick with Mandarin for the poetic, euphonic nature of it. It just sounds better. But Dun Shu Jian, well, it would have to be contextualized. If you've ever watched enough black and white Japanese period piece action movies from the late 1940s and 50s and 60s that were nearly all dubbed into Cantonese for Hong Kong distribution, but with subtitles in the Mandarin Chinese language for the rest of the Chinese audience, and Bahasa Indonesia, well, the Malay language of Indonesia, which is called Bahasa, which is kind of like an international language because Indonesia's got so many dialects. Well, then you'd get a kind of different composition. Basically, it makes for some seriously interesting watching with all those subtitles like people were subjected to all over Asia, and the Cantonese dubbing making it surrealistic and unreal. Because, Japanese people speaking Cantonese to an Asian person looks as offbeat as you as an English-speaking person watching an American flick redubbed in Spanish or Italian. Anyhow, all of the people who had parents my age, the age of most people's great-great-grandparents, as I pointed out to our dear friend Isaac Romero, who read pre-war Japanese books translated into pre-war style standard written Chinese. Okay, all that lead up is to tell you that in all those movies and books, ninja, without exception, were put into both Mandarin and Cantonese languages as Dun Shu Jia. Never mind the fact that the Japanese and the Chinese could read and understand both sets of characters. They actually used different characters to talk about the same concept. So the end result is that there's a lot of books, movies, and websites that have clearly bungled the translation. Because at all times, there were all too many who were all too lazy or just too plain literal-minded to bother looking up the correct translation. So just because you could read the Japanese kanji characters, the very term ninja doesn't make it a proper Chinese term. And so they reconceptualized it. Because the Chinese term would be, if they read the exact same characters that the Japanese use, it would be renjie, which in Cantonese would be yunzi, which means a person who is formally assigned to provide ceremonial sufferance in a formal ceremony. That means, like at a state funeral or a remembrance, they would be the honor guard around a catafalque. For those of you who have lost all sense of what I'm talking about. A catafalque is that platform on which you display a coffin. That's for what they call public display, the open casket on that stand. That's a catafalque, okay, on which the coffin is laid, and you've got an honor guard that surrounds that, usually at attention or with their heads bowed. The closest thing you've got in America where you can see that all the time is the guard at the tomb of the unknown soldier. So the guard at the tomb of the unknown soldier marches in silence around that tomb to honor the unknown men and women who died without ever being identified. So when it comes to the guard at the tomb of the unknown soldier, that would be what people are referencing in China when they take a look at the Japanese characters that comprise the word ninja. They would read it in Mandarin as renje. The Cantonese, it would be yunsa. So those would be basically people would think of an honor guard at the tomb of the unknown soldier. That's what would come to mind for them, or some kind of military guard around a open casket display on those stilted affairs that are technically called catafalques. So when we would take a look at this from the Chinese perspective and why they always could never just use the Japanese characters and had to use a completely different word, because of their sense or what would come into their minds if they used the actual Japanese ninja word, the image of these soldiers in a catafalque party standing motionless at the four corners of the catafalque in all directions of the compass, the four corners of the compass, to protect the body from any incoming spiritual threats coming from the four corners of the earth and the heavens, in deep remembrance of fallen comrades. Those catafalque party members would be considered the renje, the patients of sufferance in the Chinese sense, but of course not in the Japanese sense when they looked at those same two characters comprising the word ninja. But of course, you can think of those Japanese characters come Veterans Day in the United States, Remembrance Day in England, on the 11th of November in either case. November 11th, which is, of course, Versailles Diktat Day in the German sense, where, of course, Adolf Hitler referenced the people, the Allies who had imposed the Versailles Diktat upon the German people. He remembered them as the November criminals. But my point is, without going into all of the map with that, which was kind of the point, but to bring us back on point on the map, in other words, Japanese ninja and Chinese renje share the exact same characters, but have completely different meanings. And that's why Japanese ninja used to always be translated into the Chinese dunshu in order to retain the original Japanese sense of someone with extraordinary martial skills. People in the olden days cared a hell of a lot about their words. Admittedly, the Chinese term dunshu is archaic sounding to modern Asian ears. To be perfectly honest, however, we're talking about a group of people, the ninjas, from olden times recounted in olden books, using a default translation given by Chinese-speaking Japanese translators for the use of Chinese readers or listeners reading or listening in Chinese. So, in terms of all that, my point is that when it comes to invisibility, well, there's different types of invisibility. You can vanish off the entire realm of understanding to your average reader who's English and just learning Japanese or Chinese. And everything I've just explained, as a person who bridges all these cultures, English-speaking, Nihongo, or Japanese-speaking, and Putonghua, or Chinese-speaking, I'm telling you something that no one else on earth, by all demographic or statistical purposes, could ever tell you. Because no one else would fucking know. Of course, there's other English-speaking people who speak both Japanese and Chinese, of course. Very few of them have the historical context to even know about what I've related to you in a language you can understand. Not quite sure how coherent I was with that. But in terms of that invisibility part, that brings us back to the legend of the red string of Japan. And that should inspire you, as in to fill you full of the breath of inspiration. So according to this conceptual paradigm, everyone's pinky finger is tied to an invisible red string that will lead him or her to another person with whom they will make history. And for the Japanese, who know so much and intuit so much more, human relations are predestined by a red string that the gods tie to the pinky fingers of those who find each other in life. And legend has it that the two people connected by this thread will have an important story, regardless of the time, place, or circumstances. And certainly Peter Moon and I have that to share with you. That's what you'll get when you purchase The Roswell Deception and the Demystification of World War II by Douglas Dietrich and Peter Moon on either Amazon.com or via skybooks.usa.com. Now that red string might get tangled, contracted, or stretched, as surely often happens, but it can never break. And this legend, so much more aesthetic than that of the twin souls concept, occurs when it is discovered that the ulnar artery, ULNAR, connects the heart with the pinky finger, which is the same reason why in many cultures promises are made by two people crossing their pinkies. The thin vein running from heart to hand extends further through the invisible world to end its course in someone else's heart. But unlike other amorous superstitions, the Japanese concept isn't limited to couples or a single person whom one is destined to find. It speaks of a type of arterial ramification that emerges from a finger toward all those with whom we will make history and all those whom we will help in one way or another. For the ontological imagination, the myth of the red string is a way to understand our itinerary of encounters as predetermined. Well, it's a way to understand our itinerary of encounters as a predetermined plot, where couples' relationships, the intimate brushes against someone, and all the little stories we crisscross with others are neither random triumphs nor accidents, but instead part of a scarlet tapestry whose threads were given to us when we were born, but which we knit ourselves. One Japanese legend tells of an old man who lives in the moon and comes out every night to search among kin spirits to reunite them on earth, who have something to learn from each other. And when he finds them, he ties a red thread to them so they find their paths. And thus our red strings end in someone else. Accepting this, or at least considering it, is a secret consolation. It is as if our steps, stubborn as they may sometimes seem, knew the route and geography of our multiple amorous destinations, and therefore there were no slips or poor decisions ever. There are two memorable moments in Japanese cinema that pay tribute to the subtle and mysterious aesthetic of this conductive red string. The first is the film entitled Dolls by Takeshi Kitano. And the second is the film entitled Sayonara by Joshua Logan. And in both, we find out at the end that the couples were united by the red string of destiny, and that everything that occurred before was nothing more than a plot through the root of string that would end up reuniting them. As William Shakespeare himself did sayest, journeys end in lovers meeting. So, I've told people before about the film Sayonara and how that was based upon the experience of so many men like my late and sainted sire, George Joseph Henry Dietrich, and my late and sainted siress, Diana Zhu Chin Lien, who took his family name when she married him. That film was made in 1957, and it was about officers stationed in Japan during the Korean War. And of course, this was one of the films that helped popularize the plight of American GIs who fell in love with Japanese women and wanted to marry them, and it was not allowed by law, or at least by the Uniform Code of Military Justice, or military law. Martial law, in effect. Marlon Brando, of course, was in the film. There's a lover's suicide in the film. It's an Oscar winner. And, of course, the man that we owe its production to is Joshua Logan. He directed it, and it put across the notion that human relations transcend race barriers. And that's something that I think obviously is manifest in the person of myself. So the red string, that invisible red string from the heart through the pinky finger intertwining with something else, is best manifest in that film. Do review it. And all cultures have pondered what it is that governs the individual path of each person. And among them, many have conceived an astronomical thread that predicts their path. Think of the Moirai of the Greeks, who hold a thread of gold for each person on earth, and cut it suddenly when his or her death be due, or in the thread, also read, by the way, of the Kabbalah, which connects the believers to the Holy Land of Yerushalayim, Jerusalem. It's logical to think that if life is conceived as a great text from the Latin textus, as in knitting or connectivity, that the strings are the main material of men to rasterize their daily lives. To lose the thread, like losing the thread of narrative, is now a universal expression to refer to practical or even existential deviation. Thus, the legend of the red thread tells us that within the labyrinth of encounters and shared stories, there is a predesigned and perfect path, a scarlet string which, like that of Ariadne, connects us with our irrevocable destination placed at the edge of another string that will also lead to us. So, come along next year on Valentine's Day. Think of that when you light up that fire of love, and relate the concept of the red strings to others that you care about. Now, I was speaking as well of the more morbid type of fascination that people like Michaela Anastasia and myself have, and a shout out unto she. And I told her I would get around to talking about that at some point. And honestly, when it comes to she and I, we can handle morbidity. But then we're of a different sort than the majority of you. For the rest of you out there, I would advise that what she and I find a sense of satisfaction in, or morbid satisfaction, she producing jewelry and various other paraphernalia for the Halloween season, as she does. This sort of thing is what most other people would consider morbid until that season, when they find such things to be the charm of the holiday. All of these would be like little sugar candy skulls made by the Mexicans on the Dia de la Muerte, the Day of the Dead. And, of course, for your average person, you wouldn't care to see such things at any other time of year. And maybe the rest of the population has it right, in a sense, and they know their limits. Whereas someone like, MICHÆL Anastasia, or myself, can handle such gothery throughout the year. For the rest of you, it's not a good idea. So when it comes to what I'm talking about, I had provided her an image of a skull upon a desk in my own home, complete with one of my cap pipes in which to smoke the African herb, the cathinone bearing plant. And she said, "Momento mori." Told her I'd get to talking a little about that. Now, it is actually, for those of you who don't know or are unfamiliar with classical medievalism, well, most of you have no knowledge of any of that. It is, for the majority of you, bad advice. For most people, that famous Stoic aphorism is countereffective. I mean, would it shock you if someone claimed not to be afraid of their own death? Or are you one of those people yourself? Well, I myself have a confession to make. I have never been afraid of my own death. Not because I don't think about it. Actually, I think about it rather a lot. Every day even. The more so when I'm having a bad day. In fact, that is the reason why momento mori is bad. Or at least useless advice for me. Not to come down on our lovely MICHÆL Anastasia at all. I was very charmed by her saying that, and would be happy if she said that as a normal greeting. It wouldn't bother me at all. But for the rest of you out there, understand that momento mori is Latin for remember you will die. It is a large component of the Stoic philosophy, and Stoic philosophy seems to be really popular among many online writers and bloggers because of the black humor that so many people have, and how they like to come off sounding as if nothing phases them, that they're, just too tough to be scared of dying or, or the threat of death at all. That this doesn't send them into any kind of panic. So in order to look as tough as possible, they'll toss this kind of stoicism about and make themselves look like they can handle anything. The basic idea of this philosophy is that if people remember their inescapable deaths, they will lead more sober lives. Live in the present, I'd covered that earlier, and take advantage of opportunities rather than postpone them till tomorrow. Evade procrastination. all of which are mostly good things. But there is a bit of a problem with the memento mori philosophy for a certain segment of the population. And I would say that would be the majority. Those who have suicidal or depressive leanings, which, if to judge by everything else I see online or in popular media, if that constitutes far more people than people suspect. So when it comes to this kind of space, the headspace of when you want to die, as you know, say for instance, Our Lady Penny Bradley was complaining about all the people who saturate her with religiosity. Well, I think sometimes the Bible is the best place to turn to when you're trying to express stories about people wanting to die. The Bible's got so many examples of that I can think of at least 4 stories that come to mind, sourcing from the Bible itself. Now, me, myself, I've almost died so many times. I've made it a point that I've died more times than Daniel Brinkley. So, when it comes to my death, say for instance, what I suffered when all the blood was taken from my body and replaced with that artificial blood that they said I would need, or I would die because I was bleeding out from my duodenal ulcer that I suffered from at the age of 14. All that I remember from the ulcer before I was killed by Dr. John Henry Hagman, literally murdered, left clinically dead for days until that experimental nanoplasma kicked in. Before that, I was suffering the horror of ulceration and vomiting digested blood. All that taught me is that suffering is worse than death. The ulcer was awful. It was pain and terror. The death, however, was obviously relief, at least unconsciousness from the pain. So, in that sense, the age of 14 is not that early, and I had caused the death in others, as I've explained before, at the age of 3. So I had very early concepts from childhood through to my adolescent years of death and suffering. And when life gets hard, as it always does, and when it stays hard, as it all too often does, there's a little voice that says, "Don't you wish you were dead right now?" Doesn't that sound appealing? Now, in the past, I was usually much too busy to take that voice seriously, but there have been plenty of incidents where I was critically injured to the point of mortality and release from this mortal coil in which I've incarnated now, and I've had to fight even harder against that voice. Because at times like that, I was bleeding out all over again, but without the questionable or dubious relief of a full body transplant of synthetic plasma or plasmatic nanotechnology to carry me back into this mortal coil. So as a person with, well, as a former care provider for two parents who I loved and cared about more than anything else on earth, who took 10 years to die, I'm also a person who basically learned all about medicine in an attempt to advocate for them, in an attempt to be a better care provider, in an attempt to have them live longer than they did, in which case I almost certainly would have died myself from the sheer effort it took to maintain them. I got a medical education the wrong way. And as I've always said, on a parallel experience, working with Michael Aquino for almost a decade, almost as long as I spent taking care of my parents, I got a theological education the wrong way. From the devil himself, so to speak. Much worse, in effect. So I know about 4 people in the Bible who wanted to die. I try not to think about suicide too much, but occasionally it rises, unbidden, to my mind, not because I'm considering it seriously, but due to unfortunate cognitive habits. But I know that's a dangerous path to go down. So I decided to take a different direction and see what God has to teach me about suicide through the stories of 4 biblical folks who wanted to die. The first that comes to mind is Jonah. Some people find the story of Jonah hilarious, not just because he gets swallowed by a giant fish, but because of the temper tantrums he throws, the way he defies God to his face, and the stunningly bad attitude he displays towards the people he's instructed to save. Jonah was a prophet God sent to Nineveh, the capital city of Assyria, to tell the people of Nineveh that God would destroy them if they did not stop their evil deeds. But Assyria was the most powerful kingdom in the world. They were brutal, barbaric, and violent, feared and hated by all neighboring countries. Unsurprisingly, Jonah was not at all interested in helping the Assyrians. So he hops a boat going in the opposite direction. But God doesn't let people run away from him that easily. He sends a huge storm, and at this point Jonah knows the gig is up, so he tells the sailors to toss him overboard. Okay. Apparently, Jonah hated Assyrians so much, he would rather commit suicide than even attempt to help them. So the sailors tossed Jonah overboard, and the storm stopped. Meanwhile, Jonah was swallowed by a giant fish and sat in its belly for 3 days and 3 nights. Now Jonah, awash in this indescribably odoriferous, fishy digestive fluid, thirsty and starving, in pitch black darkness, the stench permeating every cell in your mortal coil. I've never experienced this before, but I think there is a chance this is far more unpleasant than even having all of the blood drained from my body and replaced with excruciatingly painful, ice-cold synthetic plasma that rendered my whole body into feeling like it was on fire with the cold, the burning. If you've ever had a blood transfusion, the limited amount of cold, frozen plasma that's been thawed out enough so that it turns into liquid again, they can pump it into your body, will set your arm numb and feeling like it's a flame. Imagine that throughout your entire body in a full body transfusion. And I still think I'd take that over sitting in the belly of a whale, basically sucking down digestive fluids and little bits of digested fish and potentially, well, anything else, perhaps even other human bodies that have been swallowed by this beast. And in a situation like that, put yourself in Jonah's place, and now Jonah probably really wanted to die, but God still didn't let him. Instead, Jonah stayed in the fish belly inn till he kind of sort of apologized. Apparently, God figured thought that's good enough, and had the fish vomit Jonah back on dry land. But the story didn't end there. Jonah did end up going to Nineveh, a city that took 3 days to walk through, which was enormous. But Jonah didn't even bother. He walked in on day 1, announced, 40 more days and Nineveh will be overturned. And that was it. And amazingly, the Ninevites repented. Why, I have no clue. And God did not destroy them as threatened. Meanwhile, Jonah wound up sitting on a hill hoping to see Nineveh burn. And God allowed a vine to grow and keep Jonah shaded at that period of time. And then God sent a worm to eat through the vine, leaving Jonah unprotected from the hot sun. At that point, Jonah again growled at God, saying, I am angry enough to die. And then God responded, well, I'm going to paraphrase him. You care about that little vine which you had nothing to do with. Nineveh contains thousands of people, including little children. Shouldn't I care more about them than you do about the vine? And that is how that story ended. We don't know how Jonah responded to God's comparatively gentle rebuke. We don't know if he still wanted to die. All we know is Jonah wanted to die, at least twice, and at both times he didn't. I have to say, reading Jonah is pretty encouraging, not only because his story makes me laugh, but because it shows how patient and kind God is with even grumpy, disobedient, very flawed human beings, so like myself. And God saved Jonah's life with a giant fish. He kept everyone safe during the storm, and when Jonah ranted at him, God used a worm, of all things, and a vine, to help him have a little more pity for those Assyrians. I use the term fish, of course, because whales really don't like to swallow people. So, more realistically, you could even say it was probably a megalodon, which is a giant fish, a bed of the shark variety. But of course, under God's guidance, swallowed him whole rather than, munching him through for the normal digestive process. And that might add a little layer of gravity to the idea of, if Jonah saw that fin, and then, the big Jaws image we all get from the films and the posters, just before he vanished down into the maw to stew in acidic juices for 3 days and 3 nights, maybe then you'll have a little more respect for the gravitas of his situation, as I'm sure he had. Obviously, to degree as it was, it still was. The next story from the Bible that comes to my mind is that of Elijah. Okay, so Jonah's story and his reasons for wanting to die is kind of humorous, or at the least bizarre. Elijah's story, however, is not so comedic. Elijah was another prophet who lived during the time of a wicked king named Ahab, and his even more wicked queen, Jezebel. Jezebel tried to kill all of God's prophets, installing her own prophets and priests to worship her own gods. And during an epic showdown against the gods and priests of Jezebel, Elijah called down fire from heaven and inspired the people of Israel to turn against the queen and her idols. In revenge, Queen Jezebel vowed to slaughter Elijah, so he ran away. Elijah came to a broom tree, sat down beneath it, and prayed that he might die. "I have had enough, Lord," he did say. "Take my life. I am no better than my ancestors." Then he lay down under the tree and fell asleep. That's from the Book of Kings. But instead of scolding Elijah for losing heart, I mean, this is right after the epic calling fire from heaven thing, God sends him food and water and speaks gently with him, informing Elijah that he is not the only God follower left, in spite of Jezebel's murderous ways. And after Elijah is fed and rested up, God sends him off on his next mission, to anoint a couple of kings and choose his successor. Thereafter, there is the story of there's the entire book of Job. Job was a really, really rich guy, and innately good person who cared for the poor and honored God and all that. But one day, Job lost all his wealth, all of his wealth, and all of his children. Not long after, he lost his health. So Job was miserable, and his wife told him to curse God and die. But he refused, saying, "The Lord gave, and the Lord has taken away. Blessed be the name of the Lord." And a few friends came to visit Job, if you could call them friends. And after a while, they start guessing why Job is suffering so much. You know, the favorite game. You know, this guy must be you must, blame the victim. You must have done something awful to rate this. They conclude that Job must have done something very wrong. And Job protested his innocence, but no one listened. He cried out to God, wishing he wasn't born, asking God to show himself, show himself so that Job could ask why he allowed this to happen. And finally, God answered Job, but not his question. God and Job had a rather confusing conversation where God never answered the question, "Why did this happen to me?" And then at the end of the book, God not only restores Job's health and wealth, he gives him double the amount of wealth he had before, and 10 more children, which sounds like the worst of punishments to me, but different time, different place. I mean, with all that money, maybe it wasn't so bad. You could pay for childcare. Job became the wealthiest man in the land again, even though his specific questions were never answered. So there's humor to be found in that. The fourth person I can think of that wanted to die in the Bible, finally, there's the Apostle Paul. Paul was one of early Christianity's most deadly opponents, who ended up becoming one of its strongest proponents, or preachers, after a miraculous encounter with God himself in the mortal incarnation, the coil of Jesus the Christ. And during his frequent missionary trips to preach the gospel to the world, Paul was, if I can remember correctly, there's 6 things that come to mind there. Paul was imprisoned. Paul was given 39 lashes. Paul was beaten with rods. Paul was stoned nearly to death. Paul was shipwrecked. And Paul was bitten by a poisonous snake. In fact, there's much more than that. In his letter to the Philippians, Paul straight up says I desire to depart and be with Christ, which is better by far. And then he added, but it is more necessary for you that I remain in the body. Convinced of this, I know that I will remain, and I will continue with all of you for your progress and joy in the faith. Now, according to the historical record, Paul was later arrested and taken to Rome, where he was eventually martyred, likely decapitated for his faith, sometime in the early 60s. That is the 60th year of the Christian calendar, the 6th decade of the Christian calendar, Anno Domini, about 60 years after Christ was born and died. Now, in terms of what I might have learned, which is a reasonable question, even Jameson's asking, goddamn, what did you learn from Jonah, Elijah, Job, and Paul? Well, what I learned from these four men about hopelessness, despair, and suicide, well, from Jonah I learned that God does foil suicide attempts. But sometimes the ways he uses are pretty uncomfortable. Think twice before running from him. We all have an important mission on earth to do, and God isn't going to let us off the hook so easily. We should try not to take ourselves too seriously. What we think may be a big deal or a huge injustice can look kind of funny or insignificant from another perspective. From Elijah, we would learn that when feeling hopeless, just wait, things do turn around. We're never alone. There are always kindred beings, even when it seems like an evil queen has murdered all the good people. God is not mad when we get tired or suicidal or hopeless. He's actually quite gentle with us. We should try not to dwell too long on the negatives. Get some rest, eat some food, talk to God, and then move on to the next mission or task. From the book of Job, we may never know the answer to why did this tragedy, this illness, this condition, etc. happen to me. But we can turn to God with our questions anyway, like Job did. We are allowed to question God. We can tell him some pretty heavy, ugly stuff, like how miserable we are or how we wish we didn't exist. He can take it. And from Paul, we learn that sometimes dying might really be better for us, but other people still need us here. We are not to be selfish and only think about what is good for ourselves. We are responsible for others too. So, in terms of some kind of overall conclusion or set of conclusions to draw from this, I have to confess, there are still times I think about death. The thought usually does not stay long, thankfully, and I am hopeful that one day such thoughts will disappear forever. In the meantime, I find it strangely comforting that even biblical heroes suffered from despondency and suicidal thoughts. Well, whether or not Jonah counts as a hero at all is up for debate, I would suppose, but he certainly delivers the punchline. Now, lots of things motivate depressive or suicidal thoughts. Sometimes it's despair and pain, physical and mental, as with Job. Sometimes it's pride and anger, as with Jonah. Sometimes it may be fear, exhaustion, a longing for something better, as with Elijah and Paul. But in the end, it boils down to choice. Will I choose to continue fighting the temptation to take, or at least think about taking, the easy way out? Which probably isn't easy at all, if you really think about it. Will I choose to keep turning to God in my anger and pain and suffering, even when he seems silent or absent or completely nonsensical? Will I trust him in spite of my feelings? When Jesus himself was abandoned by a bunch of his followers, he said to his disciples, "You do not want to leave too, do you?" Peter said something that echoes my current sentiments exactly. "Lord, to whom shall we go? You have the words of eternal life." So, my speaking on this subject is a way to remind myself, and anyone else who comes across it, that despair, hopelessness, suicidal thoughts, and death itself will all pass away one day. Or from the book of Psalms, chapter 27, verses 13 and 14, "I am still confident in this. I will see the goodness of the Lord in the land of the living. Wait for the Lord, be strong, and take heart, and wait for the Lord." So when you want to die, having suicidal thoughts is not the bigger problem. The bigger problem is succumbing to them. We don't need to succumb. We've got a passionate, a compassionate Lord. Merciful, sometimes humorous, always patient God who can empathize with us and help us while emphasizing something he expects from us. Of course, he doesn't always help us right away or in the way that we want him to. That's where we have to trust him. And it's not always a lot of fun. But it is better than the alternative. There are some Bible characters who did kill themselves. Judas Iscariot. Judas Iscariot was the man who sold Jesus out and betrayed him, and King Saul, for instance. But what distinguishes the ones who did not give in to suicidal thoughts from the ones who did is that the ones who made it brought their issues to God. When they said, "I want to die," or when they were depressed or mad, they let God have it. I don't mean this in a nice, spiritual way either. I mean, they probably were crying at him, yelling at him, screaming at him. Of course, we have to respect God and not to treat him like a cosmic emotional trash can. But on the other hand, there's no point not being honest with him. I think even when we're really mad at him, he's willing to listen to and comfort us if we let him. Blessed are those who mourn, for they will be comforted. Sometimes we think there is no hope. When we're in that frame of mind where we think that things will not get better, that the pain and ugliness is so bad or has gone on for so long that even death would be an improvement on our current state of being, suicide isn't the answer because we can't see the big picture. We don't know how close we are to a breakthrough. It may be just around the corner. And in this time of pandemic, let's hang in there together. And that would be not the closing point of everything that I've been saying to this point at all, because I'm going to get back to memento mori, which is remember, you will die. And how that is such bad advice for the majority of you out there, because the majority of you out there are not made of the stuff that MICHÆL and Nastasia and I are made of. If you want to die, whether you are just kind of thinking about it or seriously suicidal, remember that you are not alone and there is hope. And if you are in acute distress and need an immediate person to speak with, please call 1-800-273-8255, the suicide hotline, anytime, day or night. By the way, this is based on my own experiences only. Of course, I am by no means attempting to blame, shame, or hurt anyone who has had suicidal thoughts, survived suicide, or relatives and friends who have been affected by suicide. The reasons behind suicide are many and complex, and I have not, by any means, addressed all of them. Instead, I'm attempting to, well, my intention is to encourage and support those whose minds work like mine. Understandably, that's almost nobody. So if this is not you, or if you find what I've said unhelpful, I'm terribly sorry. There are many other personal experiences related by other people out there that you can access online or in books or on YouTube that I hope will be more helpful to you. There's people at places such as The Mighty or TWLOHA, Twala. At any rate, hope you will find the support you need. And obviously, I've been what help I can, and I help those, of course, who have asked for it in the past. By the way, our man Jameson says he'll be right back. He's going to set moving up. I'm not quite sure what he means by that. So that's rather confusing, but I'm not going to read into it. Maybe when he returns, he can explain himself or something like that. Not that I'm looking for him to justify himself or something. But let me see if I can find myself back on track of narrative after that. This is one of those things that you have to do as someone who's narrating. You have to, of course, prepare yourself for various interruptions like that kind of take you off course and find your way back onto track. So in terms of getting back to the memento mori, or remember that you will die. This is something that, as I said, is bad advice for some of us. This is when it comes to incessant mori. When you are happy and comfortable and life is going well, thinking about death can be an uncomfortable experience. So much so that it provokes you to do what you ought to do. Appreciate your loved ones. Give yourself a chance to chase your dreams. Work hard today because you know tomorrow isn't guaranteed, etc. Remembering that you will die can also help you from getting too wrapped up in your achievements, because you are reminded that they won't last. You're more likely to stay humble and avoid a pride-induced fall. But for people who struggle with depression, suicidalism, dysthymia, and other related issues, remembering that death is coming is not the issue. Remembering that they still have a life to live is the issue. When I struggled with depression, I actually looked forward to death. I wanted to go to sleep and never wake up. I would think, what's the point in living such a painful life? Why shouldn't I just give up? Aside from my family, after all, I don't matter that much to anyone else. And they'll get over me sooner or later. And I suspect I'm not the only one who's ever dealt with such thoughts. Obviously, I haven't succumbed to those harmful ideas, because instead of reminding myself that I will die one day, I remind myself of a few other things. Instead of memento mori. I mean, if memento mori, remember you will die, is helpful to you, then that's great. You don't have to listen to me at this moment. But if you are part of that minority population, which seems to become ever more the majority with every passing day, who finds the reminder of death unhelpful or perhaps excessively attractive, there be some alternate aphorisms that may be more helpful. Instead of remembering that you will die, remember the butterfly effect. You may not be the president of any country, any major celebrity, or some other powerful, influential person. But the truth is, you are far more influential than you think. The butterfly effect is a term coined by Edward Lorenz. It's a natural law. Its scientific name is sensitive dependence on initial conditions, which states that even a tiny butterfly fluttering its wings can set in motion a chain of events leading to a hurricane on the other side of the globe. And this is true for people too. Now, there's a book that's actually entitled, what else? The Butterfly Effect, subtitled, far more importantly, How Your Life Matters. And it's authored by Andy Andrews, and it tells the story of a man named Colonel Joshua Chamberlain, who fought in the Union Army during the American Civil War between the states. Now, on the 2nd of July, in 1863, Colonel Chamberlain was assigned to defend a piece of Pennsylvania ground located between the Confederate States Army and a town called Gettysburg. And after 5 enemy charges, Chamberlain, well, certainly his men, were basically decimated. They had also used up almost all of their ammunition. But when the enemy charged again, Chamberlain raised his sword, pointed it downhill, and roared, "Charge! Charge! Charge!" And the Confederate soldiers were confused. These could not be the worn-down soldiers they'd attacked 5 times. They must be reinforcements. And as Colonel Chamberlain and his men ran straight at the Confederate army, the Confederates panicked, threw down their weapons, and ran away. Chamberlain himself cornered and disarmed the Confederate captain. And all of a sudden, it was over. Chamberlain's ragged group of 80 had captured over 400 enemy soldiers. Historians later determined that Chamberlain's charge saved Gettysburg. And by saving Gettysburg, he saved the entire United States of America, as represented in the Union. In other words, if not for Colonel Chamberlain, whom you've never heard of, there would be no United States of America today. It would have broken into multiple countries, like Europe, till just yesterday in history. And if America had not been united, as Andrews points out in his book, it would never have been here to commit to the Second World War, which all Americans are educated was supposed to be a good thing, in which America was on the side of right and light, saving democracy from darkness. It certainly would not have been here to basically prop up the Soviet Union and, of course, the British Empire, as Hitler's powerful armies swept through Eurafrica, and Emperor Hirohito's armies conducted lightning warfare, a blitzkrieg throughout the South Pacific in the 1940s. Most certainly, segmented America would not have been big enough, strong enough, wealthy enough, and populous enough to fight and, as Andy Andrews says in his book, win 2 wars on 2 fronts at the same time. Regardless of whether the author's perspective on history has any merit in terms of who's on the side of right, the basic point is irrefutable. Colonel Chamberlain's actions changed the course of history forever. Of course, he wasn't the only one. Abraham Lincoln was a major reason why the Union won the war. And later leaders like Winston Churchill and FDR didn't just sit back and do nothing. These were the major causes and the aggressors in rampaging across the globe. From the reality of history that myself and Peter Moon, in articulating for me, have exposed to you. Regardless of the debate on the greater stage, as Shakespeare said, all the world's a stage, the one incontrovertible point being that Colonel Chamberlain made a significant difference, even though you've almost certainly never heard of him until now. Similarly, you have no idea how important your life is. You may not think you're a world changer, but you may be the person who paves the way for the world changer. Without you and your contribution, at the very least, this world would be a much poorer place. You are a butterfly, and your life contains immense potential. Don't ever underestimate it. Remember that you're alive for a reason. You were put here for some reason, and if you don't know what that reason is yet, your job is to figure it out and do it. That doesn't mean you should sit tight and meditate for days until the answer comes to you. A lot of times, it just means doing whatever is in front of you to the best of your ability. In Ecclesiastes, a book that shares a few ideas in common with Stoic philosophy, the author advises, whatever you find, or more directly, he says, or more accurately, he says, whatever your hand finds to do, do it with all your might. For in the realm of the dead, where ye be going, there is neither working nor planting. That's from the book of Ecclesiastes, chapter 9, verse 10, if I remember. Oh, by the way, our man Jameson is back, and as he says, recalibrated. That's a good thing I will take. So start somewhere, start something, and stay alert. Your mission in life doesn't often come from your fretting over it. It comes when you start doing stuff, experimenting, working hard, and keeping your eyes open. Colonel Chamberlain did not know that his actions would have such a powerful ripple effect. He just did his duty. Only in retrospect could people see how important his actions were. Sometimes a person's mission can be as simple as spending time with your child or helping someone wash the dishes. Other times it may be as glamorous as starting a music career or a world-changing business. It's not what you do that matters. It's why and how you do it. If you see your task, great or small, prestigious or humble, as a mission and treat it accordingly, then that is what it will become. Just remember that you are never on your own. You did not make yourself, so your life does not belong to you. You belong, in part, to the people who love you, and you belong in whole unto God. Your life is valuable to others. Other people may not have a huge say in how you live your life, but your life is precious to them, even if at times it isn't to you. Now, there was someone who related to myself the touching story of a friend of his who was dealing with excruciating pain from a spinal tumor. That man was in so much agony that he decided to refuse treatment, hoping for a quick death and thereby relief. But when his 4-year-old daughter begged him in tears not to give up. He resumed treatment and eventually became cancer-free. This man could have chosen to see his life as his own to end, but when he realized how precious his life was to his daughter, he decided to continue to fight against cancer for her sake. And in the end, he won. In that sense, your life belongs to God. Even if you don't currently have people in your life who care whether you live or die, or so you think, you were created and bought by the Creator, so you doubly belong to Him. When the Christian apologist Nabil Qureshi first converted from Islam to Christianity, after spending 6 years examining the evidence for both faiths and with much reluctance, he was devastated by the hurt he caused his devout Muslim parents. And while his broken-hearted parents left his apartment to get medical treatment for his mother, who was so shocked by the news of her only son's conversion that she became physically ill, Nabil collapsed into tears, asking God why he didn't allow him to die rather than cause his parents so much pain. And so he wrote a book about it titled Seeking Allah, Finding Jesus, in which he said, "Why, God, did you not kill me the moment I believed? Why did you leave me here? Why did you leave me to hurt my family more deeply than they've ever been hurt?" And at that moment, reading from the book here, the most agonizing moment of my life, something happened that was beyond my theology and imagination, as if God picked up a megaphone and spoke through my conscience. I heard these words resonate through my very being. "Because this is not about you." At that moment, Nabil says, God rebooted him. After he got up off the floor, Nabil saw people in a different light. He saw them as precious souls who needed to hear about God's love for them, and he was responsible for telling them. Nabil later became an author and a speaker and participating in about 4 different ministries. They were called Acts 17, Creed 2:6, RZIM, and NQ Ministries. They sound distressingly like rap groups to me, but so I'm reading from his book jacket here. He's dead now. He's no longer with us. But in the few short years between his conversion until his death in 2017, I don't think it was because Trump was elected, but it was the same year, Nabil traveled all around the world, sharing his story and speaking to other seekers. Nabil's life has touched and changed the lives of thousands of people, and his words continue to change lives even now. Nabil may have wanted to die when his parents found out about his conversion, but God didn't want him to go just yet. He still had some work left to do. And you and I are the same. Since we don't belong to ourselves, we can't live solely for ourselves. God put us here, and God decides when to take us out. In the meantime, we are to do what we are made to do. Remember, instead of memento mori, or remember you will die, remember that you will live. The end is not the end. Your death is not the end of you. There is another life beyond this one. I've died often enough to know, and I can tell you that. And it is affected by the choices you make here and now. Life is a character-honing journey and a test, and there's no way to cheat. We've all got to go through it. Giving up too soon does not mean that you've evaded the test. It means that you have failed it. You've failed yourself. There are no spectators in the game of life. Your only choice is in how you play. And just like there are consequences in the games we play here on Earth, there are also consequences for all of us who play the game of life. The good news is that you are not competing against other people. Your only competitor is yourself. And there are enough prizes for everyone, as long as you want it. Just make sure that you are playing the right game. So I would say that as comfortable as MICHÆL, Anastasia, and I are with death, for the majority of you, memento vita, remember life. As mortals, of course, we all must face death, sooner or later. But for myself, dwelling upon it, even in the stoical sense, is not helpful. I understand the intent behind the philosophy. Memento mori is supposed to motivate people to live their life well. But for me, it's an insufficient reason. If this life is all there is, and our achievements will not last, why achieve anything at all? Why not hasten death so that we can escape pain sooner, or get our reward, so to speak, sooner? Because there is no reward for skipping out on the game. We all must die at the end of our life on Earth, of course. But before that, we all must live. Watch the trees, or watch the trail. I mean, recently I myself heard the story of a father who took his children on a ski trip. And the anxious father, as he watched his offspring, the fruit of his loins, take off on the ski lift, said, "Watch out for the trees! Don't crash!" But as he headed to the base of the mountain to wait for them, he realized he had said the wrong thing. If his kids watched out for the trees, as he had advised, if they fretted and focused on trying to avoid crashing, they wouldn't be able to ski well or even enjoy the descent. In another story, an Olympic skier, when asked how she managed to ski down towering mountains at dizzying speeds, said that she focused on watching the trail. She blocked out the obstacles and even the idea of the finish line, and just focused on skiing the road she could see ahead of her. That was her secret. And those two anecdotes can teach us that, for some people at least, memento mori can backfire. Dwelling on the concept of death is like focusing on the trees instead of the trail. It's good to be aware that there are trees, but focusing on them too much may make you more likely to crash, not less. So, you can remind yourself when you speak to anyone who happens to be listening, don't focus on death, focus on life. Instead of loving people because they will die eventually, and this is your only chance to be with them, love people because it's the best way to help us all live past death. Instead of tolerating suffering because it will all end one day, learn its lessons because it is honing you for the only thing that you can bring with you after you die, your character. And instead of working hard and doing good because at least the people you help will remember you after your short life ends, do what you do because you have a God who enables you to do it. A God whom you will have to give an account to once this is all over, in the sense of when you judge yourself, which is what we all really do when we part our mortal coil. And instead of memento mori, remembering that death awaits, memento vita, remember that you still have a life to live. So whether you choose to memento mori or memento vita, whichever one makes the most sense to you, just remember, before you die, live well. And that, of course, was the point of addressing Memento Mori, that it's not the best advice for everyone. And that was what the wonderful Lady McGill and Nastasia reminded me of when she said that to myself, looking at the skulls in my room and the various other rather morbid mementos, the kind that she actually produces for seasons like Halloween and for so many other seasons where such mementos be appropriate. In fact, they always are to one degree or another. And with that, shout out unto she again. Check what time we have remaining. We have 2 hours. And so our man Troy Bellamy says, he says, thank you for this wonderful sermonic exegesis. You are full of wisdom. You help me realize it's human to question God in some cases. He often reminds us why he is God. Thank you, sir. And hugs be unto you. Wonderful human beings, and thank you for your support in the chat. And of course, thank you for all of the people who have helped to support me through the month. And of course, I will be counting on you all again. Those who can help, do so at paypal.me/support. Well, you can just say paypal.me/Douglas Dietrich. You'll get there. And do indicate myself as friends and relations. That's how you prevent your contribution from being compromised. With that, let's turn to a little local politics. Gavin Newsome and the news media defeated his recall. This means a lot for America. Gavin Newsome isn't going anywhere. Millions were spent on the recall election, but in the end, Newsome easily defeated the attempt to send him into early retirement. California's Democratic governor overwhelmingly defeated a Republican-led recall attempt, with more than 60% of votes coming in against the effort. He is safe. The state of California overwhelmingly voted to keep Governor Gavin Newsome in office. The election provided California voters an opportunity to judge Newsome's ability to lead the state through the pandemic, as well as his time in office before COVID-19 upended our lives. It offered Republicans their best chance in years to take the helm of the most populous state in the Union, the economic engine of the American empire, the fifth largest economy on earth, with an economy larger than that of the greater British Empire today. California Governor Gavin Newsome survived a historic recall election Tuesday. I would have said yesterday, but we're past that point. It is the day before yesterday by now, winning a vote of confidence during a pandemic that tested his ability to lead our state through the largest worldwide health crisis in modern times. This recall, as I said, while offering the Republicans their best chance in more than a decade to take the helm of the economic engine of the American empire, that effort was undercut when Newsome and our nation's leading Democrats, aided by visits to California by the President, Joseph Biden, and the Vice Presidentress, Kamala Harris, portrayed this campaign to oust our governor as a life-and-death battle against Trumpism and far-right anti-vaccine activists, ran its course to victory. Dave Gilliard, one of the Republican strategists leading this effort to oust our governor, said Newsome was in serious trouble until August. That changed once Republican Larry Elder, the black African-American white supremacist, and yes, I will justify that statement, emerged as the leading contender to replace Newsome as governor. Gilliard listed multiple reasons why Elder inspired Democrats to vote, but said most consequential was Elder's vow to repeal the Newsome administration's mandates requiring students to wear masks in public schools and teachers, state employees, and healthcare workers to be vaccinated. This at a time when the Delta variant was raging and most Californians supported Newsome's actions to stem the spread of the coronavirus. The recall election's end came, but California's ugly political divide is here to stay. Though the current referendum on Governor Gavin Newsome has wrapped up on Tuesday, the day before yesterday, with all the polls proving, even before closure, that he would prevail. The regular election is only a year off. Election efforts will probably keep rolling forward, making the recall but one more chapter in a continuing storyline of identity politics. National television networks have called the election for Newsome right after the polls closed at 8 p.m., but yesterday, the day before by now. And the reactionary talk show host Larry Elder won the most votes out of the 46 candidates vying to succeed Governor Newsome. But with the recall's failure, California has dealt another blow to the forces of Trumpism, embodied by the Mr. Elder, that reactionary talk show host and Trump clone who emerged as the Republican frontrunner among the dozens of candidates vying to replace our governor. Now let the audits and the fraud investigations begin. Let the phony fraud investigations commence. The attempt to recall Governor Gavin Newsome should never have occurred in the first. It did nothing but shred $276 million in taxpayer funds, distract from our real problems, the resurgent COVID-19 virus, homelessness, poverty, drought, and virtually guarantee that Newsome will be re-elected in 2022. The misbegotten effort proved that Republicans, so dramatically outnumbered in California, will go to absurd lengths to undermine a duly elected Democrat. As I said, let the audits and the fraud investigations begin. With this recall failure, the defeat of not only the Trump cult, but the Trump clone dipped in chocolate, Elder himself vowing to be the anti-Newsome, promising to overturn mask and vaccine mandates. Well, unfortunately for him, early exit polls had already proved that the voters' number one concern was COVID-19, and they mostly approved of the way Gavin Newsome has handled it. Still, our Newsome should take this moment to reflect on his shortcomings. Welcome as his victory is, we need to get to the bottom of California's unemployment department scandal, where fraudsters made off with billions of dollars while deserving Californians were left high and dry on his watch. And we need to know why, exactly, he slashed the budget for wildfire prevention at a moment when our state is going up in smoke. The recall's failure also shines an unforgiving light on the shortfalls of the process itself. Now that this election, well, when it is officially settled, our state legislatures, well, our legislators must find a way to initiate reforms. Some have suggested the formation of a bipartisan commission charged with developing policy proposals to present to voters. They could do things like raise the number of signatures needed to place a recall on the ballot, which, at 12% of votes cast in the previous gubernatorial election, is indefensibly low, or allowing a recall only if an elected official has engaged in illegal or unethical behavior. In July, the pollster Mark Baldassare of the Public Policy Institute of California said most California voters support raising the recall bar. 4 months after the recall campaign launched in February of yesteryear, Newsome seemed to be floating above the fray. He had successfully dubbed the endeavor a Republican recall, and everyone knows Republicans don't win statewide campaigns in California. I mean, what? Me worry? His steady rise from serving on my Golden Gated San Francisco Board of Supervisors to mayor of my city, to the California lieutenant governor, to governor itself, seemed almost preordained. He was elected governor in 2018 with almost 62% of the vote in a state where Trump lost each of his presidential elections by about 30 points. But the confluence of unpredictable events and self-inflicted wounds meant that Newsom ended up in the fight of his charmed political career. First, the pandemic hit, and with it, Newsom faced the unforgiving task of weighing public health considerations against the toll that business and school closures would take on Californians. The governor, as he vowed ad nauseum, met the moment. He took the responsible, if unpopular, steps, ordering lockdowns, school closures, and mandating masks, which became outrage triggers for Trump-loving Republican cultists. Those voters may represent a sore-headed minority in California, but they nevertheless constituted more than 6 million members of the California electorate yesteryear, and they were mad. Still, the recall was suffering from a lack of momentum, and the deadline for obtaining enough signatures to qualify for the ballot was fast approaching. Just when things looked bleak for recall proponents, two things happened that may have changed the course of events. On the 6th of November, when Newsom probably thought the recall effort would never make the ballot for lack of signatures, he joined a bunch of lobbyists for a fancy wine country birthday dinner. As we all know, the guests were unmasked and sitting close at the very moment he was urging Californians to stay in and stay apart. Now, Newsom quickly apologized for what he called a bad mistake, and that might have been the end of it. Unfortunately for him, 2 days after his apology, on the recall petition deadline of November 17th, a judge agreed that the pandemic lockdowns had unfairly crippled signature gathering and extended the deadline for another 4 months, until March 17th. It gave Newsom's detractors time to hammer him relentlessly for his pandemic response and his French Laundry folly, neither of which had been on his antagonists' radar when they began plotting his demise. Now, I watched a documentary airing on the official recall website that chronicled the month-long effort to gather 1.7 million valid signatures to get the recall on the ballot. It starred Orrin Heatley, the retired Yolo County Sheriff Sergeant, who explained that the recall effort was sparked by his frustration with Newsom's unilateral decision to put a moratorium on the death penalty in California, despite voters twice voting to retain it, and his support for immigrants. Among the volunteers who came together in scenes around kitchen tables to process petitions was a palpable sense that they were doing God's work, that they were saving California from a fate worse than Venezuela's, that Newsom had to be removed from office because he was the head of the snake, a tyrant, a dictator, a bully, a would-be king. Randy Economy, then a recall spokesman, said, "Letting the people intercede in the middle of somebody's political term is pretty awesome. It's kind of the cornerstone of democracy." Actually, no, the cornerstone of democracy is free and fair elections, fucker. This recall might have been free and fair, but it was a waste of time, a waste of energy, and a waste of money. On social media, shortly after 9 p.m. the day before yesterday, Gavin Newsome said, "We rejected cynicism and bigotry and chose hope and progress. Thank you, California." But Newsom's victory isn't just news for residents of my blue state. The election marked the first big contest since the Delta variant sent COVID-19 cases soaring again, making it an essential check-in on party electoral trends ahead of the 2022 midterms. They'll be here before you know it. So there'll be two immediate takeaways from this race. First being, voters don't want individual choice in a pandemic. In his campaign, Newsom accused Republicans of wanting to undo California's pandemic progress. As governor, he pursued aggressive vaccine mandates. Recent polling suggests that Republicans who have centered their messaging on defending the rights and choices of the unvaccinated are playing to the short side of public opinion. Second, the most immediate takeaway is that the red Russell collaborationist
Republican insurgency is still crying election fraud. This time it started even before the first ballot was tallied. This dangerous trend points towards an ominous future in which the Russo collaborationist red insurgency candidates challenge the results of any election that they do not win. As I've spracketh at length before, such claims are starting to form a frightening new Republican consensus. This is the California recall's warning for democracy itself. Governor Gavin Newsome will remain in office, but the Russo collaborationist red Republican insurgency attempts to undermine elections aren't going anywhere. Sadly, there's also a possibility of claims of voter fraud. Even as I speak, there are multiple verification processes to prevent fraudulent voting, and there is no evidence of cheating. But some Republicans have signaled they may baselessly challenge the results. Elder himself wouldn't commit to accepting the results of the election ahead of the vote. He even released an online form to report fraud, which people could use to claim they had detected fraud in the results of the California recall election, resulting in Governor Gavin Newsome being reinstated as governor. That form went live on Monday, starting this work week, in which we are in the midst of, before the election took place. Governor Gavin Newsome of California defeated the day before yesterday's recall election by a large enough margin to squash earlier Republican threats to challenge the results no matter the outcome. But the proliferation of those allegations of voter fraud before the election, including ungrounded claims from former President Donald Trump that the contest was rigged, points towards an ominous future in which more red Russo collaborationist insurgent candidates challenge the results of any election other than those they win. And although Trump himself and his black mini-me, Larry Elder, the leading grand old party candidate to replace Newsom, and other Republicans had repeatedly raised unspecified allegations of fraud in recent days, those same claims were muted after the no position on the recall quickly established a commanding 2-to-1 advantage as the first results arrived night before last. Elder, in his remarks to his fellow cultists, did not repeat any of his fraud claims and used the word defeat to describe the outcome. California Republican Party Chair Jessica Milan Patterson, in her statement, said Newsom had achieved only a hollow victory, but by using the word victory, she acknowledged that he had won. And those concessions, however begrudging, marked a sharp turn for Republican cultists. Elder previously insisted that he was ready to file lawsuits against unspecified shenanigans and linked from his campaign homepage to a website that, before any single ballots were counted, called for a special legislative session to investigate the twisted results of the 2021 recall election. That language had come down from the StopCAFraud.com website morning before last. And even as Democrats celebrated Newsom's resounding win, which turned on his support for the kind of aggressive COVID-19 vaccine mandates that President Joe Biden has now embraced, they saw the preemptive Republican claims of fraud as a measure of the threats that are mounting to voter access and electoral integrity, particularly in red Republican-controlled states. Jenna Griswold, the Democratic Secretary of State in Colorado, but the day before yesterday, did say, long-term, this is becoming the new grand old party line. For races that conservatives are unlikely to win, like the California recall race, activists, pundits, candidates, and officials are preempting those losses with the idea that something is wrong with the election itself. The result is it sows doubt in the entire electoral system to make it easier for extreme legislators to come in and suppress the vote. Now, that message was only underscored because Newsom's victory came on the same day that Senate Democrats introduced what might be their last chance to counter the laws proliferating in Republican-controlled red states, making it more difficult to vote and increasing partisan influence over the counting of the ballots. After a Republican filibuster blocked a version of the bill in June, Senate Democrats renegotiated it this summer, both to address objections raised by Senator Joe Manchin of West Virginia and also to add more provisions to protect the independence of election administrators. Now, given Manchin's initial objections, voting and civil rights advocates praised the new bill as surprisingly robust, offering automatic and same-day voter registration and guaranteed early and mail balloting to voters in every state, as well as provisions to restrict partisan gerrymanders. Fred Wertheimer, a longtime government reform lobbyist and the founder of the advocacy group Democracy 21, said it remains transformational. It will address the voter suppression laws being enacted all over the country in a profound way. Yet although every Senate Democrat is expected to vote for the bill, it remains doomed in the Senate unless Manchin and Senator Kyrsten Sinema of Arizona drop their opposition to the procedural reform of exempting voting rights legislation from another certain Republican filibuster. The preemptive charges of fraud in California previewed the partisan battles ahead over voting rules. But the actual voting results offered Democrats an encouraging message. Not only the magnitude, but the manner of Newsome's win provided Democrats potentially important signals for the gubernatorial elections coming this November in Virginia and New Jersey, as well as the broader slate of House, Senate, and governor's races coming in 2022. Earlier this summer, some polls showed a much closer race, and Newsome faced an especially severe version of the problem that usually afflicts the president's party in midterm elections. Voters from the minority party showed much more interest in voting. But Newsome took command of the race by stressing his support for mask and vaccine mandates to combat the Delta coronavirus variant and linking his Republican rivals not only to Trump, but also to Republican governors Ron DeSantis of Florida and Greg Abbott of Texas, who have implacably opposed such requirements and whose states remain hotspots for the virus. Sean Clegg, a senior strategist for Newsome, says the governor's success at energizing Democrats by leaning into his support for taking tough steps against COVID-19 and linking his Republican rivals, led by Elder, to the Grand Ole Party-controlled states where the virus has surged, demonstrated an effective formula to counter the usual midterm turnout drop. Clegg said, "We really did wake up this blue giant, and that's what we have to do in 2022. Now, both exit polls and the raw election returns captured the success of that strategy. In a state that leans so heavily Democratic, the recall's sole chance to succeed would have been if Democratic voters had slumbered through it. But the results proved that Newsome was buoyed by robust turnout in big Democratic strongholds such as my Golden Gate at San Francisco and Los Angeles down south, and surprisingly strong performances in the state's more competitive places, including Orange, San Diego, San Bernardino, and Riverside counties." The exit polls conducted by Edison Research for a consortium of media organizations proved that a clear majority of voters backed Newsome's approach to combating the pandemic. More than 3/5 of voters said his policies for fighting the virus were about right or even not strict enough, and he won roughly 85% of them. Almost exactly the same share of voters said getting the vaccine was a public health responsibility as opposed to personal choice, and Newsome likewise won nearly 85% of them. More than 7 in 10 voters backed his mask mandate for public schools. The recall ran up huge margins among those who said his policies were too strict and that getting the vaccine was a personal choice, as well as those who opposed the mask mandate, but in each case, they constituted only about 1/3 or less of voters, just 1/4 in the case of masks. Those results suggest that both in California and nationally, Republicans who have centered their messaging on defending the rights and choices of the unvaccinated are playing to the short side of public opinion and potentially alienating many among the roughly 3/4 of American adults who have gotten the shot. A flurry of national polls released this week have found narrow majorities backing vaccine mandates for large employers, teachers, and healthcare workers, and a bigger majority supporting mask mandates in schools, both of which almost all Republicans are opposing. Although the exit poll did not ask voters about their vaccination status, two of the best-respected late California polls each showed Newsom winning about two-thirds of those who have received the shot, as did Newsom's internal polling. If the recall's near-term impact may be to stiffen the willingness of Democratic leaders to support tougher steps to combat the virus, the long-term effect may be to illuminate how deeply Trump's big lie about electoral fraud is taking root inside the grand old party cult. The pre-election accusations from Trump and Elder in California came amid continuing demand from red state officials for audits of the 2020 results, a lengthening list of Republican candidates for governor or Secretary of State who have embraced Trump's discredited claims of fraud, and efforts by red Republican insurgent elected officials to downplay the violence of the January 6th insurrection. Griswold, in an assessment shared by many nonpartisan students of voting and democracy, confirmed the threat is getting worse, the big lie is getting bigger, and compounding the danger is a growing number of physical threats, including death threats, targeting electoral officials. Polls since last November's election have consistently found that a big majority of Republican voters accept Trump's claims of fraud in 2020, even though his evidence was uniformly rejected by courts across the country. In a CNN/SRSS national survey released this week, about 3/5 of red Republican cultic voters agreed that a big part of being Republican was believing that Donald Trump won the 2020 election. Now, in a June Monmouth University national survey, fully 47% of Republicans described the January 6th attack on the Capitol as a legitimate protest, far more than the 33% who labeled it an insurrection. If that's not alarming to you, I don't know what is. This is equivalent to the Confederates who said that theirs was the Second American Revolution. In California, a handful of Republicans warned that preemptive charges of fraud would be counterproductive by discouraging red Republican insurgent voters from casting a ballot. The former state Republican chair, Ron Nehring, complaining in a tweet that he twiddled on Monday opening this work week, said, claiming before Election Day the California recall is rigged is equal to telling Republicans to throw their ballot away rather than mail it in. And Nehring, the spokesperson for Senator Ted Cruz of Texas during his 2016 presidential bid, is now an advisor to former San Diego Mayor Kevin Faulconer, one of the Republicans who ran to replace Newsom. Nehring said that alleging fraud without evidence represented both bad policy and bad politics for the Republican Party. And he emphasized that politically, pinning the defeat on fraud deterred the party from examining the actual sources of its trouble in California, the inability to build a broader coalition. Parties can learn from defeats, but only if you accept the failure. And Nehring also sees long-term damage to the United States' standing in the world. When Republicans echo Kremlin talking points about our own elections, and doing so, in Nehring's own words, opens the door to this moral equivalency, and that's what they want, to bring America's stature in the world down to Russia's shit level. That's a Republican named Nehring for you. Nehring. Quote him, credit him. Yet few other notable Republicans in California or elsewhere condemned the fraud charges from Elder and Trump. This silence echoes the response from most Republican cultic leaders during Trump's sustained campaign to subvert the 2020 election. John Pitney, a political scientist at Claremont McKenna College, and a former Republican National Committee aide himself, says the refusal of prominent Republicans to denounce such groundless accusations encourages more of them from Trump and others. As Pitney himself said, and in this case, he's referring to the criminology theory that failing to police minor crimes encourages more serious violations. He says it is like the political version of broken windows. With Republicans failing to produce any tangible evidence of fraud, any lawsuits from Elder or others always have little chance to succeed. Now, Jessica Levinson, a professores at Loyola Law School who specializes in electoral law, has concluded that if Republicans reverse course to legally challenge the results, well, in her own words, she said, I think it's going to be like the post-presidential election period in the sense that there are lawsuits that are filed. They are political arguments wrapped up as legal documents, and they are dismissed up and down by state court judges and federal court judges. But to many students of small d democracy, the proliferation of fraud claims against such an implausible target as the California recall represent another point of an arc, or on an arc, that may be bending toward a full-scale crisis by 2024. Sarah Walker, the Executrix Directress of Secure Democracy, a nonpartisan group that works with states to improve electoral administration, says that if so many Republicans were willing to claim that Democrats could win only by fraud in one of the deepest blue states in our country, such allegations may now be almost inevitable in swing states such as Georgia and Arizona, where the margins in 2022 and 2024 will likely be much closer. Ian Bazin, the executive director of Protect Democracy, a nonpartisan group that analyzes threats to American elections, sees Trump's involvement in this recall, in particular, as another step in a long-term campaign to increase the pressure on Republican electoral officials to subvert the next election if necessary. Basin has gone on record to say, we now know that Trump tried to stage a coup, and that one of the tools he used was drumming up spurious claims of fraud to convince members of his own party to doubt the true results because he saw that as a predicate for pressuring GOP secretaries of state or state legislatures to use legal mechanisms to hand him an election he clearly did not win. To Bazin, Trump's California claims, like his continuing calls for other states to emulate the chaotic audit of 2020 results authorized by Arizonan Republicans, prove that he is determined to increase pressure on Grand Ole Party officials to side with him next time by convincing more Republican voters that virtually any outcome in which the Grand Ole Party loses cannot be trusted. Bassin has so said, what I think we are seeing now is Trump saying, I can begin working immediately on convincing a much broader set of the population that these institutions cannot be trusted, that there is rampant fraud, so I can create a dynamic in 2024 where I can succeed where I failed last time. Now, all year, civil rights and electoral reform advocates have complained that both the White House and Senate Democrats have appeared insufficiently alarmed or engaged as a procession of red states have imposed new restrictions on voting and, in multiple cases, ballots. Exempli gratiae, through the new Texas law, granting greater freedom to partisan poll watchers, or the provision in Georgia's electoral bill through which a Republican-controlled panel has begun the process of potentially taking over electoral administration in Fulton County, which includes Atlanta. The new Senate voting bill introduced the day before yesterday would respond to those threats more vigorously than many expected when Manchin objected to the original proposal in June, though experts such as Wertheimer say there is more work to be done to incorporate into the bill greater safeguards against manipulation of vote counting. Yet any and all provisions of the bill will be moot unless Manchin and Sinema agree to some exemption from the filibuster that will allow it to pass the Senate. Advocates aren't pretending they have a clear understanding of whether either will do so, even as the dodged bullet in California offers another warning that races closer than this recall may face escalating threats of electoral subversion. In sum, if the recall's near-term impact may be to stiffen the willingness of Democratic leaders to support tougher steps to combat the virus, the long-term effect may be to illuminate how deeply Trump's big lie about electoral fraud is taking root inside the red Republican insurgency. Further, Newsome's not the only Californian official to deal with a recall campaign. Our own Golden Gate at San Francisco's district attorney Chesa Boudin, has faced not one, but two, one of which already failed. So there'll be other takeaways from Newsome's big win in our deep blue California's recall election. A recall campaign that at one point appeared poised to upend Democratic politics in sapphire blue California concluded the day before yesterday with status quo preserved as our Governor Gavin Newsome handily beat back an effort to oust him from office. A strong red Republican insurgent showing at the polls on Election Day could not match Democratic dominance in early voting. Concerns among Democrats over the summer that our party's voters were more apathetic than highly motivated Republican cultists resulted in a torrent of spending on television and outreach efforts to every part of the traditional Democratic coalition, including labor, minorities, and women. Newsome defeated this recall by early leads in the suburbs, overwhelming margins in big cities, and labor unions helping to mobilize Democratic voters, which made recall a sharply uphill battle. For us Democrats, our risky strategic maneuvers ahead of the day before yesterday, by all evidence, paid off. Exempli gratiae, we told voters to leave blank the second ballot question, which asked whom they would select as governor if the recall was approved. As noted by the Los Angeles Times, Sima Mehta, offering no other candidates helped our party frame the recall as solely a Republican power grab, and it allowed us to tell voters that if they didn't vote for Newsom, they would get a Republican. Now, this was a potentially perilous bet, because if Newsom had been recalled, the state would likely be led by a Republican. Democrats also made some expected moves. They raised tens of millions of dollars, and the party's top names stumped for Newsom. Some have painted this as a sign of desperation. However, I would offer another explanation myself. Our party's biggest figures, namely President Biden and Vice Presidentress Kamala Harris, may have wanted some of the positive media coverage from a resounding victory draw attention from criticism of America's withdrawal from Afghanistan. The emergence of the right-wing reactionary talk radio host Larry Elder in July provided the perfect foil for Newsom. The governor went from casting the recall as a naked Republican power grab to hammering on a one-on-one contrast with Elder, his decades-long record of inflammatory remarks, and his plans if elected to office. Larry Elder's ex-fiancée, Alexandra Datig, emerged as a leading critic, with gun allegations, among other claims. Larry Elder's ex-fiancée, well, the day in late April of 2015 was supposed to be a double celebration. Larry Elder would get his star on the Hollywood Walk of Fame, then be married on the spot to his radio producer and love, Alexandra Datig. But Datig today recalls that plan as a fleeting high point in an 18-month relationship that she said turned stormy. Datig has testified that Larry Elder controlled her finances and subjected her to verbal and emotional terrorism. Their troubled partnership between that right-wing black radio talk show host and his one-time white girlfriend exploded into public view Thursday of Yester Septimania, Thursday of last week. as Elder continued to lead a pack of contenders who had hoped to replace Governor Gavin Newsome in the California recall election. It was reported that the relationship devolved to the point that Larry Elder checked to see whether his Colt 45 revolver was loaded during a heated argument that he had with Dietrich. And Dietrich relayed that very story, as well as other allegations against Elder, in an interview with the Los Angeles Times yesterday. And Dietrich was quoted referring to the Hollywood music producer who shot his companion to death as saying, "I, for one brief moment, believed that he intended to shoot me. I was in fear for my life. My Phil Spector, Lana Clarkson moment. At the same time, I'm also very fearless, and, having grown up around guns, I didn't take it seriously." Now, Elder signaled that he was trying to move past the issue as quickly as possible, saying it was beneath him, and that he would stay focused on issues. That incident did not come up in the debate that was held that night, which featured other recall challengers, but not Elder. But Assemblyman Kevin Kiley, the Republican from Rockland, issued a statement saying Ms. Dietrich's deeply troubling account should be treated with the utmost seriousness. Mr. Elder should be given every opportunity to respond. Now, Dietrich, who herself came to supporting the former San Diego Mayor Kevin Faulconer for governor, appeared determined to put the episode and Elder's private behavior before the public. And she went on record to say, "There is Larry Elder, the brand, the one on the radio that everyone sees. Then there is the Larry Elder after the show, the one with the insults, the Tasmanian devil rhetoric, the hoodwinking." Now, Dietrich herself previously gained some measure of attention because she worked for Hollywood madame Heidi Fleiss. She described approaching police and becoming an informant, helping send Fleiss to prison for a business that provided high-priced prostitutes to rich and powerful men. She subsequently spoke in public out about surviving sex trafficking and drug abuse herself. She became an assistant to Los Angeles City Councilman Nate Holden, giving her entree to LA's political elite. Now, Dietrich is 51 years of age, and she says she met Elder, who's 69 years old, at political events, and that he had asked her out several times over the course of about a decade before she agreed. She moved into his Hollywood Hills home, and she said she worked for him, helping him prepare for his shows and set up a website after he was fired from KABC-AM 790 in late 2014. Now, Elder briefly streamed his show after he left the station and before taking his current post at AM 870. Dietrich estimated that she devoted 3,000 hours to her work, helping with things like publicity and helping Elder transition to an online platform. She said she was not paid a salary and was compensated instead with the use of credit cards and a Cadillac. And prominent among her complaints was what she said was Elder's constant smoking of marijuana. She said she asked him to stop because she worried it would make it harder for her to maintain her own sobriety. Elder kept on smoking. She provided a mobile phone video in which she asks Elder about his relationship with the rapper Snoop Dogg. And Elder is on record responding, "I introduced him to the evil weed. I taught him everything he knows. I'm the one who made him what he is." She said it was on the day after Valentine's Day in 2015 that she told Elder she would not marry him. Without any of her own money, she continued to live in his house. The two argued about the terms of their breakup, with Dietrich insisting she be paid for her past work and to remove a tattoo, Larry's girl, that she said he demanded that she get. And on the night of the alleged gun incident, Dietrich said something that sent Elder fuming, full of anger and silent scorn. Elder walked to a nightstand and pulled out his .45 caliber revolver, opened the cylinder to see if it was loaded, and put the gun back into the drawer. She said that Elder did not point the gun at her or make a verbal threat. But in her interview with the Times, Yester Septimania, Dietrich also said that Elder did not wave the gun, as later reported by Politico. After that account went online Thursday, Dietrich reiterated that point, but she recalled feeling uneasy enough to, that she tried to defuse the situation and then locked herself in a downstairs bedroom. Dietrich did not file a police report or seek a restraining order. She said she did not want to draw attention to herself or cause a sensation that might distract from her budding work as a political commentator, and later her pursuit of a career in law enforcement. Of course, I myself never understand why they all go that direction. I mean, of all things, law enforcement. About a month after the 2015 incident, Dietrich sent an email to her attorney, to Los Angeles City Councilman Bernard C. Parks, and to 11 other people asking for help and advice on how to resolve her differences with Elder. And in the email, she wrote, during an argument about a month ago, he felt it necessary to go to his cabinet where he kept his gun and check if it was loaded and made sure it was in my view. Now, that email produced a referral to a shelter for abused women, but no other official action. And Elder's own denial did not address the rest of the specifics of Dietrich's complaint or whether he had ever examined his gun during an argument with her. The Times asked for clarification but received none from the candidate's campaign. And after her story went public, Dietrich said her day turned crazy, her telephone messaging service filling with calls and texts from the media, and Elder insisted he would not engage. In his statement, he said, "While my opponents and the Newsome campaign would love to keep voters distracted, I'm going to stay focused on the issues that inspired 1.7 million Californians to petition for this recall." Well, the result was that the California electorate reverted to form and voted as it has in recent gubernatorial elections, giving the Democrat a double-digit victory with more than 70% of the vote counted thus far. California overwhelmingly rejects recall, keeping Newsome as our governor. The biggest question after this recall election is, how will Newsome serve the rest of his term? He may interpret his resounding defeat of the effort to oust him as approval of his liberal policies, or he may be humbled by the fact that Democrats had to spend tens of millions of dollars to ensure he retained his seat. But this brings us to Newsome's mandate. A key question is how Newsome will act in aftermath of recall. Will he be emboldened by this victory? Will he be humbled in all the money we have spent for him to retain his place on the throne in a state where his party enjoys an advantage of 5 million people in voter registration? The large margin of Newsome's victory provides our governor with a mandate to continue pursuing liberal policies on issues such as health care, climate change, and immigration. Roger Salazar, a Democratic consultant who served as press secretary for the former Governor Gray Davis, said he expects Newsome to emphasize homelessness, crime, wildfire preparation, and the pandemic between now and next year's election. Salazar saying all of those things are all tied into an economic recovery that he's going to want to have major progress on as he faces re-election. He's moving from one election to another almost instantaneously. This is what brings us back, of course, to the big lie, California version thereof. Republicans, notably former President Trump and his little black mini-me, Elder, sought to undermine the integrity of the recall before voters headed to the polls the day before yesterday by saying the election was rigged. In a statement Trump issued, "Does anybody really believe the California recall election isn't rigged?" There are multiple verification processes to prevent fraudulent voting, and there is no evidence of cheating. But some Republicans are laying the groundwork for baselessly challenging the results of our election. Newsom's advisor, Sean Clegg, told reporters on Monday, before a rally in support of the governor that featured President Biden himself, that they're trying to throw battery acid on our Constitution, on our electoral norms, and it's a preview of coming attractions. We're going to see the same thing in 2022 and the same thing in 2024. Now, some Republicans speculated that such baseless claims suppressed voter turnout the day before yesterday. Others, including the former state Red Republican chairman Ron Nehring, said the messaging played into Russian dictator Vladimir Putin's efforts to undermine American democracy. And he's right. Nehring, who supported former San Diego Mayor Kevin Faulconer in the recall election, thus tweeted, "False claims of election rigging are also bad politics because it provides an excuse for not building a bigger campaign or a bigger party." And, of course, we had all the QAnon cultists struggling to process Gavin Newsom's recall election in California, leading me to ask if we're the sheep. I mean, one day before the Gavin Newsom recall, adherents of the QAnon conspiracy belief system were busy attempting to invalidate the electoral results before they even came in. But they were torn on what exactly came as next after that. Although most people likely assume QAnon has its deepest roots in places like Florida or Texas, that extremist ideology has made significant inroads in my blue California. It's particularly noticeable in Orange County and San Diego, where people sporting QAnon flags and shirts have been cited at anti-lockdown and anti-Newsom protests over the past year. In addition, 4 of the candidates running to replace Newsom had expressed support for QAnon. For the uninitiated, QAnon cultists, who call themselves Anons, think a secret military operation is in control and will soon purge our nation of their political enemies and restore Donald Trump to power. The conspiracy theory began in 2017, the year Trump was elected, and until late 2020, someone using the name Q, MICHÆL-ANGELO till his death, posted regularly on the message boards 4chan and 8chan, later renamed 8kun. All it needs is the T at the end to make it 8cunt. Well, the Anons continue to furiously decode these drops, convinced they contain information about the secret military operation they believe may march into the White House and arrest Joe Biden at any time. There's a great deal of speculation that Q was, at least for a time, the 8kun, AKUN admin Ron Watkins, who now posts messages on Telegram that often bear a striking linguistic resemblance to the old Q drops. That's simply because he's aping the man who had the hand up his ass and was feeding him one-liners, Mike Aquino. In the lead-up to the Newsom recall, Anons glommed onto a December 2018 Q post in response to a commentator asking, "Will voter fraud in California ever be brought to light?" And that's when Q wrote back, "Watch CA," the acronym for California. 3 years on, some became convinced this meant that Newsom would fraudulently win this recall election. And confronted with overwhelming evidence of this alleged fraud, Californians would kick off a national audit that got Trump back into office. And the QAnon influencer, John Sebal, who goes by the alias of QAnon John, thus wrote on Telegram, Yester Septimania, "Dethroning Newsom is the catalyst for the main event." He capitalized those words that I'm shouting. If you were struck by the dubiousness of California's 10 million plus registered Democrats suddenly being swayed by this argument, keep this in mind. Many QAnon cultists think California is majority Republican. In the weeks after the 2020 presidential election, QAnon discourse was full of baseless assertions that Trump won California. In reality, Biden received 11 million votes to Trump's 6 million. In an attempt to sow the seeds of this rigged electoral narrative, one popular QAnon forum has been filled with stories pushing California electoral misinformation. One highly upvoted story in recent days was headlined, "Governor Gavin Newsome warns Californians, you will all die of COVID," if I'm recalled. Although this was written as a direct quote, Gavin Newsome never said this. It's like my gang stalkers. Putting forth shit I never even sprag. Another story gaining fast traction is from Los Angeles TV station, KTLA. And you have one 88-year-old voter as having issues with her polling place, saying, "San Fernando Valley residents have trouble casting recall ballots." When she raised the problem to poll workers, she was given a provisional ballot and allowed to cast her vote. Nonetheless, the story was being parroted across the far-right ecosystem as proof Republicans are being prevented from voting in the recall, along with there being no evidence that only Republicans encountered issues with the single San Fernando Valley polling place in question. The story clearly stated the woman did end up casting a fucking ballot. Trying to invalidate our Newsome victory before results even rolled in wasn't just happening on the fringes, of course. Republican recall frontrunner Larry Elder ramped up talk of a rigged election in the week before last, coinciding with polls turning decidedly in favor of Newsome keeping his job even then. On Elder's website, there's a prominent button on the homepage that says, "Stop Fraud!" That takes you to a site where you can self-submit alleged instances of voter fraud. The site also has a red button asking for donations. This from a man who says minimum wage ought to be 0.00. He's asking you for money. Ain't that a bitch? That's talk about. Tell him he should work for free. There's no indication that any legitimate instances have ever been found. Even one anon posting to a QAnon forum admitted as such. That person wrote, "So far, I have not spotted any physical fraud. I am working in the election. In my county, most workers are trying their best, but I am very suspicious of the voting machine company Dominī. Despite all their lofty talk, it seems not all the Q believers were convinced Newsome's recall would usher in the glorious return of their preferred president." One poster recently fretted on a QAnon forum, "So now we need a third time? We have November 3rd. We have the Georgia Senate runoffs. Now we need California. Is there a point that around here the question can be raised? I'm not sure patriots are in control. Are we the sheep? I don't think so, but I mean, are we the sheep for letting this go on? Are we the ones being gaslit?" What kind of answer can you give a fool in the dark? The California recall results are closely linked to COVID-19 vaccination rates. That's the COVID-19 paradox. The pandemic put Newsome in jeopardy, but it also saved him. And COVID-19 may provide a roadmap for Democrats as they head into the midterm elections. On Monday, opening this work week the work week we're in the midst of, Biden leaned heavily into Newsome's handling of the pandemic to argue that our governor should not be recalled. And in urging California Democrats not to be complacent, he said, "We need courage. We need leadership. We need Gavin Newsome, a governor who follows science and had the courage to do what's right." Now, the initial recall petition had nothing to do with the pandemic, but the restrictions put in place to stop the coronavirus's spread. Coupled with the 4 extra months recall backers were granted to gather signatures, making the difference in qualifying the effort for the ballot. Then, after most Californians had been vaccinated, the Delta variant emerged. California's infection, hospitalization, and death rates are lower than in states where leaders push back against mask and vaccination mandates. Newsom used this disparity to argue that if the recall were successful and he was to be replaced by a Republican, particularly Elder, who pledged to roll back all such restrictions, Californians would die. Back when it appeared that the vaccines had effectively ended the pandemic, I confidently predicted that the recall election of California Governor Gavin Newsom would fail rather dramatically. Then, when it became clear that a 4th COVID wave was hitting California, despite being one of the most restricted and vaccinated states, and the polls greatly tightened, I wondered aloud that, while it was still a long shot, Newsom was at least vulnerable to being removed. Now, with the recall election having ended the day before last, it is clear that Newsom has indeed survived by quite the safe margin. My final prediction was that when all the mostly mail-in ballots were finally counted, he beat the recall by at least 9 to 12 points. What happened here is actually fairly simple and should, but will not, serve as an incredibly important lesson for Republicans as they start to consider who should be their 2024 presidential nominee. When it became clear that Newsom was in trouble because the recall was being seen as a referendum on himself, he and his strong allies in the news media, just as I had hoped, scared the heck out of enough frustrated voters by making pro-Trump radio talk show host Larry Elder the face of the Republican recall effort. Now, our man Jameson is back, just acknowledging his return. He's been, of course, maintaining himself. Good man. Now, in terms of everything that I've brought up this far and how important that is for us to understand, let me again emphasize or re-emphasize just exactly, well, let me contextualize. That's better than emphasis because, being emphatic can also be, it's just not necessary in this case. I think everything speaks for itself. So let me get into relating everything. Basically, if the recall had remained purely an up or down on Newsom, which probably only could have happened if no strong Republican had become the clear frontrunner in the secondary portion of the election, the results of this vote would still be very much in doubt, and he would be set for removal, thus causing a huge political earthquake in the rest of the country. However, when Larry Elder unmistakably became the person who would replace Gavin Newsom, for only a year and with Democrats still in total control of the legislature, the recall suddenly became primarily about him and Donald Trump. All Newsom and his teammates in the news media needed to do was to show a genuine photo, not photoshopped, a real one, of Elder and Trump together giving mutual thumbs up, and then viciously destroy his credibility as a black man to cause about 10% of the electorate in this very liberal state to instantly flip their votes against the recall itself. In a rational world, this very obvious chain of events that further exposes the incredible toxicity of Trump would make a huge number of Republicans question the wisdom of nominating the twice-impeached former president in 2024. However, because the reactionary media will be terrified to tell this story, the ramifications of Newsome not being recalled will be profound. The rest of the nation may think that Newsome surviving is of no real consequence to them, but that is a naive viewpoint. Make us no mistake. Had Newsome lost, it would have ended the era of extreme COVID restrictions, probably forever, as every Democrat in the country would have wet themselves in fear of the coming voter backlash. Now, with the recall losing by at least a comfortable tally, President Joseph Biden and blue state governors will have their confidence restored in the name of public health. Because, as I've just now exposed to you, the California recall electoral results are linked to COVID-19 vaccination rates. The results in California's historic recall election are in, and Governor Gavin Newsome not only survived, but prevailed by a landslide. And taking a closer look at the county-level results, which are still preliminary as late-arriving mail ballots are tallied, reveals a very strong relationship between the governor's support and COVID-19 vaccination rates. According to data analysis by all professional sources, counties with the lowest vaccination rates were the most eager to oust Newsome. Conversely, those with higher vaccination coverage supported the governor at higher rates. This data exposes a clear and permanent divide by geography along the two measures, with residents in smaller, more rural places less likely to support Newsome and getting vaccinated, and this is proven by analysis. Exempli gratiae, in my own Golden Gated San Francisco City and County, roughly 74% of the population is fully vaccinated, and about 87% of our voters didn't support the recall. Lassen County, on the other end of the spectrum, has just a 21% vaccination rate, and its voters overwhelmingly favored the recall at 83%. Los Angeles County has a vaccination rate of 59%, and 71% of its voters sided with Newsome against the recall. That's according to the preliminary vote tally. This trend tracks with what political observers suggested in the run-up to the election, that voters' inoculation status has become a new indicator for how they would cast their ballots. Across all parties, vaccinated voters were more likely to oppose the recall than their unvaccinated counterparts. Exempli gratiae, 15% of vaccinated Republicans were against the recall versus 1% of unvaccinated Republicans. That's according to all campaign surveys. Honestly, where do we go from here? It's sobering. Our nation is divided along lines that are so definable, they be stark. But since the Democrats have won, this is where we go from here. Enforcing public health. Herd immunity won't save us, but we can still beat COVID-19. Innovative contact tracing and just-in-time vaccination can get this pandemic under control and prepare us for the next one. The idea of herd immunity against COVID-19 has achieved almost magical status in the popular imagination. Many Americans believe once we reach that threshold, we'll be in the clear, and the pandemic will finally fade into history. But we are unlikely ever to reach herd immunity with COVID-19. It's not how this nightmare will end. Although case counts are now declining from their winter peak, we fear another spike from potential super spreader events following spring break, Easter weekend, Memorial Day, and the 4th of July, or even again after the end of the year holidays. The time to double down on our efforts to stamp out transmission is now. We must develop what amounts to a national immunosystem to quickly detect and repel the new outbreaks ahead, not just for this pandemic, but for future ones as well. Speaking of the plague, Republicans have learned that the way of Trump is a big loser in California. Yeah, Trump's still winning elections, all right. For the blue team. Trump branded the Russo collaborationist Red Republican insurgency a party of racists. Black man Larry Elder, as a standard bearer, will not help. The reactionary talk show host Larry Elder was the most popular challenger of the pack of 46 recall hopefuls. His most enthusiastic followers had said they hoped he will run again against Newsome next year. And when asked about a 2022 rerun, Elder told the radio station, day before yesterday, I have now become a political force here in California in general, and particularly within the Republican Party, and I'm not going to leave the stage. Yeah. Although the effort to recall Newsome failed, this lightning 2-month campaign appears to have had at least one clear beneficiary. Larry Elder. So what will be his next move? Well, that takes us into the brief and very strange political career of the black man who leads the Republican pack in the California recall election. What the hell was Larry Elder even running for? Larry Elder becoming governor in California would be a little like Bernie Sanders winning a Senate seat in Kansas, or Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez representing suburban Mississippi in the House, or Mike Pence ending his career as the mayor of Portland, Oregon. Yet in less than a week's time, there was, for that 7-day streak, some chance, albeit an ever-diminishing one even at the time, that it might have happened. As our man Jameson Reese says, Larry the Eldritch Terror. Yeah. Elder, this reactionary, radicalized, right-wing talk radio host from Los Angeles, was, as Jameson Reese says, the Blackfish of Innsmouth, dominating polling among candidates vying to replace Gavin Newsome in our state's September 14th gubernatorial recall election, just the 4th in all American history, mind ye. And that race, at that point, seemed to be breaking hard for our seated governor even then. Still, at the time, Monday opening this work week, we're still in the midst of, 42% of the poll respondents supported the recall, meaning that just enough enthusiasm on the radicalized right and just enough apathy on the left could have put a Trumpish Republican in our governor's mouths of one of our most liberal states in all American empire. And although Newsome had regained momentum in those past 14 nights, he was taking the recall threat seriously enough to call in help from Joe Biden, Kamala Harris, and Barack Obama. You could argue that this is democracy working as democracy should. Recall elections give voters control over the representatives and provide a strong check on executive incompetence. But it is also democracy through a funhouse mirror, an object lesson in how highly motivated partisans can exploit democratic processes to put wildly unrepresentative ideologues in charge. Elder, for his part, had never quite seemed like he really wanted to be in charge. On the campaign trail this past weekend, he represented himself as a reasonable alternative to a failing executive, blasting Newsome for presiding over a homelessness and cost of living crisis, for wasting taxpayer money, for driving away manufacturers and big tech, and for dining unmasked at a swanky Napa restaurant in contravention of COVID-19 safety protocols. As our man Jameson says, most of the Republicans are too dead to care because they didn't vaccinate. I agree. There's a lot of Darwinian selection going on here, and I hope it continues to provide us the evolutionary advantage. But to give Elder his spot in the sun, he told an overflowing crowd of maskless parishioners at the Destiny Christian Church in Rocklin, near Sacramento, our state capital, that people are leaving. The rate at which people are leaving California in the first 6 months of this year is twice the rate that they've been leaving the previous 3 years. Now, that kind of message has its own broad appeal. It's expensive here. Businesses are leaving. The housing market is a catastrophe. But those were the least controversial things, that black candidate said, when quizzed by Pastor Greg Farrington, who has himself passed out thousands of religious exemptions to the COVID-19 vaccine and held indoor services in defiance of public health guidelines throughout yesteryear. Elder went on to articulate a series of political opinions ranging from the far out to the radically unpopular. His anti-abortion stance, for one. At the church in Rocklin, he asked, "No one ever asks Gavin Newsome, at what point has pregnancy gone on too far? Are third trimester abortions okay?" Bear in mind that California permits abortions past the point of fetal viability only to save the life or preserve the health of the birth parent. Elder said he supports a total ban on all abortions, when 84% of Californians support access to them. He called the kind of sex education taught in California elementary schools pornographic, and said he supported banning any kind of sexual education at all, though parents overwhelmingly support it. Because who wants to be the one to have to sit down and tell your kid what to do with their genitalia? Elder waded back into the culture war issues, railing against critical race theory and transgender athletes. As a black man himself, he disputed the idea that black men are targeted by the police. He said, "Black men hit by policemen deserve it. Plain and simple, they're asking for it. They're asking for it." He also posited that John McCain faced more headwinds from age discrimination than Barack Obama did from racism in the 2008 presidential campaign. And to applause from his evangelical crowd, he said Obama had a lower hurdle than white politicians. And at other points in the race, the libertarian elder has pushed other unloved ideas. You know, libertarians want to do away with child labor laws. Just as Elder said minimum wage should be 0.00, he said there should be no law against putting children to work. Yeah, the man wants not just slavery to be reinstated. He wants child trafficking. Talk about taking the popular stance. I guess it is popular among red Republicans to enslave children. He's not just advocated against minimum wage increases, but for getting rid of the minimum wage entirely. Most notable, albeit vaccinated himself, he has campaigned against our state's popular coronavirus public health restrictions. At Destiny, Black Man Elder said, "Thomas Jefferson warned about trading freedom for public safety. We still have freedom here in this country. So to the extent that there are any statewide mandates, when I become governor, I will repeal them all before I have my first cup of tea." Not that he drinks tea, but he's appealing to the Tea Party mentality. Yeah, you know, the white guys who tried to blame it all on the Indians, so that the Brits would resort to genocide while the whites sat back and laughed. This guy might have ended up in charge of Deep Blue California, and it remained possible, thanks to the particular alchemy of this last election and the peculiar way that motivated minorities can trounce unmotivated majorities in democratic systems. Elder would likely never have been competitive in any normal electoral cycle. Newsom won in a landslide in 2018, after all, and Republican John Cox garnered just 1/3 of our state's votes. More broadly, the Russo collaborationist Red Republican insurgency is struggling to gain any kind of toehold in California. Not a single Republican currently holds statewide office. Nor is it likely that the recall would have happened in the first if activists had tried it a year before or a year after they did. Recall proponents managed to pull together enough signatures to trigger it only after a judge gave them additional time to canvass last year because of the coronavirus pandemic. A flush of public anger over Newsom's gaffes and our state's handling of unemployment insurance claims helped the effort succeed. Yet, with the election having been won by our side on Tuesday, 4 dozen candidates, all self-promoting weirdos, single-issue opportunists, unqualified celebrities, charisma-light Republicans, crowded onto that ballot. No name-brand, deep-pocketed moderate stepped forward to run. No prominent Republican consolidated support either. And the state GOP declined to back a candidate. Elder joined the race just before the filing deadline, and given his decent enough name recognition from his popular talk radio program, ended up in front of the pack with just 28% of recall voters behind him. And at Destiny, with a laconic note of astonishment in his voice, he said, "I've been a politician for 6 weeks." Still, he ended up with a clear path to nearly winning. As of but a few weeks agone, liberals seemed uninterested in the off-cycle recall circus, whereas reactionaries were electrified by the idea of unseating Newsom. That left open the possibility then that a majority of people motivated enough to vote would support the recall. Elder would then likely have won, no matter how small his share of the vote and no matter how small the sliver of the overall California electorate he never represented. Anti-democratic forces, the Electoral College, voting restrictions, gerrymandering, the very geography of the Senate, deliver plenty of anti-democratic outcomes in American elections. Donald Trump lost our popular vote in 2016 and won the presidency. But democratic forces, such as recalls, deliver anti-democratic outcomes too. Most voters don't want to show up to local housing board meetings. They don't want to participate in off-cycle elections. They don't want to research 1,000 ballot initiatives. They don't participate, given the driven, the time-rich, the resource-rich ample opportunities to put people in office and dominate policy, no matter how weird or unpopular their ideas. Obviously not this time. This summer, the growing feasibility at one point of an Elder win motivated Newsom and our Democratic Party to start fundraising and campaigning. So the state's massive Democratic base was hyped to vote no to the recall, lest a scandal-plagued, attention-grabbing libertarian found himself running our state. Rob Stutzman, a California-based Republican strategist, even said, "It's been clear to me for some time that Elder's the best thing that's ever happened to Gavin Newsom." Now in Rockland, Elder himself said, "I'm not doing it for money. I'm not doing it for fame. I'm doing it because I feel I have a patriotic, a moral, and a spiritual obligation to fix this state." Now, when he lost, he had a chance to make his case again next year, when, unfortunately for him, many more Californians will be paying attention. Now, there's lots of reasons why Gavin Newsom held on to his job Tuesday night. That California is dominated by Democrats is one. Another is that most voters weren't as upset with the governor's handling of the COVID-19 pandemic as Republicans thought. But there's an even bigger elephant, both proverbial and political, in the room. 8 months after white supremacists invaded our U.S. Capitol at the urging of former President Trump, the Republican Party lost because it still hasn't figured out how to talk about race or racism in any coherent manner. When it comes to winning elections in a state as diverse as my golden California, that matters. And yet, Republicans evidently decided the solution to their problem was to elevate a black man to the role of de facto standard bearer of the California Russell collaborationist Red Republican insurgency. I mean, sure, that sounds like a great idea in theory. Who better to navigate the uncertain and choppy waters of race and racism than a black person, right? Well, the answer is just about any black person but Larry Elder. Just look at what happened on Tuesday night. That reactionary radio talk show host did nothing but solidify the Republican Party's racist reputation, exploiting the highest profile speech of his miserable life, in which he conceded his loss in the gubernatorial recall election, to spout a bunch of incoherent nonsense such as, well, I'll just have to quote him. "We believe in the dream of MLK, judging people by content of character, not color of skin. And let me tell you something, to the extent that is humanly possible, America has achieved that dream. So race no longer matters? I have an R at the end of my name, and suddenly I'm no longer black. It does matter? I have never suggested that anybody should vote for me because I'm black, or against me because I'm black. I don't go there as far as I'm concerned. After we elected the first black president, everything else after that is anticlimactic. We are going to bring this country together. We are going to bring this country together because we know what the real problems are, and they have nothing whatever to do with racism. Okay, I got it now. Race doesn't matter. What do you think would happen if a candidate such as Barack Obama running for president had a white woman in a gorilla mask throw an egg at him? What would happen? Front page news. Systemic racism alive and well in America. They would have been talking about it in Bangladesh. But with me, nothing. Wait. They tried to divide us on race. They want black people not to think about the fact that families have been destroyed because of the welfare state. They don't want black people to think about the decline in the quality of public education. They don't want black people to think about jobs. All they want is black people to think about oppression, that you are under siege. You are a victim. Wait, what? They only care if an unarmed black person is killed. More unarmed whites are killed every year than unarmed blacks. It is a lie, I said to he. He still wasn't feeling me. You know, I'm an Uncle Tom. I'm a sellout. I'm a bootlicker. I'm the black face of white supremacy licking Miss Ann Snatch. Oh, well, at least on that very last point we agree. It's hard to see how any of this convoluted rhetoric bodes well for the Republican Party winning statewide elections in the near future, and yes, I did quote him verbatim. Part of the problem is demographics. California is already majority-minority. a trend that will soon be the case across these United States. The latest data from the U.S. Census revealed that, for the first time, the percentage of Americans identifying only as white dropped to less than 60%, and the percentage of Americans younger than 18 who are people of color rose to a majority of about 53%. The other part of the problem is Larry Elder himself, which should be obvious. Although he's black and grew up in South Central LA, he's known as much for trashing black people on his radio show while insisting that systemic racism doesn't exist, as he is for supporting Donald Trump. During his insurgent campaign, Elder made no real attempts to address the racist legacy left behind by the former president, like when Trump praised white supremacists as very fine people. It apparently didn't matter to Larry Elder that such incidents long ago soured a large portion of the electorate on the Russo collaborationist Red Republican insurgency. So there's a reason why the Republican Party remains one backed mostly by white voters, a good percentage of whom are older and don't have college degrees. Meanwhile, the Democratic Party, as imperfect as it is, continues to be the party of diversity, regularly attracting Black, Latino, and Asian voters. Whether Larry Elder understands any of this is completely unclear. He is no doubt enchanted by his supporters, the overwhelming majority of whom are bleach white and Republican. When he entered the race to replace Newsome in July, he quickly shot to the front of the pack of 46 contenders. In the recall election, he received nearly 2.4 million votes as a replacement candidate at last count. But millions more voters didn't even choose a replacement candidate at all, and at last count, about 6 million Californians at this point voted to keep Newsome in office. And yet, when asked about plans to run for governor in 2022, Elder told KMJ Radio in Fresno on Tuesday, but the day before last, I have now become a political force here in California in general, and particularly within the Republican Party, and I am not going to leave the stage. I keep thinking of Slap Happy tap dancing on the table. Massa! Mabby! Now, only in the carefully crafted fantasy land that was Elder's watch party in Costa Mesa on Tuesday night, we're talking Fox News on big screen TVs and a 6-man band fronted by Bing Crosby's grandson. Yeah? Playing 50s and 60s hits? Yeah? That? Off tune with the times? Only there would that be possible in a state where Democrats outnumber Republicans nearly 2-1. After it was clear that Newsome had prevailed, Elder assured his supporters, we may have lost the battle, but we're going to win the war. No, actually, nigger, you're not. If Elder is the best the Republican Party can do, then it's probably time for the Reds to surrender. Now, I think that's funny. By the way, you missed the best of it. But Jameson, you'll catch it later on the replay. If Elder, of course, as I said, well, no need to repeat myself. Win or lose, Larry Elder could bring about a new era of black reactionary conservatism. Larry Elder is the black face of white supremacy. You've been warned. Larry Elder smiled the smug smile of a black reactionary who could very well have been liberal California's next governor. Where do you start with the damage Gavin Newsome has done to the state that we both love? That's when he leaned forward to gaze across the room of fish-belly white Republicans, all lined up like crackers in a row, who had come to hear him speak in Orange County. And Elder said, "Rising crime? It's because of this phony narrative that the police are engaging in systemic racism and cops are pulling back. When you reduce the possibility of a bad guy getting caught, getting convicted, and getting incarcerated, guess what? Crime goes up." Then another smile, this one even more smug than the last. "Can you say, duh?" I won't lie. Few things infuriate me more than watching a black man use willful blindness and cherry-picked facts to make overtly simplistic arguments that whitewash the complex problems that must come along with being black in America. And throughout his career as a radicalized right-wing radio host, as a talking head for Fox News, and now, most recently, a gubernatorial candidate, Larry Elder has made a point of doing just all that, usually with a lot of taunting and toddler-like name-calling of his ideological enemies in the process. As longtime political consultant Kerman Maddox put it, Larry Elder goes out of his way to be at odds with the leadership in the black community and at odds with the thinking in the black community. Yeah, Jameson says he sucked white dick his whole life and we got all too many of these Oreos to contend with. Yeah, indeed. Now, Jameson Reese, like a lot of black people, has learned that it's often best just to ignore people like Elder. People who are, as I'm sure Jameson Reese's dad used to say, skin folk, but not necessarily kinfolk. That's certainly how many of LA's black and politically powerful have tried to deal with Larry Elder over the years. As the Los Angeles Times once wrote of Republican or Representative Maxine Waters' refusal to be a guest on Larry Elder's radio talk show, why should she boost the ratings of a man who ridicules her by mixing a recording of a barking dog over her sound bites? You know, I can't really say much more about Larry Elder than that. Honestly, Republicans are learning that the way of Trump is a big loser in California, or at least one would think they would learn. Jameson Reese himself says he's in favor of stoning the Oreos to death. Now, in terms of everything I've just articulated, let's go back to the context. With polls proving that nearly half of all likely voters supported recalling Newsome at the time that Larry Elder was riding high, and that Elder was in the lead to replace him at that time, ignoring that self-proclaimed sage from South Central was no longer a viable strategy at that point, particularly for black people. Melina Abdullah, the co-founderess of Black Lives Matter Los Angeles, said he is a danger, a clear and present danger. It's not just that Elder would be a Trump fanboy Republican trying to run a state dominated by blue Democrats, or that he has zero experience in elected office and clearly doesn't have the temperament for governance. He can't even take questions from journalists without losing his cool. It's that, perhaps out of spite, or perhaps out of an insatiable need for attention, Larry Elder opposes every single public policy idea that's supported by black people to help black people. This has been true for decades, but it's particularly problematic given the racial reckoning following the murder of George Floyd. State Senator Sidney Kamlager, a Democrat from Los Angeles, has said, "We have been having a series of real uncomfortable discussions about systemic racism in institutions across this state, about how to really peel back the layers of ignorance or ineptitude so that we can deal with them in very real ways. And Larry Elder is someone who just fundamentally doesn't believe that systemic racism even exists." He also apparently doesn't believe that racial profiling exists. This despite telling the Los Angeles Times' editorial board that police pulled him over between 75 to 100 times the first year he had his own driver's license. Try and see the logic in that. Larry Elder scoffs at the many efforts to reform the criminal justice system and to root out racial bias in policing by requiring more transparency and accountability from officers. Instead, he keeps trotting out statistics that purport to show that black people themselves are particularly prone to murdering one another. He told the Republicans in Orange County, "Do we still have the phenomenon where a young black man is 8 times more likely to be killed by another young black man than a young white man? If the answer to those series of questions is yes, I submit to you that systemic racism is not the problem." So Elder mocks critical race theory, although I myself am not even sure he understands what it actually is. That doesn't bode well for ethnic studies in California. Jameson Reese says he knows it exists. He thinks his white bootlicking allows him to remove competing with others of his own ethnos. That it's basically a self-loathing pathos. On that I will agree. If he were ever elected, the task force studying reparations for black Californians would be toast, as would yet unsigned bills to allow police officers to be decertified for misconduct and to support community-based alternatives to 911. And then there's Elder's views on masks and vaccines for COVID-19. It's particularly telling that a week ago, a who's who of black elected officials, from members of Congress to the Los Angeles City Council, lined up at Kedron Community Health Center to urge black Angelinos to get vaccinated. The rates continue to be abysmal, and black people are still dying disproportionately. Therefore, Elder, meanwhile, Larry Elder was off somewhere tweeting his grievances over mask and vaccine mandates, promising that as governor he will repeal those before I have my first cup of coffee, and I don't drink coffee. I would have asked Larry Elder to explain his views, but his campaign has never returned my messages. However, I'm fairly certain he would say his thinking is the result of being free and independent, rather than a believer in the victimhood messaging that's supposedly perpetuated by Democrats. By the way, Jameson Reese says the coffee's too brown for him. He'd also probably say, as he did on Tavis Smiley's talk radio show recently, that he does care very much about black people. When Elder said, "I believe that many policies that have been implemented by the left, often with the best of intentions, have a disproportionately negative effect on black America." And some black people do agree with him. They aren't a monolith, so it's true he does have fans who are black and who likely voted for him. But it's also true that black people, particularly black Angelinos, overwhelmingly vote Democratic. That's the foundation of a new campaign launched by local, state, and federal black elected officials from LA to increase turnout among black voters that worked during this September 14th recall election. That campaign wasn't created because of Larry Elder's standing in the polls, but that accelerated its intensity. Indeed, his candidacy felt personal, like an insult to blackness itself. LA City Councilman Mark Ridley Thomas said, My grandmother would say, use your talents and your gifts for good, and not to bring other people down, particularly those who don't deserve to be down. And that's what Larry fails to understand. He's throwing out all of that rhetoric about minimum wage, all that talk about poverty pimps, all that anti-vax, and all that anti-every goddamn thing. It's not only politically, but intellectually offensive. LA City Councilman Marquise Harris Dawson said, these recalls are clown shows, and Larry Elder is a clown. So it's not surprising that he signed up for it and is leading it all. He's got a lot of experience being a clown. Earl Ofari Hutchison, a political analyst and author, said, the only positive I see in an Elder candidacy is that it is yet another wake-up call for Democrats in California and nationally to not take black and people of color's votes and support for granted. And Naji Ali, a longtime South LA activist, said he would be a disaster for the black community. We would suffer most greatly. He's the Black Donald Trump, and I'm speaking as his friend. And although Ali acknowledged that their friendship is strained to the point where it's basically just a nod and a wave and nothing more, there's also the fear of how the Republican Party would exploit Elder as governor of the bluest state in these United States. Maddox, the political consultant, said he would be their number one message carrier going into the midterm elections in 2022 and the presidential election in 2024. They would use this guy as a tool, and he would be perfectly willing to be used because that's what he does already. He's a foil for those people who want to be convinced that there is no racism in America. And Abdullah of Black Lives Matter said, anytime you put a black face on white supremacy, which is all that Larry Elder is, there are people who will utilize that as an opportunity to deny white supremacy. They say, how could this be white supremacy? This is a black man. But everything that he's pushing, everything that he stands for, he is advancing white supremacy. Black people know better than anyone how dangerous Larry Elder is. He is the OG, the old gangsta troll that no one was supposed to feed. But here we were. Newsome hasn't been perfect. It took far too long for the state to roll out COVID-19 tests and vaccines equitably, and if hundreds of thousands of Californians weren't still waiting on their unemployment checks, the level of fraud and mismanagement of the Employment Development Department, our EDD, would almost be comical. But as the social critic Cam Lager said, I'm not interested in going back to Jim Crow because I want to have a black person as governor. How's that for a duh? So it's now Larry Elder's California in terms of Republican Party state, the red state within our state, the burning state in all the wooded hills. That's Larry Elder country now. So what's his next move? That brings us to the limitations of Larry Elder. There's a certain logic to it. If the 2003 recall led to an action movie star being elected governor in the person of Arnold Schwarzenegger, why not a talk radio host in 2022? But while Larry Elder's celebrity propelled him to the top of the contenders hoping to replace Newsome, his candidacy underscored all his shortcomings. As a first-time candidate, he had years of provocative on-air commentary he had to explain, and he showed little ability to garner support beyond the state's reactionary flank. Newsome was all too happy to run against Elder, But lurking in the subtext of those attacks was Donald Trump. In a state that rejected Trump by nearly 30 percentage points in 2020, associating Elder with the ex-president was an easy way to rally Democrats against the recall. If Elder wants to stay politically relevant, he'll need to find a way to reach voters who aren't Trump cultists. The California Republican Party did not endorse Larry Elder or any other candidate in the recall, but its future will be scrutinized closely. This race was the Red Party's best chance in a statewide election in more than a decade because of the lower threshold to win office. If more than half of voters had supported the recall, the top vote getter among the 46 replacement candidates would have become governor, regardless of how few votes that person received. Going forward, our state's Red Party will focus on an area where it has had success in recent elections: congressional races. Indeed, much of the Red Party's efforts in the recall were focused on districts it hopes to hold or flip next year. That's what brings us to recall reform. Even before votes were cast, this recall election has prompted calls for reform of California's electoral rules. Critics argue that it's too easy to qualify a recall for the ballot, and that the two-question format, which places both the recall question and a list of replacement candidates in front of voters simultaneously, is confusing. It's also expensive, with the special election calculated to cost us $276 million US dollars, taxpayer dollars thus far. Among the proposals being floated is an increase in the number of signatures necessary to place a recall on the ballot. Under the current rule, 12% of the voter turnout from the prior gubernatorial election is required, a rate that's it's the lowest in the fucking nation. Also being considered is allowing recalls only in cases of criminal conduct or malfeasance, adding the candidate who is the target of the recall to the list of replacement candidates, and having the lieutenant governor assume the post if a gubernatorial recall is successful. Another proposal is to divide a recall into two special elections, one asking whether an elected official should be ousted, and, if that is successful, a separate election on the replacement candidate. Now, Derry Sragow, a Democratic strategist and publisher of the nonpartisan California Target book, said he thinks the recall process needs to be fixed, but is skeptical reforms will even ultimately be made. Now, he said that voters like having this direct democratic check on what is otherwise a representative democracy, particularly in Western frontier states, where there is a long-standing culture of distrust in government. But that, of course, brings us back to the vaccines and how we're going to beat COVID if nobody believes in the government. Honestly, it's one of those things that I could go on about for hours, but I've worn out my voice, for tonight. We've still got plenty to talk about. And in the time we have remaining, I'll try and touch a little bit about, let's talk about communist China. Red China's venom against the American empire is ominous. Think on this term: barbaric attacks. That's what the official People's Daily accused the United States of launching against China. Their August 29th propaganda blast, contained in a landmark piece, was not a one-off. On the 21st of Yestermenses, last month, Global Times, a high-profile tabloid controlled by People's Daily, insinuated the U.S. was working with China's enemies. Americans and others may be perplexed by overheated Chinese rhetoric. The Communist Party of China has always believed its struggle with the United States is existential. In May of 2019, People's Daily declared a people's war on America, but the hostility has become far more evident in recent months. The strident anti-Americanism suggests the Communist Party is establishing a justification to strike America. Americans often ignore propaganda, but that is a grave mistake. The Red Chinese regime uses its media outlets to first warn and then signal its actions. Now is an especially important time to be concerned. Beijing's hostility is accompanying a period of internal turmoil, created in large measure by the Red Chinese dictator Xi Jinping's targeting of, among others, foreigners and China's own tech personalities, business leaders, celebrities, and so-called sissy idols. And this assault, which began the first week of this month, occurs as the dictator Xi pushes his common prosperity mass campaign. Now, every Communist Party Prógroamme and central government plan, as a political matter, must now be linked to the concept of common prosperity. Los Angeles-based sinologist, the Dragon Watcher, a China expert, Jonathan Bass, in comments to Newsweek, sees the total mobilization as an effort by Xi to launch a populist cause to bludgeon his personal political enemies. Now, Xi himself could be in hot water, as many of his policies are no longer seen as successes, and there is even talk that his third term as General Secretary is not assured. Almost all observers have assumed that Xi would get that additional 5-year term at the Communist Party's 20th National Congress, slated to be held sometime next fall. Xi's Common Prosperity campaign resembles the late Mao Zedong's Great Proletarian Cultural Revolution, the decade-long movement beginning in the year that I was born, 1966, that careened out of control and almost resulted in the collapse of the then-nascent Chinese Communist state. Now, many are seeing cultural revolutionary parallels, especially because the Chinese Communist Party is allowing, and in some cases promoting, propaganda advocating radical change. For instance, an essay supporting a profound revolution penned by Li Guangman at the end of August triggered fears of a complete reordering of society as it was carried by the online editions of People's Daily and the official Xinhua news agency. The August 29th People's Daily piece, which declared a transformation of society away from capitalism and a return to the initial ideology of the collectivist Communist Party, is an official endorsement of revolution. So is China about to enter another horrific period? Well, the University of Miami's June Teufel-Dreher told Newsweek, "The great proletarian cultural revolution this is not, but please recall that the opening stages of the Cultural Revolution started out very much like this, so we should watch to see if there are further developments." One further development is a turn inward. Communist Party propaganda pieces now reject, sometimes explicitly, all things foreign, and there has even been an official effort to deny foreign contributions to China's rise. Fan Peng, a research fellow at the Chinese Academy of Social Sciences, in Global Times on August 27th, wrote, "The Communist Party of China has achieved remarkable achievements without following the Western path." Moreover, Xi Jinping's July 1st speech, marking the centennial of the founding of the party, is filled with triumphalism bordering on xenophobia. Oh, our man Peter Moon is with us. Just as I began talking about Communist China, we can continue on Communist China on Sunday night. And so, yes, I did go throughout the night, my man Peter. Thank you for joining us this morning.
That's unusual. That's unusual for your new mode.
Oh, yeah. It was only because I was going through so much lately and things have stabilized thanks to your help and your mobilizing your own public and making your public a part of mine has helped to stabilize my situation, and it has brought me back into the norm. And so
what you shared, and I don't know what you shared after I had to leave because I was really fading, but what you shared was just very deep and and of great interest.
Bless you. I so appreciate that, and it was thanks to your inspiration, and certainly you helped to bring about whatever reaction there was against our initial train of discussion by emphasizing just how relevant it was and is. And so thank you, Peter.
I keep talking about the relevance of it. With that, I mean, just talking about the relevance evokes more. Not necessarily, well, it evokes the entities, I suppose, but it even helps the entities become coherent. Because the entities all have to, everything's here for a purpose.
Yes.
And there's harmony. And I think when you talk about the Christ program, for lack of a better word, the Christ phenomena, you have all, with the nativity, you have all these entities lining up and saying, yes, 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 yes. And then you have the counterforce saying, no, 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 no. It's like, and this is something people can get behind. Where it goes is the unwieldy part that nobody knows, except that it's getting closer to the core. Even that word for, the word core is heart in Greek, core, and that was, what was the Japanese word you said for the heart?
Heart, mind, kokoro.
Kokoro, see, kokoro, that's two cores.
Yes.
Koro, whereas the Greek is core, and you have the fundamental etymology, cardiac. That's where we get cardiac, car,
yes.
Goddess car. So it's like, it's completely in alignment with that, and it's really beautiful that they had it figured out, what we interpret as a poetic perspective, in Japanese, if we're so lucky as to even learn about it.
Yes.
Instead of the Japanese all running around like ants who are very good at duplicating technology and innovating on the duplication, the stereotype.
Understood. No, I know exactly where you're coming from. If only Americans could appreciate that aspect, which could help them, which of course, hopefully the education.
Why would they want to from their perspectives? They're still living in the mode of, foreigners.
Yes, and no, it's so sad. It's so sad. I mean, our world could be so much a better place. And of course, it's one of those cases where hopefully things will change. I mean, obviously, America's demography is changing, and I understand that this, of course, raises a lot of concerns. Obviously, it gives a lot of questions, it raises a lot of questions as to where we're heading in the future. But so long as you and I help educate people about the past, we provide a better navigational chart for the future. And
more to the point, I just had an electrician come by yesterday to do some things, and he did really good, really nice guy. He's basically retired, very reasonable. And he told me he's working for this millionaire some of the time. He had to quit, it got too hot, but he's redoing the lights outside his house, and but he said that he did all the bathrooms in his mansion for $1 million. Collectively, about 10 bathrooms, it's about $100,000 a bathroom.
Holy shit.
And, well, see, typically, this is in the 1980s. If you had a bathroom in Manhattan and you wanted to, gut it and renovate it, just make it good. I'm not talking about top of the line. He was doing this top of the line.
Right.
It's like $30,000. That's in the 1980s. It's probably up to $100,000 now. Okay, so he's out on Long Island. He's redoing these bathrooms with marble floors, heated from the bottom. You can't use 10 bathrooms. It's like, what are you going to use, one a day for guests? And I'm thinking like, and I said, well, I was talking about when I had two houses, what a labor it was, because I had to basically take care of them myself. I couldn't hire somebody to take care of the second house, and it's like, he says, oh, this is not his only mansion. And it's like, what are people doing with their money? In other words,
the
money could be used so much more productively.
than continual real estate expansion. Yes.
Well, yeah, I mean, I can't speak for his exact situation. I don't really know. But in general, people have so much extra money, and it could be used so much more productively for humanity. And then you have, people like the Democratic Party trying to help people, or using that as a means of political control. Mm-hmm. It's like bread and what do they call it? Bread and circuses.
Yeah, in the old Roman days, yes.
Yeah, let's feed the people, and we'll have their support. And I think, what is it? Nancy Pelosi said something when we feed them, we feed them. She said that. She said, we feed them, we feed them.
Wow, that's getting direct. Go on.
Oh, it was very demeaning. And of course it is. It's great. It worked really good for Caligula for a few weeks. And then he bankrupted the empire, went nuts.
Jesus.
Yeah, it's so, there's so much. We need to talk privately, hopefully, when you go off the air.
Yeah, we can do that. I'll be going off the air any moment now. We could even end a few minutes early. We've only got five.
I just need to use the facility.
Oh, sure. Take your time.
I'll have you on, but I'll be right back.
Sounds good. I'll leave the call on even if I end the stream, so I'll be on call. And so everyone will say a good morning to you all. My love to all of you wonderful people who have provided support